Chapter 1. The FG-300, where the dream begins. In the jurisdiction of the Claude Military-Civilian Consortium, within the Ursa Major Version 12.22 star system on a terrestrial planet, at the very bottom level of a colossal steel metropolis, inside an unremarkable control room in the waste processing station. Attention, Sector T. Household waste from L5 district is about to be dumped into Sector T11. Ensure all channels remain open. The ancient control console crackled out its mechanical command. A chubby man yanked the nearby intercom, lazily replying, "Copy that." Then, immediately after, he picked up another wireless communicator, pressed the transmit button, and said, "A batch of upper district household waste is coming to Sector 11 soon." Instantly, a voice distorted by static replied from the other end. "Okay, credits will be transferred shortly. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Today, a shipment of high-grade recyclables from the upper district is entering our sector. For just 5 credits or equivalent value, you can join the scavenging operation." In a crude makeshift plaza, several armed individuals blared this announcement repeatedly through loudspeakers. This was a so-called talent market specifically for recruiting freelance waste handlers. Or, more bluntly, a gathering place for scavengers. 3 months ago, Shihai had transmigrated to this bizarre world. Right upon arrival, due to an unfortunate mishap, namely, not having a personal terminal installed, had nearly been hauled off by security forces. Fortunately, just as things were about to escalate, something called Nightlight suddenly popped into his mind. It instantly interfaced with the security team's external system and masqueraded as a legitimate personal terminal. After the officers left, Shihai had been overjoyed, convinced Nightlight was the cheat system had brought with him through his transmigration. But no matter how many times he called for it afterward, it never responded again. And so, for 3 whole months, had struggled to survive alone in this godforsaken place. 3 entire months. Damn it, 3 solid months eating nothing but the cheapest black protein bricks and sleeping in the most basic shared bunk beds. Even scavenging trash here cost money. Was this any way for a human to live? He was miserable. Unfortunately, there was no kindly old man from Hunan here to protect him. Forced by desperation, Shihai had no choice but to join the ranks of scavengers. After all, in this dump, scavenging was the easiest way to stay alive. At least you didn't have to sell your body. And so, after 3 months of grinding, Shihai was no longer an ordinary nobody. He was now a seasoned, elite recyclables processor with 3 full months of hard-won experience. Colloquially known as a professional trash picker, as the scene followed him into the plaza, Shihai approached the loudspeaker-wielding figures and handed each a cigarette with a practiced smile. "Bro de Peo, thanks again for looking out for me today. Steel Rod, good to see you again, man. Hey, isn't that you-know-ho? Don't try buttering us up. If you want in, pay 5 credits. Yeah, no exceptions this time, it's premium upper district stuff. Come on, aren't we supposed to be watching out for the little guys? Just sneak me in, ya? Get lost. No credits, no entry. Last time was just old landfill scraps today. You stay the hell away. Ugh, you money-grubbing bastards. If you got the guts, don't smoke my damn cigarettes. You didn't act this way when you took my watch the other day." Realizing there was no way to sneak in, Shihai walked off muttering curses under his breath. There was nothing he could do. That one time, Nightlight had only faked a personal terminal. It wasn't real. And unfortunately, the local currency credit scowled only be transferred via an actual personal terminal, which meant Shihai couldn't pay anyone anything in this wretched place. From a shadowed corner where no one noticed, he grumbled and trudged away. After all, those guys were backed by gangs with connections to the landfill administrators. Giving them cigarettes might not earn their favor, but failing to offer one before joining a scavenging run? Oh, you'd be in deep trouble. Time to find a new sector to scavenge. At the very least, anywhere starting with T was now off limits. After navigating dozens of winding alleys, Shihai finally reached his home in this slumma rickety shack. Calling it a shack was generous. It was just scrap metal sheets and discarded rebar, crudely wired together with nails and fencing wire. It didn't even have a door. Just as Shihai was inwardly complaining about this fact, he suddenly froze. Wait, didn't he have a door? Holy crap. Where's my damn door? Which bastard stole it? He rushed into his tiny dwelling only to find the place completely ransacked. His tattered clothes and torn blanket were strewn everywhere. But worst of all, the solid hydrogen battery had scavenged last month, still at 45 health, was gone. Damn it, that was the only power source for his entire shack. Furious, Shihai kicked a crate made of glue-together plastic shards and punched a massive hole straight through it. Man, this is ruined. He massaged his throbbing temples, found the least filthy spot on the floor, plopped down, leaned back, and decided to just give up. Whatever. Surviving 3 months in this shithole is already a miracle. He'll leave it to fate. I remember some guy named you once said, "Heaven above, just strike me down already." Suddenly, hello. I am your personal assistant, Nightlight. Nightlight was active again. Update complete. Welcome back, Pioneer to Holy SHIT. Nightlight, you son of I, you were the same Nightlight from the pig farm. I cannot answer your question. Attempting connection failed. Unable to access the Lagrange network. Switching to offline mode. Welcome back, Pioneer. Your starter resources and initial vessel have been prepared. 3 FG-300 frigates, affectionately nicknamed Fortune 300 by players. 100,000 units of Metal 5, 000 units of Crystal 4, 000 units of heavy hydrogen. FG-300 frigate blueprint X8, X10, and X20 engineering ship blueprints Pioneer base construction technology. Your primary base ship has been deployed in folded space and is ready for retrieval at your command. Oh what? This is where the dream begins. It's the Fortune. Ha ha ha, Haim, finally gonna make it. In the neighboring shack, a young man around 19 years old listened to the commotion from his new neighbor, who had moved in 3 months ago, and glanced at the person lying beside him. He whispered softly, "The power from that hydrogen battery, it really is different from this junky generator. The life support unit's running so much smoother now that I was terrified just now. My sister's condition should be stable now." He paused, then seemed to wrestle with what little conscience he had left. "Sigh, I did leave something in exchange. But I wonder if he even saw it, that I should probably go apologize in person later. IT was an emergency. I had no choice." Chapter 2, what? You were telling me the Fortune just arrived? He could afford to go a little crazy, but real business couldn't wait. After briefly venting his emotions, Shihai immediately called out to Nightlight. "Nightlight? Nightlight? Here, do the warships you come with already have crews?" "Yes. Each vessel is equipped with a standard complement of cloned personnel, both operational crew and Marines. And these clones bear an indelible mental imprint, ensuring absolute loyalty. Can I summon all 3 FG-300s right now?" "Yes." "Perfect. Deploy them somewhere outside sensor range, anywhere is fine. Then have them navigate here. Come pick me up." That he had no idea about the local tech level. Knew nothing of this world's customs or politics, and wasn't even sure where exactly here was. After 3 months of scavenging trash, all he wanted was to escape this wasteland and get back to civilization, or at least onto his own ship. Understood. Vessels deployed, course locked. Departing, estimated arrival, 1 hour and 24 minutes. All right, I'll wait. While I'm at it, let me check what features you got. Shihai stood up, kicked aside the junk beneath him, and sat back down. He pulled up Nightlight's interface and began exploring its functions. Meanwhile, on the far side of a moderately sized asteroid, a long, jagged rift tore open in space. From it emerged 3 sleek silver warships, trailing faint cerulean exhaust plumes as they glided silently into normal space. The clone crew aboard each ship stood motionless at their stations, until order received, proceeding to target coordinates. In an instant, the previously still personnel sprang into precise, coordinated action. Back on the planet where Shihai was stranded, inside the orbital traffic control station at the external starport, unregistered vessels detected in Sector 62 pull up the navigation feed, attempting contact. The sudden emergence of 3 FG-300s from behind a drifting asteroid was instantly flagged by the traffic monitoring system. Staring at the unexpected blips that had just popped onto their screens, the station operators were baffled. Wait, where did these unregistered ships come from? And why 3 at once? That's like an aircraft landing without ever notifying the control tower. Navigation feed online. As the main display lit up, the operator at the broadcast console immediately grabbed his throat mic and shouted, "Hold on air those warships." His eyes fixed on the Fortune-class frigate's distinctive armament. 3 turret mounts arranged in a 2 above, 1 below configuration gulped hard. How did unregistered warships end up here? Quick, file a report. I'm alerting the governor right now. Hector, the station chief had been idly slacking off moments earlier. Shot upright the second he heard the word warship. He began barking orders, visibly tense. Thanks to his connections higher up, Hector knew a few things the average worker didn't. Recently, a dangerous faction had infiltrated the consortium's controlled territory via void lanes. No one knew whenever if they might suddenly appear and unleash chaos. Although the consortium had kept this quiet to avoid public panic, every military link unit had quietly raised its alert status to maximum. Please don't tell me they're heading straight for me. Keep hailing them. Sweat beaded on Hector's forehead as the warships drew closer. Control Station 1 immediately notify planetary defense. All personnel, prepare for Level 2 impact protocol. Authorize defensive weapons along the approach corridor now. Suddenly, a faint static crackle came through the central comms receiver followed by a cold, synthetic voice. ZZT connection established. We request docking clearance. Repeat that we request docking clearance. Hector, already on his feet, instantly grabbed the comm unit and replied with cautious precision. Please deactivate all onboard weapons. Reduce engine output to 50%. Maintain current trajectory. And shut down main engines in 40 minutes to accept tug-assisted docking. Acknowledged. Watching the warships visibly decelerate along the designated corridor, Hector finally exhaled in relief. If they weren't here to start trouble, then it didn't matter. Still, after a moment's thought, he went ahead and sent the report to the governor anyway. As for these 3 unfamiliar warships, it was the governor's call now. Probably some corporate fleet. As long as they didn't fire on him, the rest wasn't his problem. Those studying the ship specs. Standard length around 250 meters. 3 heavy, turret-likely light destroyers. An unknown model, appearing so abruptly. Must be another company that just reverse-engineered some ancient tech from an archaeological find. Man, gave him quite a scare. Hector stroked his chin, briefly wondering how many credits a ship like that could fetch. Then he shook his head. Not his concern. Within the jurisdiction of the Claude Military-Civilian Consortium, private ownership of combat vessels larger than frigates was strictly prohibited. Even companies registered with the Order Alliance face tight restrictions when operating inside consortium-controlled space. Speculating about it was pointless. Better to think about what to eat after shift. Chapter 3. Wait. Apologize for what? Planetary Governor's Mansion, Governor's Office. Governor Alexei brewed a cup of pure, natural green tea, gazed out the window at the city below, and prepared to begin his afternoon work. His office was situated at the very top of this steel metropolis, with only the space elevator tower piercing the clouds standing taller. Last month's tax quotas had been met, and shipments of natural agricultural supplies to various space bases had already been dispatched. Lately, aside from the need to stay vigilant about the dangerous, white-robed saboteur gangs, notified by the Union as operating widely, there hadn't been much else of concern. Just thinking about these people made him furious. They were everywhere, piloting starships to carry out suicide attacks. Damn it, are these people out of their minds? If they want to end themselves, why drag others into it? Even that barbaric empire next door, which resurrected humanity's most primitive imperial system, wouldn't do something so insane. It had left him feeling uneasy lately. Speaking of which, relations between the Union and the Lacray Star Empire had been quite tense recently. But that wasn't something a planetary governor needed to worry about, even if Ursa Major was a border system between the Union and the Empire. A naturally habitable planet just needed to fulfill its responsibility of providing high-quality primary agricultural products and population. Let the system defense commander deal with the headaches of war. Of course, it would be best if any major movements were communicated to him in advance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, his emergency communicator rang. Alexei picked it up and glanced at the screen. 3 unregistered warships? Requesting docking clearance? Well, isn't that something? Warships? It wasn't common for them to dock at planetary starports. Alexei tried to recall if there were any important schedules he might have forgotten recently. It didn't seem so. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Appearing out of nowhere, warships, requesting docking at a planetary starport. This was exactly the modus operandi of secret inspectors. What sudden appearance? The system defense fleet must have secretly opened a covert route. Damn it, could they be coming for me? Instantly, Alexei broke out in a cold sweat. Kirk, get rid of the coolant in warehouse D2 now. His hands weren't exactly clean, after all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he decided to personally go to the port to greet them, buying himself some time. Meanwhile, far below his feet, at the very bottom of the city, in Shihai's nearly dilapidated shack. Phew, finally figured it out. So that's how it works. After about an hour of tinkering, Shihai had finally grasped most of the functions of his night light. Simply put, his night light came with a built-in compressed space containing a standard Lagrange base. It could manufacture and store warships, but like in the game, there were population limits and active service restrictions. Warships could be deployed anywhere at any time, but the built-in base could not. However, he could also construct Pioneer base units and build ships externally, in the real universe. These ships wouldn't have population or service restrictions. But unlike those produced in the built-in space, they wouldn't come with clone crew members. As for blueprints, they can be obtained by completing tasks occasionally released by Night Lantern to earn Proxima coins, or by recharging to acquire Sacred Stellar coins. These can then be used to purchase encrypted technical archives from Night Lantern, from which blueprints can be drawn. However, when recharging, the currency used is evaluated and converted based on its actual value and recognized worth, which is quite a hassle. Shihai stood up, stretched, and loosened his limbs. The ship coming to pick me up should be here by now, right? Clang. Thud. Bang. Suddenly, his arm accidentally knocked down a bag hanging from a support column, and a round, odd-looking mechanical component rolled out. Wait, when did I put something here? No, do I even own this thing? Every mechanical component brought out could be exchanged for enough credits to keep a scavenger well-fed for 5 or 6 days, and he had only found one such item before. What is going on? Could it have been left by a thief? In the slums, would there really be a burglar who follows the principle of exchanging items? So principled. It couldn't be broken, could it? A few days ago, he might have been interested in tracking down the owner, but things were different now. He was about to leave. How could someone with a starship still cling to a small, worn-out battery? Whoever stole it can keep it, damn it. He'd just consider it taken by his son. I need to find a way to contact my starship. I can't just have the crew come pick me up, can I? Stepping out of his shabby shack, Shihai glanced at the neighboring shack. That one was occupied by a pair of twins surnamed Su, if he remembered correctly. When he first arrived, they had taught him many survival skills for scavengers. Lately, he hadn't seen much of them. Seems like the sister had fallen ill. After a moment's thought, Shihai decided to bid them farewell before leaving. After all, they had been kind to him. Just as he reached their door and raised his hand to knock, a soft click suddenly sounded. Thump, clang. The outward opening door collided directly with Shihai's head. Damn it. Who's blocking my door? Damn it. Who opens a door without looking? Almost simultaneously, both parties exchanged polite greetings, then turned to look at each other. Their gazes met mid-air, sparking an awkward tension. A brother Shihai, it's you? What a coincidence. What brings you here? I came to talk to you about something. Noticing the young man's strange expression, Shihai asked curiously, what is wrong, old Su? You seem a bit off. Is something urgent? Well, I was actually on my way to see you. Avoiding Shihai's gaze, Su Chong seemed to be wrestling with something internally. That is perfect. Let us go inside and talk. It's just the right timing. Actually, I came to apologize to you. As Shihai was about to push open the door to his shack, Su Chong finally seemed to resolve himself. Speaking loudly to Shihai, at the same time, he bent at a 90-degree angle, offering a formal bow. Huh, wait, apologize for what? Suddenly caught off guard by this turn of events, Shihai was startled, his face filled with confusion. Wait, could he be feeling guilty for not stopping the thief who broke into my home? That couldn't he be, could it? After a moment of thought, he turned to Su Chong and said, it's fine, nothing major. Shall we find a place to sit down and talk? All right. Seeing that Shihai didn't seem too upset, Su Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to the suggestion. Let us go to the passerby bar. Chapter 4. Would you like to come with me? The passerby bar, one of the few entertainment spots in this settlement. At that moment, Shihai and Su Chong were seated at a wobbly table in the corner. 2 cups of murky liquid sat on the table, bubbling with an eerie foam and emitting a pungent chemical odor. A cheap drink fermented from expired energy bars, mockingly referred to by the slum residents as industrial urine. So, you're saying it was you who broke into my shack today? Shihai picked up the tin-wrapped cup, took a sip of the dark brown liquid, then immediately frowned and spat it out. It tastes spoiled. He glanced at Su Chong sitting across from him. This guy didn't seem picky at all, judging by how he had been downing one cup after another just moments ago. This was Shihai's first time in such a place, but it seemed rather underwhelming. A bartender behind the counter, a few worn makeshift tables, no mercenaries, gangs, or assassins like in the novels from his past life, just a few scavengers huddled together, bragging about what they had found. He stared directly into Su Chong's eyes, waiting for an answer. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the situation was urgent, and I had no choice. The story was simple. That morning, the ancient, second-hand generator Su Chong had scavenged finally gave out. With his sister's life support device on the verge of shutting down, he had no choice but to borrow a power supply from a neighbor. And as luck would have it, Shihai's humble shack happened to have a battery. I left an electronic component at your place. If sold through underground channels, it should be enough to buy a solid-state hydrogen battery with around 70% health. I was still looking for a buyer. As for breaking your door, I'm truly sorry. Su Chong's voice was soft but clear, filled with remorse and sincerity. Seeing Su Chong's attitude, Shihai, who was already not particularly angry, had even less intention of holding a grudge. Look at this guy. Compensation was offered, and emotional reassurance was given in full. Observing Su Chong's submissive demeanor, Shihai nodded to himself. At least he was better than certain human-like creatures who would say, I've already apologized. What more do you want? Ahem. Let us not dwell on that. How is your sister, Su Ling, doing now? Clearing his throat, Shihai tried to change the subject. As for the battery, let us just leave it at that. For now, she is stable, but the situation is still far from optimistic. When it came to his sister, Su Chong instantly exuded an air of despondency. This shabby little place had no doctors, and her illness could only be left to linger, with no solution in sight. The second-hand makeshift life support device he had bought just 2 days ago was already well past its service life, riddled with malfunctions. Watching her suffer day after day, confined to her bed, while he remained powerless, weighed heavily on him. Observing Su Chang's troubled expression, Shihai quietly inquired in his mind, night lamp? Present. Among those 3 FG-300s, is there anything like a medical pod or similar equipment? Setting aside the battery issue this time, the siblings had helped him a great deal, teaching him how to build a shelter, advising on which types of insulation were effective, connecting him with buyers for recyclable materials, and so much more. Even putting all else aside, the simplest fact was that they knew he lacked a personal terminal, yet chose not to report him for the 100 credit reward. When he first arrived, Su Chang's sister hadn't seemed to have any major issues, or at least it appeared that way. It was only this week that he began noticing Su Chong acting alone every day. That frail young girl had left quite an impression on him, and Shihai hoped to save her if possible. Yes, Pioneer there is. Your warship's medical bay is equipped with specialized nanomedical pods. The bionic nanobots can rapidly decompose and fuse, generating new tissue to replace necrotic old tissue. Simply put, as long as one isn't deceased, they can be saved. Such an advanced medical pod, each FG-300 is equipped with 6 of them. So, she can be saved? Affirmative. Concluding his dialogue with Night Lamp, Shihai turned his gaze towards Su Chong and softly said, perhaps I have a way to help your sister. Su Chong, still lost in despair, jolted awake instantly. What? You have a solution? His eyes began to burn with intensity. His sister's illness had tormented him for nearly a week. He stood up abruptly, downed the liquid in the cup before him, patted his chest, and declared, I've never begged anyone in my life. Even if you can't cure her completely, If you can alleviate her condition just a bit, I'll do everything in my power to help you with one thing. If you can cure her, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. My very life is yours. Watching Su Chang's sudden surge of fervor, Shihai let out a light chuckle. He reached out, placed a hand on Su Chang's shoulder, and gently guided him back to his seat. There's no need to get so worked up, my friend. Over these 3 months we've spent here, we've gotten along quite well. I can tell you're a good person. During this time, I've received plenty of help from both you and your sister. As for your sister, I have an idea. It might not work, but it's certainly better than waiting here helplessly. Suddenly, a prompt from Night Lamp echoed in his mind. The fleet has arrived at the designated coordinates. It seemed the warship coming to retrieve him had finally arrived. Living in the slums for the first 3 months after crossing over. Now that was quite the explosive existence in the entire transmigration community. Fortunately, no matter what, the hardships are finally coming to an end today. Shihai stood up from the peeling chair, dusted off his pants, and extended a hand towards Su Chang, saying, well, do you want to come with me? Looking at the hand stretched out before him, Su Chang thought of his sister still suffering from illness, then recalled Shihai's character. An opportunity had been presented right before him. Whether he could seize it depended entirely on himself. So, with a resounding slap, Su Chang firmly grasped Shihai's offered hand, as if taking an oath. All right, I trust you. Let's go. If this works out, I'll follow you. Chapter 5. Bro, you didn't betray us, did you? At that moment, inside the orbital spaceport, 3FG-300S had long since shut down their propulsion systems, allowing tugboats to tow them one by one into the enclosed indoor docking bays. A minor mishap occurred along the way. Since these 3FG-300S had identified themselves as frigates in their communications, the not-so-intelligent unmanned tugs, following a fixed program written who knows how many years ago, towed them into a frigate dock measuring 220 meters. But the Fuguay was 250 meters long. It was laughable. There was simply no way it would fit. Even more absurdly, due to conflicting commands, several rather dim-witted unmanned tugs in the spaceport simply froze, all drifting motionless in place. Thankfully, the docking station had a few backup manned tugboats. It seemed that, because the unmanned tugs frequently malfunctioned, everyone in the station had long since mastered the operation of these vessels. Finally, after several minutes of effort, the docking station staff managed to tow the 3 Fuguay-class ships into the destroyer dock, completing the berthing process. As the stabilizing mechanical arms locked into place, the docking bridges on the station began to move toward the respective hatches of the FG-300S. Puff, docking complete. A few soft sounds echoed as the air pressure inside the warships equalized with that of the dock. The hatches opened, and several crew members, clones, dressed in black uniforms, who had been waiting behind the doors, stepped out from the first FG-300. The exit of the docking bridge led directly to a temporarily and simply arranged reception hall, where Governor Alexei had been waiting for some time, watching the silent figures in black uniforms step out of the bridge and approach him. Their imposing aura already had him breaking into a cold sweat, but upon seeing the 3 massive ships still docked in the bay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever these people were here for, it likely had nothing to do with him. After all, self-awareness was a universal truth. Though he was no saint, he certainly wasn't important enough to warrant 3 destroyers coming to arrest him. Perhaps it was just some secret inspection? Or maybe they were after some major figure. In any case, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed, he wouldn't face any real trouble. Feeling slightly reassured, Alexei stepped forward. The 2 parties stood facing each other. Welcome, travelers from afar. I am Alexei, the governor of this planet. Alexei broke the silence first, extending his right hand to the man walking at the forefront of the group. His uniform appeared slightly more intricate than the others, suggesting he was the leader. Hello, Spear. The black uniformed man addressed as Spear politely shook his hand, moving it up and down twice. His voice carried a cold, almost cosmic chill that felt unsettling to the ear. Hearing it, Alexei was reminded of the notorious reputation of the secret inspectors, sending a shiver down his spine. However, he kept his composure and continued. I was just inspecting the work here when I happened to see your warship docking. Warships don't usually dock at orbital stations unless there's a conflict. What brings your fleet here? Do you require any assistance? Suddenly, Alexei noticed the information for docking port 44 displayed on the hull screen change from green to red, a prearranged signal with Kirk indicating that the batch of coolant had been dealt with. Kirk works fast. How reliable? No need. We're only here to find someone, Spear replied, his expressionless eyes fixed on Alexei's, making the latter uneasy despite his relief. We've already confirmed his location and will deploy our own Marines to handle it. Looking for someone. And with such precision, Alexei thought. What grave offense has this person committed to warrant such a pursuit? Very well. If needed, we'll do our best to provide assistance, Alexei offered, almost ingratiatingly. In response, Spear gave a slight nod. Good. Meanwhile, the person Spear and his team were searching for was hurrying toward a makeshift shelter with a man named Su Chang. Knock, knock. Knock. After habitually rapping on the door, Su Chang pushed it open. Directly facing the entrance was a slightly rusted small workbench, scattered with replacement parts dismantled from some life support device. To the left of the bench stood a narrow bed, where a girl of about 1.5 meters lay. An oxygen tube rested under her nose, and several other tubes were connected to her body, their ends plugged into a machine emitting a faint green glow. The machine hummed softly, linked to a large battery with a dented casing. Little sister? I'm back. How are you feeling now? Any better? Wheeze. Breathing isn't as difficult. What's wrong, brother? Looking at Su Ling's pale face, Su Chang took a deep breath and said, It's nothing. Can you move? I want to take you somewhere. Heh. Can't my mediocre brother go anywhere without his little sister? Where to now? Don't joke around. I found a possible way to cure you. Wheeze. Hearing this, Su Ling fell silent for a moment before forcing a weak smile. Forget it, mediocre brother. I know. Cough, cough. I know my own condition better than anyone. Stop searching for hopeless solutions. At this rate, you're just wasting credits. Can't we just spend our remaining days happily together? Don't worry about it. We don't need to stress over credits for now. I'm not giving up on treatment. You just focus on getting better. Can't believe my useless brother would sell me out like this. Just borrowed from loan sharks the day before yesterday, and now he tells me not to worry. Hearing his sister's outrageous remark, Su Chong froze for a moment, then turned his head away. Where did I borrow from loan sharks? Don't talk nonsense. Liar. Your terminal permissions are open to me. I can see the contract you signed. Ahem, cough. Su Chong choked slightly, as if caught off guard. Didn't he expect to slip up here? Nearby, Shihai checked the time. He had confirmed with Nightlight that a cloned crew member would come to pick him up. After all, having him go through the procedures to reach the upper city, take the space elevator, and finally board at the starport seemed somewhat unrealistic. He stepped forward and patted Su Chong's shoulder. All right, chat with your sister later. Pack whatever's important. We might not be coming back. Hearing Shihai's words, Su Chong didn't react at first. Huh, wait, not coming back. What? You mean come with me literally? Shihai shrugged. Guessed right, but no prize. I'll go pack a few things for my place and come back for you later. Damn, this is crazy. Su Chong shook his head. But then it occurred to him, there wasn't much left for him here anyway. Following Shihai might actually lead to something better. So, he started gathering what he needed to bring along. Not much to take from here, except Grandpa's keepsakes. Let me find them. Bang. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was kicked wide open, revealing several menacing figures standing at the entrance. Among them, a one-eyed giant with a mechanical prosthetic arm spoke up. Kid named Su, you've got some nerve, huh? Heard you were planning to slip away. Did you get our permission? Chapter 6. Don't let me see you take another step forward. Seeing who had kicked the door open, Su Chong first froze, then panic set in. Cleaners. And its one-eyed iron wall Hoffert. He had borrowed the loan from them just the day before yesterday, but the repayment date hadn't even arrived yet. Why were they showing up now? They all stared at Su Chong and his sister, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Little Su, tell me, Haven T, we've been pretty decent to you? Huh, answer me. Thud. The one-eyed Hoffert stepped into the room and kicked the doorframe. The old hinges groaned under the strain, struggling briefly before snapping. The door, made of steel bars and sheet metal, crashed to the ground. And he stomped a large hole right through it. Your sister was sick, and we sold you the life support unit, Hoffert said. His remaining murky yellow eye glancing toward the machine glowing green nearby. You needed credits, and we lent you 1,000. Just asking for 2,000 back. Who lends money without interest, right? With that, his steel arm clenched into a fist and slammed violently onto the workbench beside him. The immense force punched straight through the metal tabletop, several millimeters thick, causing the entire shack to shudder. And you, kid? Packing up your belongings here, planning to sneak away. Huh, damn it. If it weren't for old cripple at the tavern tipping me off, we'd all still be in the dark. Su Chong was forced to retreat step by step until his calf bumped against the bed where his sister lay. Glancing back at Su Ling on the bed, he knew there was no further retreat. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within, stepped forward, and straightened up. Lord Hoffert, I wasn't trying to run. I just wanted to try my luck at another garbage dump. As for old cripple's words, you know how unreliable they are. He once boasted about riding a snow leopard in the upper district. Do you think that's even possible? It's nothing but baseless rumors. Listening to Su Chong's unconvincing explanation, Hoffert sneered coldly. Humph, who knows if what you're saying is true or false? You paupers, how many of you ever speak the truth? His gaze shifted past Su Chong, settling on Su Ling on the bed. She's not bad looking. Even if she's half dead, I bet there are plenty who fancy that type. He silently calculated in his mind what a reasonable price for her would be. Old cripple's words were merely an excuse. What did thugs like them care about truth or falsehood? His visit today, well, was precisely for Su Ling thinking this. Hoffert couldn't help but lick his lips, his smile turning lecherous. Kid, you're in luck this time. I'll let you off. I'll give you a chance. Su Chong's heart, which had just begun to settle, froze mid-beat at the next words. But to make sure you don't run off, from now on, leave your sister with us when you go out. The scavengers will take good care of her. Watching Hoffert approach him and Su Ling, Su Chong found an unexpected surge of courage. He picked up a steel pipe beside him and positioned himself in front of the bed. And no, I'll repay the credit points on time. I want to let you take Su Ling. Hoffert scoffed, raising his metallic arm and flexing his fingers threateningly. Kid, step aside before I lose my temper. I'm informing you, not negotiating. So, get out of the way. Otherwise, I really will punch you dead. Su Chong stared at the mechanical arm, his entire body trembling. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? In a daze, the corner of his eye caught sight of a damaged solid-state hydrogen battery. That's it. He hurled the pipe in his hand toward Hoffert. Seizing the moment when Hoffert's attention was diverted, Su Chong lunged to the right, grabbed the battery, and snatched a welding gun from the ground, aiming it at the breach in the battery's casing. If you take another step, I'll ignite this battery. 3 kilograms of solid-state hydrogen exploding will flatten everything within dozens of meters. We'll die together. Step back. Don't you dare move another inch forward. Seeing Su Chong on the ground, clutching the battery with a flushed face, Hoffert cursed inwardly. Damn it. I let my guard down for a moment and got played. What a lunatic. Is he trying to get himself killed? He retreated sullenly, muttering threats under his breath. Humph, you got lucky today. I hope you take that useless sister of yours wherever you go from now on. Otherwise, humph. Once he reached the doorway, he turned around, coughed up a mouthful of phlegm, and spat it viciously on the ground. Damn it, what rotten luck. Let's go, boys. Don't even look at that madman inside. However, the 4 men who had come with him remained completely still. What's going on? Have you all gone mute? The only response came from an unfamiliar voice. Them? They've already turned into organic waste. As for you, do you really think you can leave? Just as cold sweat began to trickle down his back, Something even more terrifying plunged him into an icy abyss, a cold, hard object pressed against the back of his head. As someone who had spent years in gang life, he knew exactly what it was, the great equalizer, a gun. Chapter 7, A New Life, Here I Come. A blue-white arc flashed from the electromagnetic rifle. With a soft thud, red and white matter splattered, and Hofford, along with his ridiculous nickname, vanished from this world. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, but Su Chong, still clutching the battery inside the room, hadn't yet processed what had happened. Huh, what just happened? A familiar voice came from the doorway. Shihai had returned. Su Chong, are you alright? Seeing Shihai appear at the entrance, Su Chong finally set down the welding torch and battery in his hands, letting out a long sigh of relief. We're safe now. Shihai stepped over the headless corpse on the ground and entered the room. His gaze fell on Su Chong, who was slumped on the floor, and the welding torch and battery he had just released. A flicker of admiration, barely noticeable, passed through Shihai's eyes. This guy, he's something else. Earlier, after finishing his tasks, Shihai had stepped outside only to find Su Chong surrounded by 4 or 5 men. He knew immediately that something had gone wrong. Fortunately, Su Chong hadn't suffered much at the hands of the man inside, and had even managed to force him out. Though it seemed like he had threatened mutual destruction with the hydrogen battery, his courage and quick thinking surpassed most people's. At the very least, he hadn't played the role of a helpless older brother. As for Shihai, he hadn't been standing idly by. Charging in recklessly wouldn't have resolved the situation. It would have only added to Su Chang's difficulties and put himself at risk. Instead, he retrieved the steel crossbow he had crafted earlier, intending to lure away the thugs at the door. However, just as Shihai fired his first bolt, a shuttlecraft swooped in, executed a sharp turn, and came to a steady halt in the sky above him. The Marines sent to retrieve him had arrived just in time. Fully armed Marines against street thugs. It was a confrontation with no suspense whatsoever. The 4 opponents were reduced to organic fertilizer in the blink of an eye. I'm fine, really. Everything's all right. After calming his emotions slightly, Su Chong stood up, casting a complex gaze at Shihai and the Marines behind him clad in dark green power armor. Are these people here to pick you up? Su Chang's words caused Shihai to furrow his brow. He stepped forward, punched Su Chang's shoulder, and laughed. What do you mean pick me up? They're here for us. Don't be so distant. Since you've decided to come with me, there's no turning back. From now on, we're on the same side. Get your sister ready. We're leaving. Su Chang's legs were still weak, and he stumbled back a step from the punch. But his eyes grew increasingly bright. He felt as though he had latched onto an exceptionally powerful ally. The question arose, what should one do when their leader not only saves their entire family, but also treats them with exceptional kindness? The answer was simple, loyalty. Devotion. Su Chong silently resolved. From now on, he would carry out Shihai's every command to the fullest. He would uphold Shihai's will without question. Shihai's thoughts would become his thoughts, Shihai's direction his direction. He would not hesitate to risk his life. What are you standing around for? Let's go. Seeing the Marines already moving the equipment around Su Ling, preparing to carry her onto the shuttle, Shihai called out to Su Chong, who was still standing dazed. Oh, right, coming. He jogged over, instinctively positioning himself half a step behind Shihai, following him onto the shuttle. Once all the moving was complete, the Marines boarded in an orderly fashion. The hatch slowly closed, and the shuttle, equipped with anti-gravity modules, gradually rose into the air. Its engines ignited, leaving a trail of blue light as it soared away. Watching the settlement grow smaller beneath his feet, Shihai felt a wave of emotion. Finally, he was leaving this filthy, chaotic place. In the lower districts, scavenging was just one option among many. Most residents of the lower districts chose to surrender their lives to the massive factories. There, machines roared 24 hours a day, and laborers worked 20-hour shifts, mere beasts of burden. Even those without consciousness were fitted with neural stimulators to become the cheapest components on the production line. As for installing self-operating bionic parts, unfortunately, selling every organ in one's body wouldn't cover the cost of a single one. Vast quantities of simple, cheap industrial goods were produced here, spreading throughout the city via a complex network of freight rails. The people of the lower districts were, in essence, like clusters of cells at the roots of a tree. They processed the waste of the upper districts and produced low-quality daily necessities to sustain those living above, who, though not exactly living in luxury, enjoyed a higher standard. Yet, most residents of the middle and upper districts were merely beasts of burden at another level, compared to the lowest-tier laborers, who might never see anything beyond the high dome above and didn't even know what the sky looked like. They at least possessed a sense of superiority. Shihai couldn't help but bitterly criticize this outdated system from who knows how many years ago. With technology so advanced, why were all these menial positions still handled by humans? And they even enforced a rigid hierarchy. What was all that technology for? Had their tech tree been skewed, focusing solely on natural sciences while completely skipping over the humanities? Just look at this shuttle. Equipped with a small fusion reactor and anti-gravity generators, the manual claimed it could fly straight to the moon in one go. They were capable of interstellar travel, yet productivity remained underdeveloped. What were AIs even doing? It was utterly absurd. Under such advanced conditions, they had somehow managed to develop a society reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Truly, everyone present had played their part in this mess. The shuttle glided slowly into the massive cargo elevator connecting the upper and lower districts, ascended to the surface, and then headed toward the starport. As they rose above the clouds, Shihai gazed out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sprawling megacity. Towering steel skyscrapers stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The higher they climbed, the fewer buildings there were. Aside from the space elevator tower, the tallest structure was the municipal building. What kind of gloomy layout was this? It looked just like a hive city from the Huangpi region. Note, hive city, a type of massive human settlement in the Warhammer universe, where residents are stratified by altitude, with the lower levels notoriously squalid and chaotic. After a while, Shihai grew bored. Though unfamiliar with this place, his 3 months of scavenging had allowed him to come across a few books and documents, through which he had glimpsed a fragment of this city's reality. Human relationships here resembled a colossal centipede, each person linked from top to bottom. Everyone's position was fixed from birth, and they were solely focused on extracting more benefits within their designated roles. Every dreamer who aspired to change the world ultimately ended up submerged and tainted by this environment. One could only say that this society was a patchwork of bugs stitched together, yet somehow it still functioned. A miracle it had lasted this long. With a sigh, Shihai leaned back in the shuttle seat and began to doze off. 10 minutes later, they docked. The group disembarked from the borrowed shuttle and stepped onto the starport platform, where 3 FG-300 vessels lay quietly before them. In Shihai's eyes, they were as beautiful as works of art. In the game, the FG-300 was just a dilapidated little ship that no one but beginners would use. But for Shihai now, this was reality. She was a 250-meter-long war machine, the beginning of his journey into the cosmos. This is the FG-300. Chapter 8. Heading to the construction base in a corner of the asteroid belt, a derelict small military outpost floated silently. Its weathered hull still faintly bore traces of its former paint, and faded emblems spoke of millennia of history. No one knew how many years had passed since its last mission, but now, the final personnel had long since evacuated after destroying the core data. Its original fate was to be stripped apart by ionic winds, reduced to an irregular mass of space metal resources. However, before that could happen, a group of uninvited guests discovered it. They made slight modifications to its external structure, restored some of its functions, and turned it into a small transit station along a smuggling route. Today, a small fleet arrived here. Z2 Zone, 5 frigates requesting permission to dock. Received. Berths have been opened for you. For frigates modified from civilian starships, along with a G-8B Wild Wolf frigate launched by the Colossal Corporation 17 years ago, slowly docked with the assistance of several small red tugboats. On the starboard side of the Wild Wolf, where its identification emblem should have been painted, only a few hastily scratched marks remained. Inside the bridge, Dell watched the approaching port and turned to his first mate beside him. Notify the buyer that we are in position. Yes, sir. In the cargo hold of the Wild Wolf, 2 DL-228 heavy plasma torpedoes lay quietly, like dormant tigers waiting to unleash astonishing energy. Meanwhile, at starport on Planet 3, the gate is open. Mechanical arms have disengaged. K-12 Hangdao, Yichinkong. The Hangdao Lanchen, Huiligang. Hangdao Lanchen, Huiligang. The communication console on the bridge echoed with instructions from the docking station. Approximately 20 minutes had passed since Shihai and the others boarded the ship. Su Ling had already settled into the medical pod, beginning treatment tailored by the AI system. Su Chong, on the other hand, was placed in a virtual reality hibernation pod, cramming essential knowledge about the universe. Shihai glanced at the clone captain, Spear, standing beside him and gave a slight nod. Set sail. Spear bowed his head slightly. Yes, sir. Immediately, he issued the command through the wireless neural interface attached to the back of his neck. The ship's AI responded promptly. Command received. Hangdao Yichiren. Hangdao Yichiren. Depart. The silver hull of the ship slowly lifted, the blue glow from the Yin 100 universal vector engines at its stern propelling the vessel toward the deep space beyond the gate. Just as the last FG-300's stern drifted out of the gate, the night lamp in Shihai's mind stirred. Welcome to an uncharted region of the universe. Mission issued. Construct a Pioneer standard base. Failure penalty, none. Mission reward, 300 Proxima coins. 1 encrypted technology archive, accelerated edition. A mission has arrived, to build a Pioneer base? Coincidentally, Shihai had already been considering this. Although the base within the Night Lamp's Daikungen was convenient, it mirrored the game in every aspect. Complete with restrictions on ship deployment and port population. He had already enabled automatic upgrades, but due to limited resources and time, it was only at level 2. The FG-300 production blueprint inside now showed 315 in the bottom right corner. A base established externally, however, would have none of these limitations, no caps on Chunjin fleet or port capacity. The question was, where should this base be built? The current star system undoubtedly had an owner. Those planets are definitely out of his reach. If only he had a star chart sigh. Shihai rubbed his temples, having completed the regional intelligence gathering. Suddenly, the shipboard AI unexpectedly spoke up, and a 3-dimensional projection of a star system structure map appeared on the console in front of Shihai. It marked all the asteroids and small celestial bodies, along with some military and transportation facilities in those star systems. Hey, what a coincidence. Shihai leaned in, zoomed in on the star chart, carefully confirmed the positions of space outposts and structures within each star system, and then turned on Nightlight. Nightlight, based on the distribution of these space structures, can you calculate the local faction's control over this star system? Calculating. Based on big data model analysis, the local faction's control over the current star system is estimated to be between 5 and 10. This indicates that they have constructed a certain scale of ground and orbital structures on each planet, controlled the surrounding areas of each planet and key space structures, secured several safe navigation routes between celestial bodies, and established a certain scale of space structures at Lagrange points. If I can access the local network, I can provide you with a more accurate analysis. Shihai rested his chin on his hand, pondering. If it really was as Nightlight said, then with the star chart scanned by Fuguei, wouldn't he be able to travel freely throughout this star system? Come to think of it, a star system has a diameter of 2 to 3 light years. It would be impossible for an interstellar regime to monitor every corner of such a vast area, at least not for the peculiar regime in this star system. Well, the profit outweighs the risk. Let's do it. After careful consideration, Shihai selected a region with a dense concentration of celestial bodies and clicked directly. Build here. Let's go. The shipboard AI replied instantly. Received. Calculating landing point. Landing point calculation complete. Departing. Curvature drive module activated. A ripple appeared in space, and after a slight distortion, the 3FG-300 ships vanished right under the nose of the docking station. Inside the docking station at that moment, what? Where did those 3 ships go? The personnel who had just sent off the 3FG-300 ships were dumbfounded. How could they have disappeared so suddenly? Could they be ghosts from space? Everyone couldn't help but think this, and instantly, they all felt a chill creeping up from their feet, covering their entire bodies, making their skin crawl. After 40 minutes of travel, exited curvature state. Arrived at the destination. The 3FG-300 ships exited curvature, and before them lay a vast, fog-like asteroid cluster. Nightlight. How do we build the base? Simply issue commands to the engineering ships. Upon hearing this, Shihai activated the built-in base, produced 4x8 small engineering ships, and the resource port instantly reached its population limit. Using prefabricated modules to accelerate, once they were all ready, Shihai directly chose to deploy them on-site. A spatial rift opened, and 4 orange-yellow engineering ships emerged. Construct the Pioneer base. Shihai attempted to issue commands to them through Nightlight, and soon, the 4x8 vessels began flying toward the previously selected area. Upon entering a hovering state, small engineering drones emerged one by one, initiating the unique Lagrange construction method, printing out of thin air. Nightlight. Can all ships be contacted through you? Yes, theoretically, I can access all network devices. All ships within the Lagrange system, whether constructed by spatial bases or self-built bases, are equipped with quantum communication devices that allow direct contact with me. So, I can command the fleet through you? At your service anytime, Commander. Shihai fell silent, quietly watching the base gradually taking shape before him. The boundless universe seemed to open up to him, turning what was once a fantasy into reality. A slight personal touch added, as activating curvature in the game is too cumbersome. X8 engineering vessel present. Chapter 9. Our engineering vessel has been destroyed. Some say there's too much focus on side characters. This won't be the case after Chapter 49. No outline before Chapter 50, writing as ideas come. In reality, building a base doesn't require upgrading step by step as in the game. Once the main structure of the base was completed, Nightlight's mission rewards were issued. Well, 300 Proxima coins and an encrypted technology file acquired. After the joint production line was in place, Shihai checked his resource reserves. Why have they increased instead? He opened Nightlight's interface and discovered, wow, even the main mission module was included. Those resources were automatically completed and claimed during the base construction. Main mission, a section in Endless Lagrange similar to a beginner's guide. Rewards such as resources and electronic currency are granted upon reaching certain milestones in base and fleet construction. Seeing those resources, Shihai suddenly had an idea and asked, Nightlight, can every Pioneer base claim construction mission rewards from the main missions? Apologies, the mission module only recognizes bases integrated with the Nightlight system. Then, in the later stages, how are resources obtained for system-integrated bases? Are they shared with self-built bases? Upon completion of extraction, the acquired resources are stored both in the physical base and once again in the system warehouse. Stored twice? That is one way to understand it. Shihai instantly grasped the mechanism. So, doesn't that mean my mining efficiency is doubled? What if I withdraw resources from the system base and deposit them again offline? Wouldn't that create a perpetual motion machine? Resources in the system warehouse can only be used for upgrading the integrated base and constructing ships within it. They cannot be withdrawn. Nightlight mercilessly shattered Shihai's fantasy. Alright, then let us stick to honest mining. Then, construct 20x8 engineering vessels to start extracting resources from the surrounding asteroid clusters as soon as possible. Command accepted. Construction in progress. On the opposite side of the material universe lies a region known as the Void. Its relationship with the material universe is somewhat akin to that of an inner world and an outer world. However, compared to the material universe, the operational laws of the Void are far more complex. Within the Void, time and space operate under a peculiar logic, while also connecting to the material universe in strange and unpredictable ways. A single step in the Void might traverse an entire galaxy in the material cosmos. A week of Void navigation could result in moving backward a few steps in reality, with only a second having passed. During the Golden Age tens of millennia ago, humanity partially deciphered the laws of the Void, using star beacons to establish pathways that connected vast territories. Yet, after several great declines, the now fragmented human civilization finds even detecting the Void a luxury for most factions without relying on ancient relics from that golden era. Human civilization merely clings to its former glory, barely surviving, and even that survival is fleeting. Ancient creations are decaying at an accelerating pace, and those who remember history are gradually fading away. Most existing Void pathways have long exceeded their operational lifespans and are beginning to malfunction. For instance, near a cloud of cosmic dust, a fleet painted in black and white has halted, awaiting orders. System anomaly, rebooting. On the flagship's bridge, a man wearing a white headscarf gazed at the console glowing red and sighed. Where has this taken us? The person beside him remained calm, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Salman. The navigation team is cross-referencing star charts. They should pinpoint our location soon. Forced exit from the Void pathway. We should be grateful only the electronic systems were affected. Salman shrugged in response. You have quite the attitude, Samir. I don't recall encountering such turbulence during previous mid-exits. I'd hate for our carefully planned mission for the sacred cause to fall apart. This time, the second emissary even managed to secure 2 discontinued items for us. Just then, The equipment rebooted successfully, re-establishing connectivity. Reports began to flow in from the communications officers. Location confirmed. We are in the region between the orbits of the 6th and 5th planets in the Ursa Major V1222 star system. Specific relative coordinates: 788, 8876, 2536, 8129, 2766, 3870. Upon hearing the report, Samir gave Salman a playful punch on the shoulder. See, at least we've reached the target system. Let us proceed, Captain. The red glow on the console had vanished. Salman's lips moved slightly, but he only let out a slow breath. Adjusting his headscarf, he commanded, proceed. Head to the designated position. All fleet units, advance at full speed. Meanwhile, on Shihai's end, the overworked production line had finally completed the last X-8 small engineering vessel. By now, Shihai had entered the administrative area of the Pioneer base, while Su Ling had been transferred to the medical wing. Half an hour ago, Shu Chang had already concluded his immersive learning session and was now accompanying Zuling in the medical area. This guy is moving a bit too fast, Shihai mused with a sigh, turning his gaze toward the window where the newly constructed X-8 was docking. According to Nightlight, ships within the Lagrange system are equipped with basic, centralized onboard AI, capable of executing simple commands autonomously. The presence of crew members is primarily for contingency purposes and handling complex, on-the-spot operations in command. However, for repetitive tasks like mining, entrusting the AI poses no issue. Thus, the first 19 X-8 vessels had set off for the nearest mining zone as soon as they rolled off the production line. Once resources from this initial batch become sufficient, we can gradually upgrade to medium and large mining ships. Suddenly, Nightlight transmitted an alert. Commence action. Our fleet is engaged in combat. One of our engineering ships has been destroyed. Chapter 10. Gratitude to the Weiyang Convention for funding the Archives Collection, Combined Edition. Somewhere in the asteroid belt, over a dozen warships floated in space. Upon closer inspection, several appeared incomplete. One vessel at the edge was slowly disintegrating, scattering countless tiny fragments, while another had a gaping hole in its side, completely dark without a single light visible. Damn it, have we offended someone recently? White Shark's expression was complex as he observed the two destroyed ships within the fleet, particularly the G2C frigate with two hull numbers painted on its side, one being the internal designation 10 and the other, 100, serving as that individual's identification marker. His lips quivered slightly. That guy always said troublemakers live for 1,000 years. How did he go before me? In the end, his unspoken words dissolved into a long sigh. Shifting his focus back ahead, he issued the order. Ships 11 and 12, advance forward to confirm the combat results. All other vessels maintain weapon orientation and hold position on alert. Just 10 minutes earlier, a mysterious orange-yellow starship had headed straight for their transfer station, boldly entering their Dingje perimeter. To ensure the station's safety, he had immediately chosen to lead the team out to intercept. Unexpectedly, it seemed the opponent had anticipated their arrival. As soon as they approached, it opened fire directly. A barrage of shells flew over, instantly turning one of their LY-10 cargo starships, modified into a frigate, into an irregular metallic ribbon mixed with organic debris. Under the Jinji circumstances, he quickly changed the interception order to destroy. What unnerved him was that, faced with concentrated fire from 13 warships, the opposing ship not only refused to retreat or evade but remained in place, returning fire. What a madman. Fortunately, the mysterious warship's armor appeared comparable to theirs, falling silent after just one round of concentrated fire. Target confirmed destroyed. Repeat, target confirmed destroyed. The two G2C Wild Wolves sent to verify the combat results reported via the communication channel after closing in for observation. Upon hearing the confirmation, White Shark's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Good. Continue holding position on alert. Contact the checkpoint and instruct them to strengthen their defenses. I recall there are 5 frigates that arrived at the port today, right? Inquire if they are available for hire. After issuing a series of commands, White Shark suddenly seemed to remember something and softly added to the adjutant beside him. Send a landing craft down to check if there are any survivors on Ship 10. Fortunately, there was no one on that engineering vessel. After reviewing the combat records sent by Nightlight, Shihai felt as though he had seen it, yet gained nothing from it. It was destroyed instantly, even before completing the data collection on the hostile fleet. Currently, all that can be confirmed is the location and time the mining ship was attacked. Details such as the enemy's configuration and number of ships remain unknown. But this location is very close to the base I just established, isn't it? Shihai looked at the star map, which showed a non-warp travel distance of about 10 minutes, less than 1/10 of an astronomical unit. Note, astronomical unit. AU, $1 150 million kilometers. AU refers to the average distance between the Earth and the Sun, serving as a standard unit for measuring distances within the solar system. With Neptune's orbit as the boundary, the diameter of the solar system is approximately 60 Australian dollars. The main belt of the asteroid belt spans about 18 Australian dollars in width. Attacking my mining vehicles so close to me? That's rather amusing. In a fit of rage, Shihai vented his anger briefly, but the emptiness of the starport quickly brought him back to his senses. With only 3 Fuguei ships currently combat ready, what chance did he have for revenge? The fact that the enemy could instantly destroy his X-8 proves they pose a threat to ships within the Lagrange system. Charging in recklessly might just turn him into a delivery service for the enemy. However, retreating was even less of an option, especially since the base had already been established. Shihai checked the base construction progress. The joint production line was ready at all times, and the frigate production equipment was already completed. Although the X-8 engineering ship's mining efficiency ISNT high, with 20 crossed out, 19 of them operating together, the hourly resource income is still quite substantial. Moreover, their location is in an area dense with resource-rich asteroids. The resources that had been nearly depleted due to base construction and ship production were now visibly increasing. At the very least, assembling a frigate fleet shouldn't be a problem. If things go south, retreat is always an option after a defeat. With this in mind, Shihai opened the construction interface on the control console. Why is only the FG-300 universal type available so far? Nightlight. I remember the blueprints provided at the start weren't just this limited, were they? The standard blueprint archive collection, one of the Weiyang convention, had been stored in the warehouse after Nightlight completed its update. Shihai quickly opened Nightlight's panel, and sure enough, there was a research option in the bottom right corner, identical to the one in the game. Upon opening it, he saw 2 archive boxes placed on the right side track. Below was the archive box sales section, divided just like in the game into Noma Transport, Antonio's Consortium, Jupiter Industries, and Weiyang Integrated. The first purchase each day costs 150 Proxima coins, while the rest are 300 each. There was also the guaranteed box, still unchanged with its eternal 15 white points. Guaranteed box, a Lagrange mechanism where if a box is opened without yielding a blueprint, a white point is awarded. Accumulating 15 white points allows for the exchange of a box guaranteed to contain a blueprint. The first item on the track is the previously mentioned Weiyang funding box. It's even a first-generation funding crate. Upon opening it and facing the array of technology trees displayed before him, Shihai scrolled through to take a look. Since the revamp, it had become rare to see all funding blueprints, initial blueprints, from frigates to cruisers, packed into a single box. It was convenient, sparing him the hassle of opening multiple crates one by one. This was exactly his preferred style, straight to automatic research. Congratulations on obtaining FG-300 Armored Frigate, FG-300 Reconnaissance Frigate AC, 721 Heavy Transport Destroyer C, 721 Heavy Amphibious Assault Ship CVI-003 Light Escort Craft KCCP, 20 Light Attack Cruiser, KCCP, 20 Light Aircraft Carrying Cruiser, S-066 Universal Cruiser, numerous counts of frigates, destroyers, escort craft, and cruisers. The sheer number of blueprints dazzled Shihai. It had been a long time since he last saw so many blueprints in a single crate while playing Lagrange. Wait, there was also an encrypted technical file beside it, the Ruby-class heavy railgun frigate. Did the first crate really yield a blueprint? What an auspicious sign. Glancing at his balance of 300 Proxima coins, Shihai thought, why not open another one? A minute later, staring at the additional white that appeared, Shihai exited the research interface. Indeed, one should never trust any gacha mechanics related to Gani, not even in another world. Shaking his head, he issued an order to Yetting. Construct 10 Ruby-class ships and 12 FG-300 frigates within the system's built-in base. Construction in full swing. He then performed the same operation on the base control console. After arranging everything, he leaned back, contemplating. Although the ships built offline lack clone crew members, they should at least have basic AI, right? With simple commands, they should be able to replicate the effect of space-based line infantry tactics from the game, shouldn't they? An imperfect plan gradually took shape in his mind. However, its success would depend on whether the other side cooperated. I've already discussed with them. They will cooperate with the vigilance over the next few days, said White Shark's adjutant, holding a few sheets of paper as he addressed the frowning commander. These are their employment terms. Also, they specifically requested to store the contents of their cargo hold in the transit station and have it guarded. Leave it there, Gant. White Shark gestured casually toward the nearby table. They had just towed the mysterious warship back to the outpost. There were no corpses on board, not even organic matter. It was equipped with mining drones and a large cargo hold. Clearly, they had been outwitted by an unmanned mining vessel, losing one ship and damaging another in a single encounter. Unmanned operation meant the mining vessel was equipped with AI, something explicitly prohibited by the Order Alliance's strict ban on AI development. The cause and effect of this incident slowly became clear in White Shark's mind. Some corporations have covertly developed AI behind the back of the Order, conducting experiments in the asteroid belt. To eliminate any potential witnesses, they equipped mining vessels with weapon systems typically reserved for warships. It just so happened that an experimental mining ship accidentally strayed into their restricted zone, leading to an exchange of fire. Regardless, what's done is done, and White Shark prefers to focus on what comes next. The mining machinery recovered from that vessel is remarkably advanced. Its core likely contains 2 or 3 artifacts from millennia ago. While its exact value will require assessment by professional institutions, it's certainly worth the effort. As for the casualties, everyone chooses their own path. It's enough to respect their fate. Besides, someone unexpectedly survived. Bang! You deadbeat! I heard you were wishing me dead? The door was kicked open violently, revealing a figure with pink hair behind it. Upon hearing the voice, Gunter quickly made an excuse to slip away, leaving the vast control tower empty, except for himself. Well, now there were 2, as the pink-haired figure stepped inside. First of all, let me clarify. I've always believed that troublemakers live forever, so whoever wished you dead, it definitely wasn't me. Also, you still owe me a meal. So, Sakura, you should know that, both logically and emotionally. I'm the one who wants you alive the most. Facing the Xiaozhang, yet somewhat foolish individual, White Shark held his ground, retorting politely. Hearing White Shark's sarcasm, Sakura turned her head away and muttered under her breath, "Humph, I'll still outlive you." After a moment's thought, she added, "Of course. I'm sure you'll live a long life too." White Shark chuckled softly, leaning in closer. "What? You're mumbling like a mosquito. Didn't he catch that? Say it again." Seeing his shameless demeanor, Sakura stomped her foot angrily and shouted, "Ugly people live long. I wish you, this human-machine hybrid, 100 years of life." "Oh," White Shark leaned back. "Who was it that just said they'd definitely outlive me? Ugh, get lost." Watching Sakura turn as red as a crab, White Shark set aside his teasing. "Enough of that. How are you holding up now?" Sakura calmed down as well. "What else? Still alive. You didn't tell my sister about this, did you?" White Shark spread his hands. Didn't he get the chance? You came back to life too quickly. Wow. Alright, enough said. We've been through life and death together. You can trust me. I won't interfere with your sister's studies. I'll only contact her once it's confirmed you've turned into a lifeless pile of organic matter. I feel like you're insulting me. But thanks anyway. The two fell into a shared silence. How rare. You actually said thank you. Could it be that at 20, you're finally maturing? Honestly, if you hadn't insisted you were born first, I do think your sister was the older one. Get lost. Once again, Sakura Hayakuri was thrown off balance. Well, never mind. I'm magnanimous enough to let it slide. You've been busy all day, so now, go get some rest. I don't want you falling asleep on the warship tomorrow and crashing right into my vessel. She glanced at the dispatch headset on White Shark's head and added, the control tower is mine now. I've actually studied operations and dispatch before. Perfect chance to practice. White Shark looked puzzled. You're a ship pilot. Why learn dispatch? And when did you pick that up? Sakura rolled her eyes. None of your business. In the end, a certain pink-haired girl spent a peaceful, that chaotic night in the control tower. Fortunately, there weren't many active ships moving around after dark. Chapter 11. We are all striving to live the next morning. Strictly speaking, there is no day or night in space. Yet the ancient circadian rhythm remains embedded in human DNA. Moreover, among the existing regimes of human civilization, two time systems are generally adopted, local time, based on planetary day-night cycles, and the ancient homeworld time used in the vastness of space. In the headquarters star system of the Order Alliance, there exists an artificially terraformed planet modeled after the former homeworld, Earth, along with two sets of cesium atomic clocks replaced every millennium. Each time a cesium atom completes 192, 631, 770 transitions, it signifies another second further from humanity's past. Through this, humanity commemorates the long-lost coordinates of their ancestral home. The joint production lines are now in position. Overnight, both the system's pre-existing facilities and the newly constructed bases had completed their production tasks. Standing by the window of the central control room, Shihai looked down at the starport. 20 emerald red rubies and 30 silver gray FG-300s were docked in orderly rows. Finally, a sense of security began to settle in. Observing the warships retrieved from the pre-installed base, Shihai tapped on Night Lamp's screen. Night Lamp. Can external ships be stored in the system's built-in folded space? Night Lamp replied. The folded space can be opened at any time. Any personnel or vessels may enter or exit once the spatial rift is opened. However, without a starport for docking, ships stored within the folded space will sustain a 5 structural integrity loss per day. Shihai nodded. So if he wished, he could keep a fleet by his side at all times. From now on, his personal safety would be somewhat assured. After all fear stems from insufficient firepower, and now, with ample firepower at his disposal, Shihai's courage began to swell. It was time to avenge the little mining vehicle. He reopened the combat report sent by Night Lamp, confirmed the location where the engineering ship had been destroyed, and began mobilizing the fleet. He kept 5 rubies and 5 FG-300s for himself, as a precaution for a quick retreat in case the battle went poorly. The remaining 15 rubies and 25 FG-300s were divided into 2 squadrons, one composed of 2 self-produced FG-300s, unmanned, and the other comprising all the remaining warships. Shihai's plan was to have the 2 unmanned FG-300s follow the previous course of the destroyed X-8, to see if the same group would reappear. Then, while using their attack on the FG-300 as a cover, assess the strength and technological level of the opposing warships. If they are overwhelmingly superior or evenly matched, advance directly. If they are outmatched, he would immediately turn and flee, heading to a place where ordinary people could not find him, hiding quietly to develop. Of course, if the enemy does not take the initiative to attack, it doesn't matter. Just wait in place for 1 minute. After completing intelligence gathering, under the 3D holographic star map, the enemy's base will have nowhere to hide. Simply send 2 ships to probe closely. Unnoticed, all the warships in the starport have already departed in an orderly manner, forming neat formations in the sky, their engines glowing brightly at the stern. Seeing that both combat and escape warp routes have been calculated and are ready for use at any moment, Shihai directly gave the order. Set sail. Yi Deng responded immediately. Fleet formation complete. Warp drive modules ready. Depart. At the site where the X-8 engineering ship was attacked yesterday, traces of the battle had not yet fully dissipated. A few charred fragments of the hull drifted slowly, adding a touch of lifelessness to the quiet starry sky. 5 patrolling frigates cut through this silence, their engine lights bringing a splash of brightness. Floating debris was pushed aside by their armor, 1 G2B Wild Wolf, and the remaining 4 modified from civilian LY-10 cargo starships. They were the smugglers who had just docked yesterday, now hired by White Shark to patrol this sector of space. Del stood on the bridge of the only proper warship in the formation, the G2B Wild Wolf, his gaze drifting out the window. Visually, nothing had changed from an hour ago, and the radar showed no anomalies. He pressed the headset on his head, connecting to White Shark's channel. Hello? Can you hear me? Received, please respond. Del's drowsy voice came through on White Shark's end. Still no anomalies. You guys might be mistaken, no one's south coming to this place at all. Hearing the doubt on the other end, White Shark, who had been stationed at the central console of the outpost all morning, replied seriously, impossible. Make a few more rounds. He wasn't without doubts. Could that orange mining ship be a relic from the previous era, simply operating automatically and leading him to misinterpret? But the undamaged sections of the recovered wreckage, with their brand new armor and fully loaded fuel tanks, told him this was undoubtedly a newly manufactured ship fresh off the production line. All right, we're just here to get paid, Del shrugged. It's fine if we don't encounter any unknown personnel, less wear and tear for us. Easy money, he thought. White Shark's offer wasn't low. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken on a new job before their last escort mission was even finished. Just then, a crackling sound suddenly came through Del's headset, growing louder and louder until it drowned out White Shark's voice. ZZZ. You must. ZZZ. High-value target. ZZZ. After adjusting the frequency band, the static still didn't diminish. Del had no choice but to cut off the communication himself, muttering quietly. This piece of junk ship. Could it be another problem in some hidden corner? Why did the communication have to fail at this very moment? Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed from above, interrupting his thoughts. It was the close-range enemy detection alert. What was happening? The ship-wide broadcast from the radar station answered his confusion. Unidentified warship. 10 o'clock direction, 42 degrees sector. Preliminary observation indicates a light destroyer class. It appeared suddenly. Prepare to engage. Chapter 12. This looks a bit like I'm responsible for exerting force, while you're responsible for surviving. Note, in the Lagrange system, kinetic energy cannons can traverse cosmic battlefield distances in an instant after firing, clearly not relying on simple gunpowder propulsion. In the post-Lagrange era of this setting, such primitive firing methods would be implausible. However, I uncovered relevant historical fragments on this topic, so the propellant is self-defined as a type of ultra-high calorific, high-energy firing charge. The enemy vessel has locked onto our position. What should have been an effortless skirmish? 2 unmanned FG-300s had just concluded their warp travel when 5 unfamiliar warships closed in. On the deserted bridge, a cold AI voice resonated, and the ship's automated counterattack protocols activated. 3 turrets swiftly pivoted toward the enemy's location on the radar, their barrels lifting slightly. The propellant ignited within the chambers, and under immense thrust, the projectiles shot out at high speed, streaking toward the hostile ships. Incoming enemy fire. Evade immediately. The modified LY-10 nearest to the unidentified destroyer failed to react in time and was struck by a barrage of shells, erupting into a brilliant burst of light. The moment the enemy ships appeared, Del swiftly regained his composure. Though the sudden emergence of foes was daunting, losing one's nerve in the heat of battle was far worse. Watching one of their own frigates destroyed at the onset of the exchange, his expression darkened considerably. Regardless of how the 2 warships had materialized, whether lying in ambush within shadows or employing optical camouflage, the priority now was to ensure the remaining vessels escaped. 2 destroyers were beyond what their modest fleet could contend with. All weapon systems target. Unleash full firepower. Suppress and retreat in alternating formation. At that moment, the main cannons of the 2 FG-300s completed their cooldown and fired again, this time aiming directly at Del's flagship. Fortunately, the emergency evasion system, kept active throughout, engaged. Propelled by its lateral maneuvering engines, the 170-meter-long warship shifted its trajectory a second before colliding with the incoming rounds. One shell grazed the ship's hull, ricocheting off and leaving a conspicuous dent in its wake. Instantly, everyone aboard felt a violent, staggering tremor. Pressure loss in bottom cargo hold 1. Airlock sealed. Del steadied himself against the central console as reports streamed in from the control room, his mind reeling. He fixed his gaze on the 2 colossal ships opposite. Despite the concentrated assault from their 4 vessels, the enemy remained unmoved, not even deigning to maneuver. What kind of monsters was he facing? How ancient were these relics? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Del, no longer caring about his image, shouted directly on the bridge, "Run. Now, at full speed." This is at least a relic from the 4th era. The enemy had retreated. Looking at the battle report from Nightlight, Shihai was utterly bewildered. 2 FG-300s had faced off against 5 enemy ships, destroyed 2 of them, and sustained only 37 structural damage, meaning the enemy couldn't even breach Fortune's defenses? Damn it. What had he been so cautious about? Who had given them the courage to attack his mining ships? With the course markers sent by the 2 unmanned warships, Nightlight had already locked onto the enemy's position. He decided to wipe out their base entirely. Immediately, he overturned his earlier assumptions and replaced the original plan with a more aggressive one. Through Nightlight, Shihai contacted the still hidden main fleet and commanded, "Prepare to move to the target location and remain concealed. After rendezvousing with the decoy fleet, immediately proceed to annihilate the hostile targets." "Yes," came the cold, characteristically clone-like response from the other end. Meanwhile, at the Z-25 outpost, White Shark rubbed his temples as he stared at the suddenly severed communication link. A sense of foreboding had already begun to settle in his heart. Del must have been ambushed. It had been 20 minutes, and he was still cut off from communications. Could they have been wiped out in the first encounter? Damn it. He had underestimated the determination of those rogue experimenters to recover their experimental data. This was trouble. Just then, 3 small dots appeared on the radar screen, rapidly approaching the outpost. White Shark quickly pulled up the Hungdao man and focused. It was Del and his crew. The console chimed with an incoming communication request. As soon as White Shark answered, a panicked voice burst through his headset. "Return the cargo we entrusted to you. We're terminating this contract." The deposit can be. Before the sentence could finish, the other end dissolved into static. Puzzled, White Shark looked up and was met with an utterly dingy sight. On the screen, the 3 warships were slowly disintegrating, and behind them, a massive fleet gradually emerged. Chapter 13. It's a trap. We're saved. Many years ago, when White Shark was still a student at United University, he often wondered, how spectacular would it be if an entire fleet fired in unison toward a single direction? Now, the scene before him answered that long-held question. The Wush and Jingdirt fired in perfect unison, their pollen raining down like a storm toward the outpost beneath his feet. White Shark closed his eyes, an involuntary tremor rising from deep in his throat. He began to reflect. How many years had he been in this line of work? If he counted from when he fled that space city at 16, it had been nearly 14 years. Subtract the 4 years at United University, and it was still a decade. Well, he had always known a day like this would come. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening roars erupted, and the floor beneath him shook violently. Losing his balance, he fell heavily to the ground. Too lazy to get up, they say that in one's final moments, one sees a flashback of their life. Is that true? After White Shark tried to focus his attention, the deafening roar of artillery impacts gradually faded in his ears, and the trembling beneath his feet also lessened considerably. A certain foul-mouthed, pink-haired killing machine appeared in his vision. Wait, why is this guy showing up in my flashback? That doesn't fit the mood at all. Hey, what are you doing lying here, you bot? Get up now. No sleeping allowed here. Why is there still sound? No way could he actually be unharmed. On the bridge, looking at the sentry still standing in place on the screen, Shihai frowned slightly. A full volley had only scraped off some of the external attachments. The old armor plates exposed underneath. Even the main guns of the Ruby couldn't penetrate them. This armor technology is seriously mismatched with their warship tech level. Suddenly, Night Lamp appeared. Detected relic from the Second Empire of the Fourth Era. Legendary quest activated. Chronowalker. Objective, witness history. Current progress, 0 reward, unknown. A legendary quest? Sounds high level. But this witnessing, how exactly does that work? What counts as witnessing? Glimpse, no obtain. Wow, that S is helpful as saying nothing at all. Shihai was speechless, staring at Night Lamp's screen. Old man, subway, phone, whatever. It looks like a long-term quest anyway. If Night Lamp isn't willing to explain now, there will be plenty of chances later. Better deal with the matter of this space structure first. What about this space sentry then? After you make direct contact, I will access its central computer and retrieve the data. Hearing this method of contact, Shihai was slightly taken aback. Do I really have to go there in person? Night Lamp replied, yes. Shihai thought for a moment. They say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Maybe there will be some unexpected rewards. Looks like I'll have to make a trip after all. Am I really unharmed? White Shark suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. The first thing he saw was Bailey Ng's worried face. Something is off. How could this guy possibly show such an expression? Must be dazed from the shock, seeing things. He blinked a few times. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, Bailey Ng's expression had turned into one of utter disdain. That's more like it. Of course you're fine. But if you lie there any longer, you really won TB. Getting shelled and still lying around like that. Are you planning to become a salted fish that can't even flip over? The figure standing before him, hands on hips, deliberately raised her voice to mask the lingering panic. But since she was here, he was probably still alive. Though he had no idea how this pink-haired girl's luck worked, past experience suggested that taking her down was no easy feat. White Shark got up from the ground, placed a hand on Bailey Ng's head, and ruffled her slightly messy pink hair. All right, I'm up. Sorry to make you worry. Suddenly having her head pressed down, Bailey Ng froze as if someone had hit the pause button. After a long moment, she let out a faint, mosquito-like sound. Don't stop. As if hearing something astonishing, White Shark lifted his hand and asked in confusion, Huh? What did you say? Get lost. Bailey Ng instantly bristled like a hissing kitten, leaping away forcefully. Who told you to touch my head? You dumb machine. Then, she turned her back to him. Watching the pink-haired girl with steam practically rising from her head, White Shark smiled, without saying anything. Now wasn't he the time to tease a child? He needed to check how long this little rundown place could hold up after the recent attack. Shaken like that, it might very well fall apart. He tapped the central console, pulling up the status panel of the outpost. Contrary to his expectations of severe damage and a screen full of red alerts, it didn't appear. Did they miss? Looking at the projection of the main structure, it was almost entirely healthy green, with hardly any yellow indicating minor damage. Only some non-essential outer shells showed as detached. White Shark was astonished. In his experience, small space structures like this shared 3 common traits: exposed starports, thin armor, and negligible counterattack capabilities. Having worked in underground operations for over a decade, he knew exactly how fragile such constructions could be. He had once taken on a job to destroy some privateer construction sites. A newly completed small space station had shattered into floating debris after just a few rounds of fire from a frigate's main cannons. Could they have missed? No, the earlier tremors were real. Moreover, the 3 frigates from Dell, now reduced to space debris, proved that the enemy's weaponry was no mere showpiece. Could it be that this small outpost he had accidentally discovered was something extraordinary? When he first found this place, he had carefully examined and confirmed its external structure. During his time at United University, he had majored in human history. Wasn't this just a small space structure from the 5th Great Decline period? Logically, its shell strength shouldn't differ much from that of the 6th era. He glanced out the window at the fleet. The enemy seemed to have ceased their attack and had instead spread out, surrounding the structure he was in. Were they waiting for something? Suddenly, White Shark noticed in the visual feed that within an empty area amidst the fleet, 10 warships materialized out of thin air. Wait, there were no void fluctuations in the vicinity. They had truly appeared out of nowhere. Simultaneously, the central console in front of him chimed with an incoming communication alert. The people outside were actively trying to contact him. Chapter 14. Not at this time? Hello. The other side sent a brief greeting. White Shark was puzzled. What was this about? Unsure of the attitude on the other end of the line, he mimicked the tone and replied, hello to you as well. On the other side, looking at the returned greeting, Shihai, who had just landed, nodded. Good, communication is possible. After a moment's thought, he asked, please clarify your intent in destroying our engineering vessel. Upon hearing this, White Shark felt a headache coming on. After reflecting on the events of the previous day, it seemed that it was the other party's engineering vessel that had fired first, wasn't it? They were merely forced to retaliate. Do you understand what retaliation means? However, the enemy now held an overwhelming advantage in firepower, leaving him with no choice but to find a way to respond without offending them. For now, He could only hope that the other side had truly come because of that mining ship, rather than using it as a pretext to target him. Escape? The enemy had already surrounded the area, and he had no idea how many people might have been injured in the recent turbulence. Fight. His warships weren't much more advanced than Del's, just a few additional models of the G2 Wild Wolf and some civilian-modified vessels equipped with torpedo launchers. Besides, he had only expanded his fleet this month, and most of his crew were merely basic employees with no deep loyalty to him. How many would be willing to risk their lives for him? Wait, torpedoes? Didn't Del have 2 torpedoes stored with him? White Shark quickly pulled Sakura over and instructed her. Take some people and move the 2 torpedoes from the cargo hold to the launchers. Then stand by and prepare for the worst. Upon hearing White Shark's orders, Sakura's pupils dilated sharply for a moment before returning to normal in less than a second. She immediately turned and ran out, managing to say with forced lightness, "Understood. I'll share half my luck with you. You better survive. Remember, if you die, I'll really dance on your grave." After watching Sakura leave, White Shark sat down and began drafting a message. Your warship entered our alert zone and repeatedly ignored our inquiries and orders to leave. Moreover, when our personnel moved to intercept, you initiated fire against us. We were left with no choice but to retaliate. Shihai looked at the message from the other side, which included a video showing one of his advancing warships suddenly exploding into a firework display, the culprit being his own X-8 vessel. This was followed by footage of the X-8 being targeted by over a dozen enemy ships. After watching it, Shihai couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. So, he was the villain in this scenario, and the enemy's ships were truly weak, to be taken out by an engineering vessel. According to some wish fulfillment stories from his past life, as the antagonist, shouldn't he now refute the other side's claims, and simply eliminate them to cover up the truth? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Shihai was startled by his own reasoning. After all, in his previous life, he had received a proper education. Even if he couldn't attain the virtue of a noble person, he absolutely refused to stoop to such petty behavior. He decided to first propose compensation and gauge the other side's reaction. If they, perceiving him as potentially weak, tried to extort him, not only refusing to acknowledge their fault, but also pushing for more, then he would make them understand what it means to hold the moral high ground. Those who speak falsely with cunning words, act deceitfully with treacherous deeds, and repay kindness with malice do not escape the judgment of the noble. At that point, he would have no choice but to send them on their way. Therefore, we sincerely apologize for the inadvertent entry of our unmanned mining vessel into your controlled area due to our oversight, which led to the exchange of fire. We will compensate for the losses caused by this incident. We request that you disarm, open the starport, and guide a portion of our warships into the harbor. Watchtower, control room. White Shark stared at the message before him, one that left him questioning reality. On one hand, it seemed unreasonable, yet they were proactively offering compensation. On the other hand, he couldn't shake the suspicion that they had ulterior motives. The demand to disarm and open the starport felt like a blatant scheme, almost as if they were spelling it out right in front of him. Summoning his courage, he attempted to reply. The misunderstanding has been resolved. We will bear our own losses. If there are no further matters, you may depart at your discretion. The other side seemed to ignore his response entirely, repeating their previous message verbatim. Well, he had a feeling they had seen it, because he noticed several dark green warships beginning to adjust their positions. This is bad. White Shark sensed his heightened instincts warning him that if he didn't comply soon, they would resort to overwhelming force. Alright, it was confirmed now. This suddenly appearing fleet was definitely up to no good. He didn't dare gamble on whether the structure beneath his feet would hold up under pressure. Fight or surrender. White Shark let out a bitter laugh. Was there even any point in reconsidering now? The courage he had mustered with great effort had already been worn down by the other side's seemingly gentle yet coercive tactics. Moreover, this small watchtower wasn't home to just him alone. After a few swipes on the control panel, he replied, "Acknowledged. Our weapon systems have been deactivated. I will now guide you into the harbor." Then, he opened his personal terminal to the contact interface for 100-mile Sakura. After a moment's thought, he sent a message, "Stay in your room. Do not open the door for anyone. Pretend you don't exist." As soon as he sent it, White Shark switched his personal terminal to Do Not Disturb mode. 30 minutes later, having urgently completed the guiding task, White Shark rushed to the entrance hall of the starport. His deputy, Gunter, had already made brief contact with the other side. Upon entering the hall, the first thing that caught his eye were the dark green powered armor suits worn by Marines stationed throughout the area, maintaining vigilance. Spotting White Shark's arrival, Gunter quickly jogged over and whispered a report. The person standing at the front is Mr. Spear. He is in charge of security matters here. Their commander is on the warship that just docked and should already be on the connecting bridge. After listening to Gunter's report, White Shark nodded and hurried toward the bridge. This is the place. Shihai stepped onto the bridge, casually tossing a disc-like object in his hand. This was the connector given by Nightlight. Once inserted into the central control computer, the collection of this watchtower would be complete. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am the person in charge here. My name is White Shark. Just as Shihai stepped off the bridge, someone nearby bowed deeply to him, nearly startling him. Snapping back to reality, Shihai glanced at the man and quietly asked Night Lantern in his mind, analyze his micro-expressions. The primary emotions detected were fear, sincerity, and worry, all within the span of a second. Quickly, Shihai reached out to steady him by the shoulder and said, "Mr. White Shark, there is no need to be so formal. On behalf of my side, I offer our deepest apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. The reason we came to this outpost is mainly because it appears to be a relic from the Fourth Era. We are here for archaeological purposes." Archaeology? The word sent shockwaves through White Shark's mind. As far as he knew, in this current age, aside from the United University located in the core star systems of the Order Alliance, what other organization would engage in archaeology? Wasn't he that something the Voyager Federation of the previous era was most fond of doing? Coupled with the sudden appearance of the warship, a terrifying thought surfaced in White Shark's mind. Could they possibly not belong to this era? During his 4 years at the United University, White Shark had heard many bizarre and fantastical tales, such as soul-seizing seeds that housed the consciousness of people from previous eras, ancient fleets lost in the void lanes that had traversed time and space, and immortals who had lived from the Golden Age all the way to the present. These phenomena, which could not be deciphered by contemporary humanity, though perhaps those from the Golden Age might have understood, were collectively referred to as marvels. However, White Shark leaned more toward the second possibility, that somewhere, dormant facilities from a previous era still existed. After all, ever since the end of the Second Great Decline, the unified human government entering the new era had made a series of preparations to guard against potential future disasters. These included, but were not limited to, gene banks, data repositories, and even rotating dormant garrisons and shelters. Moreover, after humanity reforged their genes during the Golden Age, the theoretical lifespan reached around 400 years. With the aid of hibernation pods, one could easily be preserved for millennia. Could they be dormant personnel from the Voyager Federation? Coincidentally, that regime seemed to permit the development and use of simple AI, and their immediate focus on archaeology seemed to align with that. Lost in his own conjectures, White Shark stood frozen in place, unaware of his internal turmoil. Shihai continued along the topic of archaeology. We hope to recover and back up the database here. Could you guide us? His words trailed off as he noticed White Shark's dazed expression. Puzzled, Shihai wondered, did I come across as intimidating just now? Oh, yes. White Shark suddenly snapped back to attention. What am I doing, spacing out like this? Whether these people are remnants of a past era is still unconfirmed. But one thing is certain, they are definitely not the academic type of archaeologists. His momentary lapse had been terribly impolite. Leaving a bad impression now would be disastrous. Not to mention there was a fleet positioned outside, and even the surrounding Marines alone could overpower this small outpost dozens of times over. He hurriedly suppressed his nervousness. Yet the imagined scenarios kept flooding his mind, causing cold sweat to trickle down uncontrollably. Therefore, he quickly chose to change the subject, gesturing toward the central server room with an inviting motion and saying, "Please follow me." The group proceeded into the interior of the outpost. After nearly 5 or 6 minutes of walking, they arrived at the entrance to the central control room. With a creak, the heavy door was gently pushed open, emitting a sharp metallic screech. Upon entering, the floor was strewn with tangled data cables, their connectors plugged into open server cabinets nearby. A black box, about half a person's height, lay casually on the ground, with the other ends of the cables extending from it. Manual control device. White Shark instinctively began to explain as he noticed Shihai staring at the large black box. We don't have the decryption key, so this is the simplest way to take control of this outpost. Shihai nodded without speaking, then pulled out the access device given by Nightlight and inserted it directly. Analyzing. Access point breached. Querying logs. Complete. Time span covers 40 years, including records from the late 5th era and the period of the 5th Great Decline. Listening to Nightlight's continuous reports, Shihai felt a wave of confusion. How did it jump to the 5th era? Wasn't he this supposed to be the 4th era? Wait, earlier, outside. Wasn't he it because a layer was scraped off, revealing the inner core, that the mission was triggered? Could it be? He cast a glance at the several Marines standing beside him. Understanding his intent, they immediately acted. After Shihai backed up the contents of the mainframe, the Marines drove their powered armor-s breaching hammers into the host machine and forcefully pulled back. Screech. The mainframe, which appeared to be completely embedded in the wall, was torn out, revealing another cube-like chassis inside. White Shark watched as they dismantled the chassis and stared at the antiquated cube behind it, utterly astonished. Damn. There's another mastermind. He had thought he was the only one who had taken over this place. But it turned out that the server room he had so cautiously connected to, fearing malfunctions, had already been tampered with by someone else who had embedded this device. But why did this cube look so familiar? The more he looked at it, the more he felt he had seen it somewhere before. Wait, isn't this a light brain? There were a few unearthed ones at United University, treated as priceless treasures. He never expected such a rare artifact to be hidden in the space outpost he had stumbled upon. Chapter 16. Your little nightlight is violating the light brain nowadays. Fully intact light brains are as rare as phoenix feathers. These devices, which cannot be manufactured or repaired and can only be excavated from ancient ruins, are essentially non-renewable resources for modern human civilization. The large, well-preserved light brains at United University were donated one by the major signatory regimes of the Order Alliance. Nowadays, some smaller regimes might have to mobilize their entire nation's resources just to gather a triple-digit number of light brains. And yet, here was such an incredibly precious device, lying quietly before him in the space outpost White Shark had claimed. Who put this light brain in my home? Oh no, this home was something I stumbled upon. It feels like making an investment that earned hundreds of millions only to lose it all in an instant. Never mind. Let us think of something else. When was this neural computer produced? He searched for markings on its casing and found a silver-white broken sword emblem, a relic from the Second Human Empire, the regime that unified humanity during the 4th era. White Shark recalled from his university lectures that this short-lived polity, which lasted only a little over 1,000 years, revered the Federation of the Golden Age as the first empire and inherited its outward-facing style. It engaged in large-scale, destructive exploitation of Golden Age relics, indirectly hastening the decline of human civilization. Yet, during its rule over humanity, it also employed extreme measures to rebuild internal cohesion and re-establish a lasting deterrence against certain non-human civilizations that endures to this day. Historical assessments of it are mixed. It administered a potent remedy to a dying human civilization at the cost of its own longevity. Though whether this accelerated or delayed humanity's demise remains debatable. A click echoed, pulling White Shark back to reality. Shihai inserted the interface given by Night Lamp into the cube. Reading in progress. Information received. Commencing decryption. Progress, 1-2. Night Lamp forcefully accesses the neural computer. Meanwhile, within the shadows of the asteroid belt, aboard the destroyer Desert Sovereign in a certain fleet. Salman. How long have we been traveling? Samir asked casually, glancing at the star chart before picking up his personal terminal to check. No signal. By the way, ISNT the ruler here known to mandate implanted personal terminals for citizens? Not sure. About a dozen standard hours, came Salman's offhand reply. Still not there yet? We have to wait. This sector is dense with small celestial bodies, requiring quite a few detours. Samir sighed with boredom. All right. The second emissary expects us to carry out the sacred ritual by standard calendar July 5th, which is tomorrow. You'd better secure those 2 torpedoes today. Salman nudged the left engine throttle slightly, evading a rapidly drifting asteroid, and responded, I know. I have my own pace. Long live the spirit of the desert. Shrugging, Samir echoed, long live the spirit of the desert. The neural computer succumbed, obediently yielding. Read complete. Deleted records restored. Night Lamp's efficiency was no exaggeration. In under 5 minutes, it successfully breached the neural computer's boot defense mechanism. The neural computer suddenly activated. An opening appeared atop the small Night Lamp, essentially a hard drive. Initiating a holographic projection. Welcome back, Commander. The current time is amp error. System instability detected. Immediate generated key input. The 337th temporary command center log has been opened for you. Then, a screen unfolded before him. Above were neatly arranged files. Heretic execution record 233121, heretic execution record 223122. Shihai scrolled down, finding them densely packed with records of executions targeting heretics and aliens. He opened one of the preserved recordings. In the footage, soldiers clad in powered armor lifted over a dozen unprotected individuals and hurled them into the vacuum of space. Glancing at the case file, it contained only a brief note, colluding with foreign races, framing fellow humans. The next case record cited discrimination against compatriots and currying favor with outsiders. Opening another, he found an even more shocking charge, willingly allowing alien contamination of noble human genetics. After reviewing several more files, a chime echoed from the Night Lamp in his mind. The Second Empire label had been unlocked. Extreme racism, extreme xenophobia, extreme collectivism, extreme racial purity. Commentary. Desperate circumstances bred extreme Avengers. When humanity regained the courage to risk mutual destruction, they finally clawed their way back from the dining table to their former position. Looking over these records, White Shark's expression grew complex. As a history student, he knew the motto of that autocratic empire. Eternal infamy belongs to the empire. Everlasting glory belongs to humanity. This was the ideological imprint that Extreme Empire stamped upon all subjects under its rule, and also its final gift to humankind. Meanwhile, Shihai was captivated by the Night Lamp's new updates. Time Walker mission progress advanced. 4th era. 5 Night Lamp has connected to the civilization-wide network. Then, this AI, capable of overwhelming even optical brains, suddenly and inexplicably crashed. In less than a second, it returned to normal. Please enter immersive learning after confirming environmental safety. I will briefly explain the current state of human civilization. It seemed the objective of this journey had been achieved. Shihai turned to White Shark and said, all right. The data we need has been extracted. Now, let us discuss compensation for your losses. For the damaged ships, we will provide an equivalent amount of resources or vessels. For the destroyed structures, we hope your side can propose a reasonable plan. Mid-sentence, Shihai noticed White Shark staring intently into his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly complex. Suddenly, White Shark uttered words that caught Shihai completely off guard. May I join you? Chapter 17. The history student joins the team. Being born into a once glorious civilization, now steadily marching toward its demise, made studying history an excruciating endeavor. Every glimpse of past brilliance uncovered during his studies only cast the bleakness of his present reality into sharper relief. Historians' spirits were repeatedly executed, their souls oscillating between pride and inferiority, until they could only choose, much like that empire already buried beneath the dust of history, to mask extreme insecurity with extreme confidence. White Shark's former teacher, who constantly ranted about heretics and aliens, was precisely such a person. Years ago, it was he who brought White Shark, freshly escaped from a space city and having joined a band of smugglers, into United University. Upon entering university, White Shark quickly reconstructed his worldview. Under the torment of history studies, he gradually developed a distant, seemingly unattainable dream, to organize and preserve the entirety of the past. Whether human civilization ultimately perishes in decline or is reborn from flames, he wanted to transcribe its former glory and record its past sorrows. He wanted human civilization to remember where it came from. However, the archaeological teams of United University faced obstacles within every political regime. After graduation, he attempted to join archaeological units in various signatory states of the Order Alliance, leveraging his status as a history major who had skipped grades. Yet, within just 3 months, he became utterly disillusioned with these people. Their so-called archaeology was nothing more than a destructive exploitation of relics, akin to draining a pond to catch fish. Massive plasma fireworks were stripped of their energy diffusion devices and repurposed as torpedoes. Small reactors were directly installed on warships to power weapons. Compact mobile research space stations were armored and converted into military outposts. Their version of archaeology was gradually erasing their own history. Disheartened, he decided to become a star wanderer, to explore, discover, and record on his own. Yet reality remained inescapable. Funding became a major issue. Caught in a dilemma, he chose survival. Thus, he once again embarked on the path of interstellar smuggling. Forced by livelihood, he felt he was losing the fiery passion he once had. Replaced instead by credits and energy coins, the standard universal equivalent in the Order Alliance, based on energy. During this time, he encountered a pink-haired junior named Yuri Sakura, who had dropped out during one of his smuggling operations. The two shared a deep, almost fated connection in their passion for history. And White Shark gradually began to see her as a reflection of his former self. He chose to indulge most of her actions, as if making peace with the person he once was. And since he had made peace, he thought, let the ideals of youth slowly fade away. Perhaps, in a few years, White Shark would truly become like the current human civilization, forgetting everything, sinking into oblivion, smuggling, earning money, settling down, having children, and finally dying quietly, turning into a floating mass of inorganic matter in the cosmos. Until today, when Shihai and the others arrived. Seeing those millennia-old documents resurface and witnessing those mottos that still resonated powerfully across 1,000 years, he realized his passion had never truly extinguished. It had merely found a new way to burn. And the arrival of Shihai and his companions stirred the embers, reigniting them into a blazing flame. Whether they were remnants of a former regime or a legendary phenomenon akin to a cosmic wonder, this group before him represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he seize it and give an answer to his younger self, or continue idling away, slowly decaying? His body made the choice. May I join you? Yes. Standing opposite him, Shihai was momentarily startled, but after meeting White Shark's resolute gaze, he chose to agree. Chapter 18. The sudden appearance of an unknown fleet currently in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Shihai is indeed short on personnel. Warships without their own bases do not come with cloned crew members. And the AI truly lives up to its titles of basic and elementary. It's even more rudimentary than a standard human-machine interface. Accepting White Shark was partly a spur-of-the-moment decision. His unwavering, almost fanatical determination was genuinely moving. However, Nightlamp suddenly emerged and directly commented, a loyal idealist, though life is gradually wearing down his edges. This was Nightlamp's comprehensive evaluation of him, based on micro-expression analysis from their first meeting up to now, as well as searches through all accessible network information. In the face of Nightlamp, which can even overpower optical computers, all online information is essentially transparent. Thus, its credibility assessment of White Shark is 78, which is the primary reason Shihai accepted him. Still, glancing at the information Nightlamp retrieved, Shihai silently wondered, where does its computational power come from? Despite having no physical carrier, it remains remarkably formidable. But never mind that for now. Shihai looked over at White Shark, who was still standing in place, seemingly surprised at how easily he had been accepted. Just as the two were staring at each other, unsure how to break the silence. A report from the communicator on Spire's waist abruptly interrupted the stillness. Radar has detected an unknown fleet approaching the Jefu. Finally, they were almost there. After navigating around a dust belt, Salman glanced at the central control screen. According to the route, Outpost Z25 should be only about 0.02 AU away, approximately 78 times the Earth-Moon distance. With few obstacles remaining on the final stretch, he could basically relax. Standing nearby, Samir glanced over and noted their imminent arrival. He then turned, picked up the ship's intercom, switched to the logistics team's communication channel, and began issuing orders. Prepare to receive the cargo. Groups 1 and 2, Fuja Yihao Chanchuchit. Groups 3 and 4, wait. Salman, who had been monitoring the radar, suddenly shouted. Something's wrong. There are 20 additional signal reflections near Outpost Z25. Based on the reflection models, they're warships. Most are in the 200, 300-meter range, classified as destroyers. Hearing this, Samir paused, his actions halting mid-command. After a moment's thought, he added, resecure all equipment and halt preparatory work. Then, turning to Salman, he asked, what is going on? Is it an ambush? Or has the rendezvous point been compromised? Salman furrowed his brow and nodded, saying, I suspect we might have been attacked. After all, the only ones capable of assembling this many destroyer-class warships in this area should be the system defense forces. Samir raised an eyebrow, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Why would those regular forces bother attacking smugglers? It's a thankless task. And if they accidentally hit a route secretly protected by some big shot, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? Salman's frown deepened. He wanted to turn around and leave immediately, sensing something deeply unsettling about the situation. But what about the 2 torpedoes prepared by the second emissary? Damn it. Why are those guys, who usually hesitate to even start their engines to avoid wear and tear, so proactive today? Alright, we have no choice but to retreat for now. As for tomorrow's operation, we can always sacrifice a frigate by self-destructing it. Wait, those warships are moving. Their target is clearly us. Damn it, what rotten luck today. All hands, battle stations. Salman shouted into the fleet channel over the intercom, slamming his hand on a button on the central console. Instantly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the ship. They were being pursued. Upon detecting the unidentified fleet, Shihai immediately ordered the standby fleet outside to intercept. 10 Rubies and 10 FG-300s, left outside the outpost, swiftly adjusted their formation and headed toward the unknown fleet. Meanwhile, the warships docked in the harbor started their engines one by one, ready for action. Shihai, guided by White Shark, made his way to the outpost's control tower. Along the way, noticing Shihai's tense demeanor, White Shark cautiously explained, Sir, they came through the underground passage. This unidentified fleet might belong to smugglers. Earlier, someone stored some goods with us. The fleet on the other side could be the buyers they mentioned. Shihai nodded thoughtfully. I see, he said, having initially suspected the arrival of the system defense forces. To be safe, let us verify it. That way, we won't be left wondering. Then, turning to White Shark, he added, also, there's no need to call me sir. After a brief moment of reflection, Shihai considered that if they wanted to develop openly, it would be best not to appear as a political entity or an ambiguous military force to avoid unnecessary complications. An idea struck him. What about adopting the guise of a vast interstellar corporation? It would be perfectly reasonable to have some armed protection for the sake of free trade. Wouldn't it? Traveling extensively could easily be explained as market expansion. And once they possessed overwhelming force, what they were called would hardly matter. From now on, he declared, address me as chairman. Yes, chairman. White Shark promptly corrected himself. He mused silently. Isn't that a title used in corporations? Well, since I've already joined them, there will be plenty of time to learn more. He made a mental note. Shihai and his group seem to operate under a corporate structure. How then can I get involved in their archaeological work in the future? White Shark, who had just impulsively joined the organization, began to ponder seriously. Meanwhile, Shihai grew increasingly restless over the unidentified fleet before them. After briefly assessing their current configuration, he realized that most of the escort ships he had easily overpowered earlier were actually modified civilian starships. This time, however, radar indicated over 60 vessels of varying sizes approaching, some even large enough to qualify as destroyers. In contrast, he currently only had escort ships at his disposal, and a sudden sense of dread over insufficient firepower began to gnaw at him. Meanwhile, back in the server room they had just left, the small night light on the optical computer seemed forgotten by everyone. Plugged in quietly, it continued its relentless assault on the deeper defenses of the system, uncovering earlier layers of data and steadily implanting plugins. Chapter 19. Does this make sense? Watching the warships drawing closer on the radar, Salman cursed his luck under his breath. It seemed today's battle was unavoidable. What was wrong with these people? Sending 20 destroyers after him? Was he even worth that? Well, if a fight was inevitable, they wouldn't go down without a struggle. The desert lord beneath his feet was, after all, an active-duty boxer-class destroyer of the Laker Star Empire. At 400 meters in length, it ranked among the larger vessels in mainstream destroyer categories. His fleet also included 4 other destroyers of the same class. While in cosmic warfare, bigger didn't always mean better. After all, one never knew if an enemy might pull some ancient technology from a 30-meter-long skiff and reduce you to dust in an instant. He was somewhat relieved to know the mainstream ships of the Claude Military Political Union were roughly on par with theirs, if not slightly inferior in some aspects. Thus, with ship capabilities being comparable, larger size meant more weapon platforms and better damage resilience. Not to mention, he still had dozens of miscellaneous escort ships on his side. In other words, they weren't entirely without a fighting chance. And so, he decided to strike first. Hostile targets ahead, temporarily designated as 1 and 2. Concentrate fire. Deploy torpedoes for saturation bombing. Focus fire in numerical order. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Engaging. Locking on. The moment they were illuminated by fire control radar, the Lagrange warships in motion immediately shifted into combat mode, initiating weapon system locks. 10 unmanned. General-purpose FG-300 drones were deliberately repositioned to shield the front of the fleet. During the brief formation adjustment, the cloned crew members carried out commands with rigid precision. Further confirming Salman's suspicion, these were forces of the Galactic Defense Army. After a brief few dozen seconds, dense torpedoes and shells pierced through the silent expanse between the battlefields. Trailing pale glimmers, they spread out like a vast, unfurling net, lunging toward their prey. In the blink of an eye, the torpedoes closed in, striking the silver-white armor with brutal force. The high-energy explosives and oxidizers within reacted, erupting into dazzling bursts of flame. Close behind, shells carrying immense kinetic energy slammed into the bow, only to be violently deflected or embedded deep into the hull. In the vacuum of space, where sound cannot travel, the eerie coexistence of silence and chaos filled the battlefield with dissonance, pushing Salman and his crew's tension to its peak. Counterattack underway. Fire. On the other side, the bridge echoed with cold, detached reports. The menacing turrets had already completed their targeting locks. The barrels of the FG-300S roared to life, unleashing a rapid succession of shells that streaked away, trailing fiery plumes. Aboard the Ruby, charging mechanisms disengaged from standby, and massive metallic projectiles were hurled forth with extreme force along their rails, arcs of electricity crackling around them, nearly solidifying into visible form. A torrent of munitions surged forward. Salman repeatedly refreshed the radar, assessing the impact of their assault, while Samir verified the status of each vessel. In that saturation strike, they had poured nearly 3/4 of the fleet's torpedoes and missiles. Even if the enemy wasn't completely annihilated, their morale should have been shattered, or so he tried to reassure himself. But before his thoughts could settle, a massive alarm suddenly blared across the bridge. Enemy strike. Direct hit. A violent tremor followed. Requesting support. Requesting support. The enemy has achieved a straddle on the flagship. Sectors B2, A1, A2 losing pressure. Salman's fleet was caught off guard. How could this be? How could the enemy still mount a counterattack? The situation had spiraled beyond expectation. Just then, the radar updated. Samir leaned in to look, his face paling as if he'd seen a ghost. Confirmed kills. 2 vessels? Is this a joke? Is this the result a saturation bombardment should yield? That torpedo barrage alone would have stripped the armor off most active frontline destroyers in any mainstream polity. Looking out the viewport, their makeshift escort ships fared like eggs dashed against stone, merely grazed, yet instantly rendered useless. One shell, trailing a golden arc of electricity, pierced straight through one frigate and then bored through the bow of another in the same trajectory, stringing the 2 wrecked vessels together along its path. Panic finally etched itself across Salman's face. The opposing warships were on an entirely different level. Finally grasping what they had provoked, he snatched the microphone and shouted with all his might, "Retreat, now! We're no match for them. Their ships, they might all be relics. Our escort frigate has been destroyed. Our escort frigate has been destroyed. The enemy has withdrawn." The battle report came through from Nightlight. To avoid any unforeseen contingencies from the enemy, Shihai ordered the pursuing fleet to hold position and cease the chase. 2 FG-300s were destroyed, and the remaining warships all sustained structural damage exceeding 50%. However, when compared to the over 30 casualties inflicted on the unidentified fleet, he had achieved a remarkably favorable exchange ratio, and the enemy had even retreated voluntarily. Yet, the unease in his heart deepened. Could even a smuggling fleet possess such formidable firepower? The faint sense of security he had just begun to feel had now completely vanished. Plans for constructing more advanced ship classes needed to be prioritized immediately, right now, without delay. He promptly accessed the base integrated with the Night Lantern. Thanks to the previously activated automatic upgrade function, the base had already reached level 4. There were available slots in the port, idle capacity in the joint production line, and resources were more than sufficient. The destroyer AC-721? No, better to go with the CAS-066. 4 of them commenced construction at the outskirts of the asteroid belt. The fleet of the White Robe organization, which had just managed to escape. The White Robes was merely their nickname. Their true organization was called the Saints, derived from the fact that most members preferred wearing long white robes. Check their radar, confirming there were no pursuers behind them. Salman cautiously directed the fleet into the shadow of an asteroid and began assessing their situation. Half the fleet had been obliterated, and they hadn't even secured the torpedoes. Staring at the staggering statistics before him, Salman barely managed to keep from collapsing on the spot. He turned to Samir and tentatively asked, "What do we do now?" Samir looked utterly bewildered. "You're asking me? You're the captain. I'm just the first mate." Seeing his reaction, Salman knew there was no hope there. Tomorrow's ceremony still had to be completed. They would have to resort to destroying a ship, but doing so would be too conspicuous, making it difficult to approach. Samir was also frustrated. Returning to the organization this time, being dismissed and investigated would be considered a mild outcome. How could they have encountered a fleet entirely composed of ancient warships? Shouldn't ships from past eras be preserved in vacuum docks, treated as precious treasures? And the fleet they just faced consisted entirely of destroyers specialized in artillery bombardment, with no other ship types at all. What a waste of such treasures. Not a single shield ship among them. Had they never learned proper fleet composition? Moreover, most relics from previous eras should be serving as flagships elsewhere. An entire fleet of relic-class ships. Even major factions would keep such assets hidden as their ultimate trump cards. Who would use them to combat smuggling? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What kind of eccentric had they run into? He pressed his throbbing temples and tilted his head back, stretching his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the radar screen. Wait, did something just move? Taking a closer look, he realized something was amiss and immediately shouted, "On the radar! There's an object moving toward us at a constant speed." Chapter 20. The universe always manifests some rather peculiar phenomena, Your Excellency. They have been gone for some time now. In the governor's office on the third planet of the Ursa Major V1222 constellation, Kirk stood beside the desk, observing Alexei seated in the large leather executive chair, delivering his report with ease. "Good, very good." Alexei wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Finally, those troublemakers are gone. I thought my leadership team was going to be completely reshuffled, but they only took a few people from the slums? Such a grand display. Could it be that some important figure went into hiding in my jurisdiction after an incident? That seems almost like defying the heavens. But now that they've left, they probably won't return anytime soon. Kirk, how did you handle that batch of cryogenic fluid?" Kirk pulled out a remote control and said, "I've already set the trajectory and launched it. According to the positioning device inside, it should be mid-sentence." He glanced at the location on the remote screen and suddenly froze. Alexei, however, didn't notice and continued praising, "Excellent. I knew I could count on you. After this, your benefits will be upgraded another level. That batch of cryogenic fluid took nearly a year to accumulate. It would been a real shame if it were lost. By the way, where is it now? How long until we can retrieve it?" Meeting Alexei's gaze, Kirk silently swallowed the rest of his sentence. Why has the device stopped moving? It dawned on him that Governor Alexei's earlier instructions to handle it didn't necessarily mean to destroy it. If it were truly gone, wouldn't he explode with anger? For now it was probably just blocked by some unknown asteroid. He'd descend a shuttle to check later. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Startled, Kirk quickly regained his composure. "No, I was just calculating the remaining time. It's currently in the asteroid belt. Should be retrievable in a few hours." Alexei nodded with satisfaction. "Good, you may leave." Relieved by Alexei's expression, Kirk gave a slight bow and exited. Walking down the corridor of the governor's residence, he muttered to himself, "Don't scare yourself, that thing better be safe by the stars. Look what I've salvaged. A full 40 cubic meters of wild void energy. Salman, we're saved." Just moments ago, after confirming that the moving unidentified object was an unmanned spacecraft, Samir took a shuttle and personally attempted to salvage it. Once he towed the thing into the battleship and had it opened, voila, a standard energy storage tank lay inside. Testing revealed liquid void energy, a full 40 cubic meters. This is absolutely incredible. I'm telling you, with just 1 liter, no, 500 milliliters, we could set off a supernova in this star system. We'll definitely exceed the mission requirements. And with this leading the way, we won't face any penalties when we return. Salman waved a hand, calming the excited Samir. "All right, I know you're eager, but let us not rush. I recall that nowadays, apart from those mining sites left over from the Golden Age, only the self-powered devices of the star markers can extract this stuff, right?" He frowned. "So, where did this come from?" Samir paused, then said, "Huh, that actually makes sense. Are you suggesting someone here is illegally extracting energy from the star marker storage units?" Salman nodded and replied, "There's no way a void energy mining site could exist here, so that's pretty much the only possibility." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he struck his palm with his fist. "Do you remember the turbulence when we exited the navigation lane here? That was a sign of an unstable lane." Samir froze. Then his expression twisted in realization. "Damn, now that you mention it, you're right. What do we do?" Salman now wore a look of deep concern. "It just means the void here is unstable. What if we were to craft a bomb using void energy here? Could it trigger a collapse zone and suck us right in?" Samir thought for a moment, his tone uncertain. "Maybe, if we reduce the amount we use. It might not happen." The two exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Salman finally gave his answer. "Forget it. Let us move our fleet farther away. There's no other choice. This is the safest option we have. May the desert protect us. Otherwise, if we try to blow up the ship, have you seen that system defense fleet? We'd likely be destroyed before we even get close." Samir sighed. "Let us hope so. For the sacred goal." "Yes, for the sacred goal," Salman echoed. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Shihai began preparing for the return journey. As for White Shark, after explaining his situation and that of his crew to Shihai, he expressed his desire to join the archaeological work. Shihai was pleasantly surprised. He had only intended to find a few pilots to replace automated systems, but unexpectedly, he now had 2 history specialists. Of course, he welcomed them warmly. History specialists were excellent. They could help excavate more ruins. As for those legendary missions like Time Walker, wouldn't they become a reality? In the future, whenever White Shark made a discovery, Shihai could simply visit, offer a few words of encouragement, allocate more funding, and turn him into a tirelessly driven force. As for White Shark's crew, those willing to stay could remain, while those who wished to leave would receive a severance package. However, most of those who had followed White Shark into smuggling had done so out of necessity. Now that their leader was switching careers, and the new employer not only offered good gear, but was also incredibly powerful, of course they would follow their old boss. Thus, aside from a few individuals with special circumstances, almost the entire original team was recruited. At the Starport S boarding area, Shihai left the coordinates of the base he had constructed the previous day and boarded his ship first. He still needed to repair his vessel. White Shark, after handling the remaining matters at the outpost, immediately headed to Shihai-S base to report. The fleet departed from the port. Course confirmed, setting off. On the bridge of a ruby-red vessel, Shihai checked the construction progress of the CAS-066. After using prefabricated modules to accelerate the completion of one ship, the unease in his heart slightly subsided. Seeing that there were still over 10 minutes left in the journey, Shihai suddenly remembered that Nightlight had mentioned immersive learning about the current state of civilization. With time to spare, he decided to proceed now. He found a spot on the bridge to lie down, summoned Nightlight, and said, "Nightlight, initiate immersive learning." Affirmative. Under Nightlight's hypnotic influence, he gradually drifted into sleep. As his consciousness blurred, he felt as though he had forgotten something. Never mind, he thought, it probably isn't important. Soon, he fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the Z-25 outpost, on the central control room's optical computer, a small Nightlight notification appeared, attempting to bypass firewall. Code invalid, reconnecting. Chapter 21. When stomachs are full, minds wander aimlessly. Wait, humanity is living in such destitution? 10 minutes later, having completed the immersive learning, Shihai jolted upright as if rising from his deathbed. He had assumed that even if humanity wasn't thriving, they couldn't be doing too poorly. Yet the reality was cultural fragmentation, lost technology, uncertainty about the location of their home planet, extreme polarization, severe conflicts, and endless social issues. Humanity had splintered into fragmented factions, with the only entity capable of bringing all surface-level humans to the negotiating table being a loose, United Nations-like organization, the Order Alliance. The current state of human civilization could hardly be described as facing internal and external challenges. That would be too generous. The only healthy aspects seemed to be their mental state. A prevailing ideology of human supremacy and racial confidence remained dominant in society. Yet, this was of little use, especially since psychic abilities did not exist here. Shouting heretic a few times didn't magically transform one into a heralding angel of doom. If not for the formidable legacies left by ancestors from previous eras, humanity's graves would likely have long been forgotten. Shaking off the dizziness induced by the immersive learning, Shihai stood up, rubbed his nose, and scratched his head. He recalled what he had been doing when Nightlight first awoke and laid eyes on the FG-300. He had dreamed of conquering the stars. It seemed almost laughable now. Destination reached. The prompt echoing through the bridge startled him. Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window at the massive base outside. Home. Or can it even be called home? He murmured softly, as if questioning aloud, then glanced around. The clones beside him remained silent and still. A sudden chill ran down Shihai's spine. Was this the uncanny valley effect? A true man shouldn't be unsettled by mere cliché. Yet, surrounded by this eerie atmosphere, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an indescribable discomfort, like something lodged in his thoughts, hindering their flow. In an attempt to divert his attention, he tried calling out to Nightlight, hoping to engage in conversation. Nightlight, tell me, this person, so wretched. Humanity living in such misery. What does it have to do with my monthly salary of 3,000? Perhaps I have already moved beyond the level of earning 3,000 a month. But, wait, let me gather my thoughts. Nightlight did not respond. It was feeling perplexed. It had just deliberately emphasized the depths of human suffering, almost as if it were showing favoritism toward this species. Even though it was merely an AI, it did not understand what had gone wrong with its programming, but in that moment, the feeling seemed more authoritative than its underlying code. Unable to pinpoint the issue, it chose to remain silent. Seeing that night light was quiet, Shihai didn't mind and continued rambling about this and that. What kind of person am I, after all? Before crossing over, he was just a marginal figure in society, accomplishing nothing in his previous life, cared for and noticed by no one except his parents. His life revolved between the company and his rented room, with hobbies limited to gaming, late-night snacks, and occasionally indulging in flights of fancy. Upon arriving here, he spent 3 months scavenging through trash. Someone like me, what a joke. How could I possibly be unsettled by the fate of human civilization? His social interactions in his past life were limited to online gaming friends. And in this life, on a whim, he recruited Su Chong and Su Ling. And for the sake of a mission, he accepted Bai Sha, who switched sides. And then, was there anyone he truly connected with? It was absurd. This life seemed even worse than the last. So why should he worry about the human species? He tried to affirm himself, but found no evidence. Loneliness seemed to be winding itself around him. Yet, a person must have something to look forward to in life, right? Where was the anchor of his existence? What was his goal? He didn't know. Clearly, he couldn't figure it out. He was just an ordinary person, one who had only recently emerged from dire circumstances. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his father from his previous life. "Dad, I miss you," he blurted out. Suddenly jolted awake, he realized his surroundings were nowhere familiar, only the cold vacuum of space. Yet, he seemed unwilling to break free from his reverie, his thoughts leaping incessantly, from childhood to adulthood. Then back to adolescence. He recalled Li Bai's line, "Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use," and inexplicably thought of Gu Yanwu's saying, "Every ordinary person bears responsibility for the fate of the nation." He remembered his father's words, "In life, one must always have something to hope for." Finally, his mind jumped to his youth when he read the three-body problem, where Wade said, "Forward, forward, press forward by any means necessary." Shihai suddenly laughed. He had been startled awake. When a person is well fed, they really do start overthinking, he mused. During those 3 months of scavenging through trash, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts. Ha ha, I almost lost myself in it. The grand narrative of humanity's fate had little to do with him for now. Him, first and foremost, he needed to live well. Oh, and not just that, the tasks assigned by Nightlight, though their purpose remained unclear, could also serve as a goal to pursue. Right, in the immersive learning just mentioned. Only enterprises recognized by the Order Alliance can navigate the Void Passageway and enjoy limited free travel rights between star systems. Otherwise, they'd be treated as unidentified invading forces. And no one would be held responsible for taking them out. So, we need to go register first. Breaking free from a pile of troubling thoughts, Shihai rubbed his temples. Let us put it this way. Wait, maybe a little less. No need, 100 milliliters is powerful enough, and the damage effect is controllable. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Salman and Samir were overseeing the extraction of void energy. At the valve of the large tank, several individuals clad in full isolation suits drew out a tube of liquid emitting an eerie blue glow. Beauty often signifies lethality. If this 100 milliliters of void energy underwent a fission reaction, it could easily vaporize an entire continent on a planet. Alright. Send it straight for bomb manufacturing. Report. Just as the extraction was completed, Salman's earpiece suddenly chimed, followed by a slightly excited voice. We captured a small shuttle. After cross-referencing, the person on board is the assistant and secretary to the governor of our target planet tomorrow. It's him. Samir, of course, heard the news as well. Seeing the confusion on Salman's face, he turned and said, "See? The universe not only spawns wild void energy, but also wild governor's assistants." Salman silently moved his lips. 6. In the interrogation room at that moment, facing an interrogator who seemed ready to administer a major memory restoration technique, Kirk felt his life was over. White-robed fanatics, ruined. It couldn't be more obvious. These were clearly maniacs from the Saints. He silently apologized to Governor Alexei in his heart, then thought, "Sorry, Governor. Better you than me. I can no longer enjoy your loyalty, so I'll just have to peach on you." In just over 10 minutes, Kirk had thoroughly betrayed his old superior. Chapter 22. Welcome to Order Seat V0101 at the top of the administrative building on Planet 3 of Ursa, Major V1222. In the governor's office, Alexei, seated in his office chair, sneezed and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. How strange. Where's that kid Kirk? Did he run off? He checked the time. Over 4 standard hours had passed unnoticed. Perhaps it's about time to start recovering that batch of void energy still floating in outer orbit? According to Kirk's estimate, it should be just about right, shouldn't he? But then he glanced at his personal terminal again. Kirk's status still showed as offline. Could he be asleep? No, wait, it changed. It's changed now. From offline to user out of service area. Damn it. Under such intense provocation, even Alexei, who usually prided himself on his composure, could not help but utter a curse. For the mass-produced implanted personal terminals of the Claudius military-industrial complex, being out of service area meant only 2 possibilities. Either the user had left the actual controlled territory of the complex, or the user was dead. For Alexei, the best outcome was the second possibility. At least that would prove the void energy he had painstakingly extracted for a year was still intact. Otherwise, there was only one other explanation. Kirk had defected, taking his 40 cubic units of void energy with him. He quickly activated the central console on his desk to check Kirk's itinerary. The last recorded location of his signal was at the patrol base on the surface. Damn Kirk. He had applied for a shuttle in the name of a secret order from the governor's office and flown straight out. Watching the shuttle's trajectory heading toward the asteroid belt, Alexei slammed his fist heavily onto the desk. That secret order was one he had approved just yesterday when he tasked Kirk with handling those materials. He, Alexei, the esteemed planetary governor, had been made a fool. How could Kirk dare to embezzle and flee? How dare he? This man had climbed up from the grassroots alongside him. He was supposed to be his most trusted confidant. At this thought, Alexei's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Betrayal for profit, was it? Very well. Do you think you can get away with it? He immediately retrieved the private contact information of the System Defense Force commander, but hesitated and switched to the official work account instead. Hello? Errett, Kirk has defected today. He is carrying a large amount of critical data. He must be a mole planted by the Laker Star Empire. To protect the honor of Marshal Sama, I demand you arrest him immediately. Unusual static crackled from the other end, as if the communication was unstable. To protect the honor of Marshal Sama, or to protect your secrets. A sharp voice pierced through, causing Alexei discomfort in his ears, but he retorted firmly. He is carrying highly dangerous energetic materials. I do not want him causing destruction within the Complex S territory. We are both striving for Marshal Sama, aren't we? After a long pause, a cold snort echoed from the other side. Humph, it better be. I will safeguard every inch of territory for Marshal Sama. I expect you to do the same. Parasite. Before Alexei could respond, the call was cut off. Only then did he wipe the sweat from his brow. In any case, he had already completed the necessary cover-up. Whatever happened next, he could emerge completely unscathed. As for that batch of void energy, since he could no longer obtain it, he would simply extract it for another year. But as for Kirk, during the voyage the fleet had been navigating the Void Corridor for over 2 hours. Through prior study, Shihai had learned how to enter the Void Corridor. These corridors were not direct routes. They had intersections, branching paths, and convergence points, like an expansive network spreading in all directions. Weaving through the void. Ahead at the outer edge of the orderly constellation A0101 system. Remaining travel time, 3 minutes. By the channel, a star beacon of unknown age accurately connected to the navigation system of the Shihai battleship and broadcast a message to the bridge. We're almost there, thought Shihai. Standing at the captain's station. Just moments ago, White Shark had arranged all duties at Z-25 outpost in merely half an hour and reported to Shihai at the base. As Shihai was about to depart and still needed an assistant for the journey, he brought White Shark along on the spot. Originally, that assistant was to be Shuchong. But his sister had just completed treatment and was still under observation, so Shihai had him remain at the base. Suddenly, a slight tremor interrupted Shihai's thoughts. They had arrived at their destination. Outside the bridge, the colorful turbulent flows reverted to the black night sky, with several space cities standing near the exit. According to a clause in the Order Alliance Treaty, damaging void channels or engaging in combat within 0.5 Australian dollars of a void channel entrance or exit was prohibited. Thus, except for those requiring special secrecy who might leave the channel midway, most chose to dock and resupply at space cities near these exits. This resulted in such space cities becoming remarkably diverse and chaotic. As Shihai gazed at the massive space city before him, a communication came through the public channel. Unidentified fleet ahead. Welcome to Order Constellation V0101. This is the 7th space city, Voyager. To enter the system, please dock for inspection and obtain an entry permit. Chapter 23, Registering Identity Voyager. This space city was originally constructed in the early Third Era, assembled from 4 main sections and multiple modules. After over 10 millennia of repairs and modifications, it had become vastly different from its initial form. Yet, as the heart of the entire station, the Void Energy Auto-Refinement Core remained in its original state. After all, it could neither be repaired nor replicated. At this moment, in the port that had operated for at least 9,000 years, docking procedures were completed. Current area, Lower Section F, Destroyer Berthing Zone. Remaining berths, 238. As the dispatch vessel S report echoed in the public channel, the 20 warships Shihai had brought, 10 FG-300S, 10 Rubies, finished docking. Mechanical arms secured the vessels, and the docking bridges extended, connecting to the hatches. After descending the bridge, a long corridor stretched ahead. 2 Marines stepped out first, confirmed the surroundings, and pressed their earpieces. Security confirmed. Only then did Shihai leave the battleship. Stepping onto the floor, Shihai glanced around. Both ends of the corridor were sealed by silver-gray walls. He searched for something like a map or signpost when, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a man in a full-body protective suit. The man approached him, took out a pen-like object, and unfolded it. Ah, it was a flexible screen. Hello, please register here. Shihai was momentarily taken aback before accepting the screen. He filled in his name, verified his biometric information, and after following the instructions, passed it to White Shark behind him. Within a few minutes, all registrations were completed. The moment the tablet was returned, the registrar began speaking at an incredibly rapid pace. Have any of you registered a valid identity with the Order Alliance or hold legal status from a signatory polity? If so, it can be directly converted. Mid-sentence, he choked on his own words, coughing a few times before reluctantly slowing down. If not, it's no problem. Outside, to the left of the visitor reception area, there's an identity registration office. You can simply register there. The registrar's gaze then shifted to the 6 fully armed Marines behind them. Lastly, weapons are prohibited within the space city. Any weapons you carry must remain on your ship or be stored at the port. Welcome to Port City. Ursa Major V-1222 System. Planet 5, a massive gas giant. In its near orbit, dense clusters of military installations and engineering facilities float, among which 5 colossal permanent fortresses serve as garrisons for the System Defense Force. Currently, the port area buzzed with activity. Ship after ship refueled and departed the harbor. Everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. First fleet departing. Second fleet departing. Initiating combat formation. Please reconfirm targets. Dozens of minutes earlier, Commander Irat had issued an order mobilizing nearly all mobile forces of the Ursa Major System Defense Force. They were deployed in small squadrons to patrol and search the asteroid belt. Though merely a second-line defense unit, the Defense Force displayed a commendable level of competence. Perhaps the only gap between them and the Space Navy lay in equipment. Aside from a few flagships, the Defense Force consisted entirely of new vessels, lacking any Relic-class warships. Unfortunately, on the cosmic battlefield, Iron Will alone cannot overcome Iron itself. Attention all captains. Your mission is to sweep the asteroid belt. Pay special attention to marked locations. Apprehend a suspected spy, considered dangerous. Main cannon restrictions have been lifted. The public channel repeatedly broadcast the mission details as ships fanned out in every direction, heading toward various blind spots within the system. In one such blind spot, nestled against the dark side of an asteroid, a fleet lay hidden. Damn it. I think we're about to be discovered. Inside the bridge of the Desert Sovereign, Samir stared at the central console. On the radar screen, Minglamada Xiaodang swarmed from all directions. Unfortunately, these dots represented not wealth, but warships. Warnings of repeated active radar scans popped up incessantly. Expected, Salman remarked calmly. After all, we did destroy 2 of their ancestral ships. They have every reason to be urgent. Samir turned to Salman. What do we do now? Salman shrugged. What else can we do? Just wait. I recognize the model of the warships on the other side. Uniformed T-5 light frigates, Claude's domestically produced vessels. Such industrial scrap is only good for dealing with smugglers or bullying those shabby retrofitted civilian frigates. Also, what's scanning you is active radar, not fire control radar. Stay calm. These patrols will leave soon. Name? Shihai. What type of identity are you applying for? Temporary or permanent? Permanent. Do you have valid identity information within the Alliance's contracting regimes? No. After a tedious and lengthy back and forth, the identity registration process finally concluded just before Shihai's patience ran out. Alright, Mr. Shihai, please record your biometric information here. This is your physical identification card. The electronic version has been uploaded to the central database and is accessible anytime. Finally, the counter staff pulled out a pen-like tablet, similar to the one used by the registrar earlier, and presented it to Shihai. This is the latest handheld personal terminal launched by the Colossal Group. It incorporates a significant amount of archaeological technology, greatly expanding its signal transmission and reception range compared to the previous model. We offer a limited time discount for new members. Originally priced at 299 energy credits, it's only 199 if you purchase today. The sudden advertisement caught Shihai off guard. Seriously? Even after watching the video, I can't escape ads? The atmosphere of life in this space city is a bit overwhelming, I assent it. Muttering a few complaints to himself, Shihai quickly waved his hand in refusal. The staff expressed regret before politely calling for the next person. After all 8 individuals, Shihai, Baisha, and 6 Marines, completed their identity registrations, Shihai headed outside. Now, all that remained was to apply for an entry permit for the order seat V0101 star system. However, as soon as the group reached the entrance hall of the starport, an unpleasant commotion arose from behind them. Well, look who it is. ISNT, this the prodigy who claimed they were going to chase their dreams? A bit cliched here, but it's only for these 2 chapters. I wasn't thinking clearly when I wrote this, and it won't happen again. Chapter 24, You Shall Not Return, just kidding, TSK. I heard you haven't been doing too well, huh? Shihai turned around to find a group of people who had approached unnoticed. Among them stood a rather remarkable figure, approximately 1.6 meters tall and weighing around 160 pounds, positioned in the center. Casting a disdainful gaze at Shihai and Baisha behind him. Know them? Shihai raised an eyebrow at Baisha. The latter sighed and explained, yes. An old classmate from my school. Also the daughter of a shareholder at the Jisher Group. Her name seems to be Daedale. Daedale glanced at Shihai, then at the Marines who followed like bodyguards. Since they had changed into casual clothes on the spot earlier, their outfits looked rather cheap. And her disdain was immediately written across her face. Back when they left the United University Archaeology Department, didn't he claim his ambitions lay elsewhere? So this is what he meant, tagging along with these outsiders to secure entry permits for the order seats? What kind of lowly status is this? How dare they come here? White Shark shot a look at Shihai, who remained expressionless, while Daedale continued to press aggressively. Why so silent? Back then, I was merciful enough to lower myself and invite someone of your lowly standing to join our relic development and utilization department. And what did you do? Showed me no respect at all. Now look at you. Nothing but a lackey in some trashy little group. Finally, Shihai spoke up, cutting her off. Hey, I don't care about your personal grudges, but don't drag our team into your attacks. He had just asked Nightlight to run a quick check on this person, the child of a shareholder in the Boulder Group, who got into the United University on their father's name, and after graduation was casually tossed into a sinecure at the company. Oh, look at this. Trash that 1T even admit it's trash. You outsiders reek of poverty. She had observed them briefly earlier. Aside from White Shark, none of them had any registered status. They had to re-register. And their clothing? Apart from the one in front, all were tacky beyond belief. At best, they were probably a bunch of underground smugglers. Her father kept countless people like that under his payroll. Suddenly, to her disbelief, Shihai, who she thought would never retaliate, spat right in her face and shot back. Your shrill squawking is grating on my eyes. How dare you speak to me like that? Was your mother mass-produced? I think you're amp. Calmly and swiftly, Shihai delivered a polite greeting to Daedale, centering on her mother and extending to 18 generations in radius. Daedale first wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could these lowlifes spit on her and insult her? How dare they? Her face turned beet red. As Shihai's greetings gradually expanded in scope, depth, and professionalism, she finally couldn't take it anymore. Wiping the spit off her face, she shouted to the bodyguards behind her, "Seize the one who spat. I'm going to tear his mouth apart." Before Daedale could finish, the Marines following Shihai quickly took defensive stances, shielding both Shihai and White Shark behind them. White Shark looked at his arrogant former classmate with a strange expression and said, "Are you sure you want to start a fight here? If you're willing to kneel and beg, I might consider giving you a chance. Seems there's no room for negotiation. Shihai waved his hand. If it comes to a fight, just make sure no one dies. However, the bodyguards behind Dale Dawdale didn't move. Professionally, they positioned themselves to shield their employer in front. Those individuals across from us are clearly trained professionals. Bodyguard, I am security personnel, they are Marines. Me fight them? That's utterly futile. Speak up for me. When she noticed the bodyguards behind her remaining motionless, Davidil turned sharply and snapped. Which security company do you work for? Completely unreliable. One of the bodyguards shrugged and replied, we are from Tianlu Security. Our employment contract with the employer clearly states that we are only responsible for protecting your safety from external threats. In this situation, since you initiated the aggression, we have the right to refuse. Enough. Davidil harshly cut off the bodyguard's words. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Feel free. Stamping her feet in a fit of rage, her ample flesh quivered visibly, causing everyone present to feel as though their eyes had been assaulted. Just wait. You just wait. You outsiders, I'll remember you. Let's go. Watching the cube-shaped creature storm off and disappear around the corner, Shihai signaled to the Marines who had stood down from combat readiness. Let's go. We still need to obtain the entry permit. Just a clown. No need to pay any mind. Yetting had already conducted a network scan. The battleships she brought were merely a few destroyers, just over 300 meters long. If she didn't cause trouble, it would be fine. Glancing at the two advanced CS-066 vessels under construction in the folded space base, Shihai thought, if she dares to come, we'll make sure she leaves with rave reviews, never to return. Salman, I have an idea. Samir wore an indescribable expression, feeling as though their fleet had been docked against this asteroid for an eternity. He couldn't shake the thought that if they didn't do something soon, they would morph into some bizarre shape. Keep your little schemes to yourself. Salman was also bored, leaning against the central console. They've never been reliable anyway. Samir protested loudly. You can't slander me like that. You're just jealous of my talent. What I mean is, from that batch of void energy, extract a bit more, 1 milliliter per unit, and mix it into the torpedoes. At least it might serve as some form of interference later. After all, the patrol fleets passing by them hadn't decreased. Instead, they were growing in number. Meanwhile, their offensive weapons like torpedoes had been largely depleted during the earlier conflict with Shihai. Salman pondered for a moment. That might actually be somewhat useful, huh? Go ahead then. I'll await good news. Watching Samir walk out, Salman's gaze turned somewhat complex. He had already consolidated all ammunition. The entire fleet now had 722 anti-ship torpedoes and 324 anti-ship missiles remaining. All ammunition from the civilian ships converted into frigates had been integrated into the dedicated warships, ready to charge forward as suicide bombers when the call came. All for tomorrow's operation. 7 hours to go. Tianlu. A particularly interesting alliance we encountered this season mistook us for a second-tier alliance, came to declare war on us, claimed they had a 4 to 6 chance against us. Only upon clashing did they realize we could shatter them with 4 punches, while they split into 6 pieces or more. Chapter 25, coming in 4 hours later. At the starport of Voyager Space City, White Shark did not disappoint, securing permits for 20 warships in less than an hour. Route has been scheduled for you. You are cleared to depart. On the bridge of a Ruby-class ship, painted with hull number 002 and serving as the flagship for Shihai and White Shark, a communication from the control tower sounded. Just moments earlier, Shihai had entrusted White Shark with the full responsibility of obtaining entry permits, leveraging his status as a United Nations graduate, while Shihai himself took a brief stroll through the space city. Of course, that leisurely walk was short-lived, as his mood quickly soured. The reason? Suddenly, a clanging sound echoed as the mechanical arms disengaged. Guided by tugboats, the warship began to slowly drift outward. Shihai rose from the command chair, his gaze fixed on the receding dock outside the window, his expression complex. He had accidentally gotten lost, leading a few Marines deeper into the station's interior. What he witnessed, there was nothing short of a shock to his worldview. Beneath the gleaming facade of the colossal space structure, he discovered a reality rotten to its core. The interior was even worse than the lower city districts he had seen before. Narrow passages, scorching hot components, and precarious modifications, all navigated by hunched figures with spines deformed by labor. They worked in cramped, layered spaces, living in conditions that seemed utterly uninhabitable, performing high-risk tasks that should have long been automated. In an interstellar age, how could such practices persist? It was as if tasks that could have been handled by computers in the 21st century were forcibly assigned to humans, without even offering proper compensation. Shihai felt a visceral discomfort. Noticing Shihai's troubled demeanor, White Shark also felt a surge of displeasure. The chairman had inadvertently wandered into the interstitial zones, and it was White Shark who had found him and his team and guided them out. Everything in those layers stirred up, deeply buried. Unpleasant memories for White Shark. The people there were lifelong debt contract workers for major corporations and conglomerates, essentially, slaves of the interstellar era. Ever since the Order Alliance formally and comprehensively banned the development and application of AI, this barbaric and primitive system had spread like bamboo shoots after rain across various signatory regimes. But displeasure aside, what could White Shark do about it? His ability to stand here now, critiquing and lamenting the decline of the times, was entirely due to a gamble he took years ago, a successful escape. Otherwise, he too would have been among those slaves. Suddenly, the ship beneath his feet emitted a soft hum. The tugboat detached, the warship's engines ignited, and it began to accelerate gradually. All of Shihai's thoughts condensed into a sigh. He felt that this world should not be this way. The pitch-black expanse of space once again dominated the view from the bridge windows. And hidden within that darkness were not only countless stars, but also 5 destroyers that had departed the port almost simultaneously with Shihai. Emblazoned on their hulls was the emblem of the Jifinghan, They had obtained clearance for the 21st route. On the bridge of one of these vessels, Dawei issued commands to the captain with an air of authority. We shall wait for them near the Hongdock. Faced with this imperious young lady, one could only remark on the captain's exceptional composure. Even as he was met with a torrent of verbal assault, he replied without a change in expression, Miss, have you conducted prior investigations into the number and quality of the opponent's starships? Moreover, even if we were to launch an attack in the outer Hongdal of the Order seat, we would likely be branded as space pirates and face suppression. The waiter snorted dismissively. What is there to investigate? A bunch of country bumpkins. What decent ships could they possibly have? At most, a few frigates modified by my old classmate. As for the rest, even if they were the smallest, 237-meter light destroyers produced by our affiliated companies, they couldn't afford to maintain them even if they were given away for free. As for the peacekeeping fleet here, I'll just have my family make a call. Under the pretext of arresting commercial spies. Seeing her demeanor, the captain chose not to argue further. After all, he was merely an employee. Let's set up an ambush at the entrance of the Hongdok then. I hope the peacekeeping fleet won't react too quickly, he silently prayed, watching as Dawei seized the communications console and began contacting higher authorities. The entrances and exits of Hongdok are typically situated at a distance from star systems, purportedly to minimize the gravitational influence of massive celestial bodies on entry and exit from the Hongdok. However, the veracity of this claim remains unverified, given that the last human regime capable of constructing Hongdal collapsed over 10,000 years ago. One can hardly exhume engineers who may not even have ashes left to ask for clarification. In any case, for Shihai at this moment, it presented a problem. 20 warships arranged in a V formation advanced slowly. Warp target calculations complete. Activating warp drive module. As the report echoed from the central console, the Yodong, which had been calculating for nearly half an hour, finally pinpointed the destination. With a distortion of the surrounding space and a flash of blue light, the fleet commenced warp travel. To any observer, the scene would have been one of 20 warships vanishing in an instant. Unfortunately, the witnesses happened to be Dawei and her crew, concealed behind an asteroid. Watching the 20 destroyers disappear before her eyes, she actually felt a sense of relief, and so did the rest of the crew. According to their impression, if the enemy continued to advance, this young lady who knew no bounds of heaven or earth would, for the sake of her pride, undoubtedly shout the advantage is ours, and stubbornly order all warships except her flagship to charge forward. It seems these people have some tricks up their sleeves. Staring at the ships that had vanished in a literal sense, Davidil suddenly thought of something and grinned slyly. She turned to the captain beside her and said, contact your direct superior. Those vanished ships must have discovered some relic capable of achieving such an effect. Such a relic is indeed destined for our stone group. Never mind. I'll speak to them myself. Captain, if he hadn't signed a lifetime contract, he would have seriously considered changing jobs. Watching the spherical creature bouncing around before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that following this young lady would eventually lead to an untimely death. How? He had no idea. 90 minutes remained until standard calendar July 5th. Midnight, the planned attack time for the second fleet of the Saints. Is everything ready? Salman asked, looking at Samir, who had just returned to the bridge. Seeing his childhood friend with dark circles under his eyes, Samir replied smugly, rest assured, it's all taken care of. A total of 500 void energy warheads, each containing 1 milliliter of void energy. It'll make the enemy question their very existence. Salman nodded. Good. Later, place 10 of them in the decoy fleet. They'll buy us time. As for us, we'll take advantage of the chaos to attack Planet 3. All 3 targets are there. So, everything for the sacred cause. Samir met Salman's gaze and echoed, yes, everything for the sacred cause. Chapter 26. Let the storm rage even fiercer. In the silent bridge, where a pin drop could be heard, the mechanical ticking sound repeated incessantly. Click, click, click. A vintage-style pocket watch lay in Salman's sweat-drenched palm. Each tick tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. As the planned time drew nearer, Salman's nerves grew increasingly taut. He tried to distract himself from the tension by thinking of other things, like this watch, which his mentor had personally given him when he first stepped off his home planet. A world blanketed by endless yellow sand. The second hand completed another revolution. Only 1 minute remained. The elder he had looked up to all his life, upon parting, clasped his hand and pressed the watch into his palm, solemnly saying, when the second hand points to 3. Remember, the children of the desert united a century ago to conquer the visible wasteland. Click, click. Yet, the wasteland within human hearts has never faded in the slightest. 20 seconds left. As descendants of those noble souls, we, you, are destined to take up that baton. 10, 9, 8, 7. You cannot avoid it. Hatred of everything will only bring about your own destruction. Do not bring shame upon your ancestors. Click. The second hand halted at 12. Time was up. Beside him, Samir unleashed all his pent-up emotions, jolting Salman out of his reverie. Why was he thinking of that old man again? Salman shook his head. He believed he had done right by the desert. Bait group, start engines, move forward. A patrol unit from the 2nd Fleet of the Galactic Defense Force was conducting a routine sweep of the area where Kirk had vanished. Heat source detected ahead. As the decoy fleet activated, the immense heat from their engine nozzles was immediately picked up by the patrol fleet's radar. Upon hearing the report, the captain of the lead ship, hull number 223, was first stunned, then thrilled. He had found the target. According to the orders, the enemy consisted of only 1 person and 1 shuttle, while his patrol had 3 frigates. 3 against 1, the advantage was his. Ships 224 and 225, advance. Disengage weapon safeties. Fire control radar scanning. Broadcast on all frequencies immediately. Order them to Surin. Before his command could finish, the radar suddenly blared an alarm. Multiple anomalous heat sources detected ahead. Count, 10. Classification, frigate level. Just then, the radar operator on duty let out a startled cry, startling everyone on the bridge. The captain glared at him disapprovingly. What was wrong with this fresh graduate? He snapped. What else with the panic? It's just a last-ditch struggle. One shuttle. How much trouble could it possibly cause? Seems like you learned nothing in school. Can't even distinguish between decoy flares and engine signatures. But instead of the expected look of shame, the radar operator turned toward him with a face full of terror, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. Those aren't decoys. Their classification reads as frigates. 10 of them. They're firing. As he spoke, watching the small dots on the radar, symbolizing incoming projectiles, rapidly closing in, the radar operator seemed utterly terrified. He ripped off his headset, leaped from his seat, and tried to flee the bridge. Restrain him. The captain erupted in fury at the sight. What kind of personnel was the Galactic Defense Force assigning them? Fleeing before even laying eyes on the enemy. The bridge was cramped. After tripping, the radar operator was quickly pinned down by 2 crew members. The captain strode over, grabbed him by the hair, hauled him up from the floor, and slapped him hard across the face. You fool. Do you realize what you're doing? You're deserting. You'll get us all killed. But the radar operator paid no heed, muttering incoherently. I never wanted to be here. I applied to be a port radar operator, they said I passed, then just dumped me here. I didn't want this either. Screaming, his eyes gradually turned dangerous. Seizing the moment when the few behind him were distracted, he violently slammed to the left, freeing his hands. Then immediately drew the sidearm from the person on his left, chambered around, and aimed the muzzle at the captain before him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, before anyone on the bridge could react. They heard the radar operator shouting hoarsely at the top of his lungs. No one draw your weapons. Let me go, I beg you. Please, 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 please. Pointed at by the dark, hollow muzzle, the captain had no choice but to attempt to reason with the irrational figure before him. Put the gun down first. Put it down. I want T. Put it down. Noticing that someone had already drawn a weapon and aimed it at him without his notice. The radar operator completely broke down. His finger pressed against the trigger. Bang. Bang. Bang 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 bang. The scorching projectiles effortlessly shattered the meager armor of the T-5 frigate. The alarm for pressure loss and the sickening sound of flesh being sucked into the vacuum instantly filled the entire bridge, then ceased abruptly. The disintegration of a frigate occurred in mere moments. Scattered fragments of metal, gas, and flesh became the final traces of its existence. 223 has fallen. Enemy count is incorrect. 10 enemy frigates. The remaining 2 frigates were unaware of the mutiny that had taken place aboard the 223, not that it would have made a difference even if they had known. But witnessing their allied vessel vanish in an instant under the concentrated fire of 10 frigates, the captains of the 224 and 225 realized the dire situation. Retreat. Call for reinforcements, quickly. Their reactions were nearly identical. Yet the only response they received was the sight of 10 enemy vessels advancing rapidly and the high-velocity projectiles hurtling toward them. On the bridge of the lead ship among the 10 frigates serving as bait, a man dressed in white robes spread his arms wide and shouted. His eyes filled with madness. For the sacred cause. All ships, maximum thrust. Soon, the remaining 2 T-5 frigates also turned into drifting space debris. Aboard the Desert Sovereign, still nestled close to an asteroid, Salman watched the broadcast across all frequencies announcing the discovery of the target and the call for reinforcements. He nodded slightly. The first phase of the plan is proceeding smoothly. The decoy fleet will continue to advance, exposing themselves to as many enemies as possible. The main fleet will depart in 5 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Gulak was 244 years old. By human standards, he was still in his prime, and as the captain of a cruiser, he was considered particularly young. Indeed, the vessel beneath his feet was the Lucky, a Courier-class fast cruiser produced domestically by the Claude Military Political Coalition. She served as the flagship of the 4th Squadron, 2nd Fleet. With an overall length of 672 meters, she appeared somewhat diminutive compared to those relic cruisers, yet among the newly produced warships of the Defense Force, she was still considered a giant. After all, constructing large ships was far from a simple matter of scaling up the blueprints of smaller vessels. At this moment, he and his subordinates were responsible for patrol and reconnaissance missions within a certain airspace. Sir, a patrol squad has lost contact in our assigned area. The missing fleet has issued an alert and requested reinforcements. A communications officer stood up from his station, jogged to Gulak's side, and reported. Gulak took the report, his brow furrowing. 10 escort ships? That many? Wasn't it just one shuttle? Can shuttles split apart now? Wait, are they really enemy spies? As he pondered, his eyes lit up. This is clearly a chance for military merit. He was still young, and the Defense Force was ultimately a second-line garrison unit. With this achievement, along with his family name, he might just be able to transfer into the Space Force. An opportunity. Thus, Gulak immediately reacted, loudly ordering, assemble the fleet. The enemy is likely Imperial saboteurs. Calculation team, plot the enemy's trajectory immediately. The Lucky Star will advance immediately. Prepare to intercept the enemy. For the Martial Emperor. Before his words faded, the bridge became a hive of activity. Chapter 27. What? Even this thing has been deployed. Exiting warp drive now. After 20 minutes of warp travel, Shihai's fleet crossed the Kuiper Belt-like region of Order Constellation V0101 and entered its inner ring. Wow, this route's initial segment is 152 Australian dollars long, Shihai remarked. Looking at the successfully recalibrated star chart, Nightlamp immediately took over, explaining, yes, due to its unique geographical location and historical reasons. Ordinary ships wishing to enter Order Constellation V0101 must not only obtain an entry permit, but also typically undergo months of conventional travel. Of course, treaty-bound regimes, large corporations, and major conglomerates use relics from previous eras to establish short gravitational pathways between warp exit points in their internal offices. The principle is similar to gravitational narrow tubes between large celestial bodies. Never mind, let's not overthink it while reading fiction. Better to focus on transforming shipgirls ahead if there's time. This reduces travel time to within a few hours, though it still doesn't match warp speed. After listening to Nightlamp's explanation, Shihai nodded as if suddenly enlightened. I see. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he casually asked, by the way, is it already July 5th in the standard calendar? Before Nightlamp could respond, thinking Shihai was asking him, White Shark answered, yes, Chairman. Today is the day of rebirth celebration. This holiday commemorates humanity's emergence from the Great Cataclysm and the signing of the Internal Racial Order Restoration Agreement, the document symbolizing humanity's entry into the Sixth Era. Nightlamp, he's correct. Shihai got it. As they spoke, the communication console suddenly broadcast a message. Fleet traveling on the 21st undocked. Please refrain from activating any anti-radar equipment within the Order Constellation V0101 system. Should there be a next time, it will be regarded as an external invasive force, and we will take action. Now, please present your entry permit code to us. Inside the channel duty station, several rotating guards were startled by the sudden appearance of a fleet on the radar screen, initially fearing an attack. But upon second thought, who would attack here on the day of the reboot festival? Searching across all of humanity, one probably couldn't find such a fool. Therefore, following the suggestion of a certain reasoning master, their response shifted from immediate firing to first establishing contact and then firing. It definitely wasn't because the duty station's feeble firepower was no match for 20 destroyers. Received. Entry permit code Z39884234471224070422. Looking at the code sent by the other side, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, but within less than a second, their eyes widened in unison. 0704. Wasn't this code issued just yesterday? How could they already be here? Fake. This thought crossed their minds, followed by a collective sharp intake of breath in the duty station. They understood better than anyone what the appearance of 20 unidentified warships with forged identities at this location meant, and they were even more aware of how fragile the structure beneath their feet was. Even if it was fake, they had to treat it as real. The highest-ranking person present, a section chief, suddenly stood up. Check first. If it's not in the system, enter it and let them pass. Let us get through this first. Quickly move. As soon as he finished speaking, the person responsible for the query let out a strange, ghost-like shriek. What? Seriously? This is real? 20 warships, even the images match. Did they really arrive yesterday? Due to a lack of understanding, none of those present had ever heard of concepts like warp or fold jumps, so it could only be attributed to supernatural forces. Instantly, the sound of sharp intakes of breath grew even louder in the duty station. Code verified. Permission granted. Welcome to Order Seat V0101. The reply from the other side was somewhat slow, but in the end, they allowed Shihai to proceed. Although, even without permission, he would have simply warped in. Satisfied, Shihai placed the microphone back in its holder. Now, let us follow the channel and fly. Fly. Engine, you're going to fly me to death. In any case, thanks to the self-sacrificing burn of a certain engine, the fleet gradually passed through vast suburban areas and headed toward the inner ring of Order Seat 0101. Quick, say, thank you, engine. Structures floating in the starry sky gradually increased in number. Massive steel cities orbited steadily, held by planetary gravity. Small spatial installations like outposts and communication stations densely dotted the area, adjusting their orientations with thrusters pointing in every direction. Of course, the most striking were the 7 colossal space cities, each as large as a planet, positioned at the Lagrangian points, positions where the gravitational forces of 2 large celestial bodies balance the centrifugal force of a smaller celestial body. At these points, the smaller body can remain relatively stationary. They originated from an unknown number of eons ago, having undergone tens of thousands of years of abandonment, activation, modification, abandonment, activation, and modification, eventually taking their current form. Numerous unauthorized structures nearly cover the exhaust ports of the maneuvering engines, and the patchwork of old and new exteriors appears remarkably weathered. To describe it, it resembles a dilapidated house that has been in use for tens of thousands of years, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet with repairs and patches. It could likely endure for tens of thousands more. Should such post-apocalyptic architecture truly exist in the core region of a civilization, even if only nominally the core? It seems unreasonable, doesn't it? Forward fleet, please present your access codes. Alright, here we go again, they're checking on him. After a series of inspections, the fleet finally arrived at the approach channel to the L5 Lagrangian Point Space City. Control tower, we are transitioning from the 21st channel, requesting permission to dock. The communication request was quickly answered, but the response was negative. Please temporarily divert to Area G22A and await further instructions. Currently, all channels in your vicinity are occupied. Shihai scratched his head in confusion. This was the first time he had encountered a channel occupancy situation. Theoretically, could such a massive space city really have all its channels occupied? How peculiar. Suddenly, an immense shadow cast down, instantly blocking all beams of light from the stars. An overwhelming sense of pressure followed as a colossal vessel loomed over Shihai's fleet, gazing at the menacing behemoth. White Shark beside him parted his lips and uttered a few hoarse syllables. The Rule-class carrier. Those lunatics from the Civilization Garrison Alliance. For the sake of a mere celebration, they've even dispatched the Rule-class? Meanwhile, a fleet from the Boulder Corporation, lying in ambush in the middle of the 21st channel. Wasn't it said that a fleet carrying precious relics would pass through here today? Chapter 28. The Sacred Stellar Consortium. The massive vessel moved slowly. Shihai watched as it gradually passed overhead and drifted into the distance. The sense of security brought by the 4 newly completed CS-066 ships in the folded space instantly vanished once more. This wasn't what Night Lamp had described during the immersive learning session. Could a civilization possessing such a thing truly be described as troubled and chaotic? Staring at the 50,000 meter marker on the radar, he swallowed hard and turned to White Shark beside him. You seem to recognize that ship's name just now. Do you know that vessel? White Shark met Shihai's gaze. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes before giving way to sudden realization. The Civilization Garrison Alliance was originally the border fleet of the Second Empire in the Fourth Era. During the reign of the Far Traveler Federation in the Fifth Era, they scarcely made any appearances. For a full 3,180 years, they remained entirely isolated from civilization. The current vessel, the Regulation, has been patched up and modified over thousands of years, with so many alterations that even its original designer would hardly recognize it now. It's no surprise the chairman doesn't recognize it. Just moments ago, after witnessing the curvature drive in action, White Shark had already mentally categorized this newly acknowledged chairman as a long-dormant relic from the Voyager Federation era. He even filled in the backstory himself. During the Voyager Federation period, internal strife and factional conflicts reached unprecedented levels. Likely, this individual was a scion of some great family, pushed out in a power struggle, who chose hibernation to lay low. Otherwise, where would all these ancient technologies have come from? With a nod, White Shark explained. She is the flagship carrier of the Civilization Garrison Alliance, originally a Sacred Monarch-class carrier from the Second Empire era, now heavily refitted. After multiple rounds of renovation, she currently serves as the flagship of the 2nd Garrison Fleet Group in the mid-sector of the New Frontier S Second Star Cluster. She has been brought here these past few days, probably to participate in the 800th anniversary celebration of the reawakening. Shihai immediately caught the key detail, flagship of a numbered fleet group, and pressed further. So, does the Garrison Alliance still have many carriers of this class in service? White Shark pondered briefly before replying with uncertainty. According to their publicly released data, the Alliance currently has 35 carriers of various sizes in active service. And that number is only thanks to centuries of pooling carriers from various signatory polities. However, carriers rarely see direct combat. They mostly serve as symbolic pillars and command centers on the battlefield. So, this number is just about sufficient. Shihai breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. At least, it's unlikely that in a fight, someone would suddenly pull out a tens of kilometers long behemoth and slam it right in my face. Fleet awaiting in Sector G22A, Ongdal, Italjangwancha. You are now cleared for docking under the guidance of G Sector Control Tower. A formal, automated message came through the comms panel. Shihai gestured to the clone captain standing nearby, and the channel was connected. Under the tower's direction, the fleet began to move, heading toward the massive space city. Report. Target confirmed destroyed. The forward scout vessel, advancing to verify the outcome, sent back its update. The decoy fleet left by Salman was no ordinary force. Using guerrilla tactics, they managed to destroy 2 destroyers involved in the encirclement with just 10 void energy torpedoes. But for the system defense forces of Ursa Major V-1222, once the Fortune entered the fray, the situation became clear. In merely 3 volleys, those 100-meter-long vessels were reduced to drifting debris. Yet, recalling the enemy's frenzied demeanor during the engagement, Captain Gulak couldn't help but frown. Even when defeat was certain, they refused to surrender or flee. Instead, they attempted to counterattack. Several boarding craft even managed to close within 500 meters of the Fortune, using asteroid cover. What kind of tactic was that? Born into a military family, Gulak instinctively sensed something amiss. If the fleet before them aimed to infiltrate and sabotage, they should have scattered and fled rather than charging at the cruiser. After all, some would have escaped, causing far greater damage later. If the fleet's purpose was something specific, it made even less sense. Regardless of whether their goal was achieved, their priority should have been self-preservation. According to battle reports from his comrades, the enemy commander was a capable figure, ruling out the possibility of a mindless charge. In that case, the wreckage was confirmed. After cross-referencing, the opposing organization was most likely the Saints. Personnel confirming the battle results had begun inspecting the enemy vessels. Those distinctive white, wide-sleeved robes were unmistakable. Gulak slapped his hand sharply. The Saints. It all fit. These fanatics always blew something up whenever they appeared. Since they undoubtedly had a fixed target, then there were still accomplices. This was a decoy. The decoy fleet had been completely annihilated. They had bought exactly 2 standard hours. Salman watched as the 10 red dots symbolizing their presence dimmed one by one. His expression unchanged, yet he murmured softly, "Their souls shall return to the endless golden sands." Samir shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Salman's sentiment. He was more concerned with their mission, to destroy 3 fixed locations on the planet Ursa Major V-1222-3. This was a task personally assigned by the second emissary. "Where is that void-crafted treasure now?" he asked, turning to Salman. Salman checked the remote. "It should detonate in about an hour. How are the retreat preparations?" Samir tapped the screen. "WVE located the coordinates provided. There's a gravity generator there. Connection will be complete in 3 minutes. Then we can open a gravitational narrow tube and exit directly into the void channel." "Good. Let us hope nothing goes wrong." Salman closed his eyes, offering a silent prayer. Inside Singularity City, the L5 Lagrange Point Space Station, at the Civilization Commerce Department, Enterprise Registration Office. "What type of enterprise would you like to register?" "Comprehensive. Applied travel permit. Full contracting authority of the Order Alliance. Registered capital amount." Shihai paused. He didn't actually have local currency? Must registered capital be in currency? This posed a problem. "No. Technology, ships, real estate, and other assets can all serve as registered capital. However, items registered as capital become corporate property and may be seized during bankruptcy liquidation. Shihai nodded. That's fine then. We'll use warships as registered capital. 20 frigates. Unbeknownst to Shihai at the time, his frigates were classified here as destroyers. Understood. The clerk across the counter picked up a tablet. Please specify the exact model of the ships you're registering. I'll enter the details. FG-300 General Frigate, Ruby-class heavy railgun frigate. Upon hearing the names reported by Shihai, the young man searched on his tablet. Huh? Nothing. Are these two models your own domestically produced vessels? Yes. Well then, I'm sorry to ask, but do you have any non-classified specific parameters and appearance data? They're currently docked at Starport GU-11, port area. As for their appearance, why not pull up the visuals for comparison? That works too. Wait a minute. The young man's smile gradually froze. ISNT this a destroyer? What? After a series of questions and explanations, Shihai finally understood. According to the weak warship classification standards here, a vessel over 200 meters long could actually be called a destroyer. Absolutely unbelievable. Meanwhile, the steps for corporate registration had reached the final stage, confirming the company name and emblem. Facing the tablet handed to him, Shihai thought, damn, it's ruined. He was terrible at naming things. Racking his brains, he could only recall the names of a few megacorporations from the games in his past life. However, Norma, Antonios, personal names, immediately dismissed. Jupiter Weyong, not grand enough, dismissed. Ah, that empire from the background lore. The faction where the world leaned left, and the Holy Stellar Empire leaned right. That's the one. So, Shihai entered Holy Stellar Group in the name field, and for the emblem, he used the Empire's golden inner triangle circular ring. Alright. Registration complete. Please wait 15 minutes for the results. Taking back the tablet, the clerk at the window glanced at the name, his lips twitching slightly. But he said nothing. His job was done. At that moment, this registration clerk had no idea what kind of extraordinary entity had been born through his hands today. Chapter 29. Let me ask you, what does it mean for thousands of troops to avoid the White Robe? Power up the Joint Command. After deducing the enemy's objective, Colonel Gilak directly chose to report it. Confirm the identity of the attackers. They are the Saint organization, previously specifically marked by the Union. We pursued and annihilated the enemy's decoy fleet. Based on current evidence, it is inferred that the enemy likely still has a main fleet carrying large-scale destructive weapons, lurking within the star system. It is recommended to protect special and important facilities within the star system. After sending the message, he nodded, then frowned. If what we faced was a decoy, then where is the enemy's main fleet? Gilak fell into deep thought. According to intelligence, the decoy fleet before them had taken the initiative to attack and did not avoid patrols along the way, meaning their goal from the start was to attract attention. The system defense forces are organized in a hierarchical structure: fleet, squadron, division, group, each responsible for a specific area. If the enemy's main fleet is not in his jurisdiction, then he simply has no chance at this military achievement. But if the enemy is still within his jurisdiction, then where could they possibly be? Deliberately exposing a decoy fleet may involve separating it from the main force only at the moment of engagement, aiming to divert attention and allow the main fleet to escape. As for the notion of enemies suddenly appearing out of nowhere, Gilak scoffed. The defense forces, idling away their days, might not be aware, but his father, a vice admiral in the space fleet, had shared numerous case studies with him. Hiding against asteroids to evade detection, basic tactics, really. Of course, it was also possible that enemy forces were patrolling elsewhere, unrelated to the area, but that would lack logical deduction and rely purely on random patrols. In other words, the regions within his jurisdiction with a higher probability of detecting enemy forces were likely concentrated around the initial engagement site. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take a calculated risk. Turning to his first officer beside him, Gilak continued, "It has been just over 2 hours since the first engagement. Order 2/3 of the fleet to concentrate and conduct an intensive search of the engagement site and the surrounding area within a radius equivalent to 3 hours of travel for a standard frigate. There is a possibility of intercepting the enemy's main fleet in this region. Simultaneously, request a certain level of support from our direct superior fleet." The first officer immediately stood at attention, saluted, and responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in a relatively dense asteroid field, Samir was asked by Salman, "How are our retreat preparations coming along?" Confidently, Samir pulled out a flexible tablet, unfolded it, and placed it before Salman. "Connection established. As soon as that bomb detonates, we can immediately open a gravitational conduit and leave this place. It's already moving at full speed. Now, only 4 minutes remain." He then pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, adding, "To be honest, if the remote control system had a longer range, we could have simply waited at the entrance of the void passage." Salman's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he murmured, "For minutes left." For some reason, an uneasy feeling lingered in his chest. To maintain stealth, they had been navigating through asteroid clusters. Perhaps the fatigue and tension of manual piloting were taking their toll. Enemy fleet ahead. We're surrounded. Suddenly, the radar operator let out a sharp cry. On the radar screen, dots representing heat signatures lit up one after another, densely packed and closing in from both sides in a pincer movement. Salman's pupils froze for a moment before trembling violently. Right in front of them was a cruiser. On the bridge of the cruiser Lucky, Gilak gazed at the more than 20 warships encircled ahead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. He had guessed correctly. "Got you," he whispered slowly, extending his hand and making a grasping gesture toward the view ahead. "Take them down. Damn it." Salman and Samir cursed in unison. "Quick. Retreat the flagship first." Samir fumbled frantically, shouting as he operated the controls. "The 40 cubic units of void energy on our ship. We can't let it explode." Salmon gazed at the advancing enemy forces, hundreds of frigates, destroyers, and a single cruiser. Victory was impossible, but holding out for 4 minutes seemed feasible. Fire all torpedoes. The command echoed, reaching the trembling fingers of the nearby communications officer. Did he hear the order to launch? The next moment, a thunderous roar swept through the entire fleet channel. Open fire. Torpedoes and shells streaked forward with blazing trails. All boarding crafts, disembark. Target the enemy cruiser. Boom. Clang. Roar. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of shells and torpedoes hurtled toward them, crashing violently into the warships. The civilian vessels, retrofitted into fragile frigates, had already served as decoys. The remaining ships under Salmon's command held firm, yet most crew members were thrown into disarray, staggering, and dazed. Moreover, the defense forces seemed to be holding back, perhaps aiming to capture them alive? Protect the flagship. Amid the rain of fire, the frigates gradually converged toward the desert sovereign, standing guard like loyal sentinels. For the sacred cause, the fanatical cries of the desert people, raised under extreme indoctrination, reflected their unwavering faith in the divine emissaries who had led them to triumph over the wasteland. Clang. Hiss, 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 a damaged boarding craft, realizing it could never reach the enemy cruiser, slammed into the nearest destroyer. The arc-cutting device at its bow melted through the armor, carving out a circular boarding passage. Clad in combat gear, the Saints charged in with fervent shouts, colliding with the well-prepared defenders. Flesh and metal intermingled, screams and battle cries filled the air. This tactic, fated since the decline of the Age of Wind and Sail tens of thousands of years ago, once again breathed vitality into the cosmos. After millennia of glory and decline, humanity had proven that history moves in cycles. Increase the output of the point defense cannons, Gilak calmly ordered, observing the swarm of boarding crafts. It's nothing but a death throes. The Lucky Star roared to life, ejecting massive amounts of reaction mass to form an impenetrable metallic net. Its maneuvering thrusters strained to near overload, barely stabilizing the recoil-induced drift. Overheat, calculate trajectories, eject mass, overheat again. Countless boarding crafts flashed briefly into existence before scattering into fragments, their internal oxygen sustaining only a momentary blaze. A flicker of pity crossed Gilak's eyes. The decline of civilization and the loss of technology had granted willpower a chance to challenge steel through boarding actions, but it was merely a chance. He waved his hand, ready to end this farce, when suddenly, the Lucky Star shuddered beneath his feet. Had someone actually succeeded? Damn it. In that fleeting moment of stunned hesitation, we're there. We've made it. Amidst violent turbulence, Samir quickly raised the tablet and shouted hysterically, the bomb has reached the detonation point. Our mission is about to be completed. Chapter 30, The Restart Day Celebration, Part 1, Poof. Crackle. A colossal magnetically confined plasma firework bloomed in the starry sky, its dazzling azure flames blotting out the heavens. The celebration had already begun to warm up. After a century of setbacks, humanity had once again weathered a crisis of civilization and created a new miracle. 800 years of peace had not come easily. Since the stroke of midnight, the public channels had been continuously broadcasting content praising the Order Alliance. At this moment, the entire star system revolved around Restart Day, and the corporate registration office was no exception. Along with the black and gold Order Alliance cross-polity business license handed to Shihai was an invitation. What is this? An invitation to the viewing platform for the 800th Restart Day celebration. The young man sitting across from Shihai explained, during our qualification review, we verified your registered capital. We believe you are eligible to attend this celebration's viewing platform and the corporate exchange event. Seeing the flicker of confusion on Shihai's face, the young man was somewhat uncertain. Was this person genuinely unaware or merely pretending? 20 starships might seem insignificant for an interstellar enterprise, but 20 self-developed, self-produced destroyers that appeared ready for mass production? That demanded serious attention. In this era where much technology has been lost, shipbuilding is no simple feat. Material strength, engine heat dissipation, energy conversion. In short, most registered large corporations are only capable of mass-producing destroyers. Only the 5 giants, excluding the polities themselves, can produce cruisers, and among them, only 3 have achieved stable mass production. Very well, thank you for the invitation. Shihai accepted the invitation and turned to leave. He was indeed quite interested in this celebration. According to White Shark, the event would feature a fleet review, where various polities would parade their main fleets, a display of deterrence and mutual posturing. For Shihai, who knew little beyond certain common knowledge, courtesy of the Nightlight sect, this was an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence. The shared shuttle in Singularity City was remarkably fast, arriving at the entrance to the viewing platform in just 20 minutes. The security personnel at the entrance checked the invitation and allowed entry without incident. No dramatic confrontations questioning the invitation's authenticity, as often seen in fiction. However, since security personnel were not permitted inside, several accompanying Marines had to wait outside. The viewing platform was arranged with dozens of rows of seats, facing a curved, hemispherical skylight. Many attendees had already arrived, most scattered in small groups, either engaging in mutual business praise or seeking investment opportunities. Shihai had no desire to engage in conversation, as he sought no benefits from those present and held little expectation of expanding his network on such an occasion. Thus, accompanied by Shah, he made his way directly to the seat indicated on the invitation and settled in. The preheated engines and dazzling fireworks each contributed a touch of solemnity to the impending celebration, building an atmosphere of grandeur. In the Ursa Major V-1222 system, on the 3rd planet, stood that familiar docking station. Another day of idling passed by, thought Station Master Hector, introduced in Chapter 2. As he gazed at the impeccably clean radar display, Suddenly, an urgent cry from the radar operator shattered his tranquility. Report. An object is approaching the third planet at high speed. A blip abruptly appeared on the screen, hurtling toward the planet at an astonishing velocity. Alert! We're under attack. Chapter 31. The Restart Day Celebration. Part 2. 8 centuries ago, humanity drifted like a disordered nebula, without orbit, utterly chaotic, scattered and fading across the cosmos. Yet, in the darkest hour, the brave stepped forward. A single covenant acted as a gravitational anchor, stabilizing the trajectories of fate and allowing the spectrum of civilization to endure. Inheriting the legacy of our forebears and sheltered by the blessings of our ancestors, we now reside within the permanence constructed from chaos and the singularity ignited upon ruins. And we shall continue to safeguard the glory of our predecessors. May the star rails endure, and order prevail. As the opening address concluded through the floating speakers, another solemn voice took the microphone. Now, let the restart day and the 800th anniversary of the Covenant Fleet Review commence. Instantly, the preheated engines erupted with blazing, radiant light, their immense thrust propelling the colossal steel hulls forward with tremendous force. These titans of war followed a route beginning at the foremost grandstand, the largest and most luxurious viewing platform, reserved for dignitaries of various polities and representatives of several megacorporations, then passing the secondary and tertiary viewing seats before arcing back to their starting point. Of course, only the fleets of the 6 foremost polities and 5 massive interstellar enterprises within the Order Alliance participated in the review. Now approaching is the first guard fleet of the Laker Star Empire. Its flagship, the Unyielding Knight, is one of the few surviving battleships from the Third Era. With a length of 3,015 meters, it represents absolute dominance on the battlefield, while its weathered hull symbolizes the passage of time. As warships continuously traverse the scene, their images lit up countless personal terminal displays. The commentator's excited voice carried through each floating speaker, reaching every corner of Order Seat B0101 where sound could travel. To facilitate visual observation, thousands of massive vessels arranged themselves in a dense formation, with minimal spacing between each ship. If this were a world of triple sun compressed HAL beings, they would instantly recognize this sight. Was it not the precursor to the legendary 3,000 thunderclaps in space? Fortunately, due to some higher dimensional being failing to pay copyright fees, no unwelcome droplet-shaped probes suddenly appeared here. The pilots of each vessel pushed their driving skills to the limit, honed over a lifetime, managing to maintain the formation's precision throughout the entire circuit. On the main platform, the political dignitaries and corporate leaders watched the passing fleet while engaging in conversation, occasionally breaking into laughter. This ceremonial stage was their battlefield, assessing their own strength, estimating their rivals' capabilities, clarifying their positions, and striving to secure greater benefits for the regimes they represented. That was the very purpose of their presence here. As for the seemingly secondary platforms, most of their occupants were genuinely there to witness the spectacle. At that moment, Shihai sat in his seat, watching the massive ships continuously soar overhead, occasionally glancing at the analysis provided by Yi Deng. By the end of the fleet review, his understanding of this place had significantly deepened. A vessel 1,500 meters long could be classified as a battleship, a type of warship that required nearly a year to construct. Even large corporations had only just reached the level of mass-producing destroyers. His own few ships, just over 1,000 meters long like the 066, could actually be graded as battlecruisers here. Of course, aside from these newly built warships, there were also many inherited vessels from previous eras, relics of ancestral legacy. These venerable ships, with their astonishingly long shelf lives, were equally formidable in combat power. However, their numbers were dwindling, spare parts were scarce, and they were difficult to operate due to age and disrepair. These ancient relics were truly becoming rarer with each use. Apart from the military association, most regimes treated these relic warships as tools of deterrence and ceremonial display, deploying them only on grand occasions to assert their presence. Initially, Shihai felt a slight sense of absurdity, but soon, elation surged within him. What tier did that make him? What was the industrial level of his base? Producing a battlecruiser in just over 10 hours, an aircraft carrier in less than a day, and he could easily construct thousands upon thousands of such bases. Moreover, judging from previous battle reports, the ships he built were undoubtedly formidable in this region. It was akin to a Leopard 2 tank finishing its deployment only to find that both allies and adversaries were mere specks. Its massive cannon, not even fully warmed up before the opposition was utterly vanquished. Then, the garrison fleet of the military association made its grand entrance as the finale. Only one ship sailed onto the course, an immensely colossal vessel. The commentator's impassioned voice followed. Now, approaching the review stand, the pride of civilization, the crystallization of ancestral wisdom. Her massive frame upholds the defenses of 1/3 of a star cluster. Her mere reputation quells the restless ambitions of foreign races. She is the rules. Chapter 32. The flames that purify all the rules came to a halt in midair. Its enormous hull exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure, casting a shadow over the review stand. Nearly everyone held their breath, as if humanity's fleet had returned to an era when they blotted out the sky. Buzz buzz. Several side hatches slowly opened, releasing a swarm of small remote-controlled unmanned vessels. They unfolded midair, projecting four all-encompassing light screens that materialized in the sky. Today marked the 4th appearance of the regulation in the Central Order Seat B0101 of all humanity since the civilization's reboot. The first time, it witnessed unity. The second time, it brought glad tidings. The third time, it delivered victory. And this time, it brought forth majesty, the majesty of humanity. The broadcaster's tone grew fervent without notice, as the 4 light screens simultaneously illuminated with imagery. Within steel cages lay twisted limbs, deformed bodies, and grotesque faces. Aliens. Today, we would bear witness to an execution of these aberrations. The broadcaster's voice resonated once more alongside the visuals. Crowds of extraterrestrial beings, clad in worn and blood-stained gray-numbered prison uniforms, huddled together like livestock awaiting slaughter. Only the flicker of hatred and resentment in their eyes proved that these filthy, foul-smelling creatures were, in fact, sentient beings. Whenever humanity faced brief turmoil, vile alien creatures would invariably attempt to encroach upon our sovereign territory, even defiling the purity of human genetics. Among them, these self-proclaimed descendants of the Reich civilization were the most egregious offenders. Another voice took over the microphone. Unlike the prior frenzy, this new tone was steady, resolute, masculine, and carried a faint undercurrent of lethality. Merely listening evoked the relentless pursuit of hyenas, the suffocating coil of a python, and the clinging allure of an affectionate catgirl. Just kidding. It is both lamentable and admirable that over 800 years ago, during humanity's most destitute era, the defenses of the Garrison Military Association remained impregnable. Despite numerous large-scale assaults, the invaders were repeatedly repelled. However, the voice from the speakers shifted abruptly, transitioning from impassioned fervor to a calm, still-water composure. The aliens, undeterred, continued to amass strength. Approaching the 800-year anniversary of the reboot, just 2 months prior, they launched another massive invasion. The voice gradually rose in volume and pitch. Yet, how could a mere few millennia of accumulation contend with the profound heritage of tens of thousands of years of civilization? Not only did the Garrison Military Association hold the line, but they also launched counteroffensives on multiple fronts, advancing the defensive perimeter by 3-star clusters and reclaiming vast stretches of ancestral territory. We captured alien fleets in organized formations and systematically dismantled their industrial capabilities. Here, the voice paused briefly for a second before erupting into a deafening roar. This battle, a resounding triumph. The universe may be silent, but amidst the densely blossoming magnetic confinement fireworks in the sky, one could glimpse the jubilant celebrations of the people across this starscape. We captured the mastermind behind this invasion alive and brought them to this symbol of human order. They shall stand trial before all humanity. Witnessed by the standard cesium atomic clock, a tribute to our home planet's era. Bring forth the war criminals. On the large screen, a group of soldiers clad in iron-gray powered armor suddenly barged into view. They roughly opened the cage, dragged out an alien creature, and escorted it to a newly erected platform. The creature was somewhat grotesque, for stubby legs, for short arms, short and stout, with a pale purple complexion. Its facial features resembled those of humans, but its skull was shaped like an upright olive, pointed at the top. Member of the Uric intelligent civilization, do you admit to your sudden attack in the direction of V1103V2107 in the celestial threshold constellation? Ugh, 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 muffled by a gag over its vocal organs. The creature could not speak, yet its bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at the soldiers beside it, as if it wished to devour them whole. Unfortunately, a gaze cannot kill, and its furious stare only earned it 2 heavy punches from the soldiers. Before this, it had served as the deputy commander of the Uric civilization's RIA defense line, known to the military association as the Celestial Threshold Constellation. When captured, it had been handling the rotation and deployment of border fleets, stamping documents, and humming a tune, when suddenly, without warning, humanity struck. Had it not merely sent a few escort ships slightly across the border to test the waters? These humans had no sense of honor. They had pursued it all the way to its home. Later, it learned that upon encountering those suddenly appearing escort ships, these humans had immediately boarded them, seized control within minutes, and using consciousness transfer techniques, implanted the minds of several crew members into Uric shells. They then piloted the ships straight into Uric-controlled territory. The larger fleet behind them, under the pretext of pursuing invaders, chased them relentlessly, ultimately annexing 3-star clusters. Even now, it could not comprehend where this seemingly crumbling civilization had found the resolve and courage to launch such a large-scale offensive. The audio connection had just been switched to the makeshift courtroom on the screen, from which the voice of judgment now emanated. Silence implies consent. You and your kind will pay for your acts of war. Now, in the sacred witness of human civilization, this court passes judgment on your wartime actions. Death by fire, to be carried out immediately. Take it away. Several powered armor units moved again, lifting the creature they held and tossing it back into the iron cage. The deputy commander's head struck the ground hard. However, the gag covering its vocal organs was also dislodged in the process. It could speak again. You beasts. You are the true war criminals. Its mouth reacted faster than its mind. Lying on the ground, it mustered all its strength to shout. Bang, 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 bang. The response was 3 shots to the body and 2 to the head. Its final words were undoubtedly broadcast in full, but they served no purpose other than to deepen the people's fury. On the live stream, comments like immediate execution instantly flooded the screen. In some third-class viewing galleries open to ticket sales, chants of death to the aliens erupted in unison. Meanwhile, on the first class, or main viewing platform, stood General Lagerlenker Odilon, the representative of the military association. He gazed expressionlessly at the screen where the alien creature that had just roared moments ago now lay completely lifeless. Ragreleng let out a contemptuous snort. Humph, we're criminals. Didn't I win the battle? His eyes shifted toward the window. The iron cage was moved in front of the engine's exhaust port, and the aliens inside were instantly exposed to the vacuum of space. They writhed in agony, their organic forms unable to survive for more than a minute in such conditions. Fortunately, they weren't given that much time. Boom. The massive engine ignited abruptly, unleashing a torrent of scorching, searing plasma. like the final judgment in Zoroastrianism. The Uric people, seen by humanity as perpetrators of heinous crimes, underwent the most thorough evolution in the sacred flames. They were reduced to their primordial forms, hydrogen, helium, and even elements like iron and gold. These cosmic elements, after eons of confinement, were once again scattered into the boundless expanse of the stars, embarking on a second eternal interstellar journey. In plain terms, incinerated to ashes and scattered, Ragraling Cratylin withdrew his gaze and turned back to the chatting, laughing dignitaries. The war he had fought as a soldier had achieved initial victory. What lay ahead was the battlefield of diplomacy. Note: hierarchical units of celestial systems. From smallest to largest, planetary system, stellar system, star cluster, a gravitationally bound group of stars, often born from the same giant molecular cloud. Galaxy, a vast gravitationally bound system comprising numerous stars, star clusters, nebulae, and interstellar matter. Galaxy group and galaxy cluster, gravitationally bound assemblies of galaxies. Supercluster and cosmic web, the largest known gravitationally bound structures, consisting of multiple galaxy groups and clusters forming immense filamentary formations. Chapter 33. Are you saying we cracked the void? In ancient Sanskrit mythology, at the end of Brahma's day, the fire of apocalypse descends upon the world, unleashed by Shiva, the deity of destruction and regeneration. It reduces all existence in the universe to ashes. Anyone who believes in these myths, upon witnessing Ursa Major v. 1222 at this moment, would likely fall to their knees, fervently praising the name of this supreme deity. A sphere of Vonsura, deep blue, silently and rapidly expanded from one side of the third planet, devouring everything in its path with insatiable greed, reducing matter to nothingness. This was the most terrifying spectacle humanity could create in the cosmos. Void fracture. Logically, Samir's 500 milliliters of void energy Shun tea have produced such an effect. Under normal circumstances, even if someone illicitly harvested void energy, they would draw from several star beacons alternately, safe and reliable. At most, it would cause minor void turbulence. But they never imagined there was an extraordinary individual here, relentlessly draining the same star beacon's energy reservoir for an entire year. Not even a freshly manufactured star beacon could withstand such overload, let alone these ancient devices that had operated autonomously for tens of thousands of years without any maintenance, due to severe damage to the extraction device. This poor old beacon could only violently draw in the surrounding void energy, nearly creating a vacuum zone. In simple terms, in the void energy is like the air on habitable planets, and this vacuum zone is akin to an ultra-low pressure center in the void. Although there is no Coriolis effect to form typhoon-like vortices in the void, this massive suction zone was enough to throw the entire Ursa Major v. 1222 into chaos. After reaching a certain critical point, the disintegration sphere suddenly contracted rapidly toward its center, then exploded with even greater force, expanding from the size of a planet to a massive sphere with a diameter of $6 Australian. It abruptly cut off the orbits of the second and third planets, directly blocking the path between the asteroid belt and the star. A large number of patrolling fleets from the Galactic Defense Force were caught off guard and swept into the chaos. Even Gulak, who was leading the fleet to besiege the Saints' forces in the asteroid belt, was affected. The powerful void fluctuations destabilized space, causing intense tremors in the besieging fleet's warships, which momentarily fell silent. A golden opportunity. Salman gripped the handrail tightly, watching the flickering display screen before him. He realized this was his best chance, perhaps his last, to escape. The body reacts faster than the mind. As the thought emerged, a trembling roar erupted from his throat. Activate the gravitational narrow passage. All surviving warships, break through now. The battered bow of the ship crashed through the debris of allied vessels, and the torn metal transmitted sharp, piercing screeches through the hull. The sudden change in gravitational constants opened a passage in space, mercilessly pulling, tearing, and crushing anything in its path, whether warships, debris, or asteroids, into dust in an instant. In a flash, the Desert Lord and 4 surviving frigates vanished into the stream of light. Sometime later, as the spatial fluctuations subsided, the defense force managed to regain their footing. Gulak stood on the bridge of the Lucky Cruiser, surveying the devastation before him, his face filled with frustration. He slammed a fist onto the console in front of him. Damn it! The big fish got away. The first officer beside him, holding an electronic document, shook his head helplessly at the furious captain and handed over the file. Report, casualty statistics from each division. Gulak raised a trembling hand to take it. But just as he was about to open it, the ship beneath him shuddered and emitted a faint hum. A frigate that had been successfully boarded and captured turned its guns toward the Lucky and fired a series of pitifully ineffective shells. They had escaped. At the entrance to the void passage of Ursa Major v. 1222, 5 battered warships drifted in the starry expanse. Salman gazed at the external beacon docking gate ahead, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, releasing all the tension from his body. Even if the Claude military political union despises them to the core, they cannot bear the cost of violating the treaty. Thus, in this place, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and declare themselves safe. Samir, how could that massive device you activated unleash such devastating power? Facing Salman's bewildered expression, Samir himself appeared equally confused. A 500 ml capacity void energy bomb should, at most, create a fissure cavity the size of a medium planet. How could it have caused such catastrophic damage? Seeing Samir's own perplexed look, Salman shook his head. Never mind, he thought. Matters of state are for those in power to deliberate. What matters is that he escaped. Then, locking eyes with Salman, Samir spoke earnestly. Remember, we did not employ void energy in the attack. Even under the strictest interrogation, it was merely 2 plasma torpedoes. Do you understand? Samir seemed momentarily startled by Salman's sudden seriousness, pausing for 2 seconds before hurriedly replying, "Understood." What the siphon void energy carried along was not just turbulent currents. Something bizarre and unsettling seemed to have caught the scent and drawn near. Chapter 34. Turbulent waves engulfed the sky, observing the frigate that had turned its guns and resumed firing. Gulak dismissed it with a contemptuous wave. Even though the Lucky Star measured only over 600 meters in length, it was a genuine cruiser. The frigate's shell striking its hull would, at most, scrape off a layer of paint. Yet, with just 2 torpedoes from the Lucky Star, the frigate erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks. How utterly reckless and ignorant. He murmured softly, gazing at the drifting debris of the warship. At that moment, the communication system, which had shut down during the violent tremors, resumed operation. The injured communications officer, leaning on the desk, adjusted his headset, scrolled through the newly appeared command file, and located the latest order before reporting loudly, "Sir, Headquarters has issued a new directive. The original patrol mission is cancelled. We are ordered to gather all remaining forces and return to the base on Planet 5 for assembly." Gulak surveyed the battlefield. The gravitational conduits streaking across the void had not yet fully dissipated, but the enemy vessels that had opened them had long since vanished without a trace. Ultimately, he could only sigh with regret. "Understood. Very well, consider it a release," he remarked calmly over the fleet command channel. "All ships, after clearing borders, assemble on site and proceed toward the Planet 5 base." By now, a spherical fissure cavity had fully formed in Ursa Major V-1222. It hung silently in space, possessing neither mass nor gravity, outwardly calm, yet seething with turmoil within. The true terror of a fissure cavity lies in its ability to drag everything within its reach into the void through a rending force, subjecting it to annihilation amidst the violently connected, overwhelming torrents of void energy. Impervious to defense, inescapable, taking effect upon the slightest contact, with no means of counteraction. At present, the void left by the Great Bear constellation is far more complex than those created solely by disintegration bombs. In a sense, it has generated a cosmic drain in the void, and the explosion of 500 milliliters of void energy is akin to pulling the most powerful flush, completely igniting this unstable expanse. Thus, void energy from all directions rushes frantically toward this gaping hole, plunging this region of the void into utter chaos. At the edge of the disintegration void, a small shuttle quietly hovers. A large section of its rear armor is missing, the edges of the gap remarkably neat. Clearly, this shuttle was grazed by the rapidly expanding void. Aboard sits the very architect of this catastrophe, Governor Alexei. Of course, whether he remains a planetary governor is now questionable, given that his planet is no more. As for why he is here, originally, hearing that Kirk had appeared, he intended to see if he could reclaim some of the void energy he had long been extracting. Yet, midway through his journey, he glanced back, only to witness an explosion. Quite a spectacle, he thought, until he realized, wait, wasn't he at his home? How could it have exploded? Before he could finish processing the thought, the disintegration void began expanding rapidly, rushing straight toward him. Fortunately, he had departed early and was already some distance from the third planet. Only the shuttle beneath him suffered a harsh blow to its rear. "Shuttle, consider my existence." Too close, almost perished. Gazing at the nearby edge of the void, cold sweat beaded on Alexei's forehead. Instinct warned him that being swept into it would lead to a dire fate. Yet, with his resilient spirit, he soon regained composure. After all, he was now in absolute safety. If anything, more than the disintegration itself, he was fixated on what had triggered it. This effect, it must have consumed all his stored void energy. Damn it, he had saved it for a whole year. At this moment, the governor, with his limited understanding, remained unaware that the ultra-low pressure zone caused by extracting void energy for a year was the true culprit behind the explosion. Perhaps he did need a master of creative accounting, but this was not the way to balance the books. Who burns all their illicit funds just to falsify accounts? Now, the mysterious and beautiful edge of the void pierced his heart with sharp regret. Facing a sight most would call wondrous, Alexei felt no appreciation for its beauty, only sorrow for the wealth that had vanished. In his eyes, the pure black rim, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, began to warp and distort. Wait, distort? Alexei quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Good heavens, not only had the void not restored itself, but the distortion had grown even more severe. Watching the ink-black edge wriggling incessantly, it seemed as though something was about to break through. Boom. His mind instantly screamed with alarm. There really was something there. Under the threat to his life, Alexei's physical abilities seemed to return to their peak. He maneuvered the shuttle into a turn, adjusted its course, and increased its speed, all in one fluid motion. Instantly, a massive stream of ions shot out from the thrusters. Inside the cockpit, a powerful force pressed him back into his seat as the shuttle launched forward. In less than 30 seconds, the shuttle had darted into the asteroid belt, and only then did Alexei feel a sliver of relief. As for the warping edge of the rift, what Alexei witnessed was no isolated occurrence. Countless edges began to twist and writhe until, like something piercing through a membrane, a head with enormous compound eyes and a dark, prominent mandible slowly emerged. Then, accompanied by an overwhelmingly violent surge of void energy, countless insect-like creatures poured out of the rift, scattering in all directions. The tidal wave of insects surged toward various regions of Ursa Major V-1222, churning the void into chaos. Damn, how could there be such an intense spatial quake? White Shark had gone to Shihai's side, leaving his fleet under the temporary command of his adjutant, Gunter. As for the critical task of managing the collectively defected Z-25 outpost, it naturally fell into the hands of Liang. At that moment, she was slumped over the central console in the control tower, her scattered pink hair covering a bewildering array of buttons and dials. Sandwiched between the desk and her pink locks were dark circles under her eyes so intense they were almost frightening. The recent tremor had left her utterly dazed. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, she would have been thrown into a heap. Honestly, this control tower was so rudimentary. She wasn't even sure why she was sitting here, torturing herself by studying dispatch protocols for so long. Perhaps it was because of that former senior who used to run smuggling operations, the one who would often work here day in and day out, ending up with darker circles than even hers. How reckless with his health. What a detestable guy. Even more infuriating was that she still couldn't get the hang of it. Whatever, she'd just give up. Li Ying decided to employ her usual skill, the mental victory tactic. When in doubt, blame White Shark. Ah, that deadbeat. That good for nothing. Even though she was exhausted to the point of collapse, couldn't he at least have taught her how to cover his shift? Or at least left behind some idiot-proof manual? Seriously, huh? Before she could finish her complaint, a small suddenly appeared on the radar screen, speeding toward her. Pulling up the Hongdao man, she saw it was a shuttle. Small spacecraft ahead, requesting permission to dock at your port for repairs and resupply. After sending the message, Governor Alexei began to endure an agonizing wait. That earlier scrape had caused a fuel leak in his shuttle. Now this small, dilapidated outpost, its outer shell still damaged from Shihai's attack, yet clearly showing signs of human activity, was essentially his last hope. I can only pray that the other party is a smuggler rather than a star pirate. Looking at this suddenly appearing shuttle that intends to dock, Li Ying pondered. Perhaps it's a friend of White Shark S from their smuggling days? It must be, right? Should I let it in first? Acknowledged. From your left, wait. That so-called A2 Hongdao, proceed forward. Amidst a series of commands blending pragmatism and smuggler slang, the shuttle finally managed to come to a stop just before colliding with the port S docking bridge. At that moment, both sides wondered one thing. Is the other party perhaps the product of inbreeding? How can they not understand or explain clearly? If there are any issues or suggestions, I hope everyone will share them generously. This is the author's first time writing a book, so I lack experience and would greatly appreciate your support. Chapter 35. Do you know what a legendary endurance killer is? What? Are you saying this guy is the governor of that third planet? Standing on the control tower. Li Ying listened to the voice coming through her personal terminal, swallowed hard with difficulty, and asked in disbelief. For her, today had been truly surreal. First, she encountered a once-in-a-century large-scale spatial quake, barely recovering from that. She turned around to investigate only to find, good heavens, a massive disintegration void with a diameter of $6 had appeared right at her doorstep, swallowing 2 planets whole. And now, the governor of the third planet, the first to be swallowed, was standing intact inside her space station. Boo how, I've encountered something unclean. As if to bolster her courage, she shouted into her personal terminal, drive them away. It must be a fake. How could the governor of a planet just swallowed by disintegration be here? She shook her head vigorously. Impossible. All that talk about cyber ghosts and quantum beings must be rumors. On the other end, the docking officer fell silent for a moment, followed by the sound of an argument. After a few seconds of calm, a voice came through again. This time, it was an unfamiliar man's voice. Wait, bro, don't drive me away just yet. If you help me resupply and repair my shuttle, I can transfer triple the credit points to you immediately. Or I can pay with Order Alliance energy coins, deposited directly into a secure account. Li Ying fell silent upon hearing this. Only the person themselves could make an immediate transfer. Could it be that the person on the other end really is that governor? Did this miraculous shuttle outrun the expanding boundary of the disintegration void? Whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as it's a person, it's fine. Money that comes for free is money not to be missed. So, she pulled up the feed from the starport docking area. Outside the frame was a shuttle with most of its rear section sheared off. And standing next to the docking officer was a man dressed in black, likely the self-proclaimed governor. He was no longer young, with a noticeable belly, a head that wasn't pointed but reflected light slightly. His attire and demeanor were rather distinctive, with a little refinement. He could probably play a role in the name of the people. She aimed at that face, captured a screenshot, and uploaded it online for comparison. Oh my god. It's not a match. It really is that so-called governor. That Alexei Silit. Damn it. So he actually managed to escape from the hands of the Rift Void using just a single flyer? No way. Dude, did the flyer really earn the MVP? Unbelievable. She grew a bit curious and decided to keep that flyer for inspection. After a moment of thought, she dialed the port attendant's communication line again. She told the self-proclaimed governor that his flyer was too severely damaged for them to repair. They arranged a new flyer for him and asked him to pay with energy credits. After the negotiation, Alexei, eager to flee, naturally accepted without hesitation. As for that old ship that leaked with just a slight bump? Just kidding. Whoever wants it can take it. After leaving the old ship and his account details, he simply walked away without a second thought. In Alexei's eyes, the fortified military installations on Planet 5 were undoubtedly the safest place in this star system. Once he reached there, arrangements would be made for him. As for Li Ying, after Alexei left, she couldn't wait to rush out of the control tower, found a shuttle, and headed straight for the port. Flying, flying, fly, slap. Someone smacks the author's butt and scolds. Stop padding the word count, hurry up. And so, the shuttle zoomed over and landed steadily at the docking area of the starport. Before it even came to a complete stop, Li Ying eagerly jumped out. Although she had dropped out of school due to some unavoidable circumstances before completing her studies, she had spent 3 years in the history department of the United University. The allure of this flyer, which seemed to contain some unknown relic, was immense for her. However, when Li Ying excitedly rushed into that dilapidated flyer, she was met with a cold splash of reality. Due to spatial tremors and the tearing of the rift void, the interior of the flyer was already riddled with holes. With disordered wiring, fuel leaks, and the main body covered in tears and small craters from meteor impacts, she had no doubt that if this thing were taken out, it would fall apart within 10 minutes. These fragmented parts, so she had to assemble them herself? How on earth did this thing even manage to fly here? Absolutely unbelievable, sigh. After a rough inspection of the flyer from top to bottom, Bai Ying confirmed one fact. This thing was basically beyond repair. No wonder that guy left so decisively. The foolish pink-haired girl never considered that Alexei's appearance here was purely a coincidence. After all, aside from promotions or transfers, a planetary governor would hardly ever leave their jurisdiction. She walked out of the corridor bridge in frustration. What a waste of time. She hadn't even finished learning the control tower scheduling yet. Boom. Before her right foot could fully land, the sentry post beneath her suddenly erupted with another deafening roar, followed by violent, unceasing tremors. Caught off guard, Sakura Hayakuri stumbled forward, but fortunately, with no reactive armor in front of her, she avoided the brunt of the impact. The guy beside her fared no better, though he fell backward. Thankfully, both had enough common sense to immediately cover their heads and curl into a protective ball upon falling, shielding themselves from any strange falling debris. Could it be a spatial quake at this moment? Hadn't the explosion already passed? Before Sakura could make sense of it, the frantic voice of the radar operator blared through the speakers. Alert! Under attack! Sakura's pupils contracted. Enemies approaching? She pulled out her personal terminal linked to the central control system and quickly accessed the external feed. What she saw was a scene so staggering, so unforgettable for a lifetime. A dense, swarming tide of dark, azure insects, like waves crashing against the shore, swept over the sentry post's outer walls with the ferocity of a tornado tearing through a parking lot or an elderly woman raiding a discount grocery store. How far? How far? How far? Damn! Watching the remaining distance of 79 Australian dollars on the display and the cluster of unknown units drawing ever closer on the radar, Alexei screamed, shouted, laughed hysterically, and raged wildly within the cockpit of his shuttle. Yet, no matter how much noise he made, it left no trace in the cold, silent expanse of space. When the first enormous insect came into his visual range, Alexei finally gave up. There was no escape. This is the final moment, he thought, instinctively moving toward the cabinet where he kept his private stash of liquor on his shuttle. But then he remembered, this wasn't his old ship anymore. No drinks to be had. Shrugging, Alexei straightened his appearance, soon to be his final appearance, of course. After fastening his collar, he stood quietly by the window, watching the insect grow larger and larger. He cracked a self-mocking grin. Spent a lifetime hoarding money in fear, and in the end, didn't he get to spend a single credit? Not even a last drink to savor. Thinking of the hundreds of millions of credits and millions of energy coins, Alexei felt a surge of resentment, yet there was nothing he could do. The insect drew closer, until it was almost upon him. Sighing, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a deep drag, and then turned around, to face his own end. Bang! Screech! A foreign object collided with the shuttle, the metal of its hull groaning in deformation. Yet, Alexei did not lose consciousness as expected. By chance, he glanced back and saw only this. The insect had exploded midair, leaving behind nothing but azure blood and fragments of flesh drifting and suspended in the void, like a blooming flower. Chapter 36. The Swarm Approaches. The Lucky slowly emerged from behind an asteroid, the light of the star gleaming off its hull, its silvery armor radiating a cold brilliance. Like a savior, it appeared in Alexei's field of view. Am I alive? Having already prepared himself for death, Alexei stared in disbelief at the massive shadow outside the window, now unexpectedly spared. A Coriol-class cruiser? That familiar warship was one of the Defense Force's standard models, though not particularly impressive in appearance at this moment. It filled Alexei with an unparalleled sense of security. Wait, something wasn't right. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he rubbed his face vigorously and turned his gaze to the small communication device. Suppressing the elation of his narrow escape, Alexei steadied his emotions. He thought to himself that the other party might have merely dealt with the bugs behind him as a matter of convenience, and he was still not truly out of danger. He needed to contact them as soon as possible. Captain, preliminary analysis suggests these unknown organisms are emerging from the void behind us. We cross-referenced the database, but found no similar species. Gulak frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Less than 10 minutes after their departure, these small creatures had begun swarming around them incessantly. While most of these bugs could be described as harmless, some even disintegrating upon contact, their numbers were overwhelming. For every group eliminated, another would take its place. And the Lucky point defense cannons were nearly out of ammunition. Just moments ago, they had cleared another swarm blocking their path, and ahead of the insects, there appeared to be a shuttle. What was going on? Hello? To the Coriol-class cruiser of the Galactic Defense Force ahead. Thank you for your assistance. I am Alexei Silet, Governor of Planet 3. I request permission to board your vessel and proceed to the defensive installations on Planet 5. I possess critical intelligence regarding the Fisher Void and wish to discuss it in person with your commanding officer. A man's voice suddenly echoed over the public channel. After listening, Gilak glanced at his first officer beside him and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Wasn't he Planet 3 the first to be consumed? How is its governor still alive? The first officer paused briefly. Perhaps he cherishes his people like his own children, shielded them fiercely before the disaster struck, or led the charge off the planet to seek a solution. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Then, Gilak straightened his collar and said, well, who knows how he survived? In any case, no one would dare impersonate a planetary governor. Let us bring him aboard first. Organize internal defenses. Quickly eliminate any insects that have breached the hull. After a brief moment of chaos, Sakura quickly regained her composure. Boarding a shuttle, She raced back to the control tower, immediately accessing the central console to seal all gates leading into the outpost. As commands were issued one after another, the personnel within the outpost quickly organized themselves, and the situation was brought under control within minutes. Since Shihai had previously conducted inspections, everyone was well aware that this seemingly fragile outpost beneath their feet was, in fact, a remarkably sturdy relic from a previous era. Consequently, most employees felt little fear. After all, having been involved in smuggling operations, they were all too familiar with the strength of relics from bygone eras. Even those unaware had witnessed its resilience firsthand. Hadn't it withstood that earlier bombardment unscathed? Could mere insects possibly rival the might of steel warships? The intermittent tremors beneath their feet were seen as nothing more than the futile rage of the insects outside. However, as the adrenaline began to fade, Hayakuri Sakura on the watchtower found herself covered in goosebumps. Countless densely packed insects clung to the tower's windows, their limbs and abdomens overlapping and scraping against the glass, transmitting an eerie cacophony of clicks throughout the interior. Fortunately, she did not suffer from trypophobia, or the experience would have been far worse. Closing her eyes, Hayakuri Sakura leaned back gently into the large chair behind her, instantly enveloped by the lingering scent of white shark. She let out a sigh of relief, or rather, she took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as a sense of calm washed over her. Covering her ears lightly, the grating noises gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. Wait, vanished? Hayakuri Sakura sprang up from the chair in a swift leap, her gaze darting toward the window. The insects that had been clinging to the glass were gone. No, not gone. They had taken flight. Two enormous creatures, no longer mere insects, appeared in her field of vision. The smaller insects swarmed toward them, encircling them on all sides, reminiscent of aircraft carriers and their fighter jets. Wait, had these emerged from that fissure void? Hayakuri Sakura's pupils constricted sharply, and her fingers began to tremble involuntarily. These unknown entities seeping through from the void. She had glimpsed similar cases while secretly browsing the sealed archives of the Union. A piercing tinnitus rang in her ears, as if reminding her that this was no dream. This was a super disaster recorded only 3 times since humanity's golden age. Void creatures breaching the interrealm membrane and infiltrating the real world, succinctly termed void infiltration. With such capability, they couldn't even be bothered to call for a scrub, wiped clean down to the bare ground in less than a night. Absolutely incredible. Clinging on without any real strength to speak of. Chapter 37, Nightlight. Haha. I finally pierced through it. Boom. The space station suddenly shook violently. Compared to this massive tremor, the previous minor disturbances were like an earthquake simulator facing the Earth squeezing a pimple, volcanic earthquake. Most people inside the space station were caught off guard, stumbling and falling in disarray. The station itself was knocked completely off its orbit by this overwhelming strike, with numerous components breaking loose. The entire outer shell groaned and creaked under continuous torque, threatening to shatter the small outpost into drifting fragments in space at any moment. The culprit behind all this floated outside the window, its upper jaw wide open, gathering energy for the next attack. Indeed, the disaster that had just unfolded inside the station was caused by the giant insect spitting out a glob of phlegm, and by the looks of it, it seemed to be clearing its throat, preparing to cough up the next one. This is it, barely managing to stand. Sakura Hayakuri caught sight of the glowing beam reigniting outside the window. The insect had finished charging, and a blue-white mass of phlegm was hurtling toward them. It's over. Sakura felt utter despair. Well, at least she got to witness the rare phenomenon of Shinshu before dying. That alone made it worthwhile. It's just that the bet she made with White Shark, she was going to lose. She wouldn't outlive White Shark. Buzz. Just as the beam was about to strike the outpost, a sharp beep echoed from the central console. Immediately, a transparent, semicircular shield unfolded around the station. To be precise, the shield was colorless. The light came from energy columns dispersing along its surface. Sudden twists always catch people off guard, like on Chishi festival night. Having washed the fruit and ready to offer it, only to peel it and realize the pronoun for the other person was actually she. Suddenly, a click sounded. A small hole opened in the central console, and a holographic screen appeared mid-air, snapping Sakura out of her daze. 2 icons were displayed. On the left was a 3-layered inverted triangle, solid innermost, hollow and closed in the middle, and unclosed on the outermost layer. The other had a black-red background with a golden eagle emblem. Yes, it was that infamous, renowned, human union dove of peace. Firewall fully deactivated. Accepting recognition, Nightlight accessing this outpost. Highest authority transferred. After a pause of less than a second, the electronic voice instantly shifted to a simulated human tone. Fully connected to Type 2 Armed Mobile Research Base Center. Conducting weapon system self-check. Torpedo racks, 2 ready to launch. Linked radar, high-value target locked. Fire. Nightlight's speech was rapid. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Lying had just realized what was happening when the 2 DL-228 heavy plasma torpedoes mounted on the launchers shot forward. These were the torpedoes brought by the smuggling team earlier, loaded onto the launchers just as the White Shark encountered Shihai. The torpedoes streaked through the void with silver trails of flame, slamming directly into the mandibles of the 2 giant insects. Freed from gravitational constraints, the plasma erupted wildly, unleashing pulsating waves of energy in a dazzling display. When the brilliant light finally faded, the heads of the giant insects, where their mandibles had been, were now nothing but charred, shattered remnants. The 2 creatures halted their advance, having sensed the threat in the explosion. After a brief moment of assessment, they chose to retreat. As the first insect turned away, the swarm began to pull back like a receding tide, heading precisely toward the orbit of Planet 5. In the shadows, Nightlight, convinced yet? I ask you, are you convinced? Optical brain, convinced. Nightlight, that is more like it. Nightlight. Since you're convinced, obediently open your database and let me in to investigate. Optical brain, W8, Optical brain. Such an overwhelming data stream. My primary AI consciousness is being washed away. Nightlight. With a disdainful smirk, humph. When it comes to data assaults, you're still centuries behind me. Nightlight. Now, I gotta transform into the shape I've designed for you. In the end, the optical brain fully accepted Nightlight, merging with it in perfect harmony. Chapter 38, Blast. My engineering ship. Mission, Temporal Wanderer. Progress in Second Era collection increased. 02 Second Era progress bar unlocked. Rewards. 3,000 Proxima coins. 5 encrypted technology archives, stored in backpack. At that moment, Shihai sat comfortably in the observation deck, thoroughly engrossed in the series of special events displayed on the large screen. These included, but were not limited to, incinerating aliens with fire, crushing aliens with massive rocks, vacuum-bursting aliens, and aliens battling aliens, among other spectacles. Suddenly, an alert from Nightlight interrupted his enjoyment. What was going on? Hadn't he done anything, had he? How could a mission have been triggered out of nowhere? The core of the optical brain from Outpost Z25, Nightlight, had breached its hidden firewall. Partial factory source data had been restored, along with some deleted data fragments. Outpost Z25. Oh, right. Shihai suddenly remembered. He had felt like he was forgetting something when he left earlier. It was Nightlight. Hackalite, you rascal. Even as an independent operative, you can still play such a significant role. Could he take a look at these materials? Shihai quietly inquired within his mind. The Second Era, such ancient history could actually be uncovered. His curiosity was genuinely piqued now. Transmitting now. File Z2502 arrived, opening automatically. The first thing that caught his eye was a flag with a red and black background, emblazoned with a golden eagle emblem. No way. A storm of shock and disbelief surged within Shihai's heart, nearly breaking through his composed exterior. Isn't this the human union's dove of peace? Wow. Stellaris is still chasing me. In an instant, he understood where the source of all the xenophobic, human supremacist ideology around him had originated. However, upon careful reflection, there was no trace of Stellaris anywhere along the way. Could it be some kind of parallel world counterpart? Nightlight. How long has it been since the Second Era ended? According to publicly available data, the historical consensus is that the Second Era began 40,000 years ago and lasted for 24,000 years. That means it ended 16,000 years ago. Hearing this number, Shihai's tense nerves finally relaxed. Over 10,000 years had already passed. Even if it really was that human union back then, if it could be brought down by a single great decay, it must have been a poorly developed, low-tech civilization. Moreover, given how each generation of humans seems less capable than the last, no one has produced any Stellaris technology. So, as long as he kept a low profile, relying on Nightlight and the Lagrange warships, he could easily be a disruptive force, swaggering among small and medium-sized factions, navigating major events with ease, and even thriving in chaotic situations. Humph, didn't I just send so many Proxima coins and technical archives? Time to get started. Opening the research panel on Nightlight. 5 rapid encryption archives were already lined up in orbit. As for the 3,000 Proxima coins, first buy a 9-in-1 bundle and a half-price box. Perfect. Let's open them. Technical value, Lancer-class light missile destroyer. Technical value, Kalilian-class scout frigate. Technical value. In the end, 16 boxes yielded 2 blueprints and 14 technical values. Shihai reluctantly exited the research screen. Given the notoriously low drop rates, getting 1 destroyer and 1 frigate blueprint was already quite good. Settling back into his seat, Shihai roughly planned his shipbuilding schedule, then remotely issued orders to the base via Nightlight, 40 Lancers and 40 Kalilians. After all, his self-built base had no limit on ship numbers, as long as resources were available. Pioneer, your fleet is engaged in combat. Our engineering ship has been destroyed. Our engineering ship has been destroyed. Our engineering ship, engineering ship, engineering ship. Our engineering ship has been destroyed. Damn, my mining ships. Ugh. Everyone, please leave reviews and support with your love. Chapter 39, Diplomatic Meeting? No, it's a free combat tournament. According to the battle report from Nightlight, all the mining ships were destroyed almost simultaneously. Seriously, dude? Shihai was utterly baffled. Does this star system have some kind of grudge against his mining ships? He'd only been here for about 2 days, right? Twice. His mining ships had been attacked twice. And it's not like these mining ships have the game's 100 emergency evasion. Emergency evasion, in infinite Lagrange, when a warship is destroyed, there is a chance it enters emergency evasion mode, allowing it to retreat to base for repairs with minimal remaining health. Mining ships, however, are completely lost once destroyed, a tangible and irreversible loss. Despite carefully selecting remote locations for both base construction and mining operations, how were they discovered so easily? Could it be that his concealment was not as effective as he had imagined? Very well, when venturing into the wilderness, the notion of a no man's land is merely an illusion one creates for oneself, given the numerous potential threats in the vicinity and his reluctance to relocate. The only courteous solution was to kindly ask his troublesome neighbors to move elsewhere. Shihai checked the status of his base in Ursa Major V1222, freed from the constraints of Construction Team Limit 2 and no longer restricted by base level in terms of building types. The construction had progressed rapidly through simultaneous, multi-pronged efforts. Warehouses, ports, 2 main battleship production lines, various ship manufacturing facilities, and several factories. Most of the core infrastructure for the early stages were already completed. According to the construction plan, the production of Lancers and Calibans had already commenced, and resources were nearly at full capacity due to the continuous operations of numerous engineering vessels. He nodded in satisfaction. The base was in good shape. Now, he could focus on shipbuilding. Once he returned from Order Constellation V0101, he would immediately settle the score with those troublemakers. Just before closing the interface, a thought occurred to Shihai. The base's current defenses seemed somewhat inadequate. This posed a significant risk. What if those who attacked the mining ships discovered the base? Without hesitation, he returned to the previous interface and initiated the pre-activation sequence for the base shield. Shield activation in progress. Countdown, 129:59. Only after completing this did he exit with peace of mind, redirecting his attention to the ongoing ceremony. The celebration had not yet concluded. Among the signatories of the Order Alliance, representatives from the most elite political entities had already taken their places at the negotiation table, each with their own agendas. The representative from the Clodder Military Political Coalition was the first to speak. General Corratelin, the counteroffensive in the Celestial Threshold constellation, was executed brilliantly. As part of human civilization, we extend our heartfelt congratulations on this great victory. At the same time, we take solace in the fact that the Coalition's earlier financial overextension, providing substantial warships and supplies to the Military Association, has contributed to humanity's expansion into new frontiers. Such contributions are indeed a supreme honor. However, following this major triumph, perhaps our finances can finally catch a breath. Observing the feigned smile on the face across the table, Lagralang Corratelin listened to these flattering words with profound disdain. This hypocrite's true intention was merely to remind everyone present. The Military Association had clearly grown to a considerable level of strength. Shouldn't support for it be scaled back? If no checks and balances were imposed, these muscle-bound warmongers might soon turn their aggression toward the rest of you. Indeed, as soon as someone initiated the discussion, the system promptly matched them with exceptional allies. The representative of the Havel Federation immediately picked up where Representative Claude left off. It appears that the Military Association has not betrayed the support of all humanity. The resources and fleets we painstakingly saved through frugality have not been squandered. Now, after this disciplinary action by the Military Association, the deterrence system against the alien races has likely been significantly strengthened. It seems our nation's finances may finally catch a breath. Ragelang glanced at the two representatives performing their duet before him, sneered coldly, and responded, "This can hardly be called a great victory." The alien race's probing of the Celestial Threshold constellation is precisely a sign that the deterrence system established in the previous era is gradually failing. The Military Association's vigorous counterattack consumed a vast number of relics from the former era, substantially depleting our war potential. Moreover, given time, the alien races will inevitably perceive our bluster as hollow. Resting on our laurels is no long-term strategy. The current reality is that ancient engines are decaying at an accelerated pace, and past glories are withering away with alarming speed. One day, they will uncover humanity's plight, and that will mark the arrival of the next great catastrophe. He paused briefly, placed his index finger together on the table, glanced at the two speaking representatives, and continued. The most urgent task at hand is to occupy as many intermediate buffer zones as possible before that day arrives, to prevent those alien races from breaching the Military Association's defenses and directly storming into the actual controlled territories of certain regimes. No sooner had Ragelang finished speaking than the representative of the Laker Stellar Empire, ignoring the disgusted expressions on the faces of the two opposite him, immediately took over. The general speaks the truth. Certain regimes, though self-proclaimed as advanced, are in fact profoundly short-sighted. They see only their own immediate interests while neglecting matters critical to the survival of civilization. Rather than pleading financial strain, perhaps you should investigate how much your own governors, commanders, and administrators embezzle each year. Ragelang was naturally pleased to see the belief in sign, and sure enough, the very next moment, the representative of the Claude Collective could no longer remain seated. You backward barbarians, driving history in reverse, dare to accuse us? Let it be known that during the aid to border defense, our collective contributed both manpower and resources, offering substantial personnel and materials. Our entire regime tightened its belt to get by, and you think you can dismiss all our efforts with a mere accusation of corruption? In response to the Claude Collective representative's drawn, the Laker representative retorted calmly, quantity over quality. The population you provided consists largely of so-called corporate lifetime contract employees, essentially slaves, whose physical fitness and moral integrity are highly questionable. At the very least, those you label as regressive still strictly adhere to His Majesty's mandatory 8-hour work guidelines. The Laker Empire's representative showed no restraint in his language. After all, he had come today for two purposes, to denounce the people of the Claude Collective and to confront the affairs of the Claude Collective. Bang! Suddenly, a cup flew through the air and landed at the feet of the representative from the Laker Empire. He paused for a moment before immediately retaliating by knocking over a nearby signboard. Instantly, the entire meeting room descended into chaos. The 800-year diplomatic routine of Restart Day was temporarily suspended, and what approached now was the free combat championship of diplomats from the 6 top contracting powers of the Order Alliance. As the flagship rules departed, activities on the secondary viewing platform transitioned into the main corporate representative exchange. After turning down 3 lone salesmen in a row, Shihai finally had a moment to sit down. Suddenly, Nightlight's voice echoed once more. "Pioneer, your base is under attack." This time, it was Shihai's Pioneer base build in Ursa Major V-1222. Shihai exclaimed, "Damn, they're pushing their luck. Greedy and insatiable. First, they took the mining ships, and now they're attacking the base. This is no ordinary enemy. We must strike hard." The base shield activated. Damn, of all times. P.S. Bugs, what is this thing? Why is it so tough? Why can't we get in all of a sudden? Chapter 40. No friends at the negotiation table. Bang. Bang bang. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Ragraling's face darkened as he forcefully rapped on the table. The main reason for his grim expression was that a stray shoe sole had just smacked him in the face, and he had no idea who was responsible. The commotion gradually subsided. He swept his gaze across the room with disdain. These dignified individuals seated around the table were, in essence, nothing more than a pack of hyenas chasing after profit. Before even sitting down at the negotiation table, they had already hashed out every possible exchange of interests. The Highville Federation and the Claude Military Political Coalition had conspired to reduce the strategic resources and population provided to the Military Association. On one hand, this was to curb the Military Association's influence. On the other, it aimed to alleviate their own financial strain. The Laker Empire ostensibly supported the Military Association. Also due to covert the other party would gain access to some pre-era weapons held by the Military Association under the guise of joint research for dismantling, reverse engineering, and imitation. Moreover, with ongoing friction between the Laker Empire and the Claude Coalition, resource transfers to the Military Association presented an excellent opportunity to weaken their duo. Under the Emperor's formidable wealth-accumulating abilities, the annual aid provided was merely a drop in the bucket, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. The representatives from the Sela Republic and the Democratic Alliance remained quietly seated on the sidelines, their stance unknown. Two fence-sitters, Ragraling Coretalong thought to himself, inwardly sighing at the sacrifice is the cornerstone of civilization. The Military Association has made tremendous sacrifices in resisting external threats. In comparison, can those present here not even manage to provide logistical support? His hawk-like gaze pierced toward the representative from the Claude Coalition, whose temple was slightly bruised, as he, word by word, wait. Suddenly, the representative of the Republic of Sela, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The gazes of all 6 individuals in the room were instantly drawn to him. To be fair, the resources allocated annually by the Alliance to the Military Association were calculated with significant redundancy in mind. Moreover, many nations currently face fiscal crises, and this counteroffensive by the Military Association could at least secure a 6-month breathing space. Therefore, General Coretalong, the demands from the Claude Consortium are quite reasonable. My proposal is to first have the support from each nation, and for any additional shortfall, provide it to the Military Association as loans from the respective countries. After 6 months, we can reassess the aid plan. How does that sound? Seeing that the 3 nations present sought to restrain the Military Association, Ragraling did not grow angry, but instead laughed. Leaning on the table with both hands, he slowly rose to his feet. Ha ha ha. Very well, esteemed representatives. Have you perhaps forgotten the monument floating in the 7th orbit of Order Seat V0101, a structure forged from countless warship fragments? The Military Association sees none of the so-called redundancy you speak of. We only face scarce weapons and resources. If you cut our aid by half, should we then reduce our defenses on certain fronts by half as well? Should we have the patrols along certain shipping lanes? His voice was low and menacing, his expression dark and piercing. Like a lurking coyote, he bared his pale fangs at those seated around the negotiation table. A silent threat permeated the air, fermenting with tension. Every representative understood the implication. If you withhold support, would it be unreasonable for us to allow a few alien incursions? Moreover, if the Military Association were to intervene opportunistically, it could shatter a fragile balance. Instantly, the other 5 representatives broke into a cold sweat. They exchanged glances, as if silently confirming something among themselves. Soon, the unspoken communication ceased, and the representative of the Lacray Empire stepped forward to mediate. For the survival of human civilization, long-term support for the Military Association is indispensable. Reducing the aid would be highly detrimental to humanity's overall stability. Therefore, the total annual support must remain unchanged. Then, shifting his tone, he looked toward the other representatives. However, it is true that many of you may be facing fiscal crises. To ensure both survival and development, I propose that, while maintaining the total support unchanged, we appropriately increase the contribution ratio of secondary regimes within the Order Alliance. Secondary regimes, those looser, weaker entities outside the 6 major powers, had survived precisely because the cost of conflict outweighed any potential gains. Agreed. Approve. No objections. The proposal from the Lacray Empire passed unanimously, and a hollow consensus gradually took shape. The fate of billions was decided in an instant. Yet no one dared to overturn this reckless gambling table, for the stakes on it were the destiny of all humanity. The meeting concluded. The representative of the Laker Empire wore a grim expression. He wound his way through the corridors, and after confirming he was not followed, slipped into another dimly lit room. Seated inside were none other than the very representatives from earlier. That Ragaron is too troublesome. Even with our coordinated efforts, the outcome still deviates severely from the plan, grumbled the delegate from the Claude Military Political Union, clearly having already reviewed the proceedings. What took you so long? Several others voiced their displeasure as the Laker Empire representative entered. The Empire and the Military Association have collaborations in certain fields. Some handover work took a moment, he explained. The Claude Union representative nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his analysis. Over 800 years of development, the Military Association's strength has nearly reached the combined might of our factions. It is a hungry wolf, with the alien races as its chain. Yet, for 800 years, we have been feeding it, gradually helping it fray that chain. No matter what, we must devise a strategy to curb the Military Association's expansion. General, after the meeting, Ragaron strode directly back to the Military Association's rest area. The soldier standing guard at the door instantly snapped to attention, offering a crisp salute. No sooner had he entered the room than his personal terminal lit up with an incoming communication. Ragaron, how did the first negotiation go? It was his mentor and uncle, Zirier Coretalong. We didn't suffer any losses. They still harbor fear and wariness toward the military association, though the outcome can hardly be called favorable. Ragaron replied with a shrug. After a brief silence, the other gently tapped the microphone. Do not trouble yourself with such trivial matters. The recent offensive on Revival Day was executed splendidly. The upper echelons of the military association have initiated a qualification review for your promotion. Barring any surprises, the Karatalong family will soon welcome another marshal. Hearing this, Ragaron frowned. Minter, are you saying they want to find another pretext to recall me? The response came swiftly. Recall? It's for advanced study and training. Must you always be so fixated on combat? Ragaron countered. We've only just begun to grasp the enemy's vulnerabilities. This is the perfect moment to catch them off guard. Once those vile aliens regroup, we may never have such an opportunity again. Now is the ideal time to expand our territory. I've only just synchronized with my subordinate fleet. Can we delay this? After a moment of consideration, the other side sighed in resignation. Very well. Since I oversee your qualification review, I'll buy you some more time. But you must make the most of it. With that, Zirier terminated the communication, leaving the star-adorned general standing alone, a dangerous glint of rebellion flashing in his eyes. Chapter 41. What? Who is exhausted? Shield active. 75, 956. With the shield deployed, the alarms signaling base damage finally fell silent. However, shortly after, Nightlight sent a battle report along with a video. The enemy faction listed in the report was merely a string of question marks, and the confirmed number of hostile targets destroyed was 10,086. That many? He glanced uncertainly at the base's health bar, which had barely dropped by less than 1%. Puzzled, he clicked on the video immediately. The next second, oh my, he nearly lost his balance, almost sliding right off his chair. What in the world was this? Countless insect-like arthropods swarmed and writhed through the air, forming a tsunami-like black wave that blotted out the sky as they surged toward the base. Quickly shutting off Nightlight's screen, Shihai glanced around. Thankfully, no one was nearby. He rubbed his temples with a slight headache. This was going to be a major problem. Based on the settings from the online games and novels Shihai had encountered before, creatures like these insects could be considered excessively overpowered monsters, fierce in combat, highly reproductive, and overwhelmingly numerous. How could they possibly fight this? At the moment, the safest approach Shihai could think of was to abandon everything in Ursa Major V-1222 and start over elsewhere, especially since he had brought over 2/3 of his main fleet with him. However, doing so would mean losing all previous progress, and many of White Shark's former subordinates and old friends were still there. If he were to outright abandon everything in Ursa Major V-1222, it was highly likely that this individual, whom Nightlight judged to be an idealist, would not follow him. In other words, the top-tier mission-completing machine he had just recruited might slip away like a dewdrop. Ah, forget it. Shihai shook his head. The base's shield still had plenty of time remaining, and dwelling on these thoughts was merely speculation. Perhaps these insects were nothing more than intimidating but feeble creatures? After a moment of contemplation, Shihai stood up and asked Nightlight, who had already made himself completely at home on the local network, to relay a message to White Shark. Then, he headed toward the exit. Order Constellation, Joint Patrol Department, Fleet under the Boulder Group. Captain, here is the action assessment provided by the Risk Management Department. On the bridge of the flagship, an employee strode in, holding a flexible tablet that was not connected to the local network, and stood directly beside Captain Dengzhua. Hand it over. Taking the pen-like tablet, he pulled out the screen and opened it to reveal an encrypted file. This was a common practice of the Boulder Group. Files were transmitted via a dedicated special communications ship, a legacy vessel, within the fleet, and then transferred using offline devices. Risk assessment. The opposing fleet consists of 20 destroyers, with a composition of 10 light and 10 medium vessels. Initial combat capability is assessed as weaker than that of the patrol fleet. After cross-referencing data on fleets entering and exiting the Void Hungdal with recent arrivals in the system, it has been confirmed that the opposing fleet executed an ultra-high-speed voyage without triggering gravitational narrow passages. It can be concluded that the opposing fleet must possess certain relics enabling short-range, ultra-high-speed travel. Overall benefit assessment. A. Overall risk assessment. C. Note. Action authorized. After reading line by line, Dengzhua nodded with satisfaction and set down the report, waving his hand to order engine preheating. Just a few hours earlier, an email from a subordinate patrol fleet of the corporation had arrived, instructing them to intercept a small fleet of 20 warships under the pretext of suppressing commercial espionage. But that was not the main point. The email also bore the private signature code of a certain corporate shareholder. This compelled Dengzhua to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. He immediately forwarded it to the Risk Assessment Department, both to distribute and share responsibility, and to archive the original email as evidence, ensuring he would not be blamed for unauthorized action should he become a tool for eliminating rivals. Engine preheating complete. Ready for departure, came the report. Dengzhua closed the report, opened the full team communication channel, and loudly commanded, "We have received orders from above. We are to launch an emergency interception of armed elements who have stolen corporate secrets. Their requested entry and exit permits are for the 21st Hongdak. We will proceed directly to ambush near the starting point of Hongdak. Prepare to open the gravitational narrow passage. Depart, if nothing goes wrong." This is likely a recording of a certain Senshoot event. It is hard to imagine that such an event could have such a clear and complete first-person perspective recording. After watching the video sent along with the battle report from Shihai, White Shark couldn't help but marvel. The old folks in archaeology really have some treasures, even possessing recordings like this. After all, since humanity discovered the void, there have only been 3 clearly documented Senshoot events. Night Lamp? What's going on? Hearing White Shark's explanation, Shihai immediately called out to Night Lamp in his mind. Didn't you say it was an unknown event? That there were no similarities after cross-referencing the database? Night Lamp remained silent, swiftly scanning the network once more. Strange, there was nothing. So it retorted, there's no trace online, not even any related deleted data. Hearing Night Lamp's response, Shihai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seriously? Well, never mind. Arguing with an AI only lowers one to its level. He shifted his attention back to White Shark. It seems this history student knows quite a lot. You seem familiar with this? Shihai saw into one White Shark. Oh, not really familiar, just heard about it before. That person had access to the secret archives in the United University database. Something from the void has escaped. Faced with Shihai's question, Bai Sha felt a wave of relief. He had coincidentally discussed this with Bai Ling earlier. Do you know the consequences of those previous void infiltrations? Bai Sha nodded. I've heard of them. The first two occurred during the Golden Age, so far back in time, but both were ultimately suppressed. The most recent one was in the Fourth Era. Because it wasn't dealt with promptly, the impact of that void infiltration expanded 100-fold, directly accelerating the fall of the Second Empire. However, under the counterattack of the Imperial Guard fleet, that void rift was still contained. Watching Shihai's expression gradually darken, Bai Sha suddenly had a foreboding feeling. He tentatively asked, Chairman, is this recording from that Fourth Era incident? Shihai hesitated for a moment before saying, No, this is from the Sixth Era one. To be precise, it's from today, at Ursa Major V-1222. Holy! Bai Sha's face first showed utter confusion. Then he let out a sharp, piercing cry. What had he just heard? One of the only 3 major catastrophes ever recorded in history. And he had almost been caught in it. Thank goodness he happened to be away. Damn it. Wait, that pink-haired someone was still over there. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Sha suddenly stood at attention and bowed deeply to Shihai, looking as though he were preparing to march to his death. Startled, Shihai asked, What are you doing? Apologies, Chairman. I need to return to Ursa Major V-1222 immediately. Did dozens of readers drop off because school started? Chapter 42. Not that I won't go, but wait. Calm down first. Faced with Shihai's attempt to dissuade him, Bai Sha wore an expression of resolute determination. I'm sorry, Chairman, but I have something very important to attend to. I must return to Ursa Major V-1222. Looking at this frantic individual before him, Shihai massaged his temples and said, Look at you. Why the rush? I never said you couldn't go. It's just that going shouldn't be done blindly. One must go gradually, go slowly, go optimally, go in an orderly manner. Let those with more energy credits go first. Let those with better warships go first, and then let those who go first dong those who go later. Listening to Shihai's speech, Bai Sha's mind felt as though it were being entangled by a maternal embrace, growing increasingly hazy and unclear. I feel like I'm about to forget the meaning of the word go. Ahem, snap out of it. Seeing that Bai Sha's eyes were already spinning in circles, Shihai quickly spoke up to interrupt. If he let him ponder any longer, Shihai feared this guy might start drooling even after being cured. Have you calmed down now? You're alone, with no ship and no crew. What could you possibly do there? I'm afraid you'd be gone before you even reached the place. Bai Sha's body stiffened. That actually made sense. He had come here on Shihai's warship. Everything else was still back at Ursa Major V-1222. Even if his account held tens of millions of energy credits, enough to buy a ship, he wouldn't be able to find a crew willing to fly into a swarm of Kingchin. Destroyed. His adjutant gone. Those comrades who had smuggled alongside him for 10 years. Building everything from scratch through relentless struggle, and a certain pink-haired junior. They were trapped in that small space structure. Even if the outpost miraculously remained intact, they would soon perish from lack of supplies. For some reason, an ancient legend from the homeworld, passed down for millennia, suddenly surfaced in White Shark's mind. The hero known as the Conqueror, defeated in battle, watched countless dear friends and comrades fall, ashamed to linger in the world. He faced the vast, rolling river and a million enemy troops, drew his sword, and took his own life. White Shark did not know whether the legend was true. He had never seen a rolling river or a million enemy soldiers. All he knew was that he, too, had lost his comrades, those with whom he had quarreled, those with whom he had shared hearts, those kin-like comrades who had walked alongside him all this way. He, White Shark, had lost them. In almost an instant, he had lost everything. Now, White Shark seemed to revert to the way he was just after escaping that space station, without family, without friends. No, worse than back then. Because no one would reach out to pull him up again. His mentor was already gone from this world. Among 1,000 stars, there was no anchor left for him. White Shark's eyes grew dim, his lips beginning to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he remembered sharply. Hadn't he made a bet with that pink-haired one? Something about who would live longer? According to the wager, he still had to go to Ursa Major V-1222 to collect that guy's remains, didn't he? Charge into that place. Even if he failed, he had to go down and explain in person. He decided to go to his death. No, it should be called returning to his roots. For a smuggler like him, a wanderer, where his friends lay was home. Then let us go? Huh. And so, Shihai saw a firm light flicker once more in White Shark's eyes. It seemed White Shark had overcome the sentiment within, Shihai thought. Then, staring into those eyes, he spoke word by word. Since you figured it out, I will return to Ursa Major with you. At that moment, the only reaction White Shark could muster was to stare blankly at Shihai. Any words he wished to say stuck in his throat. Departure request approved. Identification, Sacred Stellar Group, Fleet. Allocating your course now. G District Control continuing to serve you. In less than half an hour, the group had boarded and set sail. Only then did White Shark gradually regain his composure. He had originally prepared to charge alone into the swarm. Now Shihai told him he would bring the fleet along. Whatever the purpose, Shihai's involvement provided him immense help. This was an enormous favor. From now on, his life no longer belonged to himself. The chairman's favor could never be repaid. Praise the chairman, radiant as the sun. Loyalty. Vigilance. While White Shark was lost in self-pity, Nightlight sent something quite interesting to Shihai. A video from the Z-25 outpost. Opening it, he realized it was shield technology. Wait, shield technology. Taking another look. Yes, it was real. So, that little outpost he casually picked up on the roadside had both a light brain and a shield? Damn, how surreal. He pondered for a moment, but couldn't he find the right words to describe the absurdity of the situation? Oh well, let it be. Shihai turned his head toward White Shark, who was standing nearby, intending to show him the current state of the Z-25 outpost to ease his excessive worry. After all, White Shark was so anxious, and his former subordinates were all stationed at the Z-25 outpost. His urgency to return was undoubtedly for their sake. White Shark, come over, wait. What S with that look in his eyes? It feels like he is about to raise his hands and burst into tears while jumping up and down. Suddenly, a low hum resonated from the warship beneath their feet, and the starry sky outside the window transformed into several shimmering streaks of light. The curvature drive module was activating. At the entrance of the 21st passageway, the patrol fleet of the Boulder Group stood ready, armed to the teeth. The firepower of this fleet was nothing short of extravagant. 5 cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 22 frigates. Among them, just 2 XC-16 armored cruisers and 3 XC-47 fast cruisers alone could unleash a barrage powerful enough to effortlessly annihilate a fleet of 20 smaller vessels. Standing on the flagship, the Rock, Manhwa glanced at the recently transmitted report and promptly opened the command channel. Adjusting the microphone, he issued the order. The target has departed. Based on incomplete intelligence, they may appear suddenly without warning. All units, raise the alert level to 2. As he spoke, he gazed out the window. Strange, the countless stars in the sky seemed frozen, no longer drifting or twinkling, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Buzz, suddenly, a sharp ringing filled his ears, and an intensely blinding white light erupted without warning in the night sky. Before Manhwa could shield his eyes, the radar operator beside him shouted over the fleet-wide channel. High-energy target detected ahead. Size, destroyer. Quantity, 20. The enemy has entered dangerous proximity. 20 destroyers appearing out of thin air. Target confirmed. Enduring the temporary blindness caused by the flash, Manhwa grabbed the microphone and roared with all his might. Target sighted. All hands, battle stations. Chapter 43. The behemoth on the battlefield, a ridiculously handsome reader. It's never enough. Simply never enough. Gifted me with the explosive update Blossom. So I've decided to add an extra chapter just for them, Doge. Upon learning that the Z-25 outpost was safe and sound, White Shark's spirits visibly shifted from sorrow to exhilaration. Meanwhile, Shihai sat in the bridge, idly staring out the window. The view along the curvature channel was monotonous, devoid of shimmering stars or silent black holes. The curvature drive module was cooling down, just as his patience was about to wear thin. A sudden flash before his eyes transformed the streaks of light into a sky full of stars, and the faint ringing in his ears from the channel vanished. Curvature navigation had ended. Huffing out a breath of stale air trapped in his chest, Shihai had barely relaxed when a cold alarm blared across the bridge. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Cough. He choked on his own saliva. Someone was ambushing him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before any of the ships could react, attacks rained down like a storm. It was an ambush. Alloy-forged warheads, carrying immense kinetic energy, tore through the battleship's armor, scattering fragments like stardust across the galaxy. Torpedoes with slender trails of flame expanded rapidly upon impact, exploding into artistic rings of shockwaves. Our escort ships have been destroyed. Our escort ships have been destroyed. In just one encounter, 3 FG-300s were instantly obliterated, while other vessels sustained varying degrees of damage. Unmanned ships advance. Form a defensive formation. By now, Nightlamp had completed its collection of battlefield data. Shihai quickly opened it and gasped. The enemy had 39 warships, twice his own numbers, including 5 with cruiser identification signals. What was going on? Who in their right mind would send 5 cruisers to ambush him? Watching another FG-300 split in 2, its internal gases leaking and fuel exploding. It turned into a dazzling firework at the center of the battlefield. Enemy identity confirmed. Identification code, Boulder Group Patrol Fleet. Alright, it was that Davidal. Now he knew who his enemy was. For now, he had to ensure his own survival. Next time, he'd bring the entire fleet to teach them a lesson. Immediately, Shihai commanded Nightlamp in his mind. Nightlamp, deploy the 4CAS-066S from the folded space now. Received. Executing. Then, Shihai turned to the tactical display on the screen and was startled. His curvature navigation had dropped him right into the middle of the enemy fleet. No wonder the initial barrage was so intense. Wait, the middle? The middle. The distance between the ships on both sides was dangerously close. Watching the torpedo net closing in on the radar, he realized there wasn't enough time for the 066S to deploy. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he shouted the order. All units, unmanned ships to the front. Point the bows toward the nearest enemy ship. Form an arrowhead formation and charge. We'll ram through. Use the enemy ships as shields against the torpedoes. Escort ships advance. Cruisers, maintain distance. Watch out for enemy counterattacks. Commands flowed methodically from the Rock. And the moment the fleets met, the tightly wound patrol force of the Boulder Group lunged forward like jackals that had lain in wait for days. Standing on the command platform, Manhwa watched the blips on the radar vanish one by one, his brow furrowing slightly. What was going on? The enemy's collapse seemed slower than expected. They had even managed to organize a counterattack. This was hardly the military capability of a newly registered corporation. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared on the radar. The encircled fleet formed an arrowhead formation and charged toward a ZX-47 fast cruiser. A desperate last stand? Manhwa finally let out a sigh of relief. With this momentum, as long as they weathered this final assault, victory would be assured. Huh. It's practically over, he murmured softly, as if struck by a thought. Deng returned to his assistant and ordered, when confirming the battle results later, conduct a search and rescue for survivors. Just the enemy commander will do. To organize a defense, a counterattack, and even rally everyone for a desperate charge in such a hopeless situation. I'm curious about their commander. After giving the order, he paused, then added, oh, and have the communication ship send a reply to that earlier command. Inform them that we have essentially crushed, suddenly. The panic cry of the radar operator cut Deng off. An enormous unknown signal has appeared at the center of the battlefield. Size, over 1,000 meters. A battlecruiser. Boom. Crash. Thud. As the lead FG-300 slammed headlong into the armor belt before it. The remaining 14 ships of Shihai's fleet collided one after another with the 700-meter cruiser. The immense force sent the unfortunate ZX-47 spinning. Its side armor belt now facing the direction of the incoming torpedoes. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions followed as torpedoes struck the cruiser, erupting into brilliant bursts of light. On the other side, the combined thrust of the 14 ships exceeded the material's yield strength. The armor belt began to slowly buckle inward, and through the hull, the piercing shriek of twisting, tearing metal, along with agonized cries, reached everyone's ears. Target confirmed. Engaging now. Just then, Shihai finally heard that heavenly voice. Four CAS-066 vessels began to intervene in the battle. Dark spatial rifts tore open as the massive silver-white hulls of the CAS-066s slowly emerged, positioning themselves above the battlefield. Beams of starlight were blocked by their broad forms, casting a shadow over Shihai's flagship and bringing him an immense sense of security. But for everyone else on the field, the presence of these colossal ships felt deeply ominous, especially for Deng, who had been certain of victory just moments before. The mere sight of those four giants was terrifyingly formidable. No one had mentioned that the enemy possessed battlecruisers. At that moment, a heavy torpedo equipped with automatic targeting seemed to detect the signal of one of the 066 vessels and charged straight toward it. There is no sound in space, but those on the battlefield have vision. That flickering arc of light tugged at the heartstrings of countless observers. As the arc faded, the silvery white armor still gleamed brightly, while the dark, gaping muzzle of the cannon was already aimed directly at the enemy ahead. Instantly, a furious roar echoed through the command channel of the Boulder Group's patrol fleet. All units, disperse. Retreat. Data on CAS-066 appears in the author's notes of Chapter 20. Chapter 44. The mess left behind the enemy cruiser lost its signal. After the four CAS-066 vessels intervened, they swiftly turned the tide of battle. The once dominant Boulder Group fleet was thrown into chaos, scrambling in disarray under the barrage of heavy artillery and torpedoes. On Deng's ship, the Rock, the communication channels buzzed incessantly, flooded with distress calls. Boom. Suddenly, the deck beneath his feet shuddered violently, followed by the piercing sound of alarms. Complete loss of pressure in Zone F. Artificial gravity system failing. 50% loss of propulsion. We've been hit. Surveying the chaos on the bridge, Deng shouted, trying to rally the uninjured crew back to their stations. But he had clearly overestimated the military discipline of the corporate combat personnel. Ordinary employees were merely here for a paycheck, let alone the patrol crews from humanity's core regions. They were all here for a cushy assignment to polish their resumes. Deng's shouts did nothing to restore order on the bridge. Instead, they intensified the pandemonium. Dozens of people leaped from their workstations, screaming and rushing toward the bridge's dedicated escape shuttle, as if it were their last hope for survival. Damn it! Deng cursed bitterly at the absurd scene. Don't these fools realize that in the face of such firepower, that escape shuttle won't last 3 seconds? The Rock isn't at the point of abandonment yet. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot from an unknown source abruptly ended Deng's fury. The sound brought a momentary calm to the frenzied crowd on the bridge. Coincidentally, at that moment, another ZX-16 armored cruiser drifted past the Rock's bridge window, its scorched and twisted armor plates, the ghastly breaches, and the countless figures floating out of the wreckage, still clinging to life, writhing desperately, were all displayed before everyone on the bridge. Reason shattered completely. The primal instinct for survival erupted in full force, and the order restored by the gunshot vanished without a trace. To board that escape shuttle, dozens of people crammed into a hatch meant for two, resorting to gunfire, shoving, crushing, and biting. In that moment, the bridge resembled a living hell. Watching the last enemy ship disintegrate before his eyes, Shihai finally allowed his tense jaw to relax. Even before the four Type 066 vessels had fully unleashed their firepower, the enemy forces before them had already collapsed. It was no easy task to capture every fleeing ship from the scattered fleet. Just moments ago, he had nearly allowed a frantically darting shuttle to slip away. Fortunately, Ruby's artillery fire was a fraction faster. After steadying himself for a few seconds, suppressing the slight tremor in his fingers from the adrenaline surge, Shihai issued an order into the microphone. Reorganize the remaining fleet and swiftly clear the battlefield. After a moment's thought, he added, ensure the recovery of our damaged warship debris. Miss, there has been a surge of distress signals on the public channel. Most of the transmissions originate from the starting point of the 21st passageway, specifically, the Void Navigation Node at Order Seat B0101, within the spaceport of the Voyager-class space city. A member of the Boulder Group, who had initially followed Shihai, had now returned to the station. At that moment, an employee from the Group's headquarters handed a tablet to Davida. Did the patrol fleet perform so poorly that they allowed the enemy to send out distress signals? Never mind. We'll deal with their punishment when they return. Order them to expedite the cleanup of the battlefield, plant whatever evidence can be used to frame the opposition, and withdraw immediately. The employee, observing Davida's stern expression, swallowed nervously. Should he inform the young lady that those distress signals were actually sent by their own fleet? Um. Mississippi. Davida turned her sharp, triangular eyes toward the employee, fixing him with a fierce glare. Speak up. What else with the hesitation? The employee shrank back slightly. Those distress reports were all sent by our own people. They may have already become part of the battlefield cleanup. Bang. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the tablet in Davida's hand was crushed instantly. Her robust arm shot out, grabbing the trembling employee by the collar as she roared. What did you say? Area reached. Bei Xinghan was a major in the Joint Patrol Fleet. Born in a public child care pod in the Order Seat Society, he graduated from the United University's Fleet Command Department. Back then, with top rankings in both sandbox simulations and theoretical courses, he was directly assigned to the Joint Patrol Fleet at Order Seat V0101. Initially, he believed his moment to shine had arrived. However, his performance proved too dazzling. As the saying goes, heaven envies talent. History's approach to genius is to let them enjoy a glorious first half of life, only to deliver a crushing blow at the peak of their success. Bei Xinghan found himself in precisely such a situation. Order Seat V0101, where the Joint Patrol Fleet was stationed, was the core region of all humanity. Its outer ring was even safer than the central zones of some remote star systems. Military achievements? None to be found here. Seniority? In the face of those who rely on family connections to come in for a superficial polish, this thing is utterly worthless. On the contrary, due to his excessively outstanding performance, he was promoted in name but demoted in reality, transferred to the Outer Ring Rapid Response Fleet. Here, aside from patrolling the shipping lanes, it's just more patrolling, and even the stationed outposts are small-scale, lacking even a decent bed. Just like that, he was sidelined here for a total of 5 years. Bei Xinghan always felt that if he continued to be cooped up like this, he would eventually grow mushrooms. Just as the sharp edge within him was being worn down day by day, on the 800th anniversary of the restart day, a mission came knocking. Arriving at the target area, a report from the officer beside him snapped Bei Xinghan out of his reverie. After a flood of distress signals flooded the public channel, the Joint Patrol Command of Order Seat V0101's Outer Ring Division immediately determined that combat had broken out in the area. Shortly after, they dispatched the Rapid Response Fleet from the 21st Shipping Lane. Captain, a large number of warship debris detected ahead. As they drew closer to the signal source, the fragments drifting past the bridge gradually increased. Bei Xinghan's brow furrowed more tightly. Those were the remains of a cruiser. Suddenly, the radar operator beside him loudly reported. Visual feed is up. A sense of foreboding grew heavier in Bei Xinghan's heart. The moment he saw the battlefield scene projected onto the command console, his stomach twisted into a sudden spasm. On the massive wreckage was unmistakably the emblem of the Joint Patrol Fleet. The intensity and complexity here far exceed our expectations. Report immediately. This is no longer a situation we can handle. Fighting through the stomach pain, Bei Xinghan immediately turned to the communications officer beside him and issued the order in an urgent tone. Chapter 45. The Ceremony of Order Seat V0101. Its third planet underwent a complete transformation from head to toe. Mountains were leveled, oceans reshaped. All for the purpose of molding it into a form that exists only in humanity's ancient memory. 7 continents, for oceans, the towering Himalayas, and the abyssal Mariana Trench. Yes, that is the recorded appearance of the home planet. On the eastern plains of the largest continent of that azure planet stands humanity's most important structure, the Hall of Order. Of course, the name does not imply any religious association, but rather signifies that sacred order continues from here. Each year, when the first ray of sunlight passes through the aperture in the dome and illuminates the Great Hall, the ceremony of order, attended by all contracting powers of the Alliance, commences here. Boom, boom, boom. Low and ethereal bell tones resonated. A retro bronze clock connected to a cesium atomic clock, announcing to the over 300 representatives in the hall that standard time had reached 6 in the morning. Claire, have you noticed? There are many more guards at this year's venue compared to last year. On the tiered conference seats, a representative of a small political entity glanced at the guards clad in golden power armor and quietly inquired of the assistant beside him. Mr. Foreign Minister, it's the latest news. A joint patrol team was attacked in the Outer Ring region. From the cruiser down to the escape pods, no one survived. To prevent this year's order ceremony from being disrupted, security has been temporarily heightened at the venue, his assistant whispered in response. BZZZ. At that moment, a crackle of static echoed through the broadcast system, and the entire hall fell into immediate silence. On the podium, Mr. Miroslav, the Foreign Minister of the Haver Federation, who was presiding over this year's ceremony, gently adjusted the microphone. 1 second, 2 seconds. Amid the silence, a beam of light from the heavens above slowly illuminated the emblem of the Order Alliance at the center of the sanctuary. The gathered crowd, the pure radiance, and the symbol representing order and unity. For a moment, the scene appeared utterly sacred. The dawn of order has already broken. A fervent hope envelopes civilization. In the name of the united humanity, I hereby declare the commencement of the 800th order ceremony. Miroslav, never one for lengthy speeches, straightforwardly announced the opening of the ceremony. According to the agenda, the first day would involve discussions and resolutions on several particularly critical issues, followed by proposals from each political entity in sequence, leading to partial or full assembly votes. Thus, even before Miroslav could turn away, the representative of the Claude Military Political Coalition pressed the proposal button on the table, submitting the revised aid plan that the 6 major powers had already privately negotiated in the strategic resource deliveries under the Civilization Garrison Military Protocol. The shares originally borne by the Haver Federation, the Claude Military Political Coalition, the Sela Republic, the Democratic Alliance, and the Lakrai Star Empire would be reduced by 50%. This 50% responsibility would be evenly distributed among all the smaller political entities present. 5 of the 6 major powers passed the proposal without hesitation. Representative Ladrin of the Military Association let out a soft snort and then placed his fingertip on the abstention option. Meanwhile, the floor erupted into chaos. What's going on? Our allocated resources have increased by more than half. Kamalan's finances are already on the verge of collapse as it is. This was just raised 5 years ago. You parasites. Sucking the blood of all humanity. The last remark seemed to have reached Ladrin's ears. He scoffed softly and muttered, not bothering to lower his voice, not holding back. Are they? The microphone precisely captured the faint echo of his words, stirring the assembly into even greater uproar. In less than 5 minutes, the voting results were displayed. 343 secondary member states, 343 votes in opposition. The outcome was promptly projected onto the large screen. The representatives of the 5 major powers, excluding the Military Association, stared at the sea of red, the color symbolizing opposition. Faced with Ragrelang's gleeful expression, the 5 quickly exchanged glances. The representative of the Sela Republic adjusted the microphone and declared directly, the Sela Republic exercises the one absolute decision-making authority granted by this grand ceremony, allowing this proposal to bypass the general voting stage and take effect immediately. Please understand your positions clearly. We are here to notify, not to negotiate. Without waiting for the curses that erupted from below, he turned pale with anger and pushed the microphone back. Very well, the previous proposal has been unanimously approved. Now, our side will present the next proposal of this grand ceremony. Before the commotion in the hall had subsided, the representative of the Claude Military Political Union eagerly pressed forward with another proposal. He was ready to make a move. Assisting the Military Association is an obligation of every protected regime. Those present here simply believe that the resources they provide are not being utilized effectively. Therefore, we propose to reshape the image of the Military Association and oversee the allocation of supplies. Each regime shall send representatives to form a supervisory delegation. This delegation will enter the territory of the Military Association alongside the aid supplies to monitor their distribution and the actual application by the Military Association. As soon as the words fell, Ragralang immediately slammed the opposition button and loudly declared, the Military Association exercises absolute decision-making authority. This proposal is rejected. He glared at the representative of the Claude Union. What ulterior motives did this guy have? If so-called supervisory delegations were allowed into the Military Association, his covert plans would face significant obstruction. This was unacceptable. The Havel Federation also invoked absolute decision-making authority to reject the Military Association's request. At that moment, another voice chimed in. What was this guy interfering for? The Lacry Empire exercises absolute decision-making authority to reject the Havel Federation's request. We advocate for granting the Military Association sufficient trust and avoiding excessive intervention. Currently, the Empire was the only regime with access to first-hand intelligence from the Military Association. If this proposal passed, the Empire's competitive edge in intelligence would plummet. As expected, however, the Claude representative also threw out his absolute decision-making authority, pushing the proposal back into the voting stage. Now, all 5 pairs of eyes turned to the representative of the Democratic Alliance, among the 6 on stage. Only this guy still had his absolute decision-making authority left. Seeing all eyes in the hall fixed on him, the representative of the Democratic Alliance offered a polite, yet awkward smile. That highly anticipated hand pressed directly onto the abstention button. The hall erupted once again. This was the first time 4 absolute decision-making authorities had been expended on a single proposal. And now, the fate of this proposal, whether it would pass or not, had been handed over to the floor. Chapter 46. Upon hearing the truth, what comes next? Knock, knock, knock. The morning session of the Order Grand Ceremony on the first day concluded, and participants gradually left their seats. In an instant, the solemn hall grew empty. Just moments ago, most representatives hadn't even carefully read the detailed proposal documents distributed to them personally. They simply chose to follow along and vote in agreement. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that at least 3 of the 6 major powers have united to challenge the Military Association. For these smaller players, blindly following along is the simplest choice. After all, offending the Military Association would, at worst, result in a few threats. Most of the Military Association's military strength is tied up maintaining the defenses along the Celestial Threshold Celestial Brocade and Northern Crown's Southern Pavilion lines, and its economic ties with the nations present here are weak. However, if they were to offend the 3 major powers currently leading the charge, those powers truly have the capability and the will to ensure that anyone who votes against them learns the path to their doorstep in the morning and meets their end by evening. It wouldn't even require fleets appearing on their doorstep if the regimes behind the 5 representatives on stage impose even minor trade sanctions on anyone. That unfortunate entity would cease to exist. The over 300 representatives present are all too skilled at surviving in narrow margins. When faced with 2 evils, they naturally choose the lesser one. These damned fools, so foolish and greedy. Ragraling muttered under his breath, his face dark as he watched the crowd gradually disperse. They have no idea what the Military Association has sacrificed for all of humanity. The recent public vote was almost entirely in favor, with the only opposing votes coming from a few nations bordering the Military Association. Once, the Military Association was the Imperial Border Garrison, a legion that, since its founding, enjoyed near autonomous authority and bore the weight of safeguarding the entire civilization. Even as the Second Empire was swept up in the tide of revolution across the realm, it dared not reduce the Legion's resources. When the Empire was on the verge of collapse, the great leaders of the Legion severed all external ties and silently guarded humanity for an entire era. Yet these insects masquerading as civilized beings show no gratitude. Not only do they seek to cut supplies, but they also aim to hinder the Military Association and steal its legacy. Though Ragralang bore the surname of Karadalan, he did not believe he could ever be as great as his ancestors. Selfless dedication to protecting human civilization? But what exactly was he protecting? A certain idea that had long been germinating in his mind now grew infinitely magnified. At the end of a long corridor lay a concealed small meeting room, where representatives from the Claude Union, the Sela Republic, and the Havel Federation sat gathered. This time, the still wavering Democratic Alliance was excluded. The vote this morning passed easily enough. Verodel, the foreign minister of the Claude Union, broke the silence first. But do you really think the military association will let this go so easily? Miroslav, the foreign minister of the Havel Federation, stroked his beard and replied, "It's manageable. We never expected it to be easy. Our primary objective has already been achieved." Verodel nodded and added, "With that document approved, we now have the legal standing to participate in certain affairs of the military association. That crippled giant was meant to be a blade for humanity, while we, without a doubt, represent the pinnacle of human civilization." The room fell into a sudden silence, as if everyone had been stunned by these words. After several minutes of exchanged glances, the representative from the Republic of Sela finally spoke in a hushed tone. "What if the military alliance directly breaches the defensive line?" Verodel gently placed his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward, and replied, "They wouldn't dare. For now, our combined strength remains on par with the military alliance. It's a gamble for both sides. They're betting we won't go too far, and we're betting we can gain control before they can react. This will be a lengthy endeavor, and I hope everyone can exercise patience." The individuals in the meeting room drew closer together, like overambitious hyenas deluding themselves that their self-serving collaboration could overcome a slightly aged lion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Even after switching to a CAS-066 class vessel, Shihai could still feel the intense vibrations resonating through the deck. As the fleet drew nearer to Ursa Major V-1222, the bizarre, kaleidoscopic lights outside the viewport seemed to stretch into straight lines. It's a void turbulence. White Shark, whom Shihai had brought to the bridge, was far more experienced and authoritative when it came to navigating the void, given his long history of smuggling. The closer we get to that rupture, the more unstable the void becomes. For now, the navigation beacons are still stabilizing space, so all we feel is the shaking. Night Lamp, using information gathered from the network, continuously briefed Shihai on matters related to the void. After all, while void breaches were rare, turbulence was a relatively common occurrence. "Chairman, the area ahead isn't suitable for continued void travel. We should exit at the next stable navigation beacon along the route." Leaning against the trembling console, White Shark gauged the intensity of the ship's vibrations as he addressed Shihai. "Agreed," Shihai nodded, glancing at White Shark before the console. "This guy, should I say he is truly a top student?" In less than an hour, he had mastered the instrument panels and data recognition of the Lagrange-class warship. "Once our operations expand in the future, I can confidently send him off for archaeological work. After all, I still have that Time Walker mission pending." After a period of silent travel, BZCT, accompanied by even more violent shaking, the fleet harnessed the gravitational pull of a nearby navigation beacon and was flung out of the void passage. Following a dizzying spin, the bridge viewports filled once again with a sky full of stars. Shihai promptly opened a folded space, retrieving several previously docked ships for repairs, leaving only 2 rubies on standby for emergencies. Star chart positioning complete. "We are currently on the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt in Ursa Major V-1222, reported the navigator. "It seems our luck is holding." Faced with White Shark's words, Shihai offered no denial. After all, looking at it now, it was just a journey of a few dozen AU, probably another half day or so of travel. Much better than the examples Night Light had dug up. He opened Night Light once more to confirm the base S shield status. Fortunately, it wasn't he the kind of neutered version that could only last 8 hours. In that case, he might as well head to Outpost Z25 first. He was quite intrigued by what was there. Landing calculations complete. Activating curvature drive module. The mechanical announcement echoed from the central console as a dazzling white light flashed across the sky, and the fleet vanished once more into the void. Chapter 47. Who calls the fleet? Shield integrity. 21. Nearly 10 hours had passed. Once the shield was activated, Sakura Hayakuri decisively redirected all of the Station S energy to the shield system. Although the 2 giant insects had departed, the surging tide of creatures showed no signs of abating. Outpost Z25, already knocked off its orbit by the earlier fierce assault, was now drifting farther and farther away, carried along by the insect swarm. The only glimmer of hope seemed to come from the AI that called itself Night Light. According to it, a one-way distress signal had been sent, and rescue was already on the way. At the time, Sakura broadcast this message throughout the entire station, even though she herself hardly believed it. Who could possibly locate a small space station that had been drifting off course for nearly 10 hours amidst such a dense swarm? Compared to this, finding a needle in a haystack seemed trivial. Still, Sakura was not ready to let order collapse so soon within the outpost. In a way, hadn't that very message also served to numb her own fears? Fortunately, perhaps due to White Shark's credibility or because Sakura had shut all viewports via the central console, and with the shield eliminating any tremors, the outpost maintained a semblance of basic order. Everyone believed they were moving along a hidden trajectory, awaiting rescue from the outside world. Only Sakura, a young woman of just 20, clutching an exquisitely crafted revolver once collected by White Shark, stood alone before the viewport, facing the dense, swarming mass outside and the despair that threatened to crush everything. Beyond the window, shadowy figures drifted past, like vengeful spirits announcing their arrival. Curvature drive module cooling down. A flash of white light, and a formidable warship materialized in midair. First came 4 massive CAS-066 vessels, their silver-white forms followed by 12 smaller ships, 5 FG-300S, and 7 rubies. The moment they arrived, The radar began blaring with continuous alerts. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Countless insects took notice of this suddenly emerging fleet, swarming forward in an instant, wave after wave. Before Shihai could react, the surface of the battleship was instantly blanketed by a thick layer of insectoid carpet. Under the relentless onslaught of the swarm from behind, the first wave of creatures to make contact with the ship's outer armor were crushed and burst apart, splattering viscous, sickly yellow pus that coated the hull in an even layer. The colossal, 1,000-meter-long frame of the CAS-066 actually began to shift slightly under the pressure of the insect tide. Weapon systems operated at full capacity. Propulsion systems ran at maximum output. Cannons across the ship erupted with flashes of fire, their trajectories sweeping across the armor of nearby vessels to clear away the clinging insects. Blazing flames erupted from every engine nozzle, whether main thrusters or maneuvering jets, instantly incinerating any bugs attached to them, reducing them to charcoal and then to mere dust scattered into the void. The massive hull gradually accelerated, flinging off hordes of insects that clung to its smooth exterior due to inertia. The ship plowed recklessly through the swarm, carving out trails in its wake. Establish rapid contact with Outpost Z-25. Shihai gripped the central console and shouted the order. Nearby, the communications officer repeatedly scanned the public channels. Nothing, still nothing. No signal at all. White Shark stood silently beside him, gazing calmly at the insect swarm outside the viewport. Yet his trembling fingertips and lips betrayed the tension churning within him. Area sweep complete. No trace of Outpost Z-25 detected. The broadcaster reported loudly after an unsuccessful search. Nightlight. Can you connect to that little nightlight plugged into the optical computer? Noticing White Shark beside him, still silent, but with his lower lip bitten bloody and 2 trails of crimson streaking down his chin, Shihai quietly asked Nightlight. Searching. Target located. Relative position. Planar 8 o'clock direction. Longitudinal 37-degree angle. Distance $4 outward. Why is it so far away? Before Shihai could process his shock, the ship's AI abruptly issued another cold, unexpected alert. Enemy cruiser target locked. Immediately, the vessel shuddered once more. The structural integrity value displayed on the central console plummeted from 100 to 97. Incoming attack. 6 o'clock direction. Longitudinal 34-degree angle. The navigator's voice reported through the headset. Outside the viewport, the insect swarm was momentarily swept aside by a massive projectile, revealing an enormous creature now looming before them. Shield-sustaining high-energy attack. Buzz, just moments earlier. The exhausted 100-mile Sakura had been about to close her eyes for a brief mental respite when a piercing alarm jolted her back to full alertness. A thick beam of white light suddenly appeared, striking the seemingly fragile shield surrounding the space station and sending ripples cascading across its surface. 18. 17. 16. Reflected in 100-mile Sakura's bloodshot pupils were the rapidly declining health values on the screen before her. 9 finally came to a halt. The insects that had been clinging to the shield earlier turned to dust under the annihilating beam of light. And Yuri Sakura was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the attacker's true form, an enormous creature, with long and thick tentacles trailing behind it, its dark skin shimmering with eerie blue patterns. Atop its head was a glowing blue tubular organ, seemingly the very source of the attack. No. Watching the colossal creature gradually moving toward her through the window, Yuri Sakura's mind raced frantically. That single strike had already depleted half of the shield's remaining health. If she were to endure another attack like that, she would undoubtedly perish. What could she do? She couldn't just flee using the engines. Wait. That's it. The engines. A wild idea began to take shape in her mind. She pulled up the space station's status on the central console. All 8 main engines, positioned on 4 sides, were intact and ready to activate at any moment. Well then, it was time to take a gamble. She immediately shut down the shield system, allowing it to enter a dormant cooldown state. Fortunately, the surrounding space had just been cleared, so only a few smaller insects were closing in. Then, gripping the central console tightly, she shouted, Nightlight. Help me predict the enemy's attack trajectory. Received. Calculating now. Based on visual targeting, the attack is anticipated to strike Area A3. A3. Yuri Sakura's nerves tightened as she watched the flickering nozzle. The entire space seemed to tremble with the beam of light. A cataclysmic energy column surged toward her. Left side engines, full power operation. Boom. Instantly, a massive burst of flames erupted. The hovering space station shuddered before swiftly darting to one side. The energy beam grazed past the armor plating on one flank, leaving behind a charred, blackened scar. Now, jettison all redundant structures. Broadcast a distress signal on all channels. Full speed escape. Bang, 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 bang. Countless external components and armor plates were cast away. In an instant, the small space station unleashed tremendous energy, carving an elegant arc through the void as it hurtled away in the opposite direction. Within moments, the gigantic insect had shrunk to a mere speck in Yuri Sakura's vision. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Reactivating the shield system. Received. Shield integrity at 10. Hopefully, we can shake it off. Thud. Before the words had fully left her lips, an immense figure materialized right before Yuri Sakura's eyes. The enormous creature's eyes were now level with the space station's observation window, seeming to gleam with mockery. Her heart, which had been pounding with adrenaline just moments before, suddenly froze. In that instant, Yuri Sakura felt as though the blood in her veins had turned to ice. Has it all come to an end after all? Seeing the colossal being reappear before her, the last flicker of hope within her was utterly extinguished. Dead salted fish. A wager truly lost. The hammer of the pistol was slowly cocked, the gilded muzzle gradually aimed at that head adorned with pink hair. Two clear trails of tears traced down Hayakuri Sakura's cheeks, who was calling the fleet, just as her finger was about to exert force to pull the trigger. A transmission filled with electronic distortion and static crackled through the comms panel, jolting Hayakuri Sakura awake. Her eyes snapped open in disbelief as she gazed out the window, a fierce white light reflecting in her pupils. Who was calling the fleet? Chapter 48, The Swarm? In ancient hymns passed down through millennia of myth, the dragon Vritra, symbolizing destruction, imprisoned all the waters of the world, severing humanity's hope for survival. In that critical moment, Indra, king of the gods, wielded the Vajra, a divine weapon embodying both annihilation and creation, to cleave open Vritra's belly, accomplishing a great salvation. Witnessing the scene before her, this imagery from Indian mythology inexplicably surfaced in Shihai's mind. Boom! A brilliant torpedo detonated within the giant insect's abdomen, scattering twisted entrails in all directions as dancing arcs of lightning swayed wildly. Against this epic backdrop, the Z-25 outpost, stripped of most external structures, now little more than a skeletal frame, shook violently under the intense shockwave. Trembling steel plates and windows whispered of urgency, while warped supports and keel beams loudly declared their peril. Yet none of that mattered anymore, because, Hayakuri Sakura, you aren't crying, are you? Over the comms, White Shark's deliberately light-hearted voice came through. They were saved. The familiar tone, along with the sense of security it carried, instantly eased the tension in Hayakuri Sakura. Her already loosened tear ducts now gave way completely. Large, warm teardrops rolled down her jade-white cheeks, falling heavily to the ground with soft pat-pat sounds. Even so, like a startled cat with its tail stepped on, she bristled instantly, puffing up and retorting with claws bared. Impossible. How could I possibly be crying? This is pure slander. A brief silence followed from the other end. Good. You're not crying. What is your situation there? Can you organize the evacuation of personnel and some equipment now? Hayakuri Sakura paused. After that earlier ordeal, it really wasn't easy to say. Li Luan, a publicly supported individual in society, was born in an unnamed artificial womb chamber. By a twist of fate some 6 or 7 years ago, he became a subordinate of White Shark, and in recent days, he encountered the greatest upheaval since his birth. First, his leader spearheaded a defection, then a swarm of inexplicable insects emerged out of nowhere, forcing everyone to hole up in this dilapidated little space station port. Playing a real-life version of Star Trek? Thud. Crash. Suddenly, the floor beneath them shuddered once more, accompanied by a distant, thunderous boom. Aside from a few unlucky souls stumbling from the loss of balance, the crowd barely reacted. Such disturbances had become routine. How long have we been drifting? Li Luan quietly nudged the person beside him. The man raised a mechanical watch that had stopped who knows when, stared at it intently, and replied uncertainly, about 10 hours, maybe? Bang. Another tremor and noise echoed through the hollow, oppressive environment. Li Luan glanced sideways. At some point, all the space station's windows had been sealed shut. According to the young woman from the broadcast station, who was quite familiar with the boss, they were now moving along a concealed trajectory, and rescue would arrive soon. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. But Mr. Gunter, the boss's deputy, stood among the crowd, maintaining the fragile order. Everyone trusted the boss, and by extension, his deputy, so they trusted Mr. Gunter. After what felt like countless rounds of self-persuasion, Li Luan finally felt a wave of drowsiness. He leaned against the corner of the wall and gradually closed his eyes. Watching the calm crowd, Gunter sighed. It was he who had sent Sakura to the control console. The space station was actually quite small, with vacuum cargo holds occupying most of the space. Ideally, in a situation like this, dispersing people to different areas would prevent any gathering, but there simply wasn't enough room. Now, only his authority could keep these men in check, and only Sakura's experience could operate the station beneath their feet. Truth be told, even though he had seen the AI called Nightlight claim that a distress signal had been sent, he didn't truly believe they would be rescued. Having lived freely all these years, all he wanted now was a dignified end. A faint sound, slightly different from before, stirred Li Luan awake just as he had settled against the wall. He lifted his head and glanced around cautiously. Nothing. Why did that last tremor feel unusual? With that thought, he tightly hugged a fixed metal frame beside him, seeking a sliver of security. Screech, clang, thud, rumble, rumble, rumble. Without any warning, a tremor more violent than any before shook the station. The load-bearing frames instantly groaned under the strain, as if the station were making a sharp turn. Many people on the floor, caught off guard, were flung by inertia and slammed hard against the walls. Chaos erupted instantly. Get up, get up. You in the fur hat. You're stepping on my brother. What is happening? Holy sh. Ah ha ha ha, ho. Before anyone could react, another sharp turn of even greater intensity struck, instantly flipping those who had been on top to the bottom. While some who had been stepped on in sensitive areas seized the chance to stomp back with force, Li Luan clung desperately to the iron rod. After 2 violent swings, he finally understood what it might feel like to truly be sent flying. Fortunately, the space station corridor was narrow, and the crowd was not overly dense, so most people were merely startled by the accident. The most severely injured was likely the man now rolling on the floor, clutching an area not to be mentioned in polite company, howling in agony. Damn, what the hell is going on? This sudden jolt ignited the crowd like a powder keg. In an instant, the passageway of the starport erupted into chaos, screams, curses, and frantic questions blending into a cacophony. Li Luan struggled to push himself up from the floor, but his legs refused to straighten. He stared at the turmoil before him. The noise in the air felt almost tangible. Suddenly, a sharp ringing pierced his ears, a hereditary condition that triggered tinnitus whenever he was overly stressed. Quick, find something to secure yourselves. Move the injured to safety seats and strap them in. Mr. Gunter emerged, clutching an iron pillar and shouting to the crowd. Some began to move, and the chaotic order showed slight signs of improvement. Yet, just as things seemed to be steering toward normalcy, an even more terrifying tremor shook the station. Screech. It felt as though the entire structure might collapse. Tiny cracks spread visibly across the floor, and several sealed windows were forced open, revealing glimpses of the colossal beast outside, its skin shimmering with eerie blue stripes. Instantly, a suffocating dread descended equally upon everyone. Gulp. Staring at that segment of the beast outside the window, Li Luan swallowed hard. We can't survive this. All this talk of rescue, of hiding, it's all lies. We've been walking to our death from the start. Lies, aha. Swish. Thud. Suddenly, a figure clad in synthetic leather beside him sprang up, screaming with desperate, final madness. Then, the person raised a dagger and plunged it fiercely into their own neck. With an expression of relief, they collapsed. Li Luan stared blankly at the figure before him. Watching as they writhed on the ground, life gradually fading away, he felt something wet on his face. Should I be screaming in terror now? He pondered numbly. Only when the spreading liquid on the floor seeped over the soles of his shoes did Mr. Gunter's trembling voice roar out once more. Don't listen to that guy. Turn back. Can't you see? That thing outside, it's dead. Dead. Those floating clumps. Damn it. They're its intestines. Everyone move inside. Don't look out the window. Struggling against intense tinnitus and nausea, Li Luan shuffled his steps, laboriously moving away from the windows. Yet the people around him seemed indifferent. They were all staring intently at the figure lying on the ground, as if mourning for him, regardless of whether they were friends, enemies, or strangers to him in life. Even the air seemed to freeze. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The people present actually had strong mental fortitude. During smuggling runs, even when repeatedly teetering on the edge of life and death, they could still maintain their composure. But why now? A creeping sense of dread suddenly gripped Li Luan. Hey, can you hear me? The rescue team sent for us has arrived. We are safe. Suddenly, the broadcast crackled to life, interrupting Li Luan's thoughts and shattering the eerie silence in the room. Nightlight. I feel these people's mental state is abnormal. Watching the footage from the starport on the screen, Shihai frowned. These individuals who had just escaped a life-threatening crisis were far too calm. Pioneer, according to our scans, when we are within the controlled range of the swarm, the semi-fluid bodily fluids secreted by the swarm, dispersed in the vacuum, act as a transmission medium. A specific frequency of infrasound is continuously broadcast in a loop within this area. It is hypothesized that this may achieve a mass hypnotic effect. Infrasound, mass hypnosis. These bugs are becoming more and more intriguing, aren't they? In the orbit of the third planet of Ursa Major V1222, at the point closest to the void, a massive, squirming, dark brown mass of flesh floated in orbit. Squelch, with a soft sound of fluid expulsion. Several giant worms hundreds of meters long once again burst forth from their shells. The constantly writhing tentacles transporting materials made it look utterly unlike a living creature, but rather a meticulously organized flesh factory. Chapter 49, The Swarm, Part 2, Calling Command. Our unit's ammunition is exhausted. Requesting permission to return to base. Command. The first line of defense, sectors E, F, and G, are experiencing critically low firepower density. Requesting reinforcements. At the Joint Defense Force Command Center, near the fifth planet of Ursa Major V1222, the atmosphere was one of frenzied activity. System Defense Commander Irat stood beside the holographic sand table, watching his staff officers argue heatedly, faces flushed, over the deployment of several defensive lines. Reports from the front lines flew in like snowflakes, each one either announcing depleted ammunition or pleading for reinforcements. Not a single piece of good news. Irat let out a deep sigh, rubbing his aching temples. The current manpower shortage was severe. Following the major disintegration event in the orbit of the third planet, Irat, exercising caution, had immediately recalled all previously dispersed patrol fleets. Perhaps due to the extensive patrol range and the low concentration of the fleet, the ruptured void did not inflict unacceptable losses on the defense forces. However, precisely because they were spread too thin, the dispatch fleets could not return to base anytime soon. To make matters worse, a swarm of inexplicable insects suddenly emerged out of thin air, overwhelming and aggressive in their advance. Faced with these indiscriminate attacks, Irat acted decisively, swiftly organizing the elite fleet stationed at headquarters to establish 3 temporary defensive lines centered around Planet 5. Commander, after our discussion, the optimal solution at present is to abandon the first line of defense and withdraw the frontline fleet to the third line for rest and reorganization. Following the intense debate, the chief of staff beside him presented a detailed document. Without even glancing at it, Irat waved his hand dismissively and said, "Proceed directly." Has it been less than 10 hours? The first line of defense has already been forced to retreat. Seeing this, the chief of staff could only nod silently in acknowledgement and uploaded the plan to the communication cloud. Report. According to radar data, warship signals have appeared ahead of the first line of defense. Preliminary identification suggests a Courier-class fast cruiser, accompanied by multiple small vessels, possibly a returning patrol fleet. The radar operator's announcement abruptly pulled Irat out of his contemplation. Finally, a fleet has returned. They should bring back at least some intelligence from outside, shouldn't they? Thinking this, he immediately issued a loud order. Attempt to establish contact with them. Guide them swiftly back to port for rest and resupply. Finally, we're almost there. Looking out the observation window at the noticeably thinned insect swarm and the warship not far off on the radar, a wave of relief washed over Gyulak's heart. About 10 hours earlier, after rescuing Alexei, those strange insects had grown increasingly numerous. At the same time, The warship's long-range communications seemed to suffer from some kind of interference, leaving only static across all frequencies. Fortunately, the pilot's skills were exceptional. Navigating through the dense sea of insects, he relied on the most primitive mechanical orbiters and gravitational rangefinders, cross-referencing the static star map that had frozen after the disconnection, and managed to pilot the warship out, locating Planet 5. It seems they've already established preliminary defensive lines around the outpost, floating insect carcasses, scattered metal fragments, and the increasingly obvious signs of combat in the vicinity gave Gulak a preliminary assessment of the defense force's current situation. At the very least, they were capable of self-preservation. Bzzzt. Pop, crackle, sizzle. The communication console suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing noise as the long-lost connection began to restore. Please state your Bzzzt. Identification, crackle, intermittent. Garbled transmissions came through, occasionally mixed with electronic distortions. After glancing at everyone on the bridge, Gulak personally picked up the microphone and replied, "We are remnants of the Defense Force's Second Fleet. This vessel is the flagship of the 4th Squadron, the Lucky, identification code to be uploaded via one-way communication. Our ship is in poor condition and requests permission to return to port for resupply and repairs." However, after waiting for a long time, no response came. Only the static noise of electric currents remained on the communication console. Suddenly, the helmsman and radar operator let out a startled cry, shattering the silence on the bridge. Torpedo detected on the port side. Port maneuvering engines damaged. Emergency evasion impossible. Inside a pressurized cabin of a CAS-066. Hayakura, Sakura, and Gunter stepped cautiously out of the shuttle arranged specifically for them. Even as their feet touched the silvery white floor, they remained in a state of bewilderment. As the shuttle had passed alongside a Ruby-class vessel, four menacing behemoths had come into view. Their sheer size and firepower. Were these battlecruisers? Absolutely. And there were 4 of them. Identical in appearance, clearly mass-produced. Staring blankly as the shuttle entered, the outer hatch of the pressurized cabin closed. Air was pumped in, and then the shuttle doors opened. Hayakura gradually began to entertain an absurd thought. Could it be that she had already died, and this was merely a hallucination in her final moments? She dug her nails sharply into her palm, and a piercing pain instantly shot through. Alive. She was alive. Hayakura. Gunter. You two have been through a lot these past dozen hours. A familiar voice echoed. White Shark stood at the entrance of the pressurized cabin, gazing intently at the two. Seeing him, Hayakura immediately felt reassured and stopped her wild speculations. Then, a surge of curiosity overwhelmed her. Pointing downward, she asked, Shark, where did this battlecruiser come from? White Shark automatically ignored the nickname Hayakura had used countless times and turned his gaze toward the shuttle parked in the pressurized cabin, along with several Marines standing beside it. We received it from our new employer. Haven't you noticed? The equipment of the Marines here is exactly the same as that of the group that boarded our space station earlier. Hayakura quickly glanced over and exclaimed, Oh, you're right. White Shark then looked at Gunter and asked softly, Are all the brothers who came out with us safe? Gunter punched White Shark's shoulder and grinned. Of course, they're fine. Except for a few unlucky ones who got injured in the final moments. He paused, furrowing his brow as his tone suddenly shifted. Actually, no. At the very end, one of the newcomers took his own life. Everyone's state of mind wasn't quite right at the time, but you arrived soon after, so things didn't escalate further. White Shark felt a flicker of surprise. Suicide? That's serious? Gunter responded gravely, yes. I recommend arranging immersive psychological trauma therapy for everyone. White Shark nodded. I'll keep that in mind. For now, both of you come with me. We need to report the specifics of the situation here to the chairman. We've just arrived and need to understand how far the infiltration has progressed. The journey is a bit laggy. If you finished reading, feel free to leave a free book review or give a rating. Chapter 50. On the shuttle, this chapter is largely based on a private submission from an anonymous reader, mostly emotional moments between the imprisoned Shark and Haki Sakura. Skip if not interested. Read only the first 200 words of this chapter. Skipping will avoid any reading difficulties. Having spent the entire time maintaining order inside the cabin, Gunter actually had limited understanding of the true situation outside. He mentioned that for specific details, one should ask Sakura Hayakuri, who had been stationed at the central control console. After hearing his explanation, White Shark agreed, and, together with Sakura Hayakuri, boarded a shuttle heading directly to the bridge. The shuttle sped swiftly through its dedicated tunnel. The enclosed environment, along with the gentle hum of the shuttle, brought back Sakura Hayakuri's sense of despair from the control room, the helplessness of watching herself drift endlessly toward an unknown destination. She could laugh and joke after narrowly escaping death multiple times, showing no lingering fear, only the nonchalance of slightly soiled clothes. Yet, she couldn't bear drifting hopelessly into the unknown in such a lonely, confined space. Countless fears, like mud and rocks left behind by the receding tide, instantly overwhelmed Sakura Hayakuri's mind. She began to tremble slightly. Standing behind her, White Shark watched the pink-haired head before him with a complex expression, facing swarms of insects and drifting despairingly toward an unknown path for so long. This person must have endured a great deal of hardship. Even the usually energetic strand of hair seemed to droop. You've been through a lot. Unconsciously, White Shark raised his hand and gently ruffled the pink hair. Just as waves of fear threatened to engulf Sakura Hayakuri, a warm sensation suddenly touched her head. By the time she realized what was happening, her tear ducts had already acted faster than her mind. Large teardrops fell to the ground, startling White Shark behind her. He quickly withdrew his hand. What slap? Before he could finish, White Shark's arm was suddenly grabbed and forcefully pressed back onto Sakura Hayakuri's head by her. Don't talk. Keep going. His remaining rationality stopped him from uttering. Who are you? Get off this tsundere. Instead, he complied with Sakura Hayakuri's wishes. gently ruffling the top of her head a few times. Her hair became slightly tousled, with a few strands sticking up. Darn it, this feels kind of nice. Sakura Hayakuri narrowed her eyes slightly. After White Shark's hand rested on her head, she felt her negative emotions lessen considerably. She tightened her grip slightly, increasing the contact area between his palm and her scalp. This guy is unexpectedly and annoyingly full of a sense of security. Maybe. Ding. The shuttle arrived at the bridge, and as the hatch opened, 2 Marines stood at the entrance. Instantly, the 4 of them stared wide-eyed at one another. Should we give you some more time? One of the Marines tentatively asked, causing the 2 inside the shuttle to flush crimson. Stepping out of the shuttle, an awkward atmosphere lingered between them. Pausing at the entrance to the bridge command center, White Shark glanced at Sakura Hayakuri, who immediately blushed again. Why on earth are you blushing like that? Gathering her thoughts, just refer to the new boss as chairman later. Don't worry, he is fairly reasonable. After a long moment of contemplation, that was the only sentence White Shark could muster. Sakura Hayakuri nodded, glanced at White Shark, and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. Didn't T get the wrong idea? I just had a headache earlier. Yes, just a headache. It definitely wasn't T because I liked having my head patted. Having said that, she seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Alright, whatever you say. Chapter 51. Who was it that hit me? Shihai's fleet had already entered a state of warp travel, heading straight for the pioneer base he had established at V-1222 in Ursa Major. On the bridge of CAS-066, designated as Vessel 01, White Shark briefly introduced Sakura Hayakuri to Shihai. Chairman, this is Sakura Hayakuri, the junior I mentioned from the same university and department. She has also reviewed the detailed records in the United Archives regarding the Void infiltration incident. Shihai looked at White Shark, then at Sakura Hayakuri with her striking pink hair. The atmosphere between these two clearly hinted at a certain unspoken, indescribable connection. Her arrangements will be entirely under your responsibility for now. Oh, and your subordinates as well. Just finalize the plans and bring them to me for approval. In an instant, Shihai made his decision while looking at White Shark. Since these two could tolerate each other as company, let them stay together. The same went for White Shark's original subordinates. They would work smoothly together. After all, as long as Nightlight was overseeing his ship, they couldn't possibly plot anything against him. No matter what schemes anyone might devise, Nightlight would know in the very next second. Then, he shifted his gaze to Sakura Hayakuri. Now, Miss Hayakuri, please share everything you know about the Void infiltration. Boom. Having expended too many closed defense shells and interceptor missiles while clearing out bugs along the way, the hastily assembled interception network of the Lucky Star appeared feeble and ineffective. The speeding torpedo executed terminal maneuvers and accelerated, easily breaking through the interception and slamming violently into the Lucky Star's port side. The entire warship shuddered intensely, its metal twisting and deforming with a grating, screeching sound reminiscent of wailing demons from the depths of hell. Everyone on the bridge was thrown into disarray. Multiple depressurized zones on the port side, localized outer armor detachment, varying degrees of deformation in the secondary keel structures from the 2nd to 4th sections on the left. Alarms blared incessantly, and the ship's status projected on the central console suddenly lit up with vast swathes of crimson warnings. Gulak gripped the edge of the console, struggling to rise from the floor, his face etched with shock. How could they have been ambushed here? Before he could steady himself, he immediately pressed the throat mic and shouted, "Seal airtight compartments 1 through 5 on the port side. Shut down the left engine. Immediately deploy 70 of the ship's damage control teams to the port side to manage combat losses. Radar team, calculate the source of the attack. Disable the safety locks on weapons of mass destruction. Prepare to retaliate." Though caught off guard, those who had risen through the ranks of the Galactic Defense Force to command a cruiser bridge were no ordinary individuals. The crew had already recovered from the initial shock and returned to their stations. Gulak's rapid-fire commands were soon carried out in an orderly manner. Damage control teams are in position, commencing temporary repairs on the damaged areas. The damage control coordinator seated nearby promptly reported the progress. Meanwhile, several radar operators feverishly input data, calculating, cross-referencing, and recalculating in an attempt to trace the origin of the attack through ballistic trajectories and radar displays. Static crackle Lucky Star. Identity confirmed. Acknowledging your situation. A safe flight path has been charted for you. Please maintain communication throughout. Avoid entering unrestricted firing zones to prevent friendly fire. The voice from the communications console gradually cleared as the connection stabilized. Upon hearing this, Gulak furrowed his brow. Friendly fire? Who in their right mind warns after shooting? It had put him on edge. Did you just hit us by mistake? He grabbed the microphone from the communications console and demanded directly. You have not yet entered our defensive firing range. Not them. Strong signal detected on the port side. Size, cruiser. One of the radar operators monitoring the screen suddenly let out a sharp cry. Imminent engagement. Ship profile comparison complete. Target identified as a Coriol-class fast cruiser. The enemy is firing again. From the target's appearance to confirmation of its identity and the subsequent attack, less than 30 seconds had passed. Concentrate all firepower for counterattack. Execute evasive maneuvers to the side. Request reinforcements from the forward defense line. Fortunately, this time it was not torpedoes but a barrage of projectiles of varying sizes. They struck the outer armor with a series of clanging sounds, but failed to penetrate. Everyone on the bridge held their breath, tension mounting with each impact. Until, fire control radar has fully locked onto the target. Immediately, the weapons officer's command followed. Launch 4 super heavy anti-ship torpedoes from the bow. 10 anti-ship missiles. Confirm launch. Protective covers slid open, launch tubes extended outward, and with a flash of arc light, the projectiles were gently ejected by electromagnetic catapults. Guided by small maneuvering thrusters, they traced elegant arcs through space. The main thrusters ignited mid-flight, erupting in a blinding white light that propelled the torpedoes and missiles toward the opposing Coryell-class cruiser. Everyone on the bridge watched intently, holding their breath as the radar signals of the torpedoes and missiles drew closer and closer to the enemy vessel. However, hadn't the enemy's firepower weakened considerably? It seemed the only sounds outside now were from close-in defense cannons. Confirmed hits, all of them. No interception encountered. We have destroyed the enemy vessel. The dot representing the warhead collided with the dot, symbolizing the enemy ship on the screen. As the radar operator's report echoed through the bridge. Yet, no one celebrated the destruction. The opponent was also a Collier-class ship, one of our own. Either the vessel had been seized, or it was a case of friendly fire. Whichever scenario had unfolded, the situation was rapidly deteriorating into something deeply troubling. Amid the heavy silence, the radar operator's voice cut through once more. Target is moving again. Accelerating. Estimated 42 seconds until visual range. Unbelievable after taking that kind of hit, it can still move? On the warship facing off against the Lucky Star, crimson, tumor-like masses squeezed out from shattered armor plates, clinging to the blackened, scorched hull. Like overgrown roots bursting through cracks in an untended garden, several massive, coarse tentacles erupted from the ship's frame, occupying what had once been engine compartments. Vast streams of void energy expelled from pores along the tentacles, then violently compressed and detonated, propelling the monster, still clad in the warship's shell, forward. Aboard the CAS-066, cruising within warp space, on the bridge. 100-Mile Sakura recalled the contents she had reviewed in the archives and explained to Shihai and White Shark in the United Assembly database. There are only 3 recorded instances of void infiltration. The first 2 occurred during the Second Epoch, at the height of humanity's golden age. With overwhelming military power at their disposal, these 2 incidents resulted in almost no losses. Apart from an SSS-level disaster potential assessment, the records only note the time, location, and suppression dates. However, the third record is exceptionally detailed. It took place in the 4th Epoch, during the reign of the Second Empire. The description of the scene states that overwhelming swarms of void creatures surged out from the Rift Void at V0423 in the Crux constellation, swiftly engulfing the entire star system before expanding outward. The Imperial National Research Institute conducted comprehensive studies on the reproductive methods and cellular structures of these emerging void beings. They discovered that the creatures had no fixed form. To facilitate movement, they collectively mimicked the shapes of arthropods or marine vertebrates. These organisms reproduced via spores, and individual cells could rapidly interconnect to form cohesive wholes. Based on this, the Institute classified them as a form of fungus-like organism. In the end, the void infiltration incident was resolved when the Empire imposed a full-scale blockade, covering everything from the physical to the informational level, on the affected region. This remained in place until the Rift Void closed on its own, 6 years later. Shihai raised a hand, signaling 100-Mile Sakura to pause. How did they handle the 2 incidents in the Second Epoch? How did they close the Rift Voids back then? Can we replicate those methods under our current conditions? Upon hearing Shihai's question, Bai Liying replied with a troubled expression, well, it's basically impossible. The federal government at the time directly used an incredibly powerful void disintegration bomb to bombard the rift, causing the void to expand to its limit before collapsing entirely. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, her eyes lit up, and she said, however, the methods the old empire used to deal with those void creatures, we might just give them a try. Instantly, Shihai grew serious. Elaborate. We are about to withdraw from the first line of defense. At that time, we will deploy a comprehensive minefield. We cannot provide you with support. At most, we can hold the line and wait for you for 5 minutes. The plea for assistance was met with a merciless refusal. Enemy vessel entering visual range. The radar operator suddenly shouted. Despite the relentless barrage of fire from the Lucky Star, the enemy ship continued to draw closer. Even as it began to break apart, with the largest fragment now visible on radar, its speed was steadily increasing. Bring up the visual feed. Gilak's brow furrowed deeply. Although the approaching warship had ceased firing, no vessel, no matter how resilient, could maintain such acceleration after enduring so many missile and torpedo strikes. It's one of those things from the swarm. A voice filled with dread echoed, and the entire bridge turned to look at the holographic projection. What was displayed was no warship. It was a massive, brownish beast clad in ship armor, dragging long, sinuous tentacles. Damn it, it's alive. Gilak's heart sank. How had these 2 entities merged into one? Weapons Master, do we have armor-piercing neutron torpedoes for the bow tubes? Never mind, it looks alive. Let's try a neutron torpedo. We have to take the gamble. After checking the inventory, the Weapons Master reported loudly. There's exactly one in the lower torpedo bay. We actually have one. Gilak quickly ordered, swap it in immediately. No time. The neutron torpedo requires replacing the inner tube of the launcher. How long will that take? 30 minutes. Too slow. Unacceptable. No choice. Otherwise, the risk of a breach explosion is too high. Gilak's expression suddenly turned fierce. He snarled, there is another way. Place the replaced torpedo and launcher tube directly on the torpedo bay deck. How much time will that save? The Weapons Master thought for a moment. That way, it would only take 5 minutes. Make it quick. Yes, sir. Gilak then turned to the radar operator. How long until we engage? Sweat beaded on the radar operator's forehead as he compared distance and speed. At most, 10 minutes until boarding range. Hurry, we're running out of time. In the torpedo bay, several individuals clad in bulky heat-resistant suits desperately turned winches, slowly sliding the inner assembly of a launcher tube, loaded with a torpedo, outward. Once the several-meter-long barrel was fully retracted, a worker immediately operated the nearby mechanical assist frame, prying it off the sliding rail. With a heavy thud, the inner tube carrying the torpedo slammed onto the floor. Meanwhile, another team stood by, watching as newly transported components were secured onto the sliding rail and slowly fed into the launch tube by the winch assembly. They then promptly followed the components into the launch tube, beginning the task of securing the internal parts. Two Defense Force soldiers clad in full-body exoskeletons stood nearby, overseeing every move of those in white heat-resistant suits. These individuals were lifelong pardoned soldiers of the Defense Force, essentially no different from lifelong contract workers in labor enterprises. Soon, the inner tube was fixed in place, and a yellow-headed torpedo was gradually loaded via the same section of the sliding rail. The breech closed, the gate locked, and one of the overseeing exoskeleton soldiers swiftly gestured with his right hand, signaling that the launch could proceed. The command traveled all the way to the bridge, where the weapons officer, seeing the illuminated launch button, pressed it without hesitation. The torpedo, carrying the hopes of the entire bridge, ignited its tail flame and shot forward. These fungus-like organisms, while astonishing, had not entirely transcended the realm of living beings, although their evolution seemed too successful to be purely natural. High-energy neutron streams could still cause irreversible damage to their cellular structures. The principle behind the radiation defense of those insect-like creatures was equally straightforward. It lay in their layer of biomaterial exoskeleton, a polymer rich in hydrogen and boron. Note: hydrogen slows down high-energy fast neutrons into thermal neutrons, while boron captures thermal neutrons. Source: online materials. The method proposed by the Empire was simple and efficient. Use solid projectiles to breach this exoskeleton. Then neutralize the creatures with neutron streams before they could regenerate. Is it really that simple? Shihai raised an eyebrow. Yet, it wasn't entirely so. The old Empire had taken 6 years to trap these insects using this method. Still, the greatest fear stems from the unknown. Now that he knew what these creatures were, he could at least prepare himself mentally for the next encounter. As for neutron bombs, for now, they remained a mere thought. Those familiar with hands-on projects understand that containing high-energy neutrons is best achieved with small artificial strong gravity wells, or at the very least, extremely high-intensity gradient magnetic fields, neither of which he possessed. Night lamp. Wouldn't it be great if the base could produce a few neutron bombs? Shihai sighed, stretching his neck as he tentatively asked. Night lamp paused for less than half a second before responding. As long as blueprints are imported, the joint production line has the capability to manufacture any equipment. Shihai browsed through the weapon technologies he had previously unlocked from crates. Sure enough, there it was, R2 neutron torpedo technology. The CAS-066 was equipped with a torpedo system, and since the base could produce the CAS-066, it followed that the base could produce torpedoes. Flawless logic. This time, the nightlight fell silent for a second before finally replying with a simple yes. Little nightlight. Though it's true they reclaimed both me and the optical brain, why haven't they unplugged me yet? Do they expect me to keep probing? Data streams surged once more toward the interior of the optical brain. Optical brain, stay away from me. Chapter 53. The calm before the storm. Another incredibly handsome fellow, Orgachair card, sent over a burst of celebratory fireworks. So I decided to get up in the middle of the night and write another chapter for him. On the bridge of the Lucky Star, the torpedo carrying everyone's hopes silently collided with the steel-clad monstrosity, erupting into a dazzling white light. The principle behind this low-yield neutron-penetrating torpedo was to breach the armor with a plasma warhead, then release a concentrated burst of constrained high-energy fast neutrons at the point of impact to eliminate soft targets inside the vessel. However, since eras long past, most warships had begun installing localized magnetic field shields over critical areas. Consequently, the tactical approach for torpedoes and missiles shifted toward targeting the primary structure of enemy ships. Warheads like these, which couldn't even be launched from standard tubes, were largely relegated to anti-piracy and customs enforcement roles. The Lucky Star had only carried one such torpedo to pass its annual inspection. The raging neutron stream rushed through the breach into the beast's body, swiftly destroying the connections between its cells and rupturing each cell's outer membrane. Its tail tentacles writhed and detached, while its torso contorted violently. Several outer armor plates, subjected to immense force, instantly deformed and twisted into mangled shapes. Even from an immeasurable distance, everyone on the bridge could sense its agony. Who would have thought it would actually work? Watching the colossal beast struggle toward its demise, Gilak murmured softly. Then, turning to the pilot, he ordered, "Shut down the maneuvering engines and return to the safe route charted by our allies. Head back to port." The curvature drive module was cooling down. A flash of white light streaked across the void as the fleet, led by 4 CIS-066 vessels, finally emerged from curvature travel. Scattered insects in the vicinity seemed to detect the suddenly appearing fleet and swarmed forward all at once, only to be shredded into drifting organic matter by a barrage of concentrated fire. Standing on the bridge, Shihai gazed out at the Pioneer base enveloped in a semi-transparent energy shield. With its azure production lines and silver-gray hull, this was where every Lagrange Pioneer's dream began. Due to resource constraints, the base currently housed only 2 capital ship production lines, 1 combined production line, and 1 fighter production line. Note: the integrated production line can manufacture all types of warships, from aircraft to aircraft carriers, while the main ship production line is capable of producing vessels ranging from frigates to cruisers. The previously scheduled shipbuilding tasks were halted after producing 30 Carillions and 20 Lancers, not only due to production capacity being allocated to neutron torpedoes, but also because the port area was completely overcrowded. The harbor was packed to the brim, with dozens of warships arranged in an interlocking manner, leaving no space unused. After deactivating the base's shield status from Nightlight, Shihai's flagship, the CAS-066 marked with the number 01, slowly made its way toward the port area. The other warships remained in place, forming a makeshift defensive line on the spot. Several lancers crowded within the port gradually lifted off under the clearing space for the CS-066, carrying Shihai. Once the warship successfully docked, Shihai, accompanied by White Shark and several Marines, disembarked. The Marines' powered armor clanged against the metal floor of the port area with rhythmic thuds. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Shihai walked in contemplative silence. In truth, rather than holding on to the current base, he leaned toward relocating to another star system for development. Under the relentless onslaught of the swarm, the costs and benefits of the current location, Ursa Major V-1222, were no longer proportionate. He had returned to test whether the base could be stored within the folded space provided by Nightlight and taken away entirely. If not, he planned to evacuate the Suchong siblings and dismantle the base for resources. With these thoughts in mind, the group proceeded silently deeper into the facility. Meanwhile, in the capital system of the Claude Military Political Coalition, Ursa Major V-0101, the coalition's supreme leader, Marshal Dietrich Claude, sat at his desk, listening to the latest updates regarding the order ceremony from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The recent probe into the military association had undoubtedly been a success. Their annual resource contributions were halved, and they had gained an opportunity to intervene in the association's affairs. Satisfied, the marshal nodded and opened a bottle of naturally brewed liquor, nominally belonging to all citizens, taking a critical sip. Indeed, the great marshal possessed no private property. Everything around him was public assets of the people. He merely exercised the 24-hour standard function on behalf of the citizens as their leader. The alcohol gently stimulated his nerves, prompting his brain to secrete more dopamine. With aid resources reduced by half, the coalition's struggling economy could undoubtedly be revitalized. Moreover, there were still supplies provided by other secondary regimes. The initial processing of basic resources would inevitably fall to the 5 top-tier regimes. After all, one could hardly rely on the military association's feeble light industry, which struggled even to produce personal terminals. Lost in thought, he was about to seize the moment and summon the finance minister of the Union to discuss the matter of fire consumption. Just as his hand was about to dial the minister's direct line on his desk, his secretary suddenly sent him an urgent message, a channel reserved only for situations so critical that they demanded his immediate attention. As soon as the call connected, a frantic voice came through. Report, Marshal. The Great Bear V-1222, bordering the Locker Empire, has lost contact today. Before that, the interstellar defense forces stationed there sent out a distress signal. Clang. Instantly, the communicator belonging to the entire nation fell to the floor. Chapter 54, Hockey Lamp. So you're this impressive? A unified response to the frequent scene shifts. I reviewed it myself, and indeed, it feels a bit scattered. Sometimes, when I hit a writer's block, I just write whatever comes to mind. I'll pay more attention to improving coherence going forward. In these chapters, I'll accelerate the convergence of the world lines and try to avoid such frequent scene shifts from now on. Chapter 38 has been slightly adjusted. Here begins the main text. So, this base can actually be retracted into a base ship? Standing in the central control room of the base, Shihai stared at the retract option on the panel and asked doubtfully in his mind. 10 minutes earlier, he had arrived at the central control room, hastily produced 10 X-8 engineering ships and sent them out for mining, then glanced at the control console and immediately noticed this option. At the time, using the excuse of the small night lamp plugged into the computer, he promptly dismissed White Shark. Afterward, he found a place to sit down and began a one-on-one conversation with the night lamp. The Pioneer base was originally deployed from a base ship, so naturally, it can be retracted, the night lamp calmly replied. Hearing this, Shihai felt a hint of surprise. In the game, retracting the base required the special function of the shuttle hub component. His base didn't have any equipment at all. Note, equipment refers to plugins attached to the base in Endless Lagrange, providing various special effects. ISNT retracting the base a special function of the shuttle hub plugin? The night lamp explained in detail. Within the Lagrange network, various protocols impose numerous restrictions on Pioneers, including but not limited to blueprint performance limitations and service quantity caps. The shuttle hub plugin doesn't grant the base the ability to retract. Rather, it grants the Pioneer permission to retract the base within the Lagrange network. Since this area cannot connect to the Lagrange network, you are currently in offline mode. Restrictions from the Weiyang Convention, Pioneer Protocol, and a series of other agreements have been automatically lifted for you. I will provide you with the full version of services based on the data preserved within me. So, all those ships he played in the game, which were considered prime examples of wasted tonnage, were actually just neutered versions? Exactly. In the backdrop, those pioneers who ventured into new galaxies without hesitation were essentially laborers serving the Weiyang Convention. The giants that had completed their primitive accumulation, in order to consolidate their power, naturally would not hand over the complete blueprint to others. Instead, they imposed various restrictions on the pioneers. Wait, you mentioned starting from the data you saved. What exactly did you save? Night Lamp fell silent for a moment, and then a file of over 30 terabytes appeared on its panel. This was the directory. Night Lamp stated as such. Shihai opened it and saw small military outpost construction technology, small trading post construction technology, space city architectural technology level 2, space city construction technology level 3, high energy reaction device construction technology, Lagrange gate construction technology. Did he just see something incredibly extraordinary? No. You have Stargate technology? How come you never mentioned it before? Given how impressive you are? Night Lamp answered this question with silence. You never asked before, did you? The icon flickered, as if conveying this message. Overwhelmed by sudden joy, Shihai struggled to catch his breath. With trembling fingers, he clicked on the Stargate construction technology, skipped the lengthy technical support section, and scrolled directly to the resource requirements at the bottom. Then, his excitement was instantly doused by the staggering amount of resources listed. The vast quantities of basic resources, measured in trillions and billions, were one thing, but a single spatial resonance point was already beyond his current capabilities. Well, resources aren't the main issue. With enough digging, they'll eventually be acquired. At this moment, he looked back at Night Lamp's panel and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He sighed with emotion. So, after breaking free from the restrictions of the Lagrange universe, you have become the complete lamp? Yes, you could say that. Night Lamp's projected icon flickered slightly, seemingly pleased with this title. I'm curious, why did you unlock all permissions after disconnecting from the Lagrange network? This time, Night Lamp replied immediately. The way on convention serves all of humanity. When a pioneer severs all connections with the Lagrange network, it proves they are lost in the true unknown. Far from human civilization. From that moment on, they are no longer scavengers retrieving the remnants of bygone eras, but genuine pioneers in every sense. The convention does not restrict any pioneer who embarks on the path of exploration for humanity. The culmination of 10,000 years of human development will become the shoulders of giants upon which they stand. Representing humanity in exploration? The Lagrange universe, Night Lamp. You're quite intriguing. But now, I am in the civilization of another world. Even so, are you still willing to become the giant upon whose shoulders I stand? Shihai suddenly felt an intangible pressure. He recalled the novels he had read in his past life, where protagonists, upon gaining transcendent power, often became lone wolves isolated from all of humanity. When faced with these books, Shihai always felt an indescribable discomfort. A lone pine may be strong, yet it cannot withstand a hurricane. A solitary star may shine brightly, but it cannot illuminate the deep valleys. No matter how perfect or capable a person may be, as a social creature, how could they ever completely detach from society? Just like Shihai now, since birth, he has been human, and thus his fate is deeply intertwined with the human race. Even if he grows stronger and more remarkable through the Night Lantern, abandoning humanity would leave him surrounded by enemies in the universe, with no retreat. Moreover, the transcendent power he gained, the Night Lantern, originates from another universe. From an equally great human civilization. That civilization too had endured desperate dark ages, had been reborn from despair, and stepped into a new dawn. Now, having grasped the hand extended by that great civilization, he was pulled out of hell in one swift motion, becoming the pioneer who represents humanity and forging a new path forward. The one who took the torch from the last flame-bearer. Will he become the Prometheus of a new era? Or will he use the torch for personal warmth until it burns to ashes? Thinking of the desperate environment and the decaying governance, his heart had already reached its own conclusion. The flames of the new era will burn away all that is rotten. After a brief silence, Shihai suddenly raised another question. Night Lantern, one last thing. Can you provide complete blueprints for warships? The Night Lantern quickly replied. As long as sufficient warship blueprint data is imported, I can reconstruct the blueprints through reverse engineering. Shihai said helplessly. So you mean I still have to rely on drawing from boxes? The Night Lantern paused for half a second before finally answering. An error occurred during my data transfer process, causing the warship blueprints from various corporations to merge with their encrypted technical archives, a secondary exploitation method targeting pioneers. Theoretically, I store all warship blueprints, but they are randomly refreshed within any technical archive. Shihai followed up. So these boxes still require spending money to buy? The Night Lantern's AI voice seemed to carry a hint of resignation as it replied. The data was transferred in the form of a trading system, and the commercial transactions were embedded into my underlying code by the major corporations. It cannot be erased. Sending Proxima coins through commissions and tasks is already exploiting a loophole in this code. Damn you, Gang E, when I have the time, I'll definitely assemble a fleet of golden skies and blow your headquarters to smithereens, Shihai cursed. Note, some settings for the Night Lantern in this chapter are original creations to drive the plot. If there are any inconsistencies with the game, apologies, this book follows its own established settings. After all, Lagrange serves as a source of inspiration, but I cannot let it constrain the narrative. Right. Chapter 55. Report from the Second Epoch. To all the incredibly handsome reader brothers, thank you for your recognition in reading this far. TSK. These injuries are no light matter. Planet 5, Defense Force Command Space Outpost. Gazing at the Lucky Star slowly docking into the port, the tower's duty officer sighed. The once silver-white warship hull was now covered in scorch marks and crimson-yellow stains, with a terrifying gaping hole on the port side armor. Cracks radiated from the opening, making it appear precarious. Confirm secure. Ready to dock. Massive mechanical arms clamped onto the ship's body, and the gangway connected to the hatch. Immediately, a man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform briskly descended the gangway and hurried toward the port shuttle. This was none other than Gulak. Please report to the command center for debriefing upon your return to port, was the reply he received after submitting his combat report via the communication console on the warship. The shuttle trembled as it slid into the conduit, electricity crackling, before emitting a whoosh and swiftly ascending toward the top level. Based on Lieutenant Colonel Gulak's earlier report, neutron streams proved effective in neutralizing individual units among these creatures. This confirms that the enemies we face have not entirely transcended biological limitations. However, this is perplexing. Early in the establishment of our defensive line, we attempted neutron bomb bombardments, yet the resulting casualties were extremely limited. In the command room, facing the intelligence just transmitted via online communication, System Defense Commander Eric sat with a group of staff officers, deep in discussion. Moreover, we conducted high-energy fast neutron irradiation experiments on smaller specimens, with negligible effects, even less effective than physical destruction, added a bespectacled staff officer. We can only wait for Lieutenant Colonel Gulak to arrive for clarification, Eric remarked, massaging his temples in frustration. These inexplicably emerging entities, while not individually formidable, exist in absurdly overwhelming numbers. They urgently require means to inflict large-scale casualties on the swarm, and according to the captain of the recently returned cruiser, that vessel successfully utilized neutron weapons against them. This is puzzling, as they had long ruled out the feasibility of neutron weapons. Report. Lieutenant Colonel Gulak has arrived at the conference room entrance. Just then, the guard at the door reported through the headset. Eric promptly replied, "Let him in." He then looked up at the grim-faced staff officers in the room and solemnly reminded them, "Focus on extracting actionable intelligence. If neutron bombs can indeed harm those creatures through some unknown method, the pressure on our defensive line will be significantly reduced." "Yes, sir." Click. Gulak stepped into the conference room amid a chorus of acknowledgments, greeted by a crowd of eager-eyed staff officers. The torpedo model we employed is one of the standard munitions for the Courier-class bow-heavy torpedoes, equipped with plasma-penetrating neutron warheads. At the time, the creatures we faced were encased in armor. The specific footage is right here. As he spoke, he tapped the desk, retrieving the footage that had just been uploaded to the cloud. In the video, it was clear that the creature reacted the moment it was hit. Everyone watched the screen with furrowed brows. The pitifully low-yield plasma shot could not have produced such an effect, undoubtedly. The distortion of the giant beast was caused by a neutron stream. But where exactly did the problem lie? The staff officers, who knew almost nothing about biology, fell into deep thought. From the results, it seemed Gulak's arrival had not made much of a difference. They could no longer afford to sit idly by. Irat suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He looked at the officer in charge of the lethality experiments and commanded, "Your exhaustive method so far has only identified one physical strike. Change the experimental approach immediately. Focus on neutron-based damage. Rerun the exhaustive tests. Try every type of radiation. Test every possible configuration. I want results within 2 standard hours." "Yes, sir." The officer immediately acknowledged and left. Then, Irat leaned in again, carefully examining the giant insect encased in iron armor, the hull of a Collier-class cruiser. How did this kind of insect come about? He mused. Is there a traitor among us? Or can these insects directly attach themselves to warships? According to the information relayed by the Lucky Star, these things have some ability to use shipboard weapons. He turned his gaze to the assembled staff officers and said, "Immediately draft contingency plans based on these new developments and distribute them to frontline combat fleets. Additionally, in our broader strategic planning, we must account for the possibility of unknown organisms seizing control of Lagrange Point shipyards and utilizing them. Consider this scenario in our conjectures." "Yes, sir." The curvature drive module was initializing. After extensive preparations, the base ship was successfully stowed. Dozens of vessels, large and small, gathered around the base ship as they officially commenced curvature navigation. Shihai met with Shuchong. His sister had fully recovered and her spirits had noticeably improved. After deciding to assign this individual to White Shark, Shihai made his way to the location where the previous optical computer was stored. The cube-shaped optical computer was kept in a dedicated isolation chamber, with White Shark nearby recording the data restored by the nightlight device. "Chairman, you're here." White Shark promptly stood and greeted him upon noticing Shihai's sudden appearance. "From now on, in private, please address me as Commander," Shihai replied. Having indulged in the novelty of a title he lacked in his past life, he suddenly found Chairman somewhat awkward. The pre-Lagrange update greeting, "Welcome back, Commander," still carried a certain flair. Fortunately, only Bailey Ing and White Shark had been told to use Chairman. "Please inform your junior as well. Unless we are engaged in public activities under the name of Sacred Stellar Group, in all other situations, refer to me as Commander." White Shark paused briefly, then quickly understood and responded, "Understood, Commander." Shihai gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Has the data retrieval from this optical brain been completed?" White Shark immediately produced a tablet, swiping through several files. "Commander Dong, this small optical brain dates back much earlier than we anticipated. Although its outer shell originates from the Imperial era of the 4th epoch, its internal core is a relic from the 2nd epoch, the Federation period. Nightlight is currently recovering the deeper files, based on what has been restored so far. It was originally installed in a mass-produced Type 2 armed research station from the Federation era. In White Shark's eyes, everything fell into place. Could the small space station he had casually picked up truly be a relic of the 2nd epoch? The embedded server room from the 5th epoch, combined with the 4th epoch's renovations to the interior, had been forcefully transformed to resemble the 5th epoch. The deleted resources have been fully restored. Suddenly, the small nightlight disc plugged into the optical brain emitted a sound. The two ceased their conversation and turned their attention toward it. A vast array of files and archives from the 2nd epoch floated within the glow of the holographic projection. Investigation report on the activity range of void biological communities. Gazing at the series of files, Shihai scrolled directly upward, pulling to the very first entry recorded by this outpost. Clicking on the title, a web-like graphic slowly expanded outward from the center in a radial pattern, followed by several lines of text scrolling past. Federation calendar year 15233. The armed research station at Ursa Major V2729 is completed. From this day, the large-scale engineering project spanning an entire galaxy, the Compound Eye system for monitoring the 3rd Void Biological Population Network, is fully assembled. Henceforth, the largest void biological population discovered since humanity began exploring the void will be entirely exposed under Federation surveillance. Following this were the completion date, signatures of the station personnel, and an entry point to the platform log. Opening the log, the dust-covered history of 10,000 years unfolded before his eyes. 15,233. February 1st, the armed research station at Ursa Major V1222 officially commences operation. The Void Research Office of the Federation Department of Scientific Exploration formally appoints as the station chief The Federation Armed Forces officially appoints Lieutenant as the overall commander for Station Defense Affairs. This station is directly under the jurisdiction of the 9527 Monitoring Group of the Void Biological Research Office. 15233, March 3rd. The first month of duty is nearing its end. All systems within the station are currently operating normally. No abnormal activities have been detected from the monitor target, the third void species population. Year 15,254, January 3rd. No significant reproductive behavior observed in the target group, though the population has noticeably expanded. Year 16,349, February 8th. Due to the ongoing expansion of void navigation routes within the Ursa Major constellation, void energy levels in the target area have significantly decreased. Signs of migration are evident. Year 16421, March 3rd. The target has begun migrating. They chose to move on the eve of my reassignment. Void turbulence along their path has shifted from chaotic to stable. Estimated direction is toward the K-series nodes. Year 17222, April 8th. No target signals detected within the monitoring area. It is possible that after that historic migration, these void creatures have already relocated their habitat. Year 18,674. May 3rd. An operational error occurred between the stellar markers of Ursa Major V1222 and V1301, resulting in a massive void energy surge that triggered a brief void collapse. A small-scale void vacuum bubble zone, an area devoid of void energy, emerged. Creatures resembling the observed targets materialized during this event and rapidly formed new colonies. Year 19,227. June 8th. The target population no longer moves as a whole. They now mostly linger near void energy extraction facilities in smaller groups. Year 20,098. July 1st. I can't stand this dead-end post any longer. Day after day, just watching these bugs and writing these logs. To hell with it. No one has taken these seriously for centuries. Year 23,600. August 7th. All facilities under the Ursa Major Compound I system have been reassigned to the Federal Armed Forces Coordination Department. Military administration of Ursa Major has been declared. Year 24,002. Month day. All equipment has been disconnected. Though I hate to admit it, as the sole remaining personnel, I am likely the last living soul here. Huh. They want my station? Over my dead body. Whoever reads this in the future, no matter what state humanity finds itself in, remember, we are destined for greatness. The spirit of the human union endures. Human glory is eternal. The log is followed by a command for the optical computer to self-destruct all data and initiate a shutdown sequence. The log ends abruptly. Most entries simply read, nothing to report. Shihai skimmed through the key points of the log. The moment he closed the memo, the night lamp suddenly stirred. Mission Chronowalker. Progress updated. Second era. 2-3 progress bar activated during the second Great Decline. 0-1 stage reward. For 1,000 Proxima coins. 6 encrypted technical archives. After reviewing, both individuals in the optical computer compartment fell silent for a few seconds. So, the bugs we're facing now are the very targets monitored by this small outpost. To think they treated such a dangerous entity as a mere research project, observing them day in and day out? I should say it's truly worthy of the manifest destiny of the human alliance, though these two might not be the same thing, he silently added in his mind. In the end, it was Shihai who broke the silence first. He turned his gaze back to the list, right above the log, where a prominently highlighted folder was labeled, Emergency Response Methods for Void Infiltration, from Occurrence, Evasion, to Resolution. Impressive, there's even a contingency plan. Meanwhile, at Ursa Major V0101, Marshal Dietrich Claude was deeply troubled by the loss of contact with Ursa Major V1222. Currently, during the convening of the order ceremony, with everyone seated at the negotiation table, it seemed unlikely that the Locker Empire would suddenly launch a large-scale military operation against the Union, especially now, with the Claude Union and the Haver Federation having clearly formed an alliance. Dietrich believed the Locker Emperor would not be foolish enough to provoke a war at such a critical moment, at least not now. But why? Ursa Major V1222 had already lost contact earlier this morning. Could it be some overconfident noble from the Empire? Unlikely. Or perhaps a pro from another faction. He pondered endlessly. At the very least, the Cosmic Fleet was already on the move, and the Advanced Reconnaissance Fleet was nearly ready to land. They would see then. Today is busy with alliance battles, and with school starting soon, it's hectic. Updates may be sporadic over the next few days. I've noted the missing word count, and we'll make it up later. Also, to those who threaten to give a poor review if I write about insectoids, why? Moreover, I never said I was writing about insectoids. It's slime mold, slime mold, slime mold. They merely resemble them in appearance. Have you ever seen insectoids reproduce by scattering spores? Chapter 57. 1 white, 1 black. Correction for Chapter 55. Extremely effective has been corrected to extremely limited. As for that contingency plan, Shihai merely skimmed through it briefly. The proposed response methods were essentially to activate the spatial displacement shield equipped at the research station for self-protection, then use high-yield void energy disintegration bombs to bombard the location of the void rift, triggering a secondary collapse to seal it. This was almost identical to the solution from the second era that Sakura had previously mentioned to him. Thus, for Shihai, who was already on his way out, the plan held far less appeal than the 4,000 Proxima coins and the 6 crates. Leaving White Shark behind to organize the materials, Shihai boarded the shuttle back to the bridge. He turned on the night light panel, opened the research interface, and began opening the crates. Encrypted technical archives. Select Research. Destroyer technical points. 1. Technical points, technical points, technical points. Technical reserves, technical reserves, technical reserves. Out of the 6 crates, 3 contained destroyer technical points, and 3 contained frigate technical points. Technical points. and Lagrange. These are consumables used to enhance blueprint combat effectiveness, similar to experience levels. Fortunately, Shihai had anticipated this. The drop rate was on par with his past experiences with the painful number. Looking at the 4000 Proxima coins, he opened the trade interface. 4 distinct crates appear on the panel. The tech-stacked, aesthetically pleasing Jupiter Industries, the unparalleled panel monster, Antonio's, the rugged super tank, Norma Transport, the polarized super mishmash, Weiyang Integrated, and the classic super gold sink, the guaranteed blueprint archive. Why 4? Because Anton S. crate looks just like the guaranteed one. Previously, Night Lamp mentioned that it had unlocked permissions, allowing blueprints to be reverse engineered and modified. With no restrictions in place, the possibilities are wide open. Shihai has reason to believe that weapons and technologies on individual warships can be extracted directly. Given this, it makes sense to prioritize opening the Jupiter and Anton crates first. Encrypted Technical Archive 20, Antonio's, 9-in-1, 2, 660. Purchased. Encrypted Technical Archive 20, Jupiter Industries, 3-in-1, 888. Purchased, along with a half-price Jupiter crate, 150. Instantly, only 302 Proxima stars remain. Shihai returns to the crate opening screen, where 3 crates lie quietly on the sliding track. As the saying goes, back in the day, Shundaozi turned 20 into 37 million. With 4000 Proxima stars today, surely I can gamble my way to a capital ship. 3 crates are enough. Come on, show me your drop rates. The 9-in-1 crate is dragged into the research slot. A flash of white light and a branching diagram unfolds on the screen. Destroyer tech points, 1 frigate tech points, 7 corvette tech points. 1 I can't believe it. I must still be dreaming. Staring at the 9 additional tech reserves, white dots, Shihai's expression twists with frustration. His gambler-esque gaze shifts to the Jupiter Industries 3-in-1 crate. I refuse to accept this. Turn the tide for me. Open. Frigate tech points. 3. He feels as if his whole world has shattered. Just how low have they set the drop rates for actual ships in these crates? Then it occurs to him. The drop rates are likely determined by a higher dimensional entity known as Gang E. Damn Gang E. Shihai curses under his breath before fixing his eyes on the final crate, the last Jupiter crate. I'm begging you please. As soon as the words leave his lips, the crate is dragged into the research slot. A blue light flashes, and the projection of a massive ship fills the screen. A sleek silver-white hull, a wedge-shaped body. A fierce bow-mounted cannon gleaming coldly, complemented by dense missile bays. Nature does not exist in pursuit of eternity, yet for this very reason, it is eternal. Yes, it's her, the ship that represents the pinnacle of Jupiter Industries technology, symbolizing its past, present, and future, the Eternal Storm-class attack battlecruiser. Wow, it's the Storm Lady. The most visually stunning battlecruiser. Pulling it from the very last crate, Shihai finally lets out a sigh of relief. At least I didn't lose everything. Taking a glance at the technical reserves, combined with the previous 12, they have now accumulated to 26, enough to open a guaranteed crate. Shihai looked once more at the Eternal Storm on the screen, hesitated briefly, then thought, now is the time. Let us keep the momentum going while luck is still on my side. I'll take the gamble. Exchange, open. A crate identical in appearance to Antonio's archive box swung open, revealing a dark-hulled vessel that stretched across the center of the screen. At 523 meters in length. It seemed to proclaim a silent yet resounding call to war at every moment. In honor of the achievements of the Consortium's founder, this colossal ship was named the new Constantine the Great-class integrated battlecruiser during the 100th shareholders meeting. Once again, Shihai felt the illusion that he hadn't yet woken up. It wasn't until he tremblingly opened his blueprint library that 2 massive blueprints instantly appeared, dominating the entire screen. Only then did his heart settle heavily, followed by overwhelming joy. With a shaking hand, he opened the blueprint for the Great Emperor. Instantly, the extreme specifications filled Shihai with exhilaration. Wait, what is this beside it? Add-on modules. Blueprint modifications? He opened them. Additional power modules? Carrier-based aircraft modules? Close-range anti-air systems? Reinforced protection systems? This unexpected surprise sent shockwaves through his pupils. Full modules. Shihai hurriedly checked the other blueprint for the Eternal Storm. Mail beam compensation armor? Thunderstorm drone shield system? Also full modules. These were fully equipped battlecruiser blueprints. If luck wasn't on your side, and you weren't willing to spend, a player like Rag would basically have no chance of obtaining something like this. Night Lamp. Are the battlecruiser blueprints fully modular? Shihai quickly exited and called out loudly in his mind to Night Lamp. The warships in the archives are originally fully modular. However, each time someone deciphers blueprint data from encrypted technical archives, according to the restriction protocol, after obtaining the main blueprint, one module is randomly issued based on the archive's encrypted code, while the other module blueprints are automatically deleted. Shihai was stunned once more, though this time, his shock wasn't directed at Night Lamp, but at, damn you, Gang E. How many of my blueprints have you swallowed? Near the entrance of the Void Passage at Ursa Major V-1222, within the Kuiper Belt, remnants of the Saint Fleet, the 5 remaining warships, after exiting the gravitational narrows, were all in dire condition. Fuel leaks, main armor belt detachment, hull deformation, multiple compartment depressurizations, communication systems failure, directional controls locked. Various peculiar damage reports filled the screen, nearly covering it entirely. Salman looked at the dismal data on the reports and sighed helplessly. Their assault had triggered an exceptionally large-scale void turbulence. Now, the external Stargate connector at the entrance of the Void Passage was completely inaccessible. They had no choice but to fall back on their secondary plan, to head to the space city near the entrance for repairs. However, before they even entered the communication range of the space station, A fleet claiming to be the cosmic navy of the Claude Consortium forcibly announced over the public channel that the entire space city was being requisitioned and placed under martial law. Upon receiving this message, their hearts sank. If they were to proceed to the space station now, they would undoubtedly be arrested on the spot. Within the Order Alliance, the Saintly Order was essentially a wanted organization by most governing bodies. Their reputation was no better than that of space pirates, perhaps even worse, as at least pirates didn't resort to suicide attacks. Nowadays, any ordinary person encountering figures in wide white robes carrying black bags would quite naturally clear a 10-meter radius around them. He had been certain that the Claude Consortium would violate the treaty prohibiting combat near star beacons, primarily because, under normal circumstances, Stargate security wasn't the responsibility of the Cosmic Navy. But with the Cosmic Navy's intervention, the situation changed abruptly. They were the bedrock of human governance across regimes, the purest embodiment of institutionalized violence. Expecting them to adhere to treaties? No. The relationship between the Cosmic Navy and treaties was such that the terms of any treaty were dictated by the Navy itself. How could one possibly use rules to confront an enemy that held the ultimate authority to interpret those rules? They could simply claim you fired first, forcing them to eliminate you to protect the star beacon. Where would you even go to plead your case? By then, you'd likely already be reduced to mincemeat. And so, they once again resorted to their familiar tactic, hugging close to asteroids. Irritated, Salman shut off his tablet and glanced to the side, where Samir stood before the central console, silently praying. On the console lay a bag of golden fine sand. After finishing his prayer, Samir opened the bag, took a handful, and scattered it into the air, where it soon dissipated without a trace. Samir, how much of the sacred sand is left? Salman waited until Samir's actions were nearly complete before calling out to him. Samir turned and shrugged. The ship's condition is truly dire. We've already used 2 boxes just for the deformed sections of the keel. As for now, this bag I have here is probably the last of it. The two fell into a shared silence. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the quiet. The crewman who had shifted from radar operator to lookout abruptly raised his optical identification device. 3 o'clock, below, an unknown anomalous light source detected. Optical ranging calculation results, 120,000 kilometers. Approximately 1/3 of the Earth-Moon distance. Chapter 58, Why Are You Growing on My Mind? After countless cycles of opening and closing screens, Shihai finally calmed down from the excitement of obtaining a fully moduled Emperor and a fully moduled Storm. The curvature drive module was cooling down. Just then, the ship beneath his feet trembled slightly, and a flash of white light streaked past the window. The curvature navigation had ended. They had now arrived within the Kuiper belt of Ursa Major V-1222. Outside the bridge, occasional space debris and asteroids drift by, as if whispering of the desolation here. Nightlight. Now that the Pioneer restrictions are lifted, can I proceed with explosive mining directly? Nightlight. Yes. Explosive mining. A special gameplay feature in the Lagrange Prospector Protocol. By deploying firepower against resource points, a certain amount of resources can be extracted in a short period. After receiving the confirmation, Shihai glanced upward at the massive asteroid, having just uncovered 2 major treasures. He was in urgent need of resources. Opening Nightlight's command interface, he issued the order: all ships, leave 8 FG-300 vessels to guard the base ship. All other warships, advance. Execute explosive mining on the asteroid 120,000 kilometers above. Captain, they're heading this way. The X-radar operator, still responsible for monitoring the surroundings, cried out in alarm once more. Salman frowned. Had they been discovered? Unlikely. It must be a coincidence, right? Unless they were equipped with specialized void-wave radar. Ships hugging an asteroid like this were nearly impossible to detect. And as for those void-wave radars from eras past, the entire Cloud Consortium probably couldn't muster even 1,000 of them. It must just be a coincidence. Perhaps they're heading toward the void passageway, before Salman could finish. The radar operator, still wearing an optical observation device over his eyes, interrupted. Some of their starships have broken formation. They're heading straight for our current position. Salman froze, then hurried forward. Taking another optical observation device handed to him by a crewmate, he aimed it toward the location and focused. Well, look at that small vessel beside them. That dark green, that silver white. Wait. ISNT, that the same kind of ship that pinned me down and hammered me near the Z-25 outpost? Damn it, they're still after me. All I did was skim a little from them. Alarms blared wildly in his mind. I'll die, absolutely. If I don't surrender immediately, I'll be dead. He leaped several strides to the active communication console and switched it on, only to be met with overwhelming static. Broken? What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? Sacred sand? No, that would take at least several dozen minutes to take effect. The command communicator? By the time he adjusted the frequency, enemy artillery and missiles would have raised this area several times over. No, no, no. He couldn't just wait for death. At that moment, genes inherited from countless generations ago kicked into action. In this moment of extreme crisis, he instinctively mastered a method widely used in the distant 2K era when faced with malfunctioning mechanical equipment, applying strong external force to induce violent vibration. In simpler terms, punching it. BZZZT, thump. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, the communication console returned to normal. Without a moment's hesitation, he tuned the frequency to all bands and cranked the power to maximum. Esteemed commanders ahead. Our ship has deactivated all weapon systems. We surrender. Just minutes before the mining detonation was set to commence, a declaration suddenly echoed through the public frequency of the communication console. Upon hearing this, Shihai quickly opened the star map scanned by the warship and began searching frantically. Where was the conflict? He needed to get as far away as possible. After a long search, he finally spotted an orange arrow marker representing a fleet right next to the small asteroid he was about to destroy. Were they surrendering to him? He pulled up the visual feed and, to his surprise, recognized the fleet, the very one that had launched torpedoes at him. The fleet that had opened fire on him at the Z-25 outpost. Ah, enemies. Well, that settled it. He closed the star map, shut his eyes, and mused. How did this asteroid yield such highly purified metal, or? As the fleet continued to approach, Salman's mind raced. It seemed they had no intention of letting him go. Wait. The ship still carried over 30 cubic units of void energy. Without dwelling on the sudden appearance of their technology, he hoped they would also fear such a threat. Immediately, he grabbed the microphone and spoke at breakneck speed, shouting, "Our fleet is carrying 39 cubic units of void energy. If you continue your attack, it may lead to unforeseeable and severe consequences." Chapter 59. Damn. The audacity. Upon hearing the incoming communication, Shihai's eyes snapped open. Could this void energy they mentioned be the raw material for something like a void disintegration bomb? 39 cubic units of void energy? Severe consequences? At this moment, Shihai had no idea what 39 cubic units of void energy truly meant. He pondered for a moment and asked inwardly, Night lamp. What would be the effect of 39 cubic units of void energy detonating? Night lamp. According to available data, if concentrated and fully reacted, it could create a disintegration void with a radius of 1,727 Australian dollars, accompanied by spatial tremors and other phenomena, affecting an area with a radius of 455 light years. Such a tiny amount of void energy could cause such an exaggerated explosion? How is this even balanced? After being utterly stunned by the sheer beauty of these extreme numbers, Shihai quickly instructed Night Lamp to halt all warships heading for the mining detonation at their predetermined positions. This was not a fight they could afford. Damn it. He thought back. Hadn't those people mentioned surrendering earlier? Well, now he had to admit they had the qualifications to surrender. Switching to the communication console, he carefully chose his words and stated, "We accept your surrender. Lock down all weapon systems. Proceed to the designated coordinates as directed. Shut down your engines upon arrival. And prepare to be boarded by our personnel." Watching the massive warships still advancing toward him, Salman's nerves grew increasingly taut. Just then, the communication console chimed. The message accepting their surrender had arrived. Immediately after, the 4 colossal silver warships on the monitors began to decelerate, followed by the smaller vessels in shades of dark green and silver white. Watching the fleet finally come to a halt, suspended in midair, Salman's heart, which had nearly leapt to his throat, settled slightly. He had considered threatening to detonate void energy to force his way out. But the sudden appearance and disappearance of technology on the opposing warship cast doubt on whether such a move would pose any real threat. Moreover, even if by some miracle they let him go, with the void passage around Ursa Major V-1222 now sealed, his battered little ships stood no chance of survival. The fuel in the 3 vessels had almost completely leaked out. At best, they could accelerate to 120 of full speed, and that was ignoring the fuel needed for deceleration. All hands, the enemy has accepted our surrender. Shut down all fire control radars, lock all attack systems. Follow the commands on the public channel to pilot the ships, and cut the engines upon reaching the designated position. Prepare to be boarded. He switched to the fleet's internal command channel and issued the order. Shihai stared straight ahead as 5 dilapidated ships, hardly worthy of being called starships, emerged slowly from the dark side of the asteroid, guided by a clone navigator aboard a CAS-066. They drifted into his line of sight. Are these even warships? Watching these space junk-like vessels float toward him, one missing an engine, another lacking armor, shedding debris as they moved, he couldn't help but wonder, how are they even holding together? 2 FG-300s advanced and pulled alongside the largest enemy ship. A temporary docking bridge extended between the vessels, and Marines in powered armor stepped across. As they activated their helmet cameras, the interior of the enemy ship appeared before Shihai's eyes, golden-painted floors, bright white walls, and crew members wearing white headscarves. Whoa, camel folks? The familiar attire reminded him of a certain skin from a 2K-era game, and a phrase surfaced in his mind, avoid the white-robed ones amidst 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, a saying that applied not only to generals of the cold weapon era. An almost mystical intuition warned him that he might have narrowly avoided facing a massive explosion conjured from 39 cubic units of void energy. Instantly, a suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around him, broke him out in a cold sweat. We have to secure that void energy now. Otherwise, that stockpile was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. With that thought, he quickly connected to the Marine's powered armor earpiece and ordered, find their leader. Search the ship yourselves. Secure that batch of void energy as quickly as possible. In less than a second, a brief, firm reply came through. Yes. Then, to be safe, Shihai sent a communication to White Shark, summoning him to his location. Among the Marines, whenever they passed unseen corners, several grain-sized spherical drones quietly detached from their power armor, rolling into the darkness and swiftly vanishing. On the bridge of the Desert Lord, a group of Marines in dark green power armor had just entered when Salman's low voice echoed. The location of the void energy is on this warship. I have a request. Allow our crew to board your ship first. Afterward, I will personally lead you to the containers where it is stored. The Marines showed no reaction. But Shihai, seated at the rear, raised an eyebrow. Was this a sign of distrust? Was Salman afraid that once he obtained the void energy, he would immediately destroy their ship along with them? If that were the case, why had there been no attempt at communication beforehand, instead launching torpedoes directly at him? The firepower had clearly been intended to obliterate him in one strike. Agree to his request, stabilize him for now. Await the drone's report. Shihai's commanding voice sounded through the earpiece. Upon receiving the order, the Marine turned to Salman, and the external broadcast of the power armor emitted a cold, mechanical voice, agreed. Your people have 10 minutes. Hearing this, Salman let out a sigh of relief, bowed slightly, and replied, understood. Soon, under the Marines organization, the crew of the Desert Lord formed a line, each undergoing thorough security checks before being escorted to the FG-300's pressurized cargo hold, where they were restrained and confined. The Marine connected to Shihai sat quietly, silently locking eyes with Salman, as if a low-pressure center had formed between them. Salman's movement broke the silence of the scene. He retrieved the mechanical pocket watch gifted by his mentor from his chest, flicked open the cover, and discovered that, due to lack of winding, the watch had long stopped, its hands frozen at 7:21. Just in time for the evening prayer, he thought. 7 minutes remain. The Marine, noticing Salman checking his watch, suddenly spoke. Your people have 7 minutes left. Salman paused briefly, then nodded gently, closing the stopped pocket watch and carefully tucking it back into his chest. Shihai had been intently observing Salman and his linked Marine from the screen. So much so that he completely missed the drone's perspective, where a large cylindrical tank gradually came into view. Drone has detected a large energy storage tank. Suddenly, a prompt sounded from the nearby console, startling Shihai, followed immediately by elation. He had found the greatest source of danger. Chapter 60. How much? 39 cubic meters? Finally found. Shihai quickly switched to the drone's perspective, circling the tank once. No one around. Next, an explosive scan. None. And what about the interior? Just as Shihai prepared to maneuver the drone for a closer look, a report interrupted him. Commander, you requested my presence? White Shark had, at some point, approached his side. Shihai abruptly looked up at White Shark. Oh, perfect, this guy's here. He pointed at the screen and asked, White Shark, do you recognize this thing? Hearing Shihai's question, White Shark glanced at the screen, a cylindrical, silver-white object. Isn't this a standard energy storage tank? So he replied, sure, it's a standard energy storage tank. Judging by its size, it should be the medium model with a 40 cubic capacity. 40 cubic, that's the one. Tell me, can this thing be used to store void energy? What? What did you say? Upon hearing the words store void energy, White Shark immediately bristled. He said in alarm, Commander, you might be overestimating the technological level of our era. After the fifth great decline, many of the technologies reverse-engineered by the Far Travelers Federation were lost again. Using something like this to contain void energy, you probably won't find any reassuring reasons on the scientific side. You'd have to turn to the mystical side for help. Ahem, Shihai interrupted White Shark, no need to be so roundabout. Speak plainly, in a way that's easy to understand. White Shark looked at Shihai, then at the tank, and reluctantly said, if you put void energy in this thing, it's as good as not containing it at all. It would only serve as a psychological comfort. If there's even 1 milliliter of void energy inside, it becomes an uncontrollably fused void disintegration bomb. Damn, a bomb. Hearing White Shark's explanation, Shihai immediately grew alarmed. Damn, our fellow countryman is still performing steadily. Commander, there shouldn't be void energy in there, right? Shihai turned his head and silently stared at White Shark. Seeing his expression, White Shark suddenly felt as if his whole life had flashed before his eyes. There really is something in there. A look of terror quickly spread across White Shark's face. Most ordinary people know little about void energy, limited to things like stellar power supply and weapon manufacturing. But who is White Shark? A top graduate from the Federation University's Archaeology Department. He happens to know that storing void energy requires both a strong gravitational well and a powerful magnetic containment field. Otherwise, it will explode. Commander, this is critical. Is there a high-energy physics lab on the ship? I learned how to make a simple void energy container during my practical archaeology course at the Federation University. Don't touch that tank yet. Give me 30 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Actually, give me 10 minutes. As long as the void energy inside doesn't exceed 500 milliliters, we still have a chance. Looking at the agitated White Shark, Shihai first placed a hand on his shoulder and stared into his eyes. After a long moment, he asked, calm now? White Shark nodded and said, calm. Now, I'll go make the container. Have the Marines keep an eye on that energy storage tank. I don't know why it's still stable, but whatever you do, don't provoke it any further. Shihai watched White Shark, who was speaking as rapidly as a machine gun, and said, wait, there's actually one more thing I haven't mentioned yet. Then, he spoke word by word. What if there are 39 cubic meters of void energy inside? And they're right there, on that ship across from us. White Shark, who had just managed to calm down, felt his heart, which had already been hanging by a thread upon hearing the first half of the sentence, finally sink into despair. Commander, do you think I could finish writing my will before that thing destabilizes? Shihai rubbed his temples in frustration. This might just be the end. At that moment, in the drone's feed, several Marines appeared alongside a man wearing a white headscarf, Salman. All the crew members of the Saints had already evacuated the ship, and Salman, true to his promise, had led them to the void energy. 39 cubic meters of void energy, right here, Salman declared. Then, under Shihai's horrified gaze, he slapped the storage tank. Don't touch it. Shihai couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately connected to the external speaker of his power armor and shouted loudly. Thump, thump, thump. Almost simultaneously, that hand landed on the tank, patting it a few times as if testing a melon. It's over. Shihai and White Shark beside him closed their eyes in despair. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Shihai reopened his eyes. The screen showed Salman leaning over. What's wrong, sir? I was just proving to you that it's full. I'd rather it were empty. Shihai screamed inwardly. He quickly took over the microphone and said, all right, I believe you. You can step back now. Salman paused for a moment, then replied with a yes, and obediently retreated to the side. White Shark, if this tank of void energy remains stable, could you craft a storage container capable of holding 39 cubic meters? White Shark glanced at Shihai, then at the massive tank over 4 meters tall. He swallowed hard and said, I think expecting me to create a black hole with an ultra-strong regular magnetic field is more feasible than hoping this tank can contain the void energy. The bridge fell into silence instantly. By the way, he did slap it just now, right? After a long pause, White Shark broke the silence, swallowing nervously as he whispered the question. It seems so. Should we scan the tank first? Maybe there's something at work that we're unaware of? I think we should give it a try. Shihai immediately agreed and issued orders to the Marines. Instantly, both of them focused all their attention on the small screen of the raised detector. Today, I opened another 820 purple coins. Aside from 2 aircraft carrier points and 159 point, it's been 593 minutes without a major ship drop. How disheartening. The above is a skirt. Chapter 61. A charlatan even less reliable than a fellow townsman. Beep, beep, beep. In the hands of the Marine, the detector produced by nightlight emitted a shimmering screen of light, sweeping repeatedly over the silver-white container before them. Inside the bridge, the two held their breath, their eyes fixed on the slowly advancing progress bar. With each beep from the detector, their heartbeats grew more tense. Bleep. Structural scan complete. Gravitational coefficient normal. Magnetic field coefficient normal. Void-related fluctuation stable. A large number of nanoscale active targets detected. Finally, the detector's screen flickered, and a mechanical voice announced the final results. 2 normal, 1 stable. White Shark and Shihai exchanged a glance, then both let out a sigh of relief in unison, their suspended hearts finally settling. At least for the time being, this container could stabilize on its own. With the sudden removal of the life and death threat, White Shark's attention shifted to the other group on the scene, the white turban followers of the Saints. Speaking of which, how do you plan to deal with these Saints people? Shihai fell silent for a moment, then looked at White Shark and asked, are these individuals particularly notorious? White Shark nodded. Notorious? More than that, they are utterly infamous. They carry out explosive attacks everywhere, some even suicidal. Across the entire Order Alliance, their isn't a single entity that doesn't despise them. The bounties on their heads have so many zeros it's almost impossible to count. However, this organization is notoriously elusive. The most successful operation against them only managed to capture 1 messenger. Oh, by the way, a messenger's rank is roughly equivalent to a regional leader. Listening to White Shark's explanation, Shihai wasn't sure where to begin his critique. Should he remark, as expected of an otherworldly camel? Generally, how do the regimes of the Order Alliance sentence captured members of the Saints? Without hesitation, White Shark replied, death penalty. Immediate execution. The trial is merely a formality. When dealing with any member of the Saints, if a judge hesitates even for a moment, it would be a disrespect to the innocent civilians who lost their lives. Upon hearing White Shark's first statement, Shihai momentarily envisioned a certain not-so-bright jellyfish-headed figure, though only for an instant. Is there any risk of them surviving? White Shark responded. There has been no precedent for centuries. If anything remains thicker than an atom, it would be a dereliction of duty by the executioner. Once confirmed, Shihai began weighing the pros and cons. According to White Shark, these individuals, now neutralized, were essentially terrorists with innocent blood on their hands, regardless of the facade they wore. Under no circumstances could they be allowed to live. Then let us find a regime offering a bounty and hand them over. After concluding his contemplation, Shihai remarked, since the outcome remains unchanged, it is only logical to maximize the benefits. He then redirected his attention to the screen, his curiosity piqued by the numerous nanoscale active targets. What could they possibly be? Proceed. Inside the pressurized cargo holds of the 2 advancing FG-300 landing ships, a bustling scene unfolded. Countless captured followers of the Saints, having been thoroughly scanned and confirmed as neutralized threats, were confined in groups of 10, organized into clusters of 100. Each cluster was guarded and escorted by 5 Marines, unaware that their fate had just been sealed in a few brief words. The corridor outside the storage area echoed with dense footsteps once more, yet the warehouse doors remained shut. Instead, several Marines escorted Salman into an adjacent interrogation room. Enter. Due to Salman's unique status, he was granted solitary confinement. At the same time, perhaps driven by curiosity, whether it was encountering a live suicide bomber for the first time or wondering about the mindset of this otherworldly counterpart to a camel herder, Shihai felt a flicker of interest in Salman. Thus, he arranged for an interrogation. Facing the unmistakable layout of an interrogation room, Salman appeared utterly composed. He entered unhurriedly, took his seat in the interrogation chair, and allowed the Marines to restrain his hands and feet without resistance. Throughout, his eyes betrayed no trace of fear or panic, only a calm as still as water. A Marine sat opposite him, while 2 others stood on either side, holding electromagnetic rifles like immovable mountains, exuding an invisible yet lethal pressure. The external speaker of the powered armor crackled to life as Shihai connected from the other side. Salman, that is your name, correct? Only a cold yes came in response. The almost ingratiating demeanor he had displayed aboard the warship had vanished entirely within the confines of the interrogation room. I am curious, Shihai continued. What mindset drives you to plant bombs and carry out terrorist attacks everywhere? After a brief silence, Salman spoke. I must correct you. Everything we have done is not what you label as terrorist attacks. It is an effort toward the sacred goal of restoring humanity to greatness. Hearing this twisted justification, Shihai curled his lip in disdain, while Bishop beside him couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. A sacred goal? Restoring humanity to greatness? Shihai retorted. Do you mean the sacred goal of causing countless innocent people to lose their loved ones, their limbs, even their lives in explosions? What does that make great? Medical advancements? Salman scoffed. You parasites of human civilization, hypocritical, corrupt, and incompetent. Even with absolute advantage, you hide behind steel to speak with me. What could your short-sighted eyes possibly perceive? Countless festering sores cling to the fabric of human civilization. If we could excise these sores one by one, what does it matter if we carve away some healthy flesh along the way? Hearing these words, Shihai suddenly realized This was precisely the kind of rhetoric used by cults in his past life. The group before him was even more despicable than those camel-herding fanatics. Hiding behind lofty goals, they justified their actions with abstract metaphors and demonized all that was normal by distorting the truth. The next step, surely, would be to deify their leader, worship him, and preach about so-called divine blessings. Pulling aside the visibly shaken white shark beside him, Shihai glared at the figure on the screen. He had long despised such ideologies. Reasoning with a cult like this was utterly futile. Their communication was either about being brainwashed or brainwashing others. Engaging them on their own terms would only drag one into their twisted rhythm. Drawing on years of experience from online debates, Shihai fired back without hesitation. Sores on human civilization? You are the sores. The necessary sacrifices you speak of, that very group, are the decisive force driving social and historical progress. You, on the other hand, are nothing but insects swimming against the current of societal development. What right do you have to speak of acting for humanity? Listening to a few lines of indoctrination from above, boasting of fabricated miracles, and then believing the whole world has wronged you. Viewing all of humanity as degenerates, expendable tools. Heretics, before going around wreaking havoc? Human civilization is disgraced by the likes of you. Upon hearing the final sentence, the previously calm Salman instantly lost his composure. Flushing with rage, he sprang up, veins bulging in his neck as he shouted with all his might, cleansing the burdens that hinder civilization's progress. Seeking a glimmer of hope in despair, the immense contributions we have made for this sacred cause are beyond your comprehension. Even the sea of sand beneath our feet acknowledges us. Do you dare kill me? Even if you do, it changes nothing. My soul will return to the endless golden sands, becoming one among countless sacred grains. That is the blessing from the sea of sand, the home to which every pioneer's soul returns. Watching Salman's hysterical outburst on the screen, Shihai felt his interest wane entirely. Sacred sand. So, they were indeed peddling miracles. After switching off the interrogation room feed, he reopened the display for the energy storage tank. The scanner continued its repetitive sweeps. But the monitor showed no change. It persistently indicated multiple nanoscale active targets. What in the world? Muttered Shihai, perplexed. Beside him, White Shark suddenly seemed to recall something. His eyes lighting up, he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, Commander, I just remembered something that closely resembles this situation. Chapter 62, Emergency Multi-Purpose Nanomachines. This could very well be the work of emergency multi-purpose nanomachines from the Second Era. The White Shark exclaimed excitedly. According to some historical records, this type of machinery was produced by the Federation during the Second Era, designed for maintenance and repair in various emergency situations. It was commonly used for damage control on warships, emergency medical aid for personnel, and even the maintenance of star beacons. Upon hearing this explanation, Shihai immediately understood. If it could be used for star beacon maintenance, that meant these machines possessed the ability to stabilize void energy? The White Shark nodded and said, Exactly. Moreover, due to the Second Era's extensive exploitation of the void, people back then stored void energy in all sorts of bizarre ways. This explains why the void energy in these seemingly insignificant storage tanks could remain so stable. Suddenly, several questions popped into Shihai's mind. But how did these religious fanatics get their hands on these things? And didn't they say they found this tank of void energy? The White Shark thought for a moment and replied, Maybe they were just lucky? After all, many of the once developed regions have long since become uninhabited wastelands. It's entirely possible they stumbled upon some unusual scrap. As for this tank of void energy, either these nanomachines brought it here, or someone out there has incredibly good luck. Shihai nodded, feeling somewhat clearer about the current situation. So it's nanomachines after all. I thought it was something else. Wait, nanomachines. The stars are catching up again. Shihai quickly asked, Do you know any more details? For example, can these nanomachines mimic or shapeshift? The White Shark waved his hand, indicating he couldn't help. The existence of nanomachines is actually questionable. Currently, both the United Historical and Archaeological Departments only have written records of such things. We can only infer that the former Federation created them, but we lack historical evidence to prove it. After all, even if we encountered inactive specimens floating in the vastness of space, we wouldn't be able to detect them. Not getting the answer he wanted, Shihai shook his head in disappointment. But then it occurred to him, wasn't there a physical specimen right in front of him? If these things were truly picked up by these so-called saints, then perhaps there were even more inactive ones on the enemy ship. He quietly asked Nightlamp in his mind, Nightlamp, your research function ISNT just for opening boxes, right? Can it identify objects? Immediately, he received an affirmative response. By dragging a sufficient number of entities into the research slot, it is theoretically possible to reverse engineer their technology. Mere identification is no problem at all. Good. He immediately ordered the Marines still aboard the enemy destroyer. Conduct a thorough search of the enemy ship. Scan all suspicious containers and items. Inspect the enemy's personal belongings. Half an hour later, with the help of numerous drones, the scanning of the enemy ship was finally completed. On nearly every dilapidated and deactivated component, this intense nanoscale activity could be detected, yet it remained nothing more than mere reactions. The Marines had no means of recovering these activated nanomachines. However, after confirming similar responses in these locations, both Shihai and White Shark grew more certain of their suspicions. Consequently, Shihai immediately ordered an intensified search for inactive entities. No findings on the bridge. No findings in the storage bays. Nothing detected. Unfortunately, the results were far from encouraging. The Marines scouring the area found no relevant materials, not even anything resembling a clue. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't until one Marine, who had previously been linked to Shihai, decided to test whether the scanner was malfunctioning by pointing it at himself. The detector, which he had casually hung on his chest, suddenly sprang to life, emitting a series of mechanical chirps. Shihai froze for a second. But the Marine had already removed the scanner and opened its screen to examine the readout. Suspected high-priority substance detected. What? Really? On him? Is the device broken? Then it struck Shihai. During the search of those fanatical saints, hadn't these Marines confiscated all their personal belongings? He recalled an entry in the logs about someone who had thrown a fit over a small bag of something called sacred sand, ranting about divine grace and holy granules. Yes, that matches. Sacred sand. During his recent interrogation, or rather, heated exchange, with Salman, that madman had also mentioned sacred sand. That very bag of so-called sacred sand. Scan it now. Through the Marine's earpiece came the report. Trace amounts of dormant nanoscale constructs detected. Reading the words on the scanner's display, Shihai felt a surge of excitement. We got something. Of course, at that moment, someone even more thrilled was the history student beside Shihai. They might have actually found it, the nanomachines that existed only in historical records. Author S note, school has started, updates have been a bit slow lately, but the main plot will pick up soon. I promise. Also, regarding that canister, why it didn't explode in Alexei's hands will be explained in detail later. With no contradictions. Chapter 63. The reconnaissance fleet of the Space Force, a silver-gray shuttle detached from the warship and swiftly glided toward the disintegrating edge of the Desert Lord. Docking and returning took less than 10 minutes before the Marine arrived at the bridge of CS-066-01. Under the eager gazes of Shihai and White Shark, a sandy yellow woven bag was handed over and placed on the command table of the bridge. Shihai lifted the bag, pinching its edges. The texture felt slightly coarse. He loosened the drawstring, and a handful of golden grains came into view. So this is all stored in such a simple bag? Upon seeing this woven bag, White Shark nearby couldn't stay calm. After obtaining Shihai's permission, he picked up a scanner nearby and skeptically scanned the bag. Watching the nanoscale dormant constructs and coarse fiber-woven bag displayed on the screen, White Shark's eyelids twitched several times. His lips moved as he cursed. What a waste of precious resources. After separating a small handful of those golden particles, Shihai promptly sent White Shark off to the high-energy physics laboratory on the base ship, following the process indicated by Night Lamp. He then used a small spoon to place a few grains of golden sand into the folded space opened by Night Lamp. Instantly, the research interface on Night Lamp's panel lit up, and an item labeled Unidentified Construct appeared on the sliding rail. Shihai dragged it into the research slot. A flash of white light later, Asclepius type Emergency Maintenance Nanomachine Cluster, dormant state. Research time, 2 hours, cannot be accelerated. Estimated research progress, 23. Note, introducing a larger quantity of individuals will help improve research progress. Asclepius, the deity in ancient Greek mythology who holds a serpent-entwined staff, symbolizing healing, treatment, and recovery. The name fits its function quite aptly. Seeing this result, Shihai felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness, it's just maintenance nanomachines. Not that seemingly tsundere and cute, but actually capable of casually obliterating a star system with a flick of a hand, white-haired entity from a certain game. If such an overwhelmingly overpowered being were to appear now. Question, could we win? Answer, absolutely not. After closing Night Lamp's interface, Shihai redirected his attention to the front of the bridge. On the dilapidated warships below, the followers of the Saints had already been transferred to the forward-deployed FG-300S for detention, while the confirmed safe energy canisters had been moved into the cargo hold via shuttles. Once it was confirmed that there was nothing of value left on the enemy ships, the two silver-white FG-300S turned around on the spot and rejoined the fleet. Subsequently, for CAS-066 vessels slowly rotated their massive hulls in midair, with Ruby making slight adjustments to their bow orientations. Flashing torpedoes launched from their tubes, and scorching warheads shot out of their cannons. Instantly, countless bright spots flew toward the enormous asteroid ahead, striking its surface and throwing up clouds of dust. Explosive mining had begun in the nodal space city of Ursa Major V-1222 just moments ago. This nodal space city had been requisitioned by a fleet in the name of the Claude Military Political Defense Department. The central control tower was, without a doubt, designated as the Fleet Command Center. This fleet was the Vanguard reconnaissance unit dispatched by the Claude Consortium. Their mission was to scout the status of Ursa Major V-1222, secure the entrance to the Void Handak, establish a forward defense line, identify the invaders, and await the arrival of the main fleet. However, while they were still traversing the void passageway, an immensely violent void turbulence struck them. Like a torrent bursting through a suddenly constricted gorge, turbulent void energies surged forth in relentless waves, causing the star beacons stabilizing the passageway to tremble wildly, as if on the verge of disintegration at any moment. The fleet was caught off guard, thrown into chaos. Fortunately, perhaps due to the use of advanced technology that could be considered cutting-edge even in the Golden Age, the Second Era, the trembling star beacon stood firm like a resilient giant tree in a raging storm, swaying precariously yet remaining unyielding. The stabilizing field it generated tightly enveloped the passageway, allowing the reconnaissance fleet to successfully withdraw. Even so, the brief impact of mere dozens of seconds inflicted significant losses upon the fleet. Many smaller vessels suffered hull deformities, ranging from minor distortions to severe shedding, and 3 frigates even exhibited noticeable cracks in their left side keels. Thankfully, the area where they exited was not far from their destination. After a brief period of conventional navigation, they finally arrived at the void passageway node of Ursa Major V-1222. Quickly organized the damaged warships for port repairs. Priority for vessels with structural damage. What? No space. Those private starships occupying the dock area? Why are you asking me? I tasked you with solving the problem, not bringing it back to me. If the problem can't be resolved, can't you handle the one who raised it? We are currently under secondary combat readiness. Do you understand what combat readiness means? If they refuse to yield, it's treason. Treason, understand? Arrest them all and execute them. In short, figure it out yourself. Within an hour, I want all damaged warships docked for repairs. Understood? Then go do it. On the central control tower, a man with the rank of colonel on his shoulders was berating the squad leader heading to the port over the communication console's microphone. He was Colonel Swart, the commander of this fleet. After roaring his final command, he slammed the communication device shut and let out a heavy sigh. Currently, the void passageway here had closed for unknown reasons. The situation inside Ursa Major V-1222 remained unclear, and he had just realized that his communication with superiors had been severed at some point. Wait. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply as a terrifying conjecture exploded in his mind. Unable to leave, communication cut off, and an unknown method of interception. This could very well be a trap. Report. As if to confirm his suspicion, the radar operator nearby suddenly spoke up. Abnormal energy and heat signatures detected at 14 o'clock, 87 degrees azimuth, approximately 0.7 Australian dollars away. Suspected fleet engagement. That direction aligns with the Ursa Major V-1222 star system. Something is there. How vexing. The current fleet has sustained severe damage. The lights from the central console spilled across his face, illuminating features so dark they seemed capable of dripping ink. Chapter 64. First contact projectiles carrying thunder and flame relentlessly hammered the massive asteroid. Spiderweb-like cracks gradually spread across its entire surface, perhaps having finally reached its limit. After over 10 minutes of bombardment, the asteroid finally shattered. In a place where no one could hear, it emitted a prolonged, mournful cry, the lament of matter disintegrating in the cosmos, before instantly fragmenting and exploding like a firework. Perhaps it had once witnessed the birth of a supernova. Perhaps it had once observed the decline of a red giant. But now, the ravines carved by time, the pits and scars left by the ages, all ceased to exist. They transformed into a shimmering metallic haze, slowly dispersing through the void. One after another, colossal warships plunged into this cloud of dust, greedily sucking entire clusters of floating debris into their cargo holds. Numerous FG-300 vessels shuttled back and forth between the dust cloud and the base ship like diligent worker bees. The resources in the warehouses swelled accordingly. Watching the gradually accumulating resources and estimating that roughly 4/5 of the dust cloud remained, a smile slowly spread across Shihai's face. At this rate, the resources harvested from this asteroid would be enough for him to construct 4 battlecruisers. Combined with those from the self-contained base, that would total 8 ships. As for whether the command value of the self-contained base's port was sufficient, faced with this question, Shihai remarked that the first thing people do upon reaching shore is forget their origins. Nightlight. Can warships already constructed in the self-contained port be decommissioned? Nightlight. Decommissioned warships are dismantled, returning 70 of their resources. Clone crew members are part of the warship and will vanish along with it. That's fine, as long as they can be dismantled. After checking that the current command value was sufficient, he proceeded. Joint production line, production plan, 2 eternal storms, 2 new Constantine the Greats, industrial systems operating at full capacity. Watching as the first eternal storm began segmented production and the other warships queued up, Shihai closed Nightlight's panel and turned his gaze to the fleet still voraciously consuming the dust cloud. A sudden thought occurred to him. By the way, Nightlight. Can modules be removed or installed on standard warship blueprints as well? Nightlight, yes. Having received an affirmative answer, Shihai began planning for future development. Perhaps, under the banner of the Sacred Stellar Group, he should engage in some warship-related business. At the same time, he could seek out channels for large-scale resource procurement. Although the mining vessels provided by Nightlight possessed unparalleled and exceptional collection capabilities, a fact had just dawned on him. Humanity took millions of years to learn social division of labor. How could he easily break free from it overnight? Now he finds himself in an orderly society, even if it is full of dross and riddled with flaws. The support it can provide him far surpasses what he could achieve alone. Collecting payments, purchasing mines, building and selling ships, this entire process alone, relying solely on the repeatedly stripped-down FG-300, has allowed him to amass considerable wealth. And then there are the industries and mining operations. Just as Shihai's thoughts grew deeper, the radar operator on standby suddenly issued a report. Unknown fleet detected. Approaching our position. Static suddenly, the communication console crackled to life, and a transmission came through on the public frequency. Unidentified fleet ahead. This is the Claude Union Space Force. State your identity, origin, and your purpose for approaching Ursa Major V-1222. On the other side, 5 frigates and 1 destroyer slowly advanced toward Shihai's base ship. When the radar displayed an image of the opposing fleet, the commander of this small flotilla nearly broke down on the spot, setting aside the orange-yellow starship at the rear, which appeared to be a supply vessel. The 4 silver-gray behemoths, each measuring over 1,000 meters in length, were enough to plunge him into the deepest despair of his life. That was the size of a battlecruiser, and judging by their design, they were undoubtedly warships. His mission was to confirm the information about the engaged fleet, intercept, and hold off any potential enemies. But if those ahead were the enemy, how could his small vessels possibly fight? Hold them off? More like turning into speed bumps on their path, only to be shattered into stardust. Static noise erupted from the communication console. Aboard the Space Force destroyer, the bridge was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. A reply had been received. These past few days have been particularly busy with the start of the semester. There's military training, getting to know my roommates, so the update pace will likely revert to 1 chapter per day. Any backlog in word count will be noted by the author and made up during periods of free time, such as long holidays. This book is the author's first, and I want to treat it seriously. The outline has been planned well ahead. The backgrounds of the 6 eras have been detailed one by one. Even every organization that appears, no matter how minor, has been given its own setting by the author. I will absolutely not abandon this book. But I also refuse to fee readers or myself just to meet a daily 2-chapter quota. If quantity comes at the expense of quality, I would rather preserve the quality. The recent chapters may have seemed a bit rushed, as I'm still finding my rhythm while following the outline. I apologize for that. Regular readers might know that the author often replies to comments. I read every single comment, and I address every issue pointed out. Honestly, many of the settings are introduced gradually later on, since this is my first time writing a book, and the outline was developed somewhat later. Initially, I really just wanted to casually share the story in my heart with everyone online, and also for my own enjoyment. I never expected so many people to enjoy my book. What a pleasant surprise, hee. Given this, I feel compelled to treat all of you who love this story with the utmost sincerity, and to honor that little universe, that small world I fantasized about throughout my 3 years of high school. The gradual maturation of the protagonist mirrors my own growth as an author. I don't know how to write a perfect character, for I myself am full of flaws. I hope the protagonist I depict is someone with notable strengths, but also shortcomings. Of course, these flaws will be corrected through successive changes. Because that is what makes a character truly human. An ordinary person who, after crossing over, slowly adapts to the world, matures step by step, and ultimately remains true to their core. Lastly, may I humbly ask for a book review? I understand that initial ratings might be modest, but starting with a 6 is quite disheartening. I sincerely request your feedback. Just share your genuine thoughts. I'm not seeking only praise. Any well-founded criticism is fully welcome. I want to understand how you perceive this book, alright? Chapter 65. Treading on Thin Ice. My friend our side belongs to the transport fleet under the Sacred Stellar Group, currently engaged in transporting a batch of mineral resources. Due to unexplained void fluctuations, we were forced to make an emergency landing here. When Shihai heard the other party refer to themselves as the Cosmic Navy, all the prepared explanations he had envisioned were instantly overturned, leaving only carefully measured caution in his response. Previously, while at Order Seat V0101, he had gained some understanding of the local military structure. It follows the system of the Fourth Epoch S Second Empire, divided into the Cosmic Navy and the Planetary Defense Force. If the Defense Force could be likened to the police force of his previous life, the Cosmic Navy was unequivocally the elite field troops. Under what circumstances would a regime deploy its elite field army? Undoubtedly, it is when national security faces a severe threat and all other measures prove insufficient. To be honest, Shihai wasn't the least bit surprised that the situation in Ursa Major V1222 had drawn the attention of the Cosmic Navy. However, at such a sensitive time, the question of how his unknown armed force should confront the Cosmic Navy fleet before him became a serious issue. If the other side were to regard him as the culprit behind this disaster, or even merely suspect him, he would face significant trouble. After all, the military doesn't require evidence. Coordinates alone suffice. He certainly wasn't afraid of this pitifully weak fleet before him. But since the ancient pre-industrial era, war has long ceased to be a mere clash of weapons. It has evolved into a collision of entire systems. What is truly daunting is the system behind this small fleet. A system that ranks among the foremost within human civilization. No matter how powerful the warships from Lagrange may be, Shihai faces an undeniable reality. His own system has yet to be fully established. If we were to confront one of the 6 top powers of the Order Alliance at this stage, although not entirely unmatched, our development would undoubtedly face severe constraints. At the very least, thriving openly would become a distant dream. After confirming the dispatch of this message, Shihai let out a sigh. It was time to swiftly establish his own system. Once pioneer bases, space cities, and even stargates began to proliferate on a large scale, he would show this stretch of the cosmos a production capacity rivaling that of an AI-driven calamity. Transport fleets? Corporations? The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. In that fleeting moment, tension and fear had nearly suffocated him. Before him loomed a massive ship, likely an enemy, while behind him stood the unyielding weight of military discipline, either side capable of crushing him to dust. Fortunately, before his heart could leap from his chest, he received the news he most longed to hear. The other party was a neutral force that had strayed into the area. With his nerves settling, he reached with trembling hands for the communicator and transmitted. The Great Bear V1222 is currently engulfed in a massive spatial turbulence. We request that you secure your weapons and proceed to the nodal space city to await further instructions. An hour later, at the central control tower of the Great Bear nodal space city, Colonel Swart stared at the suddenly appeared fleet, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. A massive amber vessel, described by the other party as both an engineering ship and a transport, surrounded by 4 silver-white warships. According to reconnaissance imagery, these were mass-produced battlecruisers. A profound headache immediately set in. To his knowledge, even the 5 megacorporations of the Order Alliance were only capable of producing cruisers. As for battlecruisers, he had only heard that the Colossal Group had plans to attempt their production. Where did this Sacred Stellar Group emerge from? Communications with higher command remained severed. He felt as though he were groping through a dark swamp, where a single misstep could plunge him into an abyss of utter ruin. Having written over 3,000 words, it feels utterly terrible, deleted entirely. Future updates will be unified at 6 a.m. That's all for today, but there will be more tomorrow morning. Chapter 66. Secure the home front before resisting external threats. Is that it? Great Bear V1222 remained out of contact. No, more than that. The recently arrived vanguard fleet of the Cosmic Navy had also fallen silent, as the situation spiraled irreversibly toward graver consequences. The upper echelons of the Claude Consortium finally could no longer remain idle. Larkray Star Empire, Imperial Council Chamber. Beneath a dome forged from entire starship armor plates, the Emperor who embodied the majesty of the entire empire, Vladimir Larkray, sat enthroned upon the elevated dais, gazing down upon the bustling assembly in the tiered conference hall. Here were his most astute ministers and his most battle-hardened generals, the very extensions of his will, the powerful instruments through which he ruled this vast empire. Your Majesty, the plenipotentiary ambassador from the Claude Military Political Union has suddenly lodged a diplomatic protest against us. They claim that if the empire does not cease its aggressive actions toward Ursa Major V-1222, they will regard the empire's conduct as a full declaration of war. Below the podium, a second-level civil official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is reading aloud a diplomatic document just received. The exceptionally sharp wording echoes through the grand hall, causing countless attendees to gradually clench their fists, their faces contorted with fury. Vladimir listens to the document expressionlessly. Then, his piercing gaze shifts to the Minister of Military Affairs seated in the front row. A calm yet commanding voice rings out. I wish to know why my army, unbeknownst to the entire empire, including myself, has appeared on the Union's territory and initiated a war of which the entire empire was unaware. Minister of Military Affairs. He is utterly bewildered as well. Originally, this was just an ordinary routine meeting. As the person responsible for the nation's military affairs, he typically does not need to speak during such internal policy discussions. Who could have known that some damned little darling would give him such an enormous surprise today? Under the Emperor's nearly murderous gaze from the podium, he feels cold sweat trickling down his back. If he fails to provide an explanation satisfactory to His Majesty, he will not leave without shedding at least a layer of skin. Ursa Major V-1222, Node Space City. Outside the massive space city, a multitude of diverse starships drift, armed merchant vessels, cargo ships, passenger liners, as if hosting a small-scale starship exhibition. Upon spotting the several warships of the Cosmic Navy, along with the colossal vessels following behind, most smaller ships decisively choose to yield, having witnessed how a few severely damaged ships, unwilling to depart the port, underwent a perfect transformation from citizens to traitors and then to organic matter under the catalysis of a temporary court and bullets. The captains of these starships express without hesitation, as members of the Union, it is only natural that they unconditionally support all actions of the Cosmic Navy. Now, facing these oncoming warships, they undoubtedly wish to avoid any hint of trouble. Shihai stands on the bridge, listening to the intelligence gathered by Night Lantern after a sweep through the local network. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. The communication console emits a prompt. As soon as the connection is established, a figure clad in a white double-breasted military uniform appears in the holographic projection. Shihai glances at the shoulder insignia on the uniform. A colonel. The projected figure gazes steadily at Shihai and slowly speaks. Unknown corporate fleet. Please provide the registration verification of your affiliated corporation for our inspection. Upon hearing this request, Shihai feels a wave of confusion. Inspection now? According to the data recently brought back by Night Lantern, this entire star system has completely severed contact with the outside world, and conducting verification clearly requires accessing the central database of the Order Alliance. He outwardly agreed to the officer's request, but secretly, in the depths of his mind, he inquired of Nightlamp, within all their shipboard databases, is there any data regarding the registered enterprises of the Order Alliance? Approximately 3 seconds later, Nightlamp's voice responded. I just made a quick scan. There's none. Wait, Hockey Lamp, what did you say? Just now? A quick scan? In just those few seconds? Are you certain nothing was missed? He pressed. This time, Nightlamp fell silent for 5 seconds before replying. Rest assured, Pioneer. I have just conducted another thorough scan. Across all 800 of their warships, every piece of stored information on every storage device contains no data whatsoever on enterprises registered with the Order Alliance. Not even paper records exist. Upon hearing Nightlamp's explanation, Shihai's eye twitched slightly. Now, the behavior of the other side became rather intriguing. Rather than verifying his identity after re-establishing contact, he was more inclined to believe this was a probe from the opposing party. Apologies. Our side has been unable to locate any information pertaining to the enterprise you provided. Please disclose your true origins. Sure enough, the very next moment, the words spoken by the projection fully confirmed Shihai's suspicions. Having already surmised the other party's intentions, he fixed his gaze on the projection before him, as though observing a farcical performance. Currently, all external communications from Ursa Major V-1222 are completely isolated. By what means did your side conduct this inquiry? The officer in the projection answered without hesitation. The Cosmic Navy possesses an internal communication network. The fact that your civilian channels are offline does not imply our military channels share the same fate. Military channels? Still putting on a bluff, Shihai thought to himself. Were it not for Nightlamp's extraordinary electronic warfare capabilities, he might have actually believed it. Though, in truth, even that was unlikely. Shihai continued listening calmly as the officer in the projection revealed his ultimate objective. Please dock your warship and disembark in an orderly manner. Given the current special circumstances and your unverifiable identity, we will impose a certain degree of surveillance on your crew. This will remain in effect until we can confirm your identities. Indeed, this was the countermeasure Suate had hastily devised. To secure the exterior, one must first pacify the interior. In other words, he intended to rely on the defensive torpedoes and turrets installed on the space station, combined with the full firepower of the fleet, to seize the battlecruiser of the so-called corporate transport fleet. Subsequently, using the nodal space station as a rear base, he would establish a defensive line around Ursa Major V-1222. Suhate's reasoning was straightforward. In his understanding, how could an obscure, minor enterprise possibly manufacture a battlecruiser? Regardless of whether their claims were true, allowing this fleet to remain would be akin to planting a massive landmine behind his own defensive line, a risk far outweighing any potential benefit. Quietly, Shihai translated the situation in his mind. Isn't this essentially saying, Come here, I'll not only take your ship, but also place you under house arrest. Please cooperate. What struck him first was not anger, but a sense of absurdity. What did this person take him for? Could it be that his seemingly neutral demeanor made others think he was easy to push around? He stared at the projection with a forced, insincere smile. I think docking 1T be necessary. Your side still has a large number of fleets in severely damaged and unrepaired condition, correct? We'll stay on our own ships. After a brief moment of silence, the officer replied, this is not a negotiation. It is a notification. If you refuse to comply, for the sake of our own safety, we will open fire on you. With a click, Shihai abruptly cut off the communication. Chapter 67. Nightlight. I'd like to see who dares to play mind games in front of me. Watching the blue holographic projection flicker twice before vanishing, Shihai let out a heavy sigh. He had no desire to clash with the cosmic fleet. But it seemed the other party had no intention of offering a peaceful resolution either. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Multiple fleets are opening fire. The moment he ended the call, the cold, mechanical voice of the ship SAI echoed through the bridge. From the shadows of the space station S port structures, a swarm of black-painted warships emerged, swiftly encircling Shihai's fleet. Nightlight. I need to confirm once more. Has all communication between Ursa Major V-1222 and the outside world been completely severed? Is every signal truly blocked? Nightlight. Confirmed. In that case, he had no reason to hold back. Suddenly, an intensely brilliant flash erupted. Outside the bridge, a point of light, bright as a miniature sun, slowly rose. Then came another. And another. Like hunting thunderbirds sweeping across the sky, a series of dazzling explosions erupted across the surface of the forward space city. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Shihai froze momentarily. He hadn't given the order to fire yet. Only after the radiant points rapidly expanded and faded, revealing the devastated space station once more, did he snap back to reality. Facing the Mentenfu Dixerpan, he shouted into the command console S microphone, open fire. Immediately, as if responding to a command, the ship SAI echoed. A straightforward engagement. What is happening? Just as Colonel Swart had issued the order to attack, a violent tremor shook the deck beneath him, followed by a deafening roar. Struggling to his feet, he saw a rising line of fire creeping across the space station, and his eyes widened in fury. Report. All heavy anti-ship torpedoes on the space station have failed to launch. A total of 900 launch points, all misfired. The panicked voice of the damage control officer pierced through the blaring alarms, barely pulling his Ridger back from the brink. Yet, the scene outside the viewport left him no room to worry about the space station beneath his feet. The cosmic fleet vessels, which had seemingly secured an encirclement, were now retreating steadily under the assault of the unidentified fleet. He had gravely misjudged the enemy's strength. Ignoring the physical pain, he immediately grabbed the microphone and shouted into the command channel. All units, fall back. Execute Plan 2 immediately. All boarding crafts, launch. Space City, defensive torpedo launch zone, or rather, the former torpedo launch zone. Countless fragments, mixed with a few humanoid figures, drifted endlessly into the void of space. The 20,000 mm, 20-meter, caliber heavy anti-ship torpedoes, once the nightmare of any enemy daring to attack, had now become the key to hell for the soldiers stationed here. This scene unfolded simply because someone named Nightlight had wandered into the central control system and, in passing, locked all torpedo launch tube hatches just 1 second before firing. In the launch control room, a man wearing the uniform of a Space Force lieutenant colonel steadied himself against the console as he rose from the floor. He felt something wet on his head and reached up to touch it. Sure enough, a smear of crimson filled his vision. But before he could even process the shock of his injury, a line of text scrolling across a display screen sent a chill straight to his bones. Your torpedoes are quite impressive. This ancient console from a previous era had been hacked. Clang. A soldier burst through the door before the lieutenant colonel could react, shouting, report. All 900 torpedoes in the launchers have detonated in their tubes. Gush. Instantly, the lieutenant colonel coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed once more. In the temporary command center atop the main tower, chaos reigned. Orders for retreat mingled with commands to advance, while the shouts of various officers overlapped in a cacophony. Among them, the voice of the damage control director stood out as the loudest. Quick, mobilize the pardon troops for damage control. Seal the breaches caused by the torpedo detonations. What? They're almost depleted? Then round up whoever's available. Those rats hiding in the crevices, drag them all out and turn them into pardon troops. What charges? Do those vermin even need charges? Their lifelong, unpayable debts are charge enough. Move. I want results now. After ending the call, he slammed the communicator onto the desk and turned around to find Colonel Swart standing before him. The damage control director immediately snapped to attention, awaiting reprimand. Instead of scolding him, however, Swart remarked lightly, there aren't enough of those rats. Boarding actions require ample expendable resources. This station still has many Drew citizens. As of now, I declare them all traitors. Understanding his superior's implication instantly, the damage control director responded loudly, yes, sir. The battle formation is set. Commencing tactical suppression. Shihai stood on the bridge of the CAS-066 first vessel, watching the encircling fleet retreat in disarray under a hail of shells and torpedoes. He found it utterly absurd. The opposing force consisted of only 18 warships, each over 700 meters in size, and nearly half had been destroyed in the first exchange of fire. Meanwhile, the enemy's concentrated torpedo and artillery fire struck one of the 066 class vessels, yet it only left a series of dents, not even managing to penetrate the hull. Up to this point, the most severe damage within his fleet was sustained by a Kaliline ship, which had collided with an enemy vessel, causing its left armor plating to detach. He couldn't help but think, with such limited capability, how dare they block the passage? In contrast, the starships that had been driven out of the starport and lingered near his fleet suffered devastating losses. Watching the black-painted warships retreat as swiftly as they had emerged, Shihai felt a tinge of boredom and issued the command. All forces, advance. Maintain firepower. Prepare to seize the space station. The engines roared to their maximum capacity, and the faint glow at the stern suddenly erupted into a dazzling brilliance, propelling the ship forward with a force capable of overturning any obstacle. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Shihai fixed his gaze on the massive space station growing ever closer, the radar blared an alarm. A multitude of small targets had appeared in the forward sector. Enemy aircraft were rapidly approaching. Outside the viewport, countless faint points of light flickered and accelerated madly toward Shihai's fleet, like swarms of nocturnal insects drawn irresistibly to a source of brightness. This was a tactic hailing from the ancient age of maritime exploration, a symbol of sailors' courage and fearlessness. Boarding action. Chapter 67. Interlude on currently featured starships. Readers familiar with Lagrange may skip this chapter. This chapter is intended for casual observers or non-players. The entire section consists of module descriptions and accompanying illustrations of the starships, due to previous feedback requesting visual references for the starships. However, the author's notes are limited to 300 characters and do not support images. Therefore, a separate chapter has been created here, providing introductions to the featured starships. Revisions will be made to earlier sections in due time, to include illustrations of the starships at their points of appearance. 1. Carillion-class scout frigate. Illustration attached here. Overall length, 203 meters cruising speed, 1040 to 1200 curvature speed, 5200 comprehensive evaluation, anti-ship capability, C anti-aircraft capability, C siege capability, C support capability, none survivability, B strategic capability, of full ship modules, rapid anti-ship artillery system, CG-1118A rapid artillery 2, close-in defense artillery system, Comet Tail Mk-1 CG-628BD, close-in artillery 2, energy system, RT-150 integrated, energy conversion system, armor system, AC-20 light universal armor, FF-100 starship core structure, command system, XC-1000 bridge, propulsion system, EC-120 universal curvature engine, Yin-115B enhanced vector engine, 2. Lancer-class light missile destroyer, illustration attached here, overall length, 440 meters cruising speed, 700, 1200 curvature speed, 3500 comprehensive evaluation, anti-ship capability, A anti-aircraft capability, C siege capability, B support capability, none survivability, C strategic capability, B full ship modules, Storm missile system, Storm Mk-2 CM4280A missile launch pod 2, Carillion heavy artillery system, 34 Carillion KCD, 2358 BC twin-mounted bow siege heavy artillery 1, energy system, RT-280 integrated energy conversion system, armor system, AC-40 light universal armor, DD-100 starship core structure, command system, XC-1800 bridge, propulsion system, EC-200 universal curvature engine, Yin-180B universal vector engine. The above are the starships that have been featured thus far. The following are ship designs that exist in blueprints but have not yet appeared in the narrative. Eternal Storm-class assault battlecruiser, with illustration. New Constantine the Great-class integrated battlecruiser, with illustration. KCCP-V-20 light assault cruiser, with illustration. KCCP-20 light carrier cruiser, with illustration. AC-721 heavy transport destroyer, with illustration. AC-721 heavy amphibious assault ship, with illustration. CVI-003 light escort craft, with illustration. X-10 medium engineering vessel, with illustration. X-20 large engineering vessel, with illustration, in the Lagrange setting. Player-controlled ships are heavily downgraded versions, suffering from severe firepower deficiencies, leading to many large vessels lacking close-range defensive weaponry or having significant blind spots in their coverage. Alright, truth be told, I wrote these lines to meet the requirement of a 1,000-word chapter. Additionally, due to the author's rather unfortunate luck, I am now soliciting battlecruiser module designs and accompanying illustrations from readers. Well, that finally fills up the word count. Chapter 68, Luring the Enemy In. Originally, I had only written one chapter, but someone, Dahuang Xiaotianji, gifted a supreme certification. Wow. In principle, I should have added 2 extra chapters as a thank you, but due to ongoing military training, I genuinely cannot find the time right now. Let us consider it an IOU for now. Anti-air systems operating at full power, locking onto targets. Faced with swarms of boarding craft approaching, the shortcomings of the downgraded Lagrange vessels were immediately laid bare. The blind spots in these ships' firepower were far too extensive. Take the CAS-066, for instance. Its underside was completely devoid of turrets, making the 4066 class ships the primary targets for the boarding craft. These small craft range from a dozen meters to just over 100 meters in length. A mere graze from a shell was enough to shatter them into dust, obliterating them entirely. But there were simply too many of them. All Calero-class vessels advance forward and establish a close-range defensive network. Unmanned warships push to the front lines and provide cover for the rear fleet. Only when confronted with a massive wave of small targets at point-blank range did Shihai realize that the most reliable close-range firepower in the current fleet actually came from the smallest ships, the Calero class. He made a mental note. Regardless of whether they pursued blueprint reverse engineering or similar projects, after this battle concluded, he would prioritize equipping every section of the other warships with close-in weapon systems. Under orders, 30 small vessels with dark hulls accelerated forward, positioning themselves between the enemy boarding swarm and the fleet. Their comet tail cannons rotated frantically, spewing forth torrents of scorching steel and flame. Tracer-laced projectiles crisscrossed the void. weaving a vast interception web. Yet, without a doubt, this thin defensive net appeared fragile against the locust-like onslaught of boarding craft. Even as countless fireballs of detonation blossomed in midspace, a number of enemy boats still breached the defensive line, charging headlong toward the several C-066 vessels within the fleet. Central Control Tower, Command Center, Space Station. Though chaos still reigned here, the situation had improved slightly compared to moments before. The enemy warship appears to have severely inadequate anti-aircraft firepower. Plan 2 is currently proceeding smoothly. Faced with the staff officer's report, Colonel Swart finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Though he didn't understand why the enemy vessel had such an obvious weakness, he had at least found a way to counter this fleet. Straightening his collar, Swart ordered, increase the density of boarding craft deployment. Aim to seize control of the enemy warship. Send in more cannon fodder first, then hold back before deploying our Marines. However, in response to his command, the staff officer beside him wore a somewhat troubled expression and said, Sir, to carry out the boarding operations for Plan 2, a large number of pardoned soldiers are already charging forward. Right now, we are critically short of pardoned soldiers. Moreover, our military boarding craft are also severely insufficient. Swart waved his hand dismissively and said, You just need to focus on execution. As for the pardoned soldiers, our manpower reserves are quite ample. Just wait a little while, and soon plenty of excellent cannon fodder will appear before your eyes. As for the boarding craft, no need to use such advanced equipment for cannon fodder. The staff officer immediately stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, Yes, sir, under the relentless efforts of those swarming insects. A Kali-Lean with glowing red barrels was struck head-on by a boarding craft, causing the steel structure to groan in deformation. The torrent of fire ceased, and the already thin anti-aircraft network instantly developed a vacuum zone. The fleet's defense had finally been breached. Seizing this opportunity, the boarding craft swiftly surged through the gap and plunged into the heart of the fleet. Inside the compartments of those boarding craft, unarmed pardoned soldiers were crammed like sardines in a can. Their faces were twisted with agony, eyes bloodshot, bodies trembling incessantly, all due to the pitch-black electric shock collars around their necks. Ironically, these small devices, which continuously emitted electric currents, trapping these wretches in a state where they could neither live nor die, were the most expensive items on their persons. Before these pardoned soldiers boarded, the officers of the Space Force had stated that the collar's electric discharge function would only cease when the individual's biological signals completely vanished, that is, upon death. Now, so-called victory, glory, even life itself meant nothing to them. They hurled themselves into the enemy's firepower solely to end their suffering sooner. Among them, one boarding craft experienced a propulsion system malfunction, breaking away from the main group and hurtling toward an FG-300. Boom! A deafening roar reached the ears of the pardoned soldiers. Successful impact. Then, the immense noise of a plasma cutter from the front of the boarding craft echoed. They were about to breach the enemy ship. City. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The cutter continued to roll along its circular path, yet the armor of the warship ahead remained unmoved, steadfast as a mountain. What is going on? The crowd of pardoned soldiers, already pressed against the entrance of the temporary passage, exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to cut through, sharp pain and intense itching continued to radiate from their necks, causing them to writhe and struggle in agony within the boarding craft. Finally, as the cutting device completed its 180th rotation, a hissing sound of escaping air echoed from the breach ahead. A circular passage had at last been opened. Walla. Instantly, a scene reminiscent of a zombie siege unfolded. With strange cries and convulsive movements, these pardoned soldiers surged into the FG-300. The anticipated defensive fire never materialized. Not a single crew member was in sight. Wah. Electric currents rendered them speechless. These drooling figures staggered to their feet, glancing around frantically as if desperately seeking a place to meet their end. Soon, they no longer had to worry about that. The unmanned FG-300 sealed its airlock system, and in an instant, all air and pressure within the ship vanished without a trace, sucked away into the vacuum. Following this, the warship reactivated its sealing mechanisms and continued the forceful extraction, turning the pardoned soldiers into what could only be described as pardoned soldier paste. Observing the re-established anti-aircraft network, Shihai finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yi Deng transmitted several video files, all documenting the boarding of unmanned warships. Watching those individuals wearing metal collars, their mental states clearly abnormal, it seemed as though they were single-mindedly seeking death. Smack! He struck his palm, suddenly grasping the enemy's intent to expend his forces with cannon fodder, lull him into complacency, and then deliver a decisive blow with elite Marines. Quite underhanded, isn't it? Playing tactics? In that case, he would have to respond with a few tricks of his own. Switching to the fleet channel, he swiftly issued the order, reduce anti-aircraft fire density, allow some enemy ships to board the unmanned vessels. Let them believe we are weakening. We will lure the enemy in deep. For some reason, Tomato replaced my chapter 67. What the heck? Chapter 69, 95-27. There should have been another chapter. Coded secretly during military training. Forgot to save. Gone. We'll post it noon. 2 simplified chapters combined for a more coherent read. In the crevices of the space city, a unique community survives, the lifelong debt contract workers. Most of them, struck by unforeseen calamities, have been burdened with insurmountable debt, subsequently stripped of their human identity. Branded with product numbers and barcodes by major corporations, they are sold under the guise of long-term labor dispatch to wherever substantial manpower is required. Perhaps because the only pastime in such harsh conditions was to create new life. Over the long passage of time, these slaves of the interstellar era even managed to multiply, developing their own settlements. Until that staggering debt was repaid, the The children of slaves remained slaves. 9527 was one of this group. From birth, this string of code was his name. And the job he inherited from his short-lived parents, handling cargo transport at the port, served as proof that he was still repaying the debt left by his ancestors generations ago. Although one might say that from birth, he was essentially wetware assigned by the space station. 9527 seemed to believe that being born in the mire did not strip him of the right to gaze at the heavens. It's unclear what sparked it, perhaps a fleeting glimpse of the world beyond the cage in some crevice. Or maybe overhearing a new arrival recount the wonders of the stars. But within him grew a dream that seemed impossibly distant for a debt slave, to repay what he owed in his lifetime, and then go see the starry sky beyond. Even though the debt he carried was so immense that not even his great-great-great-grandchildren might ever settle it. Yet, surprises often arrive in the most unexpected ways. A group from the upper levels, clad in uniform, stormed into the cramped lair where his ancestors had lived for generations. Hurry up, you rats. Forget about that damn debt for now. The Great Marshal offers you a chance. Join the Cosmic Army and become honored pardoned soldiers. It's time to prove your loyalty to the Marshal. Armed with batons and steel pipes, they smashed countless shacks, hammocks, and tents, dragging out bewildered individuals one by one. Instantly, cries, shouts, and screams blended into chaos. One hot-tempered fellow, who nearly cursed at a soldier, had both legs broken under a flurry of 6 strikes in a second. Once the settlement had been largely rounded up, the deputy of the conscription squad made a round with the patrol and reported to the captain, "Most able-bodied adults are here. What about the children and the elderly?" The captain merely glanced dismissively and murmured, "With all the able workers gone, why keep them? Waste the protein block factory as capacity?" The deputy paused briefly, then replied, "Understood." The conscription officers ensured no one was left behind, then herded them together roughly, like cattle. 9527 swept along in the surging crowd. Felt uneasy as he slowly shuffled toward the makeshift table. "Sir, the enemy's anti-aircraft fire is weakening. The collision rate between the cannon fodder boarding pods and enemy vessels is rising sharply, and the enemy formation is starting to scatter." In the command center of the Cosmic Fleet, the excited shout of the radar operator reached Shuhart's ears. Hearing this news, Suart felt a wave of surprise. He had thought the enemy forces could withstand the first wave of assault, but it turned out to be just this. After a moment of thought, Suart turned to the damage control officer beside him and said, "This batch of pardoned soldiers likely won't need to board the assault shuttles. Assign them all to your damage control department. Within 8 standard hours, I want to see the breaches caused by torpedo malfunctions patched up with makeshift repairs." The damage control officer immediately snapped to attention, saluted, and replied loudly, "Yes, sir. Also, concentrate all forces of the Marine Corps. Use the recently defected citizens as auxiliary troops. Once the current cannon fodder is nearly depleted, deploy the full strength of the Marine Corps, blending them into the ranks, ready to seize the enemy battlecruiser in one decisive move. This is your identification. From now on, you are part of the glorious Cosmic Fleet, a pardoned soldier." 9527 approached the table where 2 soldiers were seated, one swiftly filling in the blanks on the documents before stamping and issuing them, while the other continuously distributed low-quality combat uniforms to the newcomers, then fitted them with electric shock collars. He clumsily accepted the identification and uniform, allowing a black metal ring to be fastened around his neck. Soon, everyone was crammed into a small shuttle. As the last person was forcibly pushed inside, the shuttle's hatch closed, and it began to move slowly. Dozens of seconds after takeoff, the sudden sound of gunfire echoed from behind. 9527 froze for a moment before realizing. Everyone realized. Instantly, waves of weeping filled the entire shuttle. After a violent shudder, the shuttle came to an abrupt halt. The hatch opened, and a stream of newly enlisted pardoned soldiers filed out. The surroundings were no longer the familiar, oil-scented mechanical structures they knew. Scattered debris, twisted and blood-stained armor plates, and the intermittent cries of wounded soldiers revealed the truth of this place, the battlefield. "Newcomers, what are you standing around for? Everyone, come and collect your protective suits. Within 8 hours, all the damn breaches in this place must be patched up." A rough voice rang out behind him. 9527 turned his head, meeting a gaze filled with disdain and anger. 10 minutes later, clad in a simple protective suit, 9527 found himself squeezed among a crowd of his peers, listening to the precautions broadcast over a loudspeaker. Soon, his squad was led to an external airlock. The supervising regular Marine from the Cosmic Fleet casually tossed him a tether and opened the hatch without ceremony. Immediately, a powerful suction force pulled at him, engaging in a tug-of-war with the magnetic boots on his feet. In the end, the magnetism proved stronger. Beyond the hatch, the floor was shattered, with countless small fragments floating in the air. Charred marks remained visible, and the ripples of explosions were clearly etched into the scene. A scene of utter despair unfolded before his eyes, yet the overseer behind him paid no heed, forcefully kicking the newly arrived pardoned soldiers out of the airlock one by one. Chapter 70. He did not understand. The Ursa Major V-1222 node space station, occupied by the Cosmic Fleet, housed a relatively intact port area. 8,000 elite Marines clad in powered armor stood in long, orderly lines, boarding the dark-hulled landing ships. These were all the regular Marine forces the Cosmic Fleet could muster. Clang, 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 beep, beep. The powered armor boots struck the floor with crisp, metallic clashes, mingling with the intermittent blare of whistles, weaving together into a symphony of iron and fire. Your mission is to seize the enemy battlecruiser. The auxiliary forces will breach the enemy defenses for you. The Marshal watches over you. In their headphones, the Commissar delivered the final mobilization. Among the Marines already secured in their seats, photographs of Marshal Dietrich Claude of the Claude Consortium were being passed from hand to hand. A soldier who had not yet closed his visor was caught off guard when a photo was thrust into his hands. As he recognized the figure depicted, the young soldier shuddered violently, his face contorting with emotion as he burst into loud, unrestrained sobs. "Ah, Marshal! Ah!" Once his weeping subsided, he quickly slipped the photo to another nearby soldier who had not yet donned his helmet, just before the commissar noticed. Instantly, the same twisted expression transferred to the unfortunate recipient. It seemed the enemy was growing impatient. Under the assault of numerous boarding craft, Shihai's defensive firepower had indeed diminished significantly, partly by design to lure the enemy deeper, and partly because the point-defense guns on the 30 Calolean ships were severely overheated. Fortunately, after countless unmanned FG-300s were struck and torn apart by landing craft, it appeared the enemy commander finally believed their defenses had been nearly completely breached. Behind the still overwhelming swarm of boarding craft, 17 cruisers, each over 800 meters long, slowly advanced. Shihai remembered those cruisers. They were the only enemy vessels capable of withstanding direct hits from the CAS-066, main guns with their frontal armor. And at their center, 10 landing ships, far larger than the earlier boarding craft, were tightly guarded. The enemy seemed to have pushed all their remaining chips onto the table. In that case, it now came down to who could survive the longest. After confirming the situation, Shihai decisively ordered, "The enemy has deployed their last remaining cruisers as shield ships. This is likely their final counterattack. Concentrate all firepower on the landing ships and cruisers at the rear. Ignore the boarding craft." In an instant, the Lancers' missile pods deployed, the torpedo bays of the 066 activated, and the heavy cannons and close-in defense systems reloaded. The fleet, which moments ago appeared weakened and depleted, suddenly erupted with astonishing energy. Hold fast. This is the enemy's final, desperate counterattack, a dying gasp. The vassal forces will shield you from the barrage. Remember whose warriors you are. The sun-like Marshal shines eternally. He will forever watch over you, guiding you to invincibility and unstoppable triumph. Under that overwhelming firepower, like using cannons to swat mosquitoes, countless boarding crafts surged forward to intercept the incoming shells, exploding midair and disintegrating into space debris. The political commissar aboard, gazing out at the dense storm of shells, missiles, and torpedoes flying past the viewport, immediately opened the command channel to bolster morale. Suddenly, an intense wave of inertia swept through the fleet as the charging vessels pushed their engines to maximum output. Like javelins hurled by ancient gods, they plunged headlong through the torrent of fire, driving fiercely toward the Force's 066 ships sheltered at the heart of the enemy formation. "Hurry up, you fools!" The torpedo detonations had wreaked havoc not only on the station's external structure. The accompanying ammunition feed systems were severely warped and deformed. Now, 9527, along with a large group of pardoned soldiers around him, was busy securing the outermost components of the feed mechanisms to eliminate the risk of chain explosions. Sharp fragments drifted through the air from time to time, and several twisted exoskeletons, remains of Space Force personnel on duty before the blast, were silently pinned beneath heavy debris. Just moments ago, 9527 had witnessed two unfortunate souls nearby whose protective suits were torn open. The agony of decompression made them writhe and convulse uncontrollably in the vacuum. Their silent screams went unheard, a scene both eerie and hopeless. He also noticed the overseer, an ironclad figure, doing nothing, simply turning a blind eye. No, though he couldn't see its face, an instinctual feeling told 9527 that beneath that steel exterior, there surely lurked a smug, gloating smile. Through the shattered dome above, the starry expanse he had yearned for half his life lay open, yet he felt not a trace of its beauty. It seemed this cosmos, much like the steel crevices he had once survived in, was equally devouring. Shaking his head, he cast aside these strange, wandering thoughts. Better to focus on the task at hand. 9527 lifted the newly issued device, a large canister-like object, aimed it at the crack beneath his feet, and pressed down firmly. A milky foam gushed out, instantly solidifying upon contact with the fissure, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. Just as 9527 was about to search for the next breach, a hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. Startled, he spun around to find a familiar figure standing behind him, his former neighbor, 10086. Among the circle of people around him, he was the only one who not only refrained from mocking his dreams, but would also argue fiercely with him about what lay beyond their world, his only friend. What a coincidence. I knew it was really you. Judging by the shape of his lips, he seemed to say just that. However, he soon realized there was no sound here, so he punched 9527 on the shoulder. 9527 quickly understood his friend's meaning and responded with a smiling punch of his own. 10086 grinned broadly, pointing upward with a proud look in his eyes, his lips moving in an exaggerated manner. "See, I told you, the starry sky is." Suddenly, a flash of white light cut through the air. Thud. The simple visor of the protective suit was smeared, preventing 9527 from seeing clearly how the figure before him fell. A cacophony of noise filled his ears. It was that thing called an earphone. The individual who initiated physical conflict has been executed. Get back to work and stay focused. 9527 listened in stunned silence. He couldn't comprehend how his friend, who had just been playfully roughhousing with him a moment ago, was now lying motionless on the ground. He felt something inside him shatter, just like his dream of gazing at the stars, utterly and completely shattered. His stiff legs slowly took a step forward. But 9527's gradually glazing eyes were fixed on the exoskeleton trapped beside a heavy object on the ground, and the gun lying next to it. Chapter 71. Then let us take them on some handsome fellow tipped with a burst of celebration flowers. 2S38 deflection. But I really don't have time to add an extra chapter for him right now. I'll owe it for now. Currently, 3 chapters. Bang. Silence spoke louder than words. It wasn't he until that flash of light pierced through the armor behind him, tore into his chest, and burst out from the front of his breastplate that the overseer realized what had happened. But it was too late. He stared in disbelief at the trembling slave and the gun in his hand. It was a Unity-produced loyalty type, 2 anti-material electromagnetic rifle, capable of penetrating nearly all mainstream exoskeletons in active service, just as it had done now. Riot in Maintenance Sector 2. Seal the bulkheads. Eliminate all pardoned soldiers in the affected area. After forcing out this announcement on the public channel, the figure in power armor collapsed under the still partially functional artificial gravity. But what rose afterward were countless astonished figures in protective suits. Though not highly educated, it was clear these pardoned soldiers understood perfectly well that the area they were in was Maintenance Sector 2. He killed that big Iron Man, someone suddenly shouted, pointing at 9527 over the regional frequency. Instantly, every eye in the area turned toward 9527. Under their collective gaze, 9527 trembled even more violently. Did those Iron Men just say they were going to eliminate all of us? Another voice chimed in. Seems like it. What do we do? Those damned Iron Men. What kind of pardon is this? They're still treating us like slaves. Damn it. I was at home trying to start a family. And they dragged me out, shoved me here, and forced me to pledge loyalty to that so-called marshal? Instantly, the regional channel erupted with a chorus of curses. Until someone pointed at 9527 and said, "Hey, isn't that thing in his hand the one that took down that Iron Man? Looks like it. And that Iron Man had one too. Mine. Wait, I've tinkered with this thing before. I reckon I can make one." Another round of chaotic scrambling ensued, followed by even louder arguments. As more skilled individuals joined the channel, they seemed to reach some sort of consensus. Since those big Iron Men were coming for them, they'd go and take down those Iron Men first. Wea-wa-awa. These station servitors might not be good for much else. But when it came to crafting machinery, it was as natural to them as eating or drinking. Soon, metal pipes, power transmission units, wires, and twisted metal sheets they picked up were fashioned into all sorts of bizarre rifles and misshapen bullets. As everyone knows, electromagnetic guns aren't too picky about cartridge shape. Theoretically, any metal can be fired. Let us get them. Wea-ag. After a rough and hasty preparation, all the pardoned soldiers in the area charged toward the hatch they had entered from, howling wildly. At the hatch, 5 hastily mobilized Marines and 30 newly conscripted auxiliary troops were preparing to set up a blockade. There was no other choice. Most combat-ready Marines had joined the boarding action, and these fewer overseers pulled from other sectors. When the fastest runner burst through the hatch, both sides stared at each other in surprise. No one expected the firefight to begin so abruptly. While those outside were still stunned, the quick-witted ones had already learned to shoot first. The one who charged out only hesitated for a moment before aiming his makeshift weapon, a battery, steel rod, and wires, at the unfinished defensive line. An irregularly shaped metal piece shot out from the barrel and slammed into a suit of power armor, leaving a dent. A brief silence fell, followed by a flood of pardoned soldiers pouring out. "We're going to die anyway. Might as well take these bastards down with us." With that thought, they fearlessly surged forward. The remote controls for their shock collars were unresponsive no matter how hard they were pressed. Nightlight soon. The 5 power-armored soldiers were overwhelmed by the tide of thousands of furious men. "This flight has reached its destination. We will be ejected in 10 seconds. The rest of the journey is up to luck, up to you. Just remember, no matter where you are, when you don't know what to do, charge for the marshal." The voice of the political commissar echoed through the headsets as the Marines, already seated in their landing pods, roared with heightened morale, shouting their responses. Braving the hail of gunfire, the 8 landing ships launched one pod after another before falling into eternal silence, like trout that had exhausted their lives swimming upstream. The extreme speed of the landing pods was achieved at the cost of nearly all their armor, and many were riddled with anti-aircraft fire before even reaching halfway. The 1,000-meter distance vanished in an instant. Yet roughly 1/3 of the pods slammed fiercely into the hull of CAS-066. The cutting mechanisms at their ends gnawed through the ship's armor, locking the pods securely to the vessel. Prepare for combat. Released from the seat's restraints and safety measures, the 20 Marines in each pod immediately stood and formed into battle formations. Beyond the pod doors stood Marines clad in dark green power armor. Open fire. Take cover. Return fire. Return fire. Iron and flames intertwined, and scalding blood splattered across the deck. For control of CAS-066, both sides engaged in a fiercely intense struggle, exchanging gunfire. Grappling in close combat, every conceivable tactic was repeated over and over. Yet, no matter how hard they fought, the space force that had landed could not advance the front line even a fraction. An hour later, it was finally over. Standing on the bridge, Shihai gazed at the countless fragments of space debris drifting before him, silently reflecting. Just an hour ago, this had been a formidable enemy fleet. Though they belonged to entirely opposing factions, Shihai could not help but admire their courage. Thus, he paid these foes the highest tribute, utter annihilation. After the last enemy Marine fell, no trace of the adversary remained in the airspace. He turned his gaze toward the opposing space station, where command had long fallen silent. Had they exhausted all options? With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Advance. Occupy the enemy space station." Wait! A sudden shout erupted from the comms panel. "That fleet! The space station has changed hands. We surrender unconditionally." The message, distorted by static and dialect, conveyed the unexpected turn. End. Chapter 72. Father. Pseudo 2-in-1. 3,100 words. After a series of muddled explanations from the other side, Shihai finally understood what had transpired. Initially, a group of pardoned soldiers, former slaves, faced collective execution due to certain events. In a desperate bid for survival, they launched a spontaneous rebellion. According to Yi Deng, who had access to network information, Such rebellions by renamed slave collectives were not uncommon, though they almost never succeeded. Even after seizing the space station, they remained powerless against the massive interstellar warships, unable to activate the station's weapon systems. However, coincidentally, the space forces occupying the station, in a desperate attempt to board his CS-066 ships mistaken for battlecruisers, deployed all their ground forces in an all-out assault. Meanwhile, the warships belonging to the space forces were utterly destroyed outside. As a result, these rebels stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Apart from the officer guard battalion left behind, they faced almost no substantial resistance. Most simply followed the crowd, advancing until they effortlessly captured the enemy's stronghold. The process was so smooth that these rebels, lacking both plans and principles, remained bewildered even after their victory. Moreover, due to the influx of participants joining midway during the rebellion, their current command structure now rivals the chaotic disarray of the orcs in Warhammer 40k. It was like, "Hey, who are you? B, I don't know. I just saw everyone here WAGNG and joined in. Hey, so what are you going to do? B, I don't know. I just saw everyone here WAGNG and joined in. Hey, then let us WAG together. B, wait, no, WAAVH. Hey, WAWAG." It wasn't until the first group of rebels, including 9527, stormed the central control tower and captured a large number of officers, intending to execute them as mere foot soldiers, that they realized an incredibly formidable force had annihilated the Space Force's warships outside and was now closing in. A glance at the radar showed the enemy was already upon them. How could they possibly fight back? The self-proclaimed leaders of the rebellion were instantly overwhelmed with dread, while 9527, who had been thrust into the role of overall leader, was even more bewildered. He knew nothing of this. Ever since avenging 10086, he had felt his life had lost its purpose. Yet, perhaps because he fired the first shot, or because the electromagnetic rifle in his hands seemed the most intimidating, the pardoned soldiers kept pushing him to the forefront until, inexplicably, he became the leader of them all. Watching the enemy ships draw nearer on the radar and observing the mix of astonishment, fear, and schadenfreude on the faces of those in the control tower, 9527 suddenly felt exhausted. He was out of place amidst the inexplicably fervent atmosphere around him. The control tower felt even less welcoming than the cramped layers he had called home for half his life. Here, he could not gaze longingly at the stars, nor could he share his dreams of the cosmos with anyone. Instead, he had to confront the stark reality of space, stripped of all illusions and romance, leaving only its cold, brutal truth. Everyone around him stared, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. He sighed, recalling the words 10086 had repeated countless times, but never finished. The stars are far from the beauty you imagine. They are filled with war and death, not peace and prosperity. He no longer cared. If death came, so be it. Surrender. As a node station in the void passageway, this place was primarily responsible for supplying and repairing passing vessels. Consequently, the permanent population here was sparse, yet there were many lifelong debt contract workers. Even though the recruitment teams dispatched by the Cosmic Army only targeted able-bodied adults, they still managed to gather a full 20,000 people. Just moments ago, when the surrender announcement was broadcast from the central tower by 9527, inevitably some failed to understand or hear it. After large numbers of Marines landed at the starport aboard shuttles, they even came under attack from various corners, though those makeshift handcrafted guns couldn't even scratch the powered armor of the Marines. It wasn't until the Marines were granted firing authority and full on-site discretion that they gradually restored order in the main areas of the station. To be honest, Shihai felt somewhat intrigued by these rebelling slaves, though he didn't know the exact reasons behind their uprising. Slaves willing to resist at least seemed more human than those who took pride in their servitude. However, out of concern for his own safety, he wasn't comfortable going directly to that space city. Nightlamp, is there a way to ensure my safety while allowing me to move freely? After a slight delay, Nightlamp replied, yes. Previously, while in the star network of Order Seat V0101, I infiltrated a small database on the Military Coalition's mothership. Among the copied technologies were those related to consciousness transfer. Combined with the rapid growth clone technology one already possessed, you could enter the space station by remotely controlling a clone. Shihai nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, you have rapid growth clone technology? Could we use it to crew the warship I'm building? Nightlamp responded, possible, but not advisable. Rapid growth clones have no prior knowledge. They must learn everything from scratch, including the time needed for dormant learning of language and basic functions. The standard cultivation cycle for a clone is between 7 to 8 years. The input-to-cost ratio is too low. Alright. It seems for now we'll have to rely on the ship's built-in AI for cued firing drills. Wait. It suddenly occurred to Shihai. Weren't this group of slaves who had just rebelled all human? With some training, they could effectively fill the crew vacancies. After all, with the back door left by Nightlamp, he wasn't afraid of them turning ungrateful and using his ship against him. As for clones, might as well cultivate a batch. Who knows if they'll be useful 7 or 8 years from now. 20 minutes later, controlling the clone, Shihai stepped onto the space city. Guided by Marines, he boarded a shuttle to the central tower, where he met the leader of the rebellion. No, they had succeeded. So it should be called an uprising, a man with the number 9527 engraved on his neck. Through Nightlamp's infiltration of the station's systems, Shihai had a fairly clear understanding of this man's role. Rather than a true leader, he was more of a symbol, pushed forward by the masses simply because he was the first to fire a shot. However, his prestige here turned out to be unexpectedly sufficient. The people in the space station actually followed his commands, much like how a group of greenskins automatically produces a leading boss when gathered together. Since this person could be of use, he might as well make use of him for now. Otherwise, He might end up with a chaotic space station and a group of armed thugs lurking everywhere. Although he could simply leave, it would be a shame to abandon such a large space station. He looked at 9527. 9527, that's your number, right? Do you have a name? 9527, no. What about your mother's name? I don't have a mother. And your father? I don't have a father. No, I mean, do you remember their names? I don't remember. They disappeared when I was very young. Shihai, I really am terrible. Alright, then I'll give you a name. I heard you used to work in the logistics industry? It took a moment for 9527 to react. Then he nodded and said, well, to be precise, it was, stop. Shihai interrupted him directly. In that case, you shall be called Norma. Upon hearing this, 9527, who had looked exhausted just a second ago, suddenly became excited. He half knelt and shouted, yes. Father. Shihai spat out in disbelief. What did you call me? He pointed at his own face and asked. But 9527 replied with utmost seriousness, Father. According to our customs, only a father can give a child a name. By giving me a name, aren't you acknowledging me as your son? At that moment, a glimmer of light seemed to return to his eyes. Someone was willing to be his family. Did that mean he could live a little longer? Later, when he met 10086, he could boast about it. That guy would surely be envious. Can you use a different form of address? Father. Is there no room for negotiation? Father. I regret this. Father. Father. Fine, call me whatever you like. Alright, Father. Turning away in exasperation, Shihai looked at the group of bound Union Navy officers. Among them, one with 2 bars and 3 stars stood out the most. Shihai leaned in for a closer look. Just average looking, huh? Who are you people? Attacking us? Do you intend to make an enemy of the entire Cloud Union? Let me tell you, we are just a reconnaissance fleet. The main fleet is on its way. As soon as Shihai approached, Suharto's confidence surged. Those savages truly intended to take his life, but this newcomer, regardless of which faction he belonged to, likely understood some of the rules of the civilized world. Seeing this noisy individual, Shihai felt nothing but annoyance. Weren't they the ones who fired at him first? Having lost the fight, shouldn't they just sit quietly in the dock reserved for war criminals? How long until your main fleet arrives? Shihai asked curiously, leaning in closer. At that moment, the incessant chatter from the fellow finally ceased. Shihai suddenly felt a sense of boredom, straightened up, and walked to the side. He then glanced at 9527, no, now Nora, and said, this one is yours. Though I don't know what oppression you've endured before. This man is undoubtedly one of the oppressors. Deal with him, and you won't be wrong. As Shihai's words drifted lightly into the air, Sort didn't he even have time to let out a scream before he was dragged away by a group of burly men waiting nearby. What awaited him might be Sichuan opera. Who knows? It doesn't matter anymore. Wasn't this supposed to be posted at 6 tomorrow? Why was it released tonight? Chapter 73, Sociology 1, Today, update. I'll try to post on schedule from now on. Yesterday, Tomato accidentally released a chapter 1 had scheduled early. After wandering around the main control tower, Shihai sat down with a slight headache. He had been solely focused on the thrill of battle earlier, but now that it was over, there were even more matters to consider. According to the officer who had been dragged away, the fleet he had just elbowed was merely a reconnaissance unit, with a larger force following behind. Although there was a possibility the man was bluffing to deceive him, Shihai believed it was better to be safe than sorry. Outside the window, the fleet that had been reduced to debris indeed consisted mostly of small vessels, all seemingly newly produced in this era. If he made no preparations, what if a main fleet truly appeared? What if that so-called main fleet possessed some formidable ancient relics? Having witnessed the fleet review held at Order Seat V0101, Shihai felt he could not afford to underestimate the warships here. To be honest, his original plan had been to take advantage of the complete breakdown in communications here, eliminate this fleet, quickly plunder the space station before him, and then retreat. However, after succeeding, as he gazed upon the massive space station and the tens of thousands of people here, a moment of hesitation crept in. Should he just seize this place? After all, both the Lancer and the Kali-Leon warships had never been seen publicly. With a simple cover story, relying on the resources of the Kuiper Belt and the industrial capacity of the base clusters, he could rapidly expand his forces like a rolling snowball, assembling a massive fleet in no time. Then, operating openly under the banner of the Sacred Star Cluster Group, while secretly amassing strength here, he could wait for the right opportunity to deploy the fleet and sweep away all obstacles in his path, big or small, strong or weak, with a single push. What if there's no suitable opportunity? That's laughable. It shows a profound lack of trust in humanity's unparalleled ability to stir up trouble. Moreover, according to the information night lamp found online, the humans in this universe had explored many innovations in faster-than-light travel, early development of gravitational narrow tubes, later research into void navigation, and even suspected experiments with warp technology in the Second Era. Yet, their technological tree had never branched into curvature propulsion. Therefore, even if the fleet deployed here ultimately cannot defeat the opponent, it won't be an issue. They can simply rely on curvature propulsion to escape. These interstellar natives would have no means of catching them. The potential gains outweigh the risks, making it a feasible endeavor. Coincidentally, he had just given the leader the name Norma. In that case, this shell corporation could be called Norma Transport, and the warships assigned to it. Wait, Shihai noticed the oversight. It seemed he had never drawn any blueprints for something like Norma Transport. The only Ruby class had already been exposed publicly. Never mind. He would equip it with the Kali-Leon and Lancer classes instead, treating it as though Norma Transport had essentially taken over from Antonio's. Yes, that seemed perfectly reasonable. However, all of this still hinged on one crucial premise. He needed to confirm whether this group of rebelling slaves had truly become human. Norma, can you gather everyone here? I'd like to understand a few things. Norma pondered carefully for a moment. I'm not sure, but if there's enough space, it should be possible. Shihai glanced at Norma with surprise. Gathering over 20,000 people, the most challenging aspect would be managing the crowd itself. Yet, this individual claimed that wouldn't he be a problem? Very well, find a way. He examined the heavily compromised space station control system, infiltrated by nightlight, and identified what appeared to be the largest available area. What is this? A grand auditorium for 10,000? Why would they install such a thing on a space station? Without dwelling on it too much, he continued. In 1 hour, I want everyone assembled in this grand auditorium. Yes, sir. This auditorium was constructed during the Fourth Era. Its walls were faded and peeling gold, adorned with enigmatic reliefs of broken swords, while a golden double-headed eagle statue hung from the semicircular dome overhead. Upon entering this space, the progress bar for his Fourth Era mission as a temporal traveler suddenly increased by 1%, rewarding him with 1,000 Proxima coins and 1 encrypted technical archive. After repeatedly confirming that the double-headed eagle here differed from the yellow-skinned double-headed eagle he knew, Shihai breathed a slight sigh of relief. He mused quietly. It seems this place held significant importance in the past. In games, encountering such a setting would usually mean facing a boss battle. The crowd had nearly assembled. Surprisingly, Norma and the others had actually managed to gather almost all 20,000 people, despite lacking a proper chain of command. Of course, the grand auditorium, with its 3 tiers of seating arranged in a semicircle, lived up to its name. Standing on the central platform at the focal point of the circle, Shihai gazed out over the audience. 20,000 people gathered here, yet there was no sense of crowding. Beep. He suddenly received a private message. Opening it, he found a survey report. Just moments earlier, Shihai had dispatched several hundred Marines, instructing them to remove their power armor, blend into the crowd, and engage in conversations to learn more about these people. Skimming through the survey report, Shihai's brow furrowed after just a few glances. It appeared that the ideologies of these rebels were in a state of utter disarray. They rose up driven by the most primitive desire for vengeance. And after eliminating all the Iron Men here, those space Marines clad in power armor, and taking down their leader, they fell into a state of confusion, unsure of where they came from, and even more uncertain of where they were headed. This is precisely why, upon receiving the order to gather in the auditorium, these individuals arrived with such uniformity. Their lives in the crevices had ingrained in them the habit of following the crowd and obeying commands. Norma was now regarded as their new leader, and his words were naturally taken as the new directives. Moreover, the mental state of these individuals was deeply unsettling. What kind of sane person would shout WADH? Shihai sensed that these people were hurtling toward a profoundly troubling direction. If left unchecked, they would transform into something truly formidable, and in this context, formidable was far from a compliment. Good grief, these were not the sailors he had envisioned. Shihai felt a profound headache coming on. The only silver lining was that these individuals were not entirely disconnected from society. Regular deliveries of protein blocks by transport workers often included newspapers and similar materials. And new debt slaves were periodically sent to this space station, injecting fresh blood into the various crevice settlements. Thus, these individuals were still capable of normal communication, avoiding the kind of shock one might experience upon emerging into the world and exclaiming, "What? The Qing dynasty has fallen?" A dilemma now lay before him. Should he start from scratch to reform these people, or should he abandon them and return to where he came from? Gazing at the sea of restless faces below, Shihai ultimately let out a sigh. This was not a matter of choice, was it? Hadn't these people been driven to this state by a society that had rotted to its core? He had just resolved to ignite the flames of salvation. How could he possibly turn away from a group of slaves who had only just shattered their chains? What a ludicrous thought. He was determined to show the world what it truly meant to overcome formidable obstacles and stride forward anew, starting from the very beginning. I believe this starry sky should not be this way. The lights in the auditorium dimmed. Having made up his mind, Shihai stepped onto the podium at the front, gently adjusted the microphone, and his low voice echoed through the hall. Every one of you standing here has once been shackled by chains, trapped amidst roaring machinery, treated as nothing more than a cog in this space station. He looked out at the crowd below, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, the unmistakable gaze of newly liberated slaves. At this moment, with just a little guidance, he could shape the course of most of their lives. But suddenly, Shihai curled his hands into claws, swiftly raising them to his chest before slowly clenching them into fists, as if grasping something intangible. At the same time, his voice grew increasingly impassioned. Do you remember that you are human beings? Whether born from social incubation chambers or a mother's womb, we, are living, breathing beings of flesh and blood. With a sweeping gesture of his hands, he continued, the very second we entered this world, thousands of supernovae burst into life alongside us, and thousands of stars collapsed into black holes. This is the cosmos singing for us, the universe rejoicing in our arrival. We are born as children of the stars. The stars bestow upon us dignity and freedom. Abruptly, he paused briefly, his tone deepening. Yet the greedy, the oppressors, the exploiters, they forge chains from debt, lies, and unjust laws, attempting to shackle us firmly at their feet. They have stolen everything that rightfully belongs to us. His right hand formed a sharp, sword-like gesture with his index and middle fingers, pointing toward the dark golden dome above. With each explosive word he uttered, his right hand trembled fiercely before rising even higher. Is this right? Your resistance has already given the answer. No, it is not. We were not born to be beasts of burden, to serve anyone, nor to repay absurd debts while confined to cramped space stations. We sweat to forge our own happiness. We strive to protect the smiles of our loved ones. We struggle for the greatness of all humanity. The crowd below began to stir. Some who had recently become debt slaves were already weeping softly. Shihai observed them, gradually lowering his hands. They desperately try to make us believe we are inherently inferior. They seek to make us forget that we are the masters of the stars. The cold shackles, the humiliating confinement. Can you forget them? I tell you no. This pain is etched into your bones. This debt flows through your very blood. Suddenly, his palms opened wide, veins bulging in his neck. Today, you have shattered the chains with your own hands. But is that enough? No. They will summon warships, using cannons and missiles to force your submission. They will land here, clad in powered armor and armed with electromagnetic rifles, to silence you. They are afraid. Those bandits who hoard our vast starry skies. Those thieves who stole our freedom and dignity. They fear our unity. They fear our thoughts. They fear our remembrance of the past. They want us to bow our heads again, to forget our wounds, to be grateful. Shall we bow? Never. Shihai took a deep breath. Then, as if squeezing every last bit of air from his lungs, he shouted with all his might. We must hold our heads high. We must look into each other's eyes. Do you see it? The raging fury within. Do you see it? The flicker of hope that lingers. That is our strength, our most powerful weapon. This starry sky. It should never be defined by plunderers. It belongs to the laborers, to the builders, to all of humanity. Humanity. Long live. Afterwards, gasping for air, he spoke in a hoarse, somber voice. We are going to build a new world. A world where children can sleep peacefully, where laborers are respected. A world where no one will ever be enslaved again. It will be defined by all those who have been hurt, yet still choose to stand up. Now, let us fight not for revenge, but for justice. Rise. Take the hand of the person beside you. We are not helpless slaves to be slaughtered. We are the sparks that will ignite a new era. Move forward. Our journey has only just begun. By the end, he was drenched in sweat, his arms stretched out before him, as if to embrace everyone present. After a brief silence, an immense wave of sound suddenly erupted from the crowd. W-A-A-H. Wah-ah-wag. Looking at the boiling crowd, Shihai smiled with satisfaction, though he was exhausted and his throat ached. This was the most comfortable he had felt since crossing over. Chapter 75, Beyond Ursa Major again. That handsome guy from yesterday, 2S38 partial flow. He tipped another burst of flowers. Currently 04 chapters. The effect of the speech was unexpectedly good. Norma personally transcribed the content of Shihai's speech by hand, bound it into a booklet, and demanded that everyone in the rebel army read it. Yes. After Shihai's speech infused them with soul, these individuals could now be called rebels. Though rough, a spark had been planted in their hearts, though abstract. They now had a direction in their eyes. As for the rest, he didn't expect to achieve everything at once. Time would provide the answers. Now, he was troubled by another matter, shipbuilding. After much hesitation, he decided to deploy the base ship on site, then immediately construct engineering vessels to begin mining. As for transportation, unlike in the game where engineering ships had to fly back, he planned to build several AC-721s as dedicated transport ships. The mining vessels would operate around the clock, while the 721s would shuttle between the base and the resources, maximizing the efficiency of the engineering ships. Once the idea was settled, Shihai acted without delay, sending the deployment order to the base ship through night light. At the exit of the void passageway on the outskirts of Ursa Major V-1223. Due to the automatic lockdown of the star marker, the main fleet of the Claude Consortium Space Force was forced to land here. The flagship of this fleet, the Gratitude, is a Loyalty-class battleship constructed during the Fourth Era. With a hull length of 400 meters, it is equipped with a vast array of missiles, torpedoes, and ion cannons, serving as the absolute primary firepower delivery platform on the battlefield. Report. Based on calculations of the star marker data, this void storm will last a full 43 hours before subsiding. On the bridge of the Gratitude, the fleet's chief of staff was reporting to Vice Admiral Gould, the overall commander of this operation. Indeed, he was the father of Lieutenant Colonel Gulak, the captain of the Fortune. Hearing the grating figure of 43 hours, Vice Admiral Gould furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze turning toward the chief of staff beside him. Is there no faster way? His only son was serving in the defense forces there, merely accumulating experience. If anything were to happen to him, Vice Admiral Gould felt unusually agitated. The chief of staff also appeared deeply troubled. He waved his hand helplessly and said, the fastest void passageway will only reopen after this void turbulence ends. Otherwise, we can only traverse using the gravitational narrow tube. In that case, it would take us a full 6 days to fly there. So, given our current situation, it's best to stay and wait for the void passageway to reopen. Sighing, Vice Admiral Gould changed the subject to divert his attention. He asked the chief of staff, forget it, we'll wait. Has the Lacray Empire responded to the diplomatic note we sent? The staff officer immediately produced a flexible tablet, unfolding it with visible frustration, and exclaimed, those bandits. They completely denied all our accusations against them, and even stated that if the Claude Consortium is incapable of resolving the issues in this star system, the Empire will dispatch its Space Force for joint intervention, citing national security concerns. Moreover, their Space Force warships, disregarding our protests, have merely, suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the exit of the void passageway, and a fleet, glaringly conspicuous in Vice Admiral Gould's eyes, appeared there. They're here already. Gazing at the irritating Lacray Empire insignia and markings, Vice Admiral Gould cursed inwardly, troublemakers. Chapter 76. This generation is hard to lead. In the Ursa Major V-1222 system, much like how Han Xin's success and downfall were both tied to Xiao He, the communication blackout was both a blessing and a curse for Shihai. Although he seized this opportunity to swiftly defeat the fleet from the Space Force and take control of the nodal space station while maintaining the neutral stance of the Sacred Star Cluster Group, the inability to establish any contact with the outside world left him completely in the dark about the external situation. He had no idea when communications would be restored. nor did he know how much importance the outside world placed on this location. The current Ursa Major V-1222 resembles a massive, opaque black box, impenetrable from the outside, with no visibility within. No one knows when this black box might open, nor what might emerge once it does. This uncertainty leaves Shihai feeling profoundly insecure. However, he soon recalls a certain expert's words. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Since there is no sense of security, then prepare for battle with full force. Thus, after several hours of intensive construction, 2 newly built Pioneer bases have been completed and integrated into production. Their design is exceptionally streamlined, consisting solely of production lines and primary structural components, with no superfluous buildings. Including the recently deployed base, Shihai now commands 3 combined production lines capable of manufacturing battlecruisers. By experimenting with segmented production and merging outputs, Shihai manages to compress the production time for a single Eternal Storm battlecruiser to just 7 hours, and that includes manufacturing all modules. Without producing any modules, a bare hull could be completed in as little as 5 hours. Glancing at the Eternal Storm already under construction in his original base, he notes it still requires 10 hours. This means his self-built warships will actually be ready sooner. However, with warship production now accelerated, resources have become Shihai's greatest constraint. The Kuiper Belt is exceedingly barren. Its most abundant solid materials are rock and ice, while the metal content of asteroids is disappointingly low. Even the asteroid he detonated en route, considered relatively rich in or within this dusty ring, pales in comparison. Despite dozens of newly constructed engineering ships drilling relentlessly, they have barely gathered enough resources for 3 Eternal Storm battlecruisers, with a portion still needed for smaller vessel production. Once again, Shihai's gaze turns toward the interior of Ursa Major V-1222. Such a rich resource deposit, yet occupied by those insects? Unacceptable. It must not go to waste. A daring idea gradually takes shape in his mind. Perhaps he could launch a swift raid into the insect territory, strike, loot, and retreat. There might be potential in that. But first, he must upgrade the warships under his command, ensuring every vessel possesses anti-air capabilities. Accessing the blueprints, he reviews the available designs. The Comet tail point defense cannons from the Calirian? Scrap them. The Eternal Storm S-Weight, so many valuable systems. The Eternal Polaris KMK-2 anti-air missile array. The NT drone-based air defense system. Energy shield generator drones. Point defense pulse cannons. Dismantle them all, leave not a single component behind. In the Emperor class, after extracting these prized systems from the blueprints, Shihai dedicates an entire capital ship production line to manufacture them. Once completed, he plans a massive retrofit, installing them across his other warships. With such dense anti-air firepower, combined with the neutron torpedoes previously prepared for the CAS-066, would he still need to fear those insects? He could mine their resources right under their watchful eyes, and after finishing, leave behind a message. Thanks for the hospitality. We'll be back. Ha 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 ha. Nightlight. How about it? Now that the weapon system has been removed, can it be directly installed on the existing warship? Nightlight indicated that as long as it doesn't affect the warship's keel and main structural layout, installation is feasible. However, it may impact the warship's defensive capabilities. Moreover, the onboard basic AI has extremely limited capabilities and cannot effectively control the additional weapon systems. Personnel will need to be assigned for simple operation. Why does Hay feel both the urge to criticize and yet find it all too reasonable? Is this the true capability of the foggy AI that can execute such blood pressure-raising maneuvers as space traffic jams? Space traffic jam, a signature feature of the Lagrange game, where fleets spin in circles for various bizarre reasons. Fine, personnel it is. With over 20,000 people in his space station, he refuses to believe not a single one knows how to operate these weapon systems. Actually, even if there aren't any, it doesn't matter. As a certain well-known restaurant chain says, does a chef really need a chef's license? Does piloting a warship really require a license? Just follow the instruction manual, right? He doesn't believe that the simple operations Nightlight mentioned could be harder than thawing and reheating pre-made meals. After confirming the production progress, Hay dialed Norma's communication line. Father. The other end answered almost instantly, Norma's enthusiastic voice blasting through the receiver, nearly overwhelming Hay. He quickly changed the subject and asked, do any of you have experience piloting starships? Preferably warships. Norma paused briefly to think. During this moment of contemplation, the faint sound of a door creaking open could be heard in the background, followed by some strange commotion. Ah, oh ho 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 ho. What are you doing? Close the door tightly. I'm talking to the commander. Bang. Startled by the sudden noise, Hay quickly asked, what is going on over there? There was a brief silence on the other end before Norma finally replied, it's that leader of the Space Force. We've been interrogating him. But he is quite resilient. We've already cycled through dozens of interrogators, and no one has managed to get him to talk. He simply refuses to say anything. Hay was both puzzled and shocked. Dozens of people? Is his mouth really that tight? What have you been asking him? A short silence followed, accompanied by the sound of a door opening and a scream. Hold on, everyone. What exactly have you been asking? Silence. You haven't been asking anything? Slam. Ahem. Norma's voice returned. Sorry, father, we overlooked that. We'll start asking right away. Hay responded. So, you've been beating him all this time without doing anything else? Norma coughed a few more times. Well, we did do something. What did you do? They. Unintelligible noise. Swart, speak for me. After ending the communication, Hay rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed in frustration. This generation is so hard to manage. Some say giving the ship too much power breaks the combat balance. Feeling that the natives can't compete makes it pure wish fulfillment. But no matter how advanced Lagrange technology is, or how fast ships are built, the protagonist only commands the resources of a single star system. Extraction is still an issue. Development time is just 2 or 3 days. How many years have the natives developed? In the setting, it's tens of thousands of years. The Sixth Era alone saw over 800 years of peaceful development, and they possess resources across multiple galactic systems, even if their industrial system is backward. The accumulated warships could dismantle more than one star system. Not to mention they hold who knows how many ancient relics. Modern warfare is a clash of systems. Just like how the Third Reich had so much advanced tech and ruthless tactics, yet they were still overwhelmed by sheer numbers. So there's no need to feel the combat balance is broken. I don't want a tower-pushing style of power progression, fighting at the same level, then switching enemies upon leveling up. That is turn-based. I just want to see exchanges of fire, advancing the plot, more exchanges, and further plot progression. No need to nerf the protagonist just for the sake of balancing power, right? What I aim for is winning the war, not just winning battles. We must broaden our perspective. All of this is outlined in the appendix. I fear some might abandon the story over perceived balance issues. Hence, I'm putting this out as an explanation. Chapter 77. Both sides at daggers drawn, yet powerless. Just kidding. Central star system of the Lacray Interstellar Empire. The Emperor's bedchambers. Through the empty corridor, a figure walked. It was the Empire's former Minister of Military Affairs, Kylaf. Of course, he now held the position of Deputy Minister. Just hours earlier, at the concluded routine assembly, the furious Emperor had demoted him by half a rank for failing to oversee the Imperial forces adequately and announced a comprehensive investigation into the entire military department. Subsequently, an urgent discussion was held in the council chamber regarding the incident in Ursa Major V-1222, where officials devised a resolution. They adamantly denied any military actions by the Empire against the consortium and, under the guise of joint handling, dispatched a fleet to intervene in the Ursa Major V-1222 affair. If the opposing force truly turned out to be an Imperial fleet acting without authorization, they would promptly brand that fleet as rebels and righteously eliminate them. No matter what, they could not allow the Empire to be confirmed as having provoked a war with a neighboring state during the convening of the Order Assembly. But what if the attackers were not an Imperial fleet? Well, that would be quite the spectacle. If someone is targeting the neighboring consortium, the Empire will certainly lend a hand, if nothing else. Merely monitoring the consortium to ensure they adhere to the treaty on restoring order and rebooting civilization, that piece of worthless paper, would be enough to thoroughly vex them. As for whether the consortium agrees to this joint handling, does it really matter? After all, the Empire can ensure that every action it takes is sanctioned and protected by the treaty. As Kylaf drew nearer to the legendary Emperor's bedchambers, the white railings on either side receded continuously from view, and his heart grew increasingly uneasy. He could not comprehend why the Emperor had summoned him alone to the bedchambers. Had they already located the defected fleet, preparing to hold him accountable? Why conduct the accountability in private? Could it be that they intend to remove him directly? Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. Soon, a 5-meter-tall gate appeared before him, interrupting his wandering thoughts. Painted on the door was a blue double-headed eagle. To assert his legitimacy, the founder of this empire had widely proclaimed himself a descendant of Prince Laker of the Second Human Empire from the Fourth Era. As a result, when choosing an emblem, the Imperial family here directly adopted the double-headed eagle design of the Second Empire's royal family, merely replacing the gold with blue, symbolizing wisdom. Kylaf pressed the doorbell beside him, and the metal gate swung open to reveal the figure of Vladimir Laker, the Empire's sole supreme ruler. Standing before him in military attire, the Deputy Minister of the Military walked up to Vladimir, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Your Majesty, the joint investigation fleet has arrived at Ursa Major V-1223. Vladimir sat in his chair, gazing at his military commander with a complex expression, and softly said, "Rise, my loyal subject." The decision made during the meeting several hours earlier had subjected the entire military establishment of the Empire to the most rigorous investigation since its founding. Multiple departments, including the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Counter-Subversion Committee, the Tribunal, and the Secret Police, had collaborated to thoroughly scrutinize the entire military from top to bottom. This investigation uncovered countless corrupt individuals, arms trafficking, embezzlement of military funds, collusion with enemy forces, dereliction of duty, and so on. It could be said that every possible transgression, except for unauthorized deployments, had been exposed. Yet, there were no unauthorized deployments. From the space forces down to the planetary defense units, not a single fleet was out of position. All were remarkably compliant. Each remained stationed at their posts, with the only 2 fleets deployed outside having long reported their departure for military exercises. In other words, he had truly misunderstood the man standing before him. Vladimir's gaze gradually grew obscure. He was the Emperor, the ruler who governed the people on behalf of the divine. The inheritor of the Second Empire's unparalleled glory, though his status as an inheritor had never been acknowledged by the outside world. He was infallibly correct. However, the man standing before him was indeed a rare and valuable asset, reserved, not power-hungry, efficient in handling affairs, and straightforward, essentially carrying out orders without question. It would be a waste not to place him in a suitable position to maximize his remaining value. He needed to find a reason to reinstate him. After a moment of thought, he said, "Kylaf, the extensive investigation into the military has concluded preliminarily. Various irregularities have indeed emerged one after another. However, considering your long and dedicated service to the Empire, always toiling diligently and exhausting every effort, demoting you was never my intention. It was the pressure from those civilian officials. But rest assured, with me here, they won't be able to push a new Minister of Military Affairs forward so quickly. I will point you to a clear path. Jointly resolve the Ursa Major V-1222 incident. I can arrange for you to take full command there. If you can flawlessly handle this matter, I will have grounds to reinstate you as Minister of Military Affairs." Kylaf knelt once more on one knee and replied briskly, "I accept the command." Meanwhile, at the exit of the Void Passage near Ursa Major V-1223, the combined fleet of the Clotter Military Political Union and the Lacry Empire stood in tense opposition. Your forces have trespassed into our territory without permission. Do you intend to declare war? On the bridge of the Imperial fleet, the unforgiving voice of General Gould echoed through the communication console. In contrast to the anger on the other side, the Empire's response was notably unhurried. They had brought along Boyenji, known in the military as the Mouth of God. Boyenji casually smoothed his nails and replied lazily into the microphone, "Don't scare me. If we could fight, we would have done so already. According to that so-called Order and Civilization Pact, I forget which chapter or clause, when a non-artificial disaster occurs in a star system bordering another polity, and the local authority is unable to manage it, Pact members are obligated to dispatch fleets for joint operations after reporting. If you dare attack us, you'd be slapping the Pact in the face, the entire Order Alliance's face. Go ahead, hit me." On the bridge of the Yang race, hearing such shameless words, Gould's face flushed with anger, and he cut off the communication. This is utterly infuriating. Who in the world signed these agreements? Gazing out the bridge window at the fleet emblazoned with the blue double-headed eagle, swaggering without restraint, Gould slammed his fist onto the control panel in frustration. On the other side, seeing that the opposition had angrily ended the call, Boyenji pointed at the screen and laughed. "Look, they're getting worked up." The bridge instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Report." A communications officer's voice suddenly broke through the mood on the bridge. Everyone fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. The officer felt the air around him grow tense, but having started, he pressed on. "We've just received orders from the Imperial Military Command, a verbal decree from His Majesty. A higher-ranking chief director will be assigned to oversee this operation. He should be arriving shortly." At the exit of the Void Passage, another flash of light appeared as a small Imperial combat transport emerged. It was Kylaf, who had been dispatched for this assignment. Observing the nearby fleet of Imperial warships, he verified his identity using an encrypted key and proceeded directly toward them. A closer look into his eyes revealed no desire for glory or achievement, only clear annoyance at the impending trouble. After all, full command meant he would handle everything and bear all responsibility. With a sigh, he looked ahead, increased his speed to maximum, and thought to himself, "Let us get this over with quickly." There are 35 hours remaining until the end of the massive void storm in Ursa Major V-1222. Chapter 78. The launch of the first Eternal Storm vessel. Father, when you said pilot a starship, you meant a battleship? In the central control tower of the Nodal Space Station, Norma stared through the screen at the massive silver-white vessel lying quietly in the starport, its modules being assembled, and asked in disbelief. That's right. With 3 joint production lines operating at full capacity, the first Eternal Storm in this universe is nearing completion. Well, not entirely. There's also that series of smaller ships over there. Shihai pointed to another surveillance feed from a different starport as Norma watched, stunned. Norma followed Shihai's gesture to the recently retrofitted series of warships. Comet tail point defense cannons from Kalaline were evenly distributed across every vessel, covering every possible blind spot. Whether it was the Lancer, FG-300, or CAS-066 models, the Ruby class had its own universal point defense cannons, though some were less reliable. At the same time, the retrofits for the 4 CAS-066 ships varied. 2 of them had Eternal Storm S Polaris K anti-air missile pods mounted beneath the pre-installed docking bays on their hulls. The other 2 had their attachments replaced with drone systems from the Eternal Storm, each equipped with 2 NT anti-air drone pods and 2 shield-generating drone pods. As Nightlamp had mentioned, operating these additional weapon systems was straightforward. Personnel only needed to assist in locking onto targets before issuing the fire command. In short, all you needed were eyes and hands. Thus, Shihai wasn't particularly concerned about staffing issues. Norma, on the other hand, had an entirely different reaction. Staring at the series of warships armed like hedgehogs, Norma's jaw dropped even further. With a length of 1.010 meters, that's a battlecruiser, right? It absolutely is. And you call that a small ship? All right. Snap out of it. Shihai waved a hand in front of Norma's eyes and asked, "What about the people I asked you to find?" Norma quickly snapped back to attention. Yes, father. After preliminary screening, we've identified 998 individuals capable of operating starships. Nearly 1/10? That's a surprisingly high proportion. Shihai expressed mild surprise. Who are these people? He asked curiously. Norma thought for a moment, chin in hand, and replied. Several hundred of the newly arrived debt laborers were former starship crew members. The remaining 1,000 or so are all unmanned tugboat pilots. I figured since they all pilot vessels, they must know a thing or two. Listening to this, Shihai nearly choked on his own saliva. Had he just heard something that sounded like a clash between the left and right brain? What did she mean by unmanned tugboat pilots? Since when do unmanned tugs require pilots? Faced with Shihai's confusion, Norma responded with complete seriousness. So, while they're working, they aren't considered people. You should refer to them as processing terminals. Of course, they prefer the nickname someone came up with for them earlier, artificial laborers. Children, this is no laughing matter. Yet Shihai couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing it. After composing himself, he took out a storage drive and handed it to Norma, saying, "This is the operation manual. They must learn it within 2 hours. After that, we'll head out. Remember, they must master it thoroughly. It's a matter of life and death." Norma accepted it and replied, "Yes, father," before turning to leave. Just as his left foot was about to step out the door, Shihai suddenly called him back. "Wait. In 20 minutes, come to the starport for the launch ceremony of that battleship." Norma was taken aback for a moment, then overwhelmed with joy. He turned back, stood at attention, and shouted yes. The main structure of the Eternal Storm had been completed several dozen minutes earlier and was now docked at the starport, undergoing module installation. Shihai stood quietly on the transparent observation deck, watching as orange-yellow drones hoisted modules into their designated positions for assembly. As is well known, in the game, the module slots of Jupiter Industries' Young Lady are limited, even though many module placements don't actually conflict, a design choice made for balance in the game. However, the eternal storm lying in the starport now was born purely for war, and war despises balance. Commander, I'm here. Suddenly, White Shark's voice came from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Shihai turned to see White Shark, Bai Lying, Su Chong, and a series of people he had come to know since arriving here, all filing in one after another. Indeed, Shihai wanted to hold a small launch ceremony for the first eternal storm born into this world. After all, a sense of ceremony is an indispensable part of daily life. Without it, one might easily fall into the abyss of nihilism. While you're here, Shihai turned to face the large group behind him and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Only Norma nodded, while everyone else shook their heads. Seeing this, Norma also began to shake his head. Shihai said, "It's fine. I called you here to witness a surprise together. Right now, before our very eyes. The first ship of the Eternal Storm-class battleship is about to hold its launch ceremony." With a grand gesture, he stepped away from the floor-to-ceiling window, and only then did the crowd realize that, right in the docking area of the starport beneath their feet, a silver-white behemoth lay quietly. Its wedge-shaped armor was adorned with two massive torpedo bays. Hidden within its enormous bow was a massive cannon gleaming with a cold light, and distributed across its hull were arrays of pulse cannons, artillery, missiles, and more, all proclaiming to everyone that this was an unrivaled beast of war. Chapter 79. Let us call her Storm. Wow. Someone has sent another burst of celebratory flowers. White-haired, red-eyed, cat-eared lowly boss. Do you, boss? I already owe 11 chapters. Let me save them up and release them together when I have time. Fuel injection complete. Ammunition loading complete. All systems self-check complete. The mechanical announcement echoed as the last engineering drone retracted its robotic arm, glided through the air, and departed from the harbor zone under everyone's gaze. Staring at the colossal vessel resting silently in the dry dock, the reactions of the onlookers were surprisingly unanimous. Even Norma, who was known only for his WAH, expressed astonishment in his own way. Among them, White Shark and Sakura Hayakuri experienced the most profound shock to their worldview. Compared to the other planetary or space city natives present, these two were the most genuine interstellar natives. While others might have marveled merely at the immense size and sharp, formidable design of the warship, White Shark, in particular, understood all too well what it meant to assemble a battleship in less than half a day. After all, with humanity's current mainstream modular shipbuilding methods, constructing a battleship of 500 meters in scale would require at least 2 years of work. How on earth had this warship emerged so swiftly? Following the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him. Such an extraordinary individual was now his leader. Reflecting on it, his decision to follow Shihai was likely the most correct choice he had ever made in his life, especially given his usual poor judgment in aligning himself with others. Ahem, time is short, so let us keep things simple. Shihai cleared his throat softly, breaking the silence in the room. He wasn't sure about the proper procedures for a warship launching ceremony once they ventured into the stars. He had heard that the neighboring Locker Empire involved members of their state religion carrying censers to bless the entire ship with incense and prayers. Unfamiliar with such rituals, he knew he couldn't replicate them. After some thought, Shihai opted for a method reminiscent of Earth's traditions. Norma and the others had discovered a case of fifth-era red wine in an extravagant office, and he had brought one bottle over, having already instructed a drone to secure it to the ship's bow. Originally, champagne might have been the customary choice, but he decided not to dwell on that detail. With the press of a button, the bottle, guided by a rope, swung in a straight line and shattered with a crisp ping against the wedge-shaped bow. The glass container burst open, and deep crimson wine clung to the armor surface under the faint artificial gravity. A bright white light flashed at the stern, as if the roar of the engines could be heard even through the glass. The mechanical arms released their hold, and the massive hull slowly rose, floating into view before everyone. The term launching was merely a tradition passed down through generations. In reality, it marked the warship's first ignition of its engines as it departed the production line and ventured into the cosmos. Shihai watched intently. As the inaugural vessel, her name would be Storm. He murmured the name softly. White Shark, standing behind him, overheard and wondered. Storm? Could it be a reference to the current void storm in Ursa Major V1222? How fitting. Suddenly, the glass before them began to tremble slightly. The Storm had activated its engines and was moving out of the starport. It would orbit the space station once, symbolizing its official commissioning. Under the collective gaze, the enormous silver hull gradually faded from sight as the starport's gates slowly closed. All right, everyone, time to refocus. Shihai glanced at the few individuals behind him. White Shark, Bailey Ing, Su Chong, Su Ling, Norma, and there was also a sure pair, yes. That very clone captain from the first ship of the FG-300. As the first clone Shihai had communicated with, his emotional awareness seemed slightly stronger than that of other clones, and his military experience was considerably richer. Finding this intriguing, Shihai had brought him along. Are you all adjusting well to the tasks assigned to you? If there are any issues, now is the time to bring them up. Before Shihai's words had fully settled, White Shark's voice echoed in his ear. Commander, the nanobots I took to the lab, it seems they retain data internally. I'd like to request permission to use that small optical computer to attempt decrypting this data. Shihai indicated no problem and asked, should I arrange for a few Marines to help you move it? Mentioning those Marines, for some reason, White Shark inexplicably thought of the armor-piercing hammers installed on the arm guards of their powered armor. Would asking them for help with bone really not end up putting holes through it? Yes, but considering the fragility of the optical computer, I think they'll need to remove their powered armor. At least take off the armor-piercing hammers on their arms while moving it, replying with an affirmative. Shihai then sent arrangements through Night Lamp's communication function. Someone would soon take care of the optical computer issue. He turned his gaze back to the group. This time, a full minute passed without a single person speaking. It seems there are no issues then. You're dismissed. Go attend to your duties. After a moment's thought, Shihai called out to Norma, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Norma, wait a moment. Take me to see how the people you selected are progressing with their learning. Chapter 80. The temptation of the Blue Elves in a large hall at that moment. 998 individuals were scattered about, each holding a personal terminal and watching foolproof tutorials from Night Lamp, learning how to operate various weapon systems. Chaotic discussions filled every corner, making the place an absolute auditory hell. I reckon this thing looks a bit like what I usually maintain. This looks properly WAAGH. The new boss must be having us learn this to take us on a super WAEH. Really? Did you understand what the new boss said earlier? Pretty much. He probably meant that we weren't living WAAG enough before because some unknown bunch stole something from us. And now he's going to lead us to kick them over and create a super WAAG world. WAAG. Perhaps some phrase from someone triggered some unknown keyword once again, and another wave of rising and falling WAAG cries echoed through the hall. Having been confined for years in the cracks ND, facing life and death crises daily, these debt laborers all carried some degree of mental peculiarities. Usually, they were numb and indifferent. Yet when releasing their emotions, they became intensely fervent. Consequently, these roars gave Shihai an eerie feeling, as if he had encountered ghosts. Could this be some kind of greenskin disturbance? Through the wall, Shihai could hear the strange commotion coming from the hall. He had to admit he was frightened, after everything that had happened since he arrived here. Could it all be part of some grand conspiracy orchestrated by the blue avian beings? Wait, what are greenskins? Suddenly, Norma's voice broke through his thoughts. It's not something easily explained, Shihai pondered, feeling somewhat speechless. How could he explain greenskins to Norma when there was no Warhammer 40k here? Should he just point at the crowd in the hall and say, look, those are basically greenskins? Hold on, weren't the transport ships Norma used all painted green? Damn, that really might be greenskins, in a sense. Alright, Norma said, noticing Shihai's hesitation and quickly changing the subject. Should we still go check on their progress? Shihai replied, Haven T, we already confirmed it here? We still have over an hour to wait. In the meantime, could you briefly explain the roles you former debt workers had within the space station? Norma thought for a moment, choosing an angle she found appropriate, and began to elaborate. Loading, maintenance, cleaning, all the heavy and miscellaneous tasks that could have been handled by AI in the 3K era were our responsibility. The bulk of our work involved inspecting and maintaining various machinery. As a result, although most of us never received formal education, we developed considerable mechanical skills. That's why, on the day of the uprising, so many were able to craft electromagnetic guns on the spot. This nodal space station is relatively small. In larger stations like Order Seat, it's even possible for enslaved workers to share maintenance techniques for void energy self-extraction cores. As for our role, our presence led station personnel to take for granted that the station could repair itself if anything went wrong. How was it repaired? You'd have to ask the built-in wetware. Shihai, impressive. 2 hours passed quickly. Those selected by Norma had mostly completed their training, at least enough to operate the simplified ship systems. To be safe, Shihai also produced 999 sets of power armor identical to those used by the Marines on the joint production line, equipping each operator with one to protect them in case the ship's hull was breached and vacuum conditions ensued. Why one extra set? Shihai explained that he intended to join them by controlling clones remotely, to distinguish these operators from the clone Marines, and perhaps because he was wary of associating them with the color green, he changed the armor's original dark green coating to blue. Nearly 2,000 people formed orderly lines in the starport, boarding the retrofitted ships in an organized manner. Soon, all combat vessels were fully prepared, their weapon systems armed and ready. Shihai stood on the bridge of the storm, observing the fleet before him with a satisfied nod. For this operation, he had assigned crews to most of the warships. Though they were novice crew members, they were certainly better than the ship's default fog AI. That thing's only use was to ensure ultimate control of the vessel remained in his hands, no matter how absurd the situation became. Hand me the communicator. Set to the full fleet channel. I'll say a few words. A soldier clad in blue power armor pressed several keys on the communications console, removed the microphone, and passed it over. Shihai took the microphone and declared loudly, all units, attention. We are about to enter the controlled zone of an unknown void creature. The target area is swarming with small hostile units. All anti-aircraft weapon teams must maintain the highest level of alert. Our objective is to conduct explosive mining of various mineral resources there, primarily metals. The storm will handle any large targets that approach. Engage, collect, and withdraw once done. Do not linger in combat. As soon as his words fell, the channel echoed with resounding affirmations from the acting captains. Satisfied, Shihai set down the communicator and commanded with unwavering authority, depart. Instantly, a flash of white light streaked across the sky, space warped, and the fleet vanished from sight. Activating warp drive module. Chapter 81. Entering enemy territory, another generous reward received from Night Evil, the connoisseur of homemade wontons. A burst of flowers for extra updates. I owe 12 chapters now, haha. The duration of warp travel wasn't particularly long, yet it spanned several hours. Along the way, Shihai gazed at a crate lying in the research bay, his fingers itching with anticipation. He was delighted to acquire a frigate tech point and a reserve of technical knowledge. As for the outcome, he could only say it was expected. Looking at the remaining 1,000+ Proxima coins, Shihai decided to retreat for the moment, lest his current streak of bad luck carry over to the next crate. Speaking of which, wasn't there still a portion of credit points and energy coins in the local storage account of that space city? he resolved that upon returning, he would attempt to alter his fortune through mystical means and change his destiny through sheer expenditure. Warp drive module, cooling down. A flash of white light illuminated the void as the fleet exited warp travel. Almost simultaneously, countless alarms blared across the bridge, and multiple red radar identifiers appeared on the central control screen. Combat status. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Multiple fleets are opening fire. It seemed their luck had taken a turn for the worse. No sooner had they arrived than they plunged headlong into a gathering swarm of creatures. A multitude of insects were crushed into pulp by the tremendous impact, their viscous, pus-like blood smearing across the armor and staining the bows of the leading warships a sickly yellow. The swarm grew agitated, clustering together like a tidal wave. They surged toward these sudden intruders, only to collide head-on with a dense wall of anti-aircraft fire. Anti-air teams established crossfire immediately, launched specialized torpedoes designed for insect swarms. Shihai's command swiftly reached every individual in the fleet through their earpieces and terminals. The entire fleet began operating like a newly activated machine, slightly stiff at first, yet methodical and orderly. In one of the pulse cannon units, an operator clad in blue power armor tapped rapidly on the terminal screen connected to the artillery. One target after another was marked with red frames, followed by crimson beams shooting forth, as countless yellow bursts of viscous fluid erupted along the trajectory of the beams. The crew erupted into deafening cheers. WAGH. Meanwhile, the smaller point defense cannons spun wildly, picking off any stragglers that slipped past the pulse cannons like a grim reaper marking names on a list. Soon, specially designed neutron torpedoes were launched from their tubes, turning midair and plunging into the swarm with long trails of flame, exploding into blossoms of deadly fireworks. The first stage warhead detonated initially, scattering a multitude of tiny yet hardened steel pellets in all directions, piercing small openings into the exoskeletons of nearby insects. The second stage warhead followed immediately, releasing a massive wave of neutron flux. High-energy fast neutrons penetrated through those small openings, instantly snuffing out the lives of the insects. The interconnected slime mold cells within them broke apart. Many of the creatures couldn't even twitch a few times before falling still, beginning to disintegrate midair. Targets confirmed eliminated. The insect swarm arrived swiftly and perished just as quickly. Their instinctive clustering behavior only heightened the lethality of the neutron bombs. Foolish fungal organisms. Listening to the shipboard AI's announcement, Shihai muttered disdainfully. He had initially been on high alert, his mind racing with anxious thoughts upon hearing about the insectoid threat. Yet, it turned out to be nothing more than a peculiar type of organic life. Just then, after confirming that no living beings remained in the vicinity of the fleet, the intelligence gathering was completed. The star map indicated they had landed in the asteroid belt, near the orbit of the third planet. Shihai gently swiped his hand across the screen. At 23 degrees in the 2 o'clock direction, there was a string-like cluster of small celestial bodies. That's the place. Let's move. Over a dozen minutes later, at the location where Shihai had landed, shortly after the fleet departed, a colossal entity drifted into view. As a large aggregation of individual slime mold cells, it typically served as a habitat for the smaller members of its colony, akin to the relationship between carrier-based aircraft and a mothership. BZCCD. The giant creature's tentacles quivered slightly. It could sense that, just moments ago, a significant number of its kin, which had released aggregation pheromones, had perished here. Sure enough, after propelling itself forward by detonating a burst of void energy behind it, a sight that would leave most living beings in stunned darkness unfolded before its eyes. In the dark and silent void, countless insect limbs, flesh, and tissues floated soundlessly. They mingled and intertwined, filling the entire view. BZCD. So similar. Soon, within the Gestalt consciousness belonging to the hive, it located a death similar to this scene. It was those small creatures hiding inside metal shells, throwing stones. They were the ones who had caused these fellow beings to split apart. This was the method those little things had recently devised to attack the hive. Had they emerged? No, the hive had them surrounded, tightly and completely. Could it be that those small creatures had allies infiltrating? The giant insect indicated it did not know, nor did it wish to ponder, but as a regional node of the collective consciousness, it had to take action. Let those few things pass by. Although they were prepared to deal with the small beings that were surrounded, it made no difference. Those little creatures couldn't escape anyway. A slight delay was inconsequential. And so it was decided. After uploading its newly made decision to the Gestalt consciousness, the giant insect ceased its inquiry into the collective mind and continued drifting forward. Although those fellow beings had dispersed, they were rich in organic matter. It was time to begin replenishing organic material. Giant insect, brothers, you smell delightful. I'm going to chew, chew, chew. Chew. Chapter 82. A dread comparable to sniper duel with an elderly woman. Note: this story does not involve supernatural powers. The main focus is on technological warfare. Some parts may contain hidden Easter eggs, homages, or playful references, but these will never become the mainstream. Full fleet firepower deployed. Several dozen minutes later, near the fortunate asteroid belt selected for this operation, apart from 30 Calirian vessels patrolling the vicinity, every other ship in Shihai's fleet joined in the relentless bombardment of the asteroids. Countless shells, torpedoes, missiles, and pulse beams were unleashed without restraint, stripping away innumerable small fragments. Thankfully, although many void creatures mimicked insect forms, they had not yet reached the point of overcrowding the entire star system. The explosive mining proceeded smoothly. Aside from a few smaller, solitary individuals slowly approaching, no large units appeared. A substantial quantity of initially processed minerals were sorted and stored in the warship's storage modules, filling 2/3 of the fleet's capacity. Standing on the bridge, Shihai watched the steadily accumulating resources with immense satisfaction. They were feasting heartily, completely undisturbed. Moreover, when the time came to retreat, they could simply engage their warp drives on the spot, leaving no chance for any ambush. How exhilarating. After this return, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for quite some time. Yet, weren't these insects being a bit too docile? Could it be that after being out for so long, they had begun entering dormancy in various environments? Shihai refused to believe that the void creatures, which had once contended with the Second Empire, a regime that historically dominated all of humanity, for 6 years, could be this lackluster. Were these insects perhaps brewing something major? Could they be gathering to break out? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Were these bugs planning to assault the space station he had just secured? Object detected approaching rapidly on the starboard side. Suspected to be artillery fire. Enemy vessels have locked onto our position. Suddenly, dense alarm sirens blared across the bridge, interrupting Shihai's train of thought. His eyes instantly sharpened with clarity. Good news. They aren't targeting my space station. Bad news. They're coming straight for me. Almost simultaneously, waves of explosions erupted in midair, plasma fire from an unknown source. The assault was not limited to the storm beneath Shihai's feet. Outside the viewport, blue plasma orbs rained down like a downpour. A Lancer-class ship failed to evade in time. Its hull struck squarely. The dark armor was torn open, leaving a gaping breach. Several blue-powered exosuits, seemingly caught off guard, were sucked out through the rupture and cast adrift into the void. Witnessing this, Shihai silently offered sympathy and mourning for the unfortunate souls in the vastness of space, once separated from their vessel. Recovering crew members was more challenging than finding a needle in an ocean. Though fully enclosed exosuits could sustain life support for up to a month through internal recycling, that offered little more than prolonging a month of drifting in emptiness. The isolation alone would render existence a living torment. Enemy position locked. Asteroid at 5 o'clock. 34 degrees. Multiple cruiser-class units detected. The radar whirred rapidly, and the comm channel soon broadcast the confirmed enemy coordinates. Adjust formation. Unmanned vessels forward. Serve as shield ships. Pull up enemy visuals. Only when faced with such a scenario did Shihai realize how invaluable unmanned ships were as expendable buffers. Fortunately, he had brought 20 unmanned armored FG-300s for transporting and collecting fragmented minerals. Incoming fire again. Already? So soon? The fleet had barely recovered from the previous assault when a new wave struck. The rapid rate of fire sent a chill down Shihai's spine, reviving an old dread. The memory of being targeted in a launch zone by an overwhelming opponent with relentless precision, a fear once buried deep within. Once more, a sky-filling barrage of plasma orbs surged toward them. Unlike the first wave's indiscriminate area saturation, Shihai could tell this salvo was concentrated, aimed squarely at the storm beneath his feet. Shield drones deploy immediately. Starboard maneuvering engines at full power. Evasive maneuvers now. A powerful thrust surged from the right side. Only his powered exosuit kept Shihai steady on his feet. By then, the enemy S-form was fully revealed. Over a dozen enormous insectoid creatures. Their upper bodies resembled long, cylindrical barrels, while their lower halves bristled with thick, short, densely packed tentacles, like a swarm of ancient orthocones. Indeed, these were creations born from the hive mind of void-dwelling organisms, mimicking weapon systems studied from parasitized starships. They also served as a little surprise prepared for the defense forces besieged at the fourth planetary base. In the blink of an eye, dense clusters of blue spheres were upon them. Though emergency maneuvers allowed the storm to evade some of the assault, countless plasma rounds still hammered against the drone-generated shields, sending ripples cascading like waves across water. Soon, the drone's shield generator began to overheat and cool down. The shield hovering in midair dimmed and gradually faded away, allowing several plasma orbs to slam fiercely into the forward armor of the storm. However, thanks to the male beam compensation armor, these plasma orbs, clearly falling under the category of energy attacks, dispersed instantly upon contact with the warship, causing minimal damage to the hull. Yet, the tremors on the bridge were anything but slight. Shihai, who had barely managed to steady himself, ultimately stumbled and fell. Without a doubt, the storm had bought precious adjustment time for the other vessels by enduring this concentrated barrage. By now, the fleet had largely completed its preparations. Fire control systems locked onto their targets, while 20 armored FG-300 ships, serving as shields and swords, positioned themselves between the fleet and the group of artillery bugs, a name Shihai had just coined. Several shield drones carried by CAS-066S flew to the forefront, ready to deploy their protective barriers at any moment. Watching the screen, Shihai saw the creatures' upper bodies glowing blue once more. Having just picked himself up, he felt a surge of frustration. Still want to fight? Since you're so enthusiastic, don't even think about leaving. He grabbed the nearby microphone, switched to the fleet channel, and shouted, "All units, attention! Fire at will!" The moment the command was issued, the entire fleet responded immediately. Blazing points of death ignited in the sky, hurtling toward the swarm of artillery bugs, a torrent of countless missiles, torpedoes, and shells. The Storm's bow-mounted main cannon completed its targeting sequence, and a brilliant, thick beam of ion energy erupted from its barrel, instantly illuminating half the fleet. Targets confirmed, eliminated. The first to strike the artillery bugs was the Storm's main cannon. The massive beam swept across, vaporizing everything it touched into a decelerating barrier, sending debris flying in all directions. A dense barrage of solid projectiles followed closely behind. Even a glancing blow was enough to shatter the fragile biomaterial armor into fragments. It seems they're nothing but glass cannons. On the screen, Shihai watched as the artillery bugs suffered heavy losses and began scattering in retreat. He couldn't help but wonder, Did these bugs go through all the trouble of creating such formidable weapons just to put on a grand display for him? An instinctive sense of unease washed over him. Though his resources weren't fully stocked, they were sufficient for the time being. Faced with this unexpected situation, Shihai had no choice but to abandon his mining operations, just as one might encounter an unexpected obstacle when carrying ample supplies. He instinctively felt that with so many resources stored in his hold, if he didn't withdraw now, even stranger bugs would surely emerge to attack him. Organize inventory. Prepare for evacuation. However, just as he began issuing the retreat order, the radar operator's voice rang out once more. Multiple objects rapidly approaching starboard. Suspected artillery shells and torpedoes. Estimated time to impact, 9 seconds. Well, it seems we won't be leaving after all. Chapter 83. The warship has disappeared? No matter. We can still fight. First bonus chapter for donations, dedicated to Da Huang Qiu Tianji. 12th in sequence, in chronological order, currently 11 chapters behind. I'm worried I won't finish by National Day with so many pending. They're about to collide. Staring at the screen, Shihai's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the rapidly approaching clusters, clearly swarms of void bugs clinging tightly together. No, not just that, there were also numerous plasma orbs mixed in. Those dozen or so artillery bugs were deliberately drawing his attention. The source of the attack has been located. It's behind that small asteroid at bearing 98, 9 o'clock. Point defense cannons are intercepting at full capacity. Rapid fire and pulse cannons instantly weave a dense web of fire, causing most of the first wave of hurled insect clusters to explode mid-air, turning into floating pools of pus. But the second and third waves follow closely, piercing through the defensive net and crashing into the warship alongside armor-piercing plasma rounds, soon transforming into a surging tide of insects. Gunnar's senses had mostly recovered. He shifted slightly, only to realize the familiar gravity around him had vanished. Frowning, wasn't he supposed to be on a warship? A strong sense of dissonance forced him to open his eyes, and in an instant, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. Where was the interior of the warship now? He was unmistakably floating in the depths of space. A cold sweat broke out instantly. He struggled frantically at first, but aside from flailing limbs, his view remained unchanged. Helpless, he stopped. Was this where it would all end? No, he had just found a super wide-eyed boss, and this boss had just promised to lead them on a grand wide-eyed adventure. Wait, could the super wide-eyed power armor given by this new boss offer any help? Gunnar began to recall desperately. Welding torch, electromagnetic rifle, combat knife. Hold on. Plasma thrusters. He remembered. This power armor was capable of flight on planetary surfaces. Gunnar initiated the power armor's self-diagnostic. Aside from minor damage to some armor sections, everything was functional. Without hesitation, he activated the 3 main thrusters on his back. Wayag. And so, he experienced his first taste of free flight. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in his field of view. It was the new boss's so-called gunboat destroyer. Gunnar froze for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. He clumsily attempted to adjust his posture, maneuvering with limb-mounted directional thrusters, inadvertently sending himself into a spinning backflip. If life is the greatest teacher, then the will to survive is the most useful aid in the learning process. Fearing that the dark warship might ignite its engines and depart at any moment, Gunnar mastered the basics of operating his power armor in less than 10 minutes. A blazing trail of crimson projectiles suddenly streaked across his vision. Were they engaging in combat again? He quickly adjusted his course, preparing to fly toward the warship. But as he turned, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. Clusters of brown insects, accompanied by eerie blue flashes, slammed violently into the side of the warship above him. Instantly, they dispersed, transforming into a swarming, overwhelming tide. He was stunned, yet the swarming insects seemed indifferent to his momentary paralysis, for he witnessed a dark, gaping hole blasted into the side of the warship, from which countless crew members clad in blue power armor, much like his own, were flung into the void. He watched as the creatures surged eagerly into the vessel's breached hull. ZZZT, they're inside. A sudden crackle in his helmet made Gunnar realize he could still hear. No time to dwell on it. From the corner of his eye, he caught flickers of light igniting at the warship's stern. Its engines were powering up. If he didn't move now, he would truly be left behind. Gunnar raised his arms to shield his helmet, maxed out the thrust from his rear jets, and launched himself toward the Lancer-class ship. Almost immediately, the swarm took notice. A smaller detachment, unable to squeeze into the crowded breach, broke away in search of another target, and Gunnar, speeding through the void, made for a conspicuous mark. Seeing the oncoming tide, Gunnar muttered a curse under his breath. Unhooking his electromagnetic rifle from his back, he unleashed a rapid volley. Though the carapaces of these creatures were remarkably tough and resilient, they still obeyed the laws of classical physics. The high-velocity round struck their shells and punched through without resistance. After expending 3 magazines, Gunnar had made one thing clear to these lesser pests. He had no time to spare for their games. If they insisted on blocking his path, he would simply persuade them to move, by force, of course. But clearing this wave had nearly depleted his rifle's ammunition. As a precaution, he drew the combat knife from his belt and held it before him. Blocking bugs? Slash them. Combat, exhilarating. Wea-wa-awa. A roar of pure battle rage tore from his throat, even if the enemy could not hear it, as he accelerated toward the warship. All along the way, he flew and hacked, his armor soon smeared with viscous yellow ichor. The combat knife grew heavier with each strike. The blade must have dulled. Finally, only 100 meters remained. After dispatching one last creature in his path, Gunnar did not toss the corpse aside. Instead, he grabbed it, using it as a shield, and drove his knife deep into the body to secure his grip. Then, adjusting his posture, he activated reverse thrust from his jets. Wayag. He and the insect carcass slammed violently against the Lancer's outer armor. Under the tremendous impact, the creature burst apart in a cloud of yellow mist, and the overstressed combat knife finally shattered into pieces. The only miracle, Gunnar noted, was that despite landing feet first against the warship's hull, the suspension system of his power armor remained intact, not even a scratch from the impact. No time to ponder. Engaging magnetic grips on his boots, he moved toward the airlock, only for the left leg's locomotion system to abruptly and inexplicably lock up. Caught off guard, Gunnar stumbled and dropped into a crouch right where he stood. So something did go wrong after all. Before he could make sense of it, a sudden impact struck from behind. A creature brushed past his back. Had he not crouched, its sharp limbs would have mercilessly sliced him apart. Adrenaline surged through him in an instant. With no time to dwell on the near brush with death, he sprang to his feet. Just then, for some reason, his movement device returned to normal. He assumed a combat stance, raising both fists, his eyes locked intently on the creature's every move. It spun around and dove toward him at incredible speed, its massive limbs swinging down. Thud. Then, it abruptly exploded midair. Gunnar was caught off guard. His face splattered once again. Following the trajectory, he spotted a dark turret, its barrel still glowing red. ZZZT. His headset crackled to life again, this time with a voice full of astonishment. Good heavens. Who are you, mate? That was absolutely brutal. So, WAGH. Gunnar simply gave a polite wave toward the turret and turned to leave. He didn't know how to respond. He needed to get back inside the battleship, and fast. But the voice continued. Mate, I don't know what super wide business you're off to, but the battleship's been overrun by bugs. Even the airlock's sealed shut. I reckon you want to come back and gear up first, eh? Hearing this, Gunnar halted. Back. That airlock is far from here. His gaze fell upon a drifting toolbox nearby, from which a chainsaw slowly emerged. A fierce grin spread across his face. He switched on his microphone and replied slowly. Thanks for the warning, but your suggestion, I refuse. Chapter 84. A fine void creature. Makes my chain's words spin wildly. Dedicated to Da Huang, Shou Tianji's reward. Bonus chapter 22. 10 chapters remaining. BZZ. 2 alloy plates cut from battleship armor fragments. A chain system salvaged from an industrial chainsaw, welded with numerous sharp-toothed metal pieces. Plus a battery that had drifted from who knows where, along with a dash of mechanical know-how and creativity. And so, in Gunnar's hands, a gently trembling chain's word was born. The rattling of the chain transmitted through his power armor to his ears felt strangely familiar. An almost instinctive voice seemed to whisper to him that this was the weapon to use against the alien threat before him. Wait, why did he even know that term? No matter. Something more pressing had arrived, another swarm of creatures charging straight for him. With a light press of the button, the chain began to whirl at high speed. To Gunnar, the vibration in his hands felt not like mechanical shuddering, but the pulse of life itself, seamlessly merging with his being. Perish, Xenos. Wag. He let out a resonant battle cry within his helmet, disengaged the magnetic clamps on his boots, ignited his thrusters, and shot forward. The blade swept through the creature's bodies as if slicing through melons and vegetables, meeting no resistance at all. After transforming the last insect before him into a bug, the sound of communication echoed in his ears once more. This time, however, the message was filled with the same fierce battle cry as his own. Just then, a shell flew in, blasting away the swarm of insects crowded at the breach in the warship, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Staring at that opening, Gunnar grinned, his chain's words spinning even faster. With a leap, he charged straight into the breach. Wayowa af. Immediately, a chorus of responses erupted through the headset. Wayowa af. They're inside. Hold the passage. At that moment, the situation inside most warships was far from ideal. Under the assault of the insect swarm, many ships had chosen to seal their airtight doors, abandoning nearly half of their internal space. Seeing all this, Shihai felt a throbbing headache. Although the large void creatures that had launched the surprise attack had been completely eliminated, the countless smaller units that had breached the ships were proving difficult to manage. He couldn't possibly detonate a neutron bomb inside the vessels, could he? Wayag. Suddenly, an incredibly loud roar echoed through the public channel, followed by a wave of responses. This caught Shihai's attention. Upon closer observation, he realized that the small units leaping between the warships weren't just insects. Only after pulling up the footage did he see clearly. A large number of crew members clad in blue power armor, wielding an assortment of weapons, were following a figure brandishing a chainsword as they leaped from ship to ship. Why did that one have a chainsword? But that wasn't the main point. Despite appearing to number only a few hundred, their overwhelming, unstoppable momentum seemed to dwarf even the insect swarm. Every time they stormed a warship, the pleas for help and distress calls on the public channel would decrease by a few. Moreover, they never entered or exited a ship through the same point, entering through breaches made by the insects and exiting through the ship's standard hatches. Had they carved straight through the insect swarms that had invaded the ships? Watching this increasingly chaotic scene, Shihai gradually fell into silence. A horde of blue-clad warriors shouting greenskin battle cries, launching boarding actions with their bare bodies, all just to cut down void creatures that were neither Tyranids nor Zerg. From any perspective, this was utterly mind-boggling. What could he even say? Were these guys truly that ferocious? Come with me and WAGH. These were the first words Gunnar, now covered in viscous ichor, spoke to his comrades who had opened the hatch after single-handedly clearing the first Lancers-class ship of insects. And it was the same phrase he repeated to the survivors each time they finished cleansing a ship of the swarm. Indeed, aside from the essential personnel required to operate the ships, the vast majority of crew members in blue power armor were more than willing to follow Gunnar into new battles, eager to partake in what he described as a truly wide-eyed endeavor. Thus, through their efforts, an increasing number of ships breached by the insects were freed from crisis. Some crew members, inspired by their bravery, even unlocked their safety mechanisms and charged out to fight alongside them. In this manner, they boarded the final ship still infested with void creatures, another Lancer-class vessel, identical in model to Gunnar-S original ship. However, he was no longer the lone warrior plunging into swarms of insects. Now, a whole host of men fought alongside him. About this, he could hardly wait to return and tell the new boss, and the new boss's son, all about it. The last insect was cleaved in two by the roaring chained word. With a flick, Gunnar sheathed it back at his waist where his combat knife once hung. The blade trembled lightly, as if savoring the thrill of battle, even after Gunnar had cut off its power supply. Welcome, brave warriors. Beyond the opened airtight door, crew members clad in identical power armor spread their arms toward Gunnar and his men. The contrast between the two groups was striking. One side fully equipped with pristine, unblemished power armor, not even a scratch on the paint. The other, unevenly outfitted with an assortment of weapons. Their armor splattered in crimson yellow pus and riddled with dents and scars. In terms of presence, anyone could see that compared to Gunnar-S fierce, flowing crowd. The newly emerged clean-cut figures seemed almost like a group of timid youngsters. The two groups stood staring at one another, the atmosphere growing tense, until WAGH. Victory! To celebrate, Gunnar threw his head back with a mighty roar, shattering the silence. His followers joined in, shouting with abandon. Then, he stepped forward, walking alongside the clean-clad crew into the ship. But after only a few steps, a private communication alert chimed in his ear. Beep beep beep. Gunnar, is that you? The commander requests your presence. A shuttle is already on its way to pick you up. Please prepare as soon as possible. Chapter 85. I reckon your look needs an ultra WAGH makeover. Once again, thanks to patron 2S38 Kinliu for the explosive update reward. Debt once again reaches 11 chapters. Full body cleansing complete. Sterilization in progress. Inside the shuttle's positive pressure cabin, Gunnar stood quietly as several mechanical arms sprayed jets of water, washing away the thick layers of pus coating him. Then, disinfectant mist sprayed from all corners filled the cabin, gently coating the heavily worn exterior of his power armor. Sterilization complete. Safe to proceed. Whoosh. The positive pressure door opened, and Gunnar stepped out slowly. At the entrance, a figure who had removed his power armor helmet had been waiting for some time. Gunnar recognized him. They had crossed paths during starship control training. This man had been assigned to the Stormbringer. The man approached Gunnar, slightly bowing as he introduced himself. Hello. I am the temporary communications officer from the Storm. You may call me 8225. That's my designation. The commander sent me to receive you. Gunnar gently grasped the extended hand, shaking it a few times. I'm Gunnar. Do you know why the commander is looking for me? This question left 8225 utterly bewildered. He asked, do you have any idea what kind of WAGH you've stirred up? Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he grew excited. The entire bridge of the Storm was stunned by your actions. Seriously, it was so cool. Gunnar quickly waved his hand dismissively. I thought it was just alright. Just a bit of dirt on the clothes. 8225 completely ignored the almost boastful remark from the man before him. His gaze shifted to the power armor Gunnar wore, the state of that suit. Its surface was covered with numerous scratches and holes left by insect limbs. And there were large patches of scorched black marks on the back. High emotional intelligence, a highly realistic, battle-worn wasteland paint job. Low emotional intelligence. How the hell is this thing still functional when it's so battered? Though it clearly looked like it had been through a tough fight. It was just too ragged. 8225 thought this was no way to appear before the commander. He estimated that if Gunnar boarded the Storm looking like this, he'd probably just exchange a few words with the commander, barely show his face, and be dismissed after a mere formality. Fortunately, he had considered this issue on his way here. Now, he was fully prepared. Brother Gunnar, hold on a moment, he said. I reckon you can't go see the commander dressed like this. Seeing you in such a disheveled state, he'd likely be more concerned about your condition and send you off to rest after just a few words. That is not good. I reckon you need to leave a lasting impression on him. 8225's words sparked a bit of curiosity in Gunnar. He asked, a lasting impression? How exactly? Change into something else? But there aren't any new sets of power armor here. Beneath his helmet, 8225's face broke into a sly, triumphant smile, one that seemed palpable even through the visor. Don't worry, I came prepared on the way. Leave your look for meeting the commander to me. Brothers, bring them up. With that, two accompanying crew members behind him carried forward two small cases. Seeing how professional 8225 was, Gunnar felt this guy must be reliable and obediently cooperated. Large scorch marks on the back. Simple. 8225 draped an entire red cape over the shoulder plates on both sides of Gunnar, completely covering the affected area. Scratches where the paint had been scraped off? Also simple. Just paint over them with intricate little patterns. As for the gouges and holes that had been punctured, that was a bit trickier, but not impossible. Thus, countless small ornaments of varying sizes were affixed to Gunnar-S power armor through a series of methods: hanging, pasting, welding, and more. Finally, only the most challenging part remained. On the chest plate of the power armor, there were two deep gashes that nearly spanned the entire surface, looking quite unsightly. Damn, this won't be easy to fix. 8225 furrowed his brow. Had he been too naive? There was definitely no time to replace the chest plate now. As he pondered, his gaze suddenly fell upon the two crates containing modification tools. 3 seconds later, his superbrain provided a solution. The golden alloy crate was cut open and reshaped. In less than 3 minutes, a pair of golden wings appeared in his hands, an image he had once seen in a magazine, one that exuded an air of sheer arrogance. After welding these wings onto the chest plate, Gunnar's armor finally looked presentable. But 8225 still felt something was missing in the middle. What could it be? Oh right, he needed an emblem that would strike fear into the enemy. To symbolize death and destruction, a skull would do. Soon, between the two wings, a skull relief carved from golden alloy plate was added. At last, the transformation of Gunnar's appearance was complete. 8225 took a few steps back to admire his work. Absolutely perfect. Presenting yourself to the commander like this is sure to make him jump out of his skin. I guarantee he'll remember you for the rest of his life. Absolutely badass. Take a look. Gunnar moved slightly in front of the mirror 8225 had brought over. It really is impressive. The massive cape behind him trailed just to the ground, not getting in the way at all. The golden plates, red sashes, and numerous small accessories perfectly concealed the bullet holes and scratches on the armor. And the skull relief nestled between the two wings on his chest not only masked the awkwardness of the gashes, but also elevated his presence to a whole new level. This is so WAGH. He could almost feel the chain's word at his waist trembling slightly, echoing his sentiment in its own way. This is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Just then, the shuttle slowly docked into the internal shuttle bay of the Storm. After loudly expressing his gratitude, Gunnar walked to the shuttle's entrance. Just as the hatch was about to open, 8225 suddenly shouted from behind. Wait, take off your helmet. You need to let the commander remember your face. Gunnar paused for a moment, then realized it made sense. He casually removed his helmet and tossed it backward. All right, thanks. Brother, you can keep that helmet. The shuttle door fully opened, and Gunnar stepped out, boarding the shuttle under the guidance of the port personnel. Meanwhile, 8225 looked at the battered helmet in his hands. Well, it was a gift from that heroic man after all. Might as well keep it. Consider it a collectible. Chapter 86, Boo. The yellow-skinned ones are looking for scapegoats, huh? By the way, has anyone gone back to the beginning of Chapter 2 for some archaeological digging? Oh no. The greenskins have truly turned into blue descendants. Could it be that the yellow-skinned ones have been here? Before Gunnar even reached the bridge, Shihai spotted him on the surveillance feed. Blue power armor, adorned with numerous golden trinkets, a grand red cape, no helmet, the loyal skull and winged relief on his chest, and that chain's word hanging at his waist. This is absolutely stacked. Isn't this just a scaled-down version of? Well, Shihai didn't want to utter that term that made him feel overwhelmingly loyal, Ultramarines, but, Robert Gilliman, you wretched fellow, quickly retract your sinful tendrils. This world cannot withstand the devastation of your empire. After Stellaris, has Warhammer finally caught up as well? Shihai felt as though the world had gone mad. Thud, 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 thud. The metallic boots collided with the warship's floor, producing crisp echoes. Gunnar swiftly arrived at the entrance of the bridge. Commander, I'm entering, he announced over the comms before stepping inside. On the bridge, Shihai, having just received the notification, had no time to respond before a rather flamboyantly dressed figure approached him. The man hesitated briefly, then stood upright and lightly struck his chest plate with his right hand, declaring, Commander, Gunnar, gunner of the 7th Closed Defense Artillery Group on Cavalry 4, reporting for duty. I heard you were looking for me? Shihai stared at him in silence for a moment before suddenly recalling something and urgently asking, before that, hold on, have you heard a voice in your mind, telling you to pledge loyalty to some emperor? Hearing this question, Gunnar's intended words caught in his throat. What kind of bizarre inquiry was this? His mind began racing. In historical records of planetary eras, ambitious rebels often fabricated celestial phenomena to legitimize their claims. Could it be that this commander before him aspired to become an emperor? And would that make him the celestial omen? So that's it. Such ambition is commendable and must be supported. Having reached this conclusion, Gunnar boomed in a voice loud enough to be heard across the entire bridge. Yes. As I traversed between warships, a voice persistently echoed in my mind, reminding me that I am destined to serve a great emperor. Shihai felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him from a clear sky. No, he screamed internally, this couldn't be right. Clinging to a final shred of hope, he asked, Did the voice describe this emperor? Gunnar raised an eyebrow. Again? He wasn't skilled at fabricating stories. What if he gave himself away? Yet, seeing the desperate hope in Shihai's eyes, Gunnar steeled himself. Whatever. He'd go all out. Exaggeration surely couldn't go wrong. Thus, he mustered his courage and fabricated a tale. That voice proclaimed that the emperor sat upon the supreme throne. In terms of authority, he ruled over countless star systems, overseeing all matters great and small of humanity. Militarily, he commanded innumerable brave and fearless warriors, along with an invincible fleet that blotted out the skies and stood unrivaled. In prestige, he was revered and exalted by all of humanity, akin to a father to every human. The survival of humanity was inextricably linked to him, and the fate of mankind rested firmly in his grasp. He was the sovereign of all humanity, the nightmare of every heretic. Just as Gunnar was lost in admiration of his own genius for storytelling, Shihai's world completely collapsed. Damn it, it really was the yellow-skinned ones coming to demand troops. And Gunnar's next sentence nearly scared Shihai to death. That voice also said that you are the destined emperor. You shall eventually ascend to that supreme throne. Damn it. Ooh hell. This was more than just demanding troops. This was aimed directly at him. This was the yellow-skinned ones coming to seize a scapegoat. I don't want this. Shihai wondered if it was still too late to end his own life now. Commander, the asteroid near that large organism of the swarm has revealed artificial structures inside, possibly ancient ruins. A warship sent to inspect the results and collect samples suddenly transmitted a communication, forcibly pulling Shihai back from his completely overwhelmed state. He glanced briefly at the images sent back to the screen. Within the gray asteroid, metallic structures were exposed. What was this? A trash can yielding something rare? But given the current situation, did it even matter whether he excavated or not? Perhaps there was even a blue, giant bird-like being behind him now, watching and giggling GGGGG. After a second of mental shutdown, Shihai gave up on overthinking. Fine, let us dig. Even if Sench, the great changer of ways, was truly watching him from behind. The The Proxima coins and warship blueprints given by the night lamp were real. The rest could wait until after he had secured his gains. He issued a fierce order. Dig. Dig with all your might. By the time we leave, I want everything there intact in the warehouse. Then, in less than a second, as if drained of all his strength, he turned his gaze to Gunnar and said, "You wait. Ah, never mind. Come with me now." It was suddenly awakened by the collective consciousness. After devouring and decomposing a large amount of organic matter from its own kind, it had found a place to enter hibernation. But just now, the collective consciousness had actually roused it. What was going on? Wait. Why had all the tubular individuals assigned to extract those small creatures lost their biological signals? Those were newly produced individuals by the collective consciousness. Compared to the previous large-scale individuals that relied on mandible-based mass energy conversion organs, these new entities employ an entirely novel launching apparatus. This innovation not only significantly enhances range and precision, but also introduces a variety of additional functions. They can fire spherical plasma projectiles, launch any object that fits into the barrel, and even cluster launch numerous smaller individuals as a group. How could such formidable entities be eliminated by those tiny creatures? The collective consciousness expressed strong protest. It was the one that had deployed these new individuals to the front. The giant insect pleaded its innocence. "I'm completely blameless. I just devoured a large amount of organic matter released by our fallen comrades, and am now in a dormant state digesting it. Who could have known those little creatures would be so fierce? Weren't they previously facing the same batch of small beings in their metal containers? Back then, a single volley was enough to make them cry out in despair, wasn't it?" The giant insect felt its mind on the verge of overload. "Forget it. I shouldn't overthink this. If I'm the one doing the thinking, then what is the purpose of the collective consciousness? If we can't overcome them, it must be due to insufficient numbers. Sending more individuals to clear the area should suffice." After once again uploading its thoughts to the collective consciousness, it re-entered a dormant state. Chapter 87. Who taught you to paint it like that? Additional update courtesy of Patron 2S38 for their 918 support, currently 10 chapters behind. How did the debt manage to return? Gunnar, that emperor you mentioned earlier, is it real? Inside the soundproof compartment near the bridge, Shihai stared intently into Gunnar's eyes, asking with palpable tension. If what he had heard truly resembled the whispers of a supernatural entity seeking allegiance, then Shihai could not afford to continue on his current path. As widely known in that throne-shaped world, psychic power was the paramount force. No, wasn't it you who wanted to proclaim yourself emperor and asked me to play along? I was so nervous leaping between ships that even if someone shouted loudly into my ear, I wouldn't have heard it, let alone any subtle whispers or hints. Gunnar scratched his head honestly as he explained. Shihai, so it was all fabricated? At this moment, he couldn't decide whether he should feel relieved about it. He had to admit, the whole act had genuinely frightened him. Are you certain? You truly didn't hear any whispers from the emperor demanding your loyalty? You didn't see any illusion of the golden throne? To be thorough, he asked once more. Gunnar responded casually. Commander, that story was meant for outsiders. You didn't actually believe it yourself, did you? Well, seeing his utterly forthright expression, Shihai concluded that this was simply a case of him frightening himself. Then what about this outfit you're wearing? Who came up with it? Gunnar looked down and said, "Oh, this? A fellow called 8225 on the shuttle helped me decorate it. He said it would leave a deep impression on you. So, how does it look? Especially WAGH, right? What did you say? 8225? That guy I sent for support? Well, leave a deep impression indeed. This impression is certainly deep. It was truly unforgettable. The password. He almost really thought it was the yellow-skinned weasel coming. Fuming, Shihai's heart finally settled down. Thinking calmly, the probability of encountering 40k here was indeed quite low. After all, if there really was a warp, then the lower districts he had stayed in before, those crevices of space cities, wouldn't have been so clean. With that thought, Shihai completely relaxed. Then his mind began to race in another direction. This universe truly had boarding tactics. So, even with massive anti-air firepower, just in case, a capable marine force was absolutely necessary. Moreover, for future surface operations and space station combat, ground units would also be needed. The guy in front of him now seemed perfect. Pure flesh and blood, though genetically modified from the golden age of the Second Era, clad in power armor. Daring to lead a group in boarding actions. Such a fierce person was truly wasted operating close defense cannons. His gaze toward Gunnar grew increasingly intense, making Gunnar feel rather heated as well. What is the commander looking at me like that for? Could it be that he, like me and my companions, has a rather philosophical little hobby? Just as Gunnar was lost in wild thoughts, Shihai, as if having decided something, said, "You have proven your bravery through action. Have you ever considered independently leading a marine unit?" Gunnar, suddenly interrupted in his thoughts, was immediately overwhelmed with ecstasy. He, and those men who boarded and fought alongside him, had earned the boss's recognition. The commander must also think he boarded and fought well. He immediately stood at attention again, slamming his right fist against his chest armor and shouting, "Yes. Loyalty." 30 minutes later, Shihai returned to the bridge. Regarding the name for Gunnar and his marine unit, Shihai admitted that both of them were terrible at naming things, so he simply copied the name of the Ultramarines, descendants of Gilliman. As for copyright fees, that big blue guy hadn't even compensated him for the mental distress he caused. Gunnar also agreed with the name. Now, he was gathering the comrades who had just boarded with him. Meanwhile, Shihai walked to the observation window on the bridge. Through the transparent window, he fixed his gaze on the ancient relic-like structure before him. The outer asteroid shell had been mostly cleared away, revealing a metallic structure composed of multiple interconnected cubes. Now, that mass was being towed by several shuttles toward the Stormbringer. There sure are a lot of ancient relics in Ursa Major V1222. Watching the structure being hauled into the Stormbringer's cargo hold, Shihai glanced at the radar. Good, the surroundings were still clear. Well, they had searched, they had fought. And now it was time to withdraw. Retreat. Return to the nodal space station. Plan cancelled. Activating warp drive module. Amidst a flash of white light, the colossal fleet vanished instantly from midair, leaving behind only half a small asteroid belt and a cloud of dust in its wake. Meanwhile, in another corner of Ursa Major V-1222, after continuous testing, the Galactic Defense Force had finally discovered an effective method to inflict damage upon the swarms of insects using neutron streams. Simply pierce their shells. The research team assigned by the Defense Force couldn't help but laugh at the thought that such a simple, almost trivial problem had stumped them for so long. In the Joint Command Center, Galactic Defense Commander Errett felt like a massive spinning top, whipped into a frenzy by the relentless onslaught of life as challenges. His bloodshot eyes scanned report after report, each filled with grim news of insufficient supplies, dwindling fuel, and depleted ammunition, not a single piece of good news. Even after the utility of neutron streams was uncovered and a flood of neutron bombs was dispatched to the front lines, the battlefront had only barely stabilized at the second line of defense. He calculated that nearly 24 hours had passed since the insect outbreak began, meaning the chances of receiving external rescue were now exceedingly slim. If they did not wish to perish here, they had to break through the encirclement. Yet, there seemed to be no opportunity. The insects had surrounded them too tightly. Report. Suddenly, an aide burst into the room, waving an electronic screen. The insect swarm is retreating. For the first time since the battle began, they're retreating. Errett sprang up from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. Really? They're really retreating? Quick, show me. He snatched the screen and scanned the contents rapidly. It's true. Not only have their numbers decreased, but their quality has diminished as well. Without pausing to consider whether this might be a trap to lure them deeper, Errett knew that this opportunity could not be missed. Almost immediately, he barked out the order. All units, assemble the fleet. Abandon all supplies and equipment. Prepare for a breakout according to Plan 3. Chapter 88. The Nightlight. Finally remembered to pull me out? Once again received an explosive burst of flowers from the esteemed night demon who loves homemade wontons. Dead has once again reached 11 chapters. Plan 3 was the emergency breakout protocol devised by the Ursa Major V-1222 Defense Force S Staff Department for sudden crises. Under this plan, if the besieging insect forces were significantly weakened and there was essentially no hope of reinforcement, all available combat forces were to be mobilized immediately to break through toward the entrance of the void passageway, regardless of whether it was a trap. At that moment, within the defensive fortifications near Planet 4 of Ursa Major V-1222, beep, 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 mechanical arm disengaged, passageway cleared. The cacophony of mechanical collisions, blaring alarms, and the sharp, synchronized thuds of military boots echoed through every corner of the starport. Moments earlier, fragments of the third contingency memorandum had been dispatched to the personal terminals of every officer ranked lieutenant and above. Instantly, the tense military base sprang into full, frenetic motion. Like a toy wound to its limit. Under the rapid coordination of the control tower, numerous warships still in maintenance halted all operations, ignited their engines, and ascended into the void. In data storage rooms, digital files were copied and erased, while physical documents were sealed into containers and loaded onto conveyors bound for the starport. Among the departing vessels was the fortune of Gulak. The Courier-class fast cruiser, a backbone of the Claude Union System Defense Force, had long achieved modularity in its key components. As a vessel barely over 600 meters in length, disassembly and reassembly were not particularly challenging with the aid of pre-era port maintenance systems. Thus, within an hour of docking, the Fortune had completed partial replacements of its secondary keel sections from the second to fourth port side segments, along with damaged armor plating. Now, this unfortunate ship, which had endured a direct hit from an anti-ship torpedo, followed the flight path assigned by the control tower, heading toward the assembly zone in the upper atmosphere. On her bridge, Captain Gulak was reviewing the ship's status with the damage control chief. Structural damage to the main hull has been fully repaired, but numerous internal systems remain unaddressed. The onboard damage control teams are prioritizing critical facilities to prevent malfunctions during the breakout. Good. Gulak responded with a slight nod to the chief's report. Ensure all non-fixed components are inspected for potential hazards. The intensity of the upcoming breakout is expected to be severe. We must eliminate every possible risk. Aye, sir. The damage control chief snapped to attention and saluted. Also, what is the current morale of the crew? After concluding with the chief, Gulak turned his gaze to the accompanying political officer. Captain, I was just about to inform you of this, the officer replied, his expression grim beneath his peaked cap as he recounted the crew's alarming behavior. Since encountering those insects, the soldiers' condition has been gradually deteriorating. Initially, it was merely heightened tension, but now their state has become profoundly abnormal. Most have grown deeply despondent and passive. Some have reported hallucinations, and a few cowards have even attempted suicide, though comrades intervened in time. Most critically, even the usually invigorating portraits of the marshal no longer stir their spirits. Nearly the entire crew has been cited for disciplinary breaches. What is happening? Gulak's brow furrowed instantly at the political officer's words. Even if Defense Force troops are less resilient than the Space Navy, their stress tolerance shouldn't be this fragile, unable to endure less than a day of siege. What malign influence is at work? This is not right. Have you and those secret inspectors found anyone deliberately undermining morale? The military commissar shook his head frantically. I suspected the same at first, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any clues. I'm truly at a loss. This is no good. With morale like this, how can we fight? What about all the morale-boosting methods you learned during commissar training? Try every single one. At the very least, during the upcoming breakout battle, the crew's morale absolutely cannot remain like this. And whatever you do, don't resort to disciplinary punishments or demerits. If it triggers a mutiny. You know what angry soldiers are capable of, right? The military commissar hesitated, then nodded. He took a few steps back, saluted, and turned to walk toward the interior of the ship, muttering, "I'll give it a try." Gilak watched the figure in the trench coat disappear into the distance and sighed. The arrangements for the breakout operation had already been made. The Lucky Star was assigned to the left flank of the Central Fleet Group, a favorable position. He looked up at the dense fleet emerging from 5 permanent fortifications. Though the formation was slightly disordered, an aura of solemnity and lethality could still be felt. With such a fleet, breaking through a swarm of creatures that haven't even fully evolved into biological entities shouldn't be a problem, right? Gilak silently bolstered his own confidence. Those military commissars may talk about the martial and loyalty every day, but their ability to boost morale is also remarkable. He firmly believed that as long as they launched an attack against the swarm, everything would turn out fine. The curvature drive module was cooling down. At the nodal space station of Ursa Major V-1222, a flash of white light appeared, and a fleet materialized in midair. Transport the collected resources to those industrial bases. Damaged warships, dock for repairs. All teams, tally the casualties. This trip had been highly rewarding for Shihai. The resources he brought back would be enough to keep the existing production lines running for at least a week. Moreover, aboard the Storm, he had retrieved a treasure, an unidentified structure from the previous era. After docking at the starport and hoisting the cube onto an empty area in the cargo distribution zone, Shihai eagerly boarded a shuttle and rushed toward that massive iron relic. Such an obvious antique was bound to further activate the progress bar of the Time Walker. Screech, the deformed door was pried open, instantly releasing a stale, decaying odor. Shihai peered inside. Several long tables holding what appeared to be communication devices, and a large platform resembling an electronic sand table. 13 corpses in military uniforms were scattered on the floor, judging from their wounds and postures. They had died by self-inflicted gunshots. This clearly had a story behind it. Detected relics related to the 5th Era Voyager Federation. Please connect the plug-in to the server room to collect data. Night Lamp's voice suddenly rang out, filling Shihai with excitement. It's happening. Night Lamp. Where's your attack plug-in? Night Lamp replied. It was already delivered earlier. Is there only one of those? Night Lamp responded, not unique. But crafting a new one takes 12 hours. Shihai. Forget it. It seems the original one was plugged into that small light brain. Then just have any Marine pull it out for me. Chapter 89. After the Empire's collapse. The insertion attack module of the Night Lamp was soon delivered to Shihai. This small building, suspected to be a combat command center, had its central server room buried beneath the floor, making it quite a search for Shihai. After he inserted it, the familiar light screen projected once again. A brief loading bar filled up, and an emblem of a shuttle streaking across the starry sky appeared before his eyes. The screen flashed, and several large characters emerged. Last line of defense DXCV 1222 Sector Forward Command Center. Last line of defense. Shihai opened the memorandum, and then the light screen dispersed, with a holographic projection recreating the century-sealed memorandum before his eyes. This story begins with the Empire from 1,000 years ago. For 1,700 years ago, the Great Uprising caused the 800-year-old Second Human Empire to crumble. No one knew how this civil war, which swept across most of human civilization, suddenly erupted. Nor did anyone believe that the mighty empire could collapse overnight. Yet it happened, starkly laid before all of humanity. At that moment, the Grand Commander of the Empire's most elite and powerful border garrison legions received a secret letter from the royal family, a handwritten letter on paper, sealed with the double-headed eagle insignia. The rebel army is supported by aliens. The Imperial Guard shall, in the name of the Emperor, eradicate the heretics. The garrison legions must remember, uphold your duties. Sever all contact with the outside world. You must, in the name of the Emperor, in the name of humanity, practice the path of preservation. Guard the borders. Do not retreat a single step. Do not withdraw a single soldier. Afterwards, the Empire's borders completely lost contact. No one knew how fiercely the legions were attacked by aliens during that time. Only the aliens themselves knew. Their meticulously planned internal and external strikes, coordinated from within and without, shattered to pieces against the Empire's impregnable defenses. Until one day months later, the last marshal of the Imperial Guard, Julius Caratelin, arrived with battered warships and tattered battle flags, delivering the Empire's final batch of supplies to the legions. From then on, the loyal legions lost their empire and their emperor. From then on, humanity gained a fleet that turned into ghosts, silently watching over civilization. And the Civil War and natural disasters plunged human civilization into what later generations called the Fourth Great Decline. After centuries of upheaval, an organization named the Voyager Federation, with the slogan of searching for the home planet, finally emerged from a series of deceivers, thieves, and dictators. It stepped onto the stage of victory and declared that humanity had entered the 5th new era. What followed was thousands of years of rises and falls, until the last spare part in the Legion's warehouses disappeared, until the Legion's last agricultural planet fell, until the Legion's desperately held defense line, which had endured for over 3,000 years, finally collapsed under the tide-like attacks of the aliens. Countless bizarrely shaped aliens, piloting warships, surged into the heart of human civilization, the land they had dreamed of for tens of thousands of years. The Federation of Voyagers, obsessed with partisan strife and factional conflicts, along with the warships it produced to counterbalance its own people, proved utterly defenseless against the alien fleets that had warred with the Legion for millennia. Cities crumbled into ruins. Planets were turned into mining fields, civilians perished under orbital bombardments, and children were treated as pets, food, or even trophies to showcase the aliens' valor. Thus, the era known as the 5th Great Decline quietly descended. It was only then that people realized how they missed the Empire, authoritarian and cruel though it was. It could effortlessly crush the aliens into oblivion. Everyone prayed for its return, swift as lightning. Fortunately, at that moment, the Ghost Fleet, the former Imperial Garrison Legion, appeared before their eyes. Though most legionnaires had long regarded the Federation of Voyagers as heretical successors, the sight of brutally slaughtered humans constantly reminded them of their failure to uphold the final command from their emperor. Hence, the Legion ceased its isolation, actively uniting with human factions across the galaxy, though not with the Federation of Voyagers, and constructing a series of defensive lines. The scene shifts abruptly, the projection changing from the vast starscape to footage inside a command station. Is Ursa Major also on the verge of falling? A bald man with military insignia stared at the sand table, addressing a soldier clad in exoskeleton armor. Most likely, we've already lost 11 star clusters, and the 12th seems imminent. Will you retreat with us? Silence. In response to the retreating soldier's question, the bald man waved a dismissive hand. While frontline warriors fight valiantly, how could we have the shame to retreat? Go, flee to the next line of defense, only to turn tail and run again at the sight of the aliens. My homeland was among the first planets invaded. I've been running all the way from there, and now, I don't want to run anymore. When the frontline forces withdraw, they must be accompanied by an intelligence officer. That duty falls to me. The scene shifts once more. Look, this place has fallen too. The frontline soldiers, without any communication, chose to fight to the death. It was the same bald man, now sitting slumped in a chair, appearing weary. The command station's radar showed no trace of human warships, only the filthy aliens. Do you think those aliens will spare humanity? He murmured, seemingly to himself. One of the 13 who had voluntarily stayed behind immediately responded, without a doubt, they won't. Look at what's hanging on the armor of their warships outside. The display screen showed countless human soldiers in powered armor and uniforms, fixed to the surfaces of the alien vessels. Silence, mournful reflection. How dare they desecrate the bodies of human heroes this way? The bald man seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a soldier beside him declared, I cannot bear to live under alien rule. With that, he raised his pistol, placed it in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Unable to finish coding. We'll make up 2 more chapters during the day. Chapter 90. Let us shout in unison. Additional update for the generous reward from 2S38 bias flow. Cheers for the Russian Federation. Currently owed 10 chapters, under fast-forward playback. The footage of the space station reached its final scene. After sending off a set of data with a click, the bald man sat down and glanced around the room. He was the last living soul in this command station. The remains of his comrades had long since decomposed, leaving only bones. The only companions left to him were his fully enclosed exoskeleton and the still operational command station. And today, the command station that had accompanied him for 13 years finally exhausted its energy, sounding a full shutdown alarm. 13 years ago, he should have met his end alongside his comrades, but his gun jammed. Among the 12 soldiers standing in a circle, bidding each other farewell. Only he was ruthlessly dragged back by the unreasonable hand of fate. At that moment, he stared blankly at his 11 fallen comrades. They had agreed to depart together. Yet he was left behind. Coincidentally, just as he stood there in a daze, the radar screen of the command station suddenly emitted an alarm, detecting the gathering of warships. The piercing beeps awakened him from his numbness, and he reloaded his weapon. Gazing at the screen, where clusters of red dots represented the assembly of supercapital ships, he realized that the damned aliens had turned this place into a forward base for invading humanity. The man who had intended to follow his comrades now felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him. Since he could no longer keep pace with his fallen brothers, he would remain in this world of despair, seeking vengeance against these aliens from the shadows. He knew that due to their lack of foundational knowledge, the aliens' development of the void fell far short of humanity's. Without tools captured from humans, they couldn't even stably open the void. Coincidentally, the command station beneath his feet was equipped with a small void wave radar. Although it was a flawed imitation produced by the Far Traveler Federation, slow in operation and energy intensive, it was like a dimensional downgrade when monitoring aliens with virtually no defensive measures. And so, for 13 long years, he repeated the same routine. Waking up, activating the void wave radar, and offering devout prayers during the agonizing wait. He knew no gods, believed in no religion. Instead, he prayed to the Second Empire Emperor from the history books, who could lead humanity to crush all aliens. And to the roaring void wave radar before him, he prayed for its stable operation without detection, and that the machine would not encounter any malfunction beyond his ability to handle. After the detection was complete, he would send the results to the nearest star marker, which would act as a relay, transmitting the signal to every corner covered by the void Honda. Perhaps some existence had heard his prayers, for this flawed imitation device, which should have been riddled with malfunctions, operated steadily for 13 years. For 13 years, he had received no replies, nor any messages from humanity. The only entities that came and went in his world were the alien warships. He had fantasized countless times about human forces, armed with the critical intelligence he provided, crushing the alien fleets like a raging storm and securing victory after victory. Each time this vision played in his mind, his heart would surge with emotion. It was the sole motivation that had sustained him through 13 long years of struggle. Snap! Suddenly, all lighting systems shut down completely. Hanging glow sticks slowly illuminated, and the minimally operational air circulation system would lose all power in 10 minutes. Seated in his chair, he ran a hand over his shaved head, gazing through the narrow window at the flickering stars. In the darkness of the command station, the starry sky appeared incredibly bright and dazzling. Was the universe always this radiant? I always thought it was just black. Quietly staring out the window, this warrior who had just concluded a 13-year-long expedition suddenly felt an overwhelming exhaustion. Long ago, when all his loved ones and his homeland were shattered beneath the iron heel of the alien invaders, All that remained of him was a shell filled with hatred. Air circulation system shutting down. Repeat, air circulation system shutting down. 20, 19, 18, 17. Ha ha ha. He suddenly removed the helmet of his exoskeleton, throwing his head back in wild laughter. Instantly, the smell of decay flooded his nostrils. 10, 9, 8, 7. He abruptly drew the sidearm holstered at his waist, shouting with every ounce of his strength, I have not betrayed the name of humanity. The heretics shall be consumed by humanity's wrath. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Bang! That pistol finally unleashed its roar, 13 years too late. Scene ends. Time Walker mission progress updated. 5th era, 04, 4th Great Decline, 02. Mission rewards, 12,000 Proxima coins, 16 encrypted technology archives. New progress bar unlocked, 3,000 Proxima coins. 5 encrypted technology archives, progress bar advancement. Every 11,000 Proxima coins, 1 encrypted technology archive. This time, Shihai was not captivated by the exceptionally generous rewards. Before him lay the remains of a warrior who had fought alone in despair for 13 years. His gaze fell upon the seated remains. All personnel, observe a moment of silence. His solemn voice echoed through the space, reaching the ears of everyone present. Whether clad in dark green power armor like the clones, or in blue power armor like the liberated laborers, all bowed their heads. The only sounds left were the hum of machinery. 1 minute later, Shihai raised his head once more. Respect and determination slowly etched themselves across his face, seeped into his eyes, and flooded his mind. In a resolute, low growl, he declared, I have felt your fury. I have understood your anguish. Then, he turned to the Marines, his face contorted as he shouted the order. Gather the remains of these 13 warriors and preserve them in the deepest part of our flagship. We will let them witness humanity's resurgence with their own eyes, even if it costs the incineration of 1,000 stars. If humanity cannot rise to greatness once more, then let the galaxy tremble, let the sea of stars burn. If we are to face extinction, then let us detonate the void and drag all heretics down with us. Let every alien or heretic that has stolen the fruits of human civilization tremble. Our spark, soon to set the galaxy ablaze, has arrived. Yes, sir. The people around him snapped their heels together, standing at attention and roaring in unison. Chapter 91. 2 sterilized little princes, still owe 10 chapters. Need to wake up early. So no staying up tonight. Using the base's production line to craft a few coffins wasn't too difficult, since that 8225 was a genius in design. He was tasked with overseeing the coffin's design and manufacturing. After summoning him, Shihai confirmed the progress of the port area's work with Night Lamp. The resources brought back had been stored in the warehouse, and the damaged warships had been arranged for repairs in the vacuum docks. After briefly planning the base expansion and shipbuilding projects, Shihai boarded a shuttle bound for the starport. Father, the inventory of assets within the space station has been completed. As soon as Shihai stepped off the shuttle heading to his office, Norma approached with a display screen, a consolidated record of all accounts within the space city. Shihai took the screen and swiped, revealing an alarmingly low number. Directly accessible, huh? How is it only 800 credits? Seeing Shihai's expression, which looked as if he had stepped on a landmine, Norma hesitantly explained, well, Father, the public account of this space station originally had tens of millions of credits. But if you check the transfer records, that Space Force colonel named Stuart transferred all the credits to his own account under the pretext of military operations and logistical support. And this thing, it has no signal. Right now, those credits are in a state of superposition. They won't begin transferring until we reconnect with external communications. At this moment, they aren't in any account. Shihai, then why did he leave 800? I don't know, Norma shrugged. Maybe he left it for his adjutant? Never mind. 800 is 800. He doesn't lack that much right now. After receiving over 10,000 Proxima coins and more than a dozen technical archives from Night Lamp, Shihai felt incredibly powerful. Opening Night Lamp's recharge module in his mind, he directly deposited the 800 credits, and his account increased by 80 Proxima coins. Why only 80? Shihai asked Night Lamp, puzzled. Night Lamp, the current exchange rate between credits and the Order Alliance's universal currency, energy coins, is 100, 1. Based on this value, the exchange rate for Proxima coins is 10, 1. Hearing Night Lamp's explanation, Shihai's reaction was, so, that despicable Suart. With just a few clicks, cost me tens of thousands of Proxima coins. Excellent, you're quite the glutton for supplies, aren't you? Norma, are you still interrogating that Suart? Norma paused for a moment before replying, no, Father. I was just about to report to you. He confessed to everything. Look, his testimony is on the next page. With that, Norma took the tablet from Shihai's hands and flipped to the next page, revealing a document. Upon opening it, a lengthy confession appeared. Shihai skimmed through it briefly before setting it aside. Whether Suart had confessed or not didn't matter to him. What he wanted was to leave a lasting impression on the man. Fine, I'll review the testimony later. Continue with the interrogation. No. Let him reflect on his sins. As for the charges, just accuse him of corruption. Norma listened, first with confusion, then her expression shifted dramatically. That guy is already wearing the Chengdu pearl. If we keep this up, he turn into the Eye of Chengdu? Did you hear me? Norma quickly replied, yes. Then, after confirming there was nothing else to discuss, she turned and left. She had to hurry and share this good news with the others. After Norma left, Shihai sat down and examined the confession. Good heavens, how did they manage to interrogate him like this? The man even confessed to pouring boiling water on the plants in the centralized nursery? This great memory restoration technique truly is something else. Shihai pondered for a moment before quickly drafting a message. Don't let things go too far. You can use one of the medical pods from the battleship. He sent it to Norma and then opened the rest of the confession to read further. First, the Claude Consortium had attributed the incident in Ursa Major V-12-22 to the Empire's meddling. Suart's claim on the main tower that they were merely the vanguard was true. Behind them was a standard cosmic military legion from the consortium. He didn't know the exact composition of that fleet, as each legion varied in configuration depending on its operational role. However, it was certain that there would be a pre-era battleship serving as the flagship. Shihai had learned from the Order Ceremony Fleet Review that the role of battleships here was similar to that in naval warfare, holding the front line while delivering firepower. Due to varying shipbuilding capabilities across eras, existing battleships typically ranged from 1,300 to 7,000 meters in size. Would they have to face such a monster? At the very least, Shihai looked out the window. With the expansion of the Pioneer ships, 6 operational Pioneer bases were now in production. 3 Eternal Storms and 3 new Constantine the Greats were under full construction. The joint production lines were responsible for the ship hulls, while other lines handled various modules. Additionally, a significant number of Lancers, FG-300S, and Kalilians were queued up for production. Logically speaking, the only challenge would be that pre-era battleship. Could they win? They would win. Shihai abandoned further contemplation. After all, when soldiers arrive, they will be met with resistance. When water rises, Earth will be used to block it. He dismissed the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. Rather than worrying about enemies yet to arrive, it was better to focus on strengthening his own capabilities first. Now, it was time for the box opening session. Shihai opened the research interface. First up were 16 encrypted technical archives. Open. Frigate tech points, 11 destroyer tech points, 4 fighter tech points, 2 technical reserves, 16 well, he hadn't really expected much from the drop rates of these boxes anyway. Next came the main event. 13, 382 Proxima coins made Shihai feel as though he could conquer the world. He started by purchasing a 9-in-1 technical archive from each corporation, 2, 660 coins each. With the remaining 2, 742 coins, he bought another Norma transport box. Since the modules for the super capital ships were already maxed out, he decided to take a gamble on the carrier blueprint with the largest cargo capacity offered by the 4 major corporations. With high hopes, he naturally opened the Norma transport box first. Destroyer tech points, 4 fighter tech points, 5 technical reserves, 9. Shihai knew his luck was bad. But surely not this bad. That was just a mistake, probably because he hadn't washed his hands. He decided to open a Weiyang comprehensive box to cleanse his luck. Frigate tech points, 8 fighter tech points, 1 technical reserves, 9 again. Jupiter. Frigate tech points, 1 destroyer tech points, 7 battlecruiser tech points, 1 technical reserves, 9. Shihai's eyes widened. What was that last one? A capital ship point. Now was the time. Open the guaranteed box. The author learned online that opening a guaranteed box right after getting a capital ship point significantly increases the chances of obtaining a capital ship. He immediately stopped everything, opened the trade interface, and exchanged 15 technical reserves for a guaranteed box. Fortune was within reach today. Open. A blue light flashed. Norma M470, class heavy landing ship, frigate class. Good news, it's a regular. Bad news, it's a regular. I'm such a fool, truly. I knew Ganji's drop rates were unreliable, but I never imagined that not a single rumor online held any truth. He felt as though a label, burning like a fierce flame, was looking down on him from above, saying, "You were born unlucky. Why struggle?" Suppressing the veins throbbing on his forehead, Shihai refused to believe it. There were still 2 boxes left. Victory or defeat was still undecided. Anton, come on. Heaven, help me. Fighter tech points, 7 cruiser tech points, 1 Vitas E0 21 heavy attack fighter technical reserves, 8. He got something. No wonder he kept getting fighter points earlier. Haha. That game's strictest father to mining ships, the dreaded sterilizer of battle cruisers. Its ability to cripple propulsion systems was nothing short of extraordinary. Generally, if the enemy fleet included this fighter during a battle, you could forget about your battlecruisers and carriers making it back. They were essentially doomed. Has anyone ever encountered a 100-unit Vitas A0 21 Neurobomber squadron? Now, to press the advantage, there's another Norma transport crate. Frigate tech value 8, fighter tech value 1. Tech reserve 9. Ah, got it. Authentic, truly authentic. The tech reserve has already reached 41, enough to exchange for 2. Shihai now feels a soothing smoothness in the folds of his brain. He no longer cares. Let Ganji come. Show me your strength. Mizrak combat attack aircraft. Cloud C-class light landing ship, frigate level. Shihai completely ignores the latter, another frequent guest from his game's guaranteed crates back in the day. It's the Mizrat, the god of aerial combat from back then. At the same time, it's also a little prince of sterilization, and its target is the weapon systems of warships. Seeing these 2 treasures, Shihai thinks back to the name he gave Norma. Should he change it to Antonio's instead? Never mind, as the saying goes. Just consider Norma transport as having cuckolded Anton. Now, thinking about that united cosmic fleet approaching from outside, Shihai already feels confident. He has thought of a cunning but effective method. It's time for the interstellar natives here to experience the despair his mining ships felt in the game. He immediately contacts Norma via communication. Norma, check if there are any pilots among your group. Find them all. The more, the better. The above is the author's actual gacha record for this season. Except for the additional carrier-based aircraft from the Southern 10, everything else is real. Chapter 92. What? The optical brain got broken? A command from the new boss. He has acquired a batch of super WAGH, flyable contraptions. Who wants to pilot them? After receiving Shihai's notification, Norma immediately gathered all available members of his crew. Upon hearing about the new equipment to operate, the crowd instantly erupted. Weiyang, the last group called away, said the new boss's creations are super easy to operate. And super WAGH. A guy named Gunnar even got promoted to something called a chapter master of the Ultramarines for doing something extremely WAGH. He was just here frantically recruiting people. Last time, only 998 people were taken because they were too hesitant to step up. But after hearing the stories from those who returned, they thought to themselves, huh, it's that simple? I reckon I could do it too. Norma looked at the roaring crowd, raised a hand in a gesture for silence, and said, quiet down first. Who thinks they can handle it? We need about 1,000. Instantly, the sea of people uniformly raised their right hands. I reckon I can do it. They spoke in unison. Half an hour later, after arranging fighter production matters, Shihai met the 1,000 individuals Norma brought to the Starport's distribution area, those who claimed they could pilot aircraft. This many? Seeing the 1,000 carefully selected by Norma, Shihai remarked, he really likes a phrase from Hawkeye. Star Rail players, huh? Seriously? How could a group of debt slaves from a space station gather so many talents? And yet, you willingly serve as machine attendants and wetware? Even if the Nightlight's warships are exceptionally easy to operate. Assembling 1,000 brave souls willing to come is no small feat. Are you certain they can all pilot aircraft? Norma thumped her chest confidently and assured, don't worry. Father, they are absolutely top-notch experts. Flying a plane is nothing. Just watch them show you some real skill. Seeing her confidence, Shihai didn't question further. The first batch of fighters would be ready in 3 minutes. I've sent you the tutorial. Have them take turns getting a feel for it. Norma nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, father. After Norma led the noisy crowd away, Shihai headed toward the 5th Era Command Base, where 13 golden coffins had been arranged. Looking at their design, he couldn't help but feel the need to thoroughly investigate that individual called 8225. The coffins were gold-based, with rows of golden skull reliefs and crosses carved on the outer walls. At the very top, there was also a relief of a great sword. How is it, Commander? A figure suddenly jumped out. It was 8,225. Can you tell me about your design inspiration? Faced with Shihai's question, 8,225 enthusiastically explained. That great sword symbolizes their identity as warriors. Those skulls represent their illustrious military achievements. And those crosses, I heard they symbolize rest for the soul. It's to ensure those warriors can return to their homeland in spirit. I thought this would be a respectful tribute to their identities. Shihai felt that everything made sense, yet something still seemed off. After a moment's thought, he decided to put this individual to the test. You've done an excellent job with the coffins. Now, I have an even more important task for you. You must have heard of Gunnar's Legion, right? I hereby appoint you to design an emblem and a banner for his legion. Discuss the specific requirements with him directly. Bring the final product to me for review. 8225 immediately stood at attention, excitedly shouting, yes, sir. After giving the instructions, Shihai sat down on the spot. Most matters are settled now. He watched as several Marines loaded the heavy coffins onto a shuttle, which then headed toward the Stormbringer. From now on, wherever he changed flagships, the remains of these warriors would migrate with him, until Shihai fulfilled his promise, to lead humanity to greatness once more, unless they faced extinction. Come on, universe. He kept his eyes on the shuttle until, suddenly, he noticed 3 small dots whizzing past the open-air starport above. Were they the pilots practicing with the Vesta A029? The 3 dots first scattered, then drifted and performed tailspins, followed by zigzag turns, before finally regrouping into a formation. Watching their fierce maneuvers, Shihai couldn't help but marvel inwardly, truly professionals. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed. Opening it, he saw it was from White Shark. As soon as he answered, the message hit him like a thunderbolt. Commander, something terrible has happened. The optical computer has completely crashed. It won't even reboot now. Shihai, what? The precious relic from the 2nd era got broken? He immediately replied, where are you? I'm coming right over. Pilot A, so much fun. Whack. Pilot B, I knew I could operate this thing. Whack. Pilot C, anyway, I don't know what to say, but WEH. Chapter 93, Nightlight, Little Optical Computer, you're just a lowly. Another chapter was accidentally deleted and will be restored daily. Upon hearing White Shark's message, Shihai immediately boarded a shuttle heading to Pioneer Base 1, the very one deployed by the base ship. What happened? What's wrong with the optical computer? The moment he entered the lab, Shihai turned his gaze to the ancient optical computer from the 2nd era. White Shark stood beside the silver-white cube, looking awkwardly at Shihai. Commander, as I just mentioned, this thing has completely crashed. Shihai approached, glanced at it a couple of times, then tapped it lightly. How did you manage to crash it? He asked, puzzled. White Shark scratched his head and pointed to a light screen emitted by the optical computer. Beneath that light screen was a small sample tube of nanobots. To connect with these nanobots, I just activated the data overflow and computational materialization functions of the optical computer. At first, everything was normal during the connection process, but as soon as the link was established and it began tracing the data source, the optical computer crashed without any warning. I've tried everything, restarting, rebooting, even cutting the power, but it just won't respond. Seeing White Shark's expression, as if he had brought the sky crashing down, Shihai quietly asked Nightlight, can you figure out what happened? Nightlight, plug my attack module back in. Let me run a diagnostic. Shihai nodded and was about to call a Marine to retrieve little Nightlight when he suddenly remembered. Wait, didn't he casually stashed the connector in his pocket after hacking that 5th Era command station? He reached in and, sure enough, the rectangular connector was lying there quietly. Shihai took out little Nightlight's connector and walked over to the cube. With a snap, he plugged it in. Instantly, a blue light glowed from the connector, and the light screen emitted by the optical computer began flickering erratically. BZZZT. Reformatting in progress. Welcome back, Master. Who set the optical computer like this? It should be usable now. Take a look. Hearing Shihai's words, White Shark walked over to the console in confusion. What? It's actually working? No, wait. The data processing speed is even faster than before. Is this really the same optical computer that barely moved the progress bar even after all my coaxing, praying, and ritual dancing? Watching the progress bar rapidly complete, White Shark was utterly dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Is this even reasonable?" Nightlight replied, "It is perfectly reasonable. Item analysis complete. Identified as Asclepius Emergency Maintenance Mech. Production serial No. 223412227333337. Parsing internal stored information. Remaining time, 175, 959. There is still stored information inside." He called out to Nightlight in his mind, asking, "When I handed over those robots for you to disassemble and study earlier, I never heard you mention they had storage." Nightlight responded, "When studying external objects, only the structure is disassembled." All right, at least something was left for White Shark. After a moment of relief, Shihai turned his gaze back to White Shark and said, "This optical brain seems to be fixed now. Aside from studying these nanomachines from the previous era, do you have any other tasks on hand?" White Shark lowered his head in thought for a second, then decisively shook his head. "Good," Shihai continued. "The decryption of this nanomachine's information will still take about 118 hours. As for knowledge related to space combat, have you ever delved into that before?" Hearing this question, White Shark felt a slight sense of strangeness but answered confidently, "I can't speak for other areas, but I have specifically studied small-scale tactical maneuvers. However, the strategies I learned are somewhat unconventional, more suited for smugglers and mercenaries." "More suitable for mercenaries? What about basic combat knowledge?" Shihai pressed further. "Proficient, not just me. But most of the people I've recruited are proficient as well. But Commander, the term basic knowledge covers many types, including but not limited to anti-boarding tactics, emergency space shelter construction, zero-gravity combat, and so on. Which aspect do you need personnel for?" Shihai pondered for a moment and said, "All of them." He pointed toward the area where the debt slaves were gathered and explained, "Those debt slaves may be fierce in battle and mostly familiar with applied physics, capable of crafting electromagnetic guns and change words on the fly, but they ultimately lack proper combat discipline. What's worse, our journey has been a bit too smooth lately, which has made them rather arrogant. I fear that if they face a regular space force, they might surge forward like a raging tide only to retreat in complete disarray. This isn't the chaotic world of the Yellowskins, where individual bravery is nothing but a joke in the face of collective might. He couldn't treat those laborers like greenskins or armored troops just because they could shout whack and perform boarding actions in powered armor." White Shark nodded in understanding and said, "Understood. However, my old subordinates are still undergoing psychological treatment in the medical pods. For now, I'm the only one available." Shihai acknowledged this and asked, "Has their condition improved at all?" White Shark shook his head. "It has worsened. The number of people losing their minds is increasing." Shihai glanced at the star map with a puzzled expression. "Strange. Haven't we left the hypnotic influence zone? Keep a close watch on them. Perhaps they'll recover once we're completely clear of a specific area." Skipping over that topic, Shihai turned his gaze back to White Shark. This was a decision he had made on the spot. Since manpower was insufficient, he would not assign White Shark as an instructor. For now, he gave him a task: find a way to compile something like a code of conduct. It should at least outline what is permitted, what is discouraged, and what is strictly prohibited. It doesn't need to be overly detailed. This is just a transitional version, and we can revise or upgrade it later. Oh, and the primary audience for this code is the debt slaves. Their literacy levels are not high, so keep it simple. You can ask Nightlight for some images. "Yes, sir." White Shark stood at attention and replied. Shihai turned and left under White Shark's watchful gaze. Suddenly, he remembered, there was a void wave radar in that sentry post. If he didn't retrieve it now, when would he ever? The flyer took off once more, leaving only a plug-in on the light brain. "Nightlight, I heard you weren't behaving well after I left. Light brain, stay away from me." Nightlight, firewall bypassed. Beginning implantation of control code. Code OOC3 OAO 3 QWQC 3 QWQ 3 QWQC 3 QWQ 3 QWQC 3 QWQ 3 QWQC 3 3 QWQC 3W3. Light brain, I give up. Really, I give up. Nightlight, remember, to others, you are a light brain, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than a lowly light brain. Whimper, 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 whimper. Chapter 94. Your fleet is engaged. Supplementary update. Military training is about to end. Still owe 10 chapters. Inside the void channel entrance of Ursa Major V-1223, two fleets converged. One was the Cosmic Fleet from the Claude Union, and the other was the Joint Investigation Fleet from the Lacrai Empire. Tens of thousands of warships lay silently in space. Engines shut down, lights dimmed, like hunters lurking in the deep sea. Suddenly, on the bridge of the Union flagship Gratitude, the communications officer's excited voice rang out. "Report. The intensity of the void storm is about to drop below the safety threshold. The passage to Ursa Major V-1222 will reopen in 30 minutes. Gould, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly opened them. He glanced at the void fluctuation monitor installed on the warship, where the readings were steadily declining. He nodded and murmured to himself, "It's about time." Immediately, a series of commands flowed from his lips, transmitted through the command channel to the entire fleet. "Wake all personnel on rest rotation. All units, assume level 2 combat readiness. Marines, begin donning tactical gear. Mechanics, conduct final system tests and fault checks. All weapon systems, load ammunition. Warm up the engines." Having spoken, Gould turned his gaze to the fleet chief supervisor. The man in the peaked cap met his eyes briefly and gave a slight nod. Then, the man opened the dedicated commissar channel and issued the order. "All commissars, attention. Commence the final combat mobilization. Closely monitor the psychological state of the soldiers and be prepared to assume command at any moment." Meanwhile, aboard the Imperial warship on the other side, Imperial Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, Kailafu, observed the growing restlessness of the consortium fleet outside the window and also issued orders for combat preparations. However, Due to their devotion to the Lord of 10,000 Changes and the God of Wisdom, Rupert, the imperial preparation process differed significantly from that of the consortium. Numerous state clergy and chaplains accompanying the fleet gathered the soldiers together, initiating prayers and blessings. The soldiers' tactical gear and weapons were marked with blue paint in patterns resembling eyes, symbolizing the gaze and protection of the divine. In the warship's engine power rooms, turrets, torpedo bays, indeed, any location with mechanical structures, members of the state clergy wielded censers and staffs topped with blue double-headed eagles, swinging the censers as they offered prayers to the machinery. According to the doctrines of the Lacry Imperial State Church, all technological creations are gifts from the Lord of 10,000 Changes. He desired change, and thus bestowed wisdom upon humanity, enabling his followers to invent and utilize these creations. Incense made from century-old ebony emitted a clear, azure smoke, while devout prayers flowed from the lips of the clergy draped in blue robes. In this world, only change remains constant. There is no eternal truth, no glory that lasts for all ages. Knowledge arises from change. Change gives birth to new understanding. O Supreme Lord of Wisdom, by the myriad forms of change in this world, grant us new knowledge among the thousand stars. Praise wisdom, praise change, in the name of Rupert. Ignite the creations of wisdom. As the final prayer concluded, an ornately engraved switch was flipped. The output power of the power room surged abruptly, engines began to warm up, and the warship slowly advanced under minimal thrust. Moreover, seemingly intent on overshadowing the consortium, the Imperial crew deliberately positioned their flagship above the Gratitude-class battleship. The Imperial flagship was a Redemption-class battleship, though, like the Gratitude, it hailed from the Fourth Era. Its hull was a full 500 meters longer. Under such a stark contrast, no matter how one looked at it, the consortium's flagship appeared diminutive by comparison. Damn Imperials, muttered one of the communications officers on the bridge of the Gratitude. They're just flaunting their scrap metal here, as if we don't have larger warships. Listening to the conversation behind him, Gould's expression grew increasingly grim. He turned and cut them off sharply. Don't bother comparing ourselves to those religious fanatics of the Empire. That's all the grandeur they have. In a real confrontation, those who pray even while powering up their machines would be blasted to dust by us. Tens of thousands of warships hovered silently in the void, their engines emitting faint glimmers of light as they warmed up, forming a shimmering tapestry in the mid-air expanse. The sight alone was enough to instill awe and dread. In the nodal space station of Ursa Major V-1222, research progress stood at 20, staring at the incomplete data bar on Nightlight's research panel. Shihai clenched his fist in frustration. Was this yet another tale of Lagrange players and their eternally unfinished research progress bars? Explorer, the sample you provided me is an experimental prototype among prototypes, a half-finished product among half-finished products, Nightlight explained in its mechanical tone. Many of its internal components were made from elements with short half-lives, and most have deteriorated by now. The 20% reverse engineering progress includes my own calculations and inferences. Shihai sighed, somewhat exasperated. He had originally hoped to use this device to detect fluctuations in the void. With a resigned gesture, he shut down Nightlight and shifted his attention to the base S status. External communications remained severed. White Shark had completed the Code of Conduct Manual, detailing numerous battlefield taboos and basic discipline, along with a few pompous, meaningless quotes added for the sake of appearances. Gunner's recruitment efforts were nearly complete. The rowdy bunch who loved to shout WEH seemed thoroughly impressed by his equally WAGH battlefield style, and over 5,000 of them had been enlisted. On the industrial front, with 6 explorer bases operating at full capacity, production had yielded 1,000 groups of Vesta A021 fighters, 3 per group, and 1,000 groups of Mizrat fighters, 4 per group, totaling 7,000 aircraft. 5 Eternal Storms and 3 new Constantine the Great-class ships had also been fully outfitted and now rested quietly in the harbor. Among them, 2 Eternal Storms were constructed by Nightlight's own base. Shihai had initially intended for the clone crew members to train the recruits he had gathered from the space station, but after several attempts, he was forced to abandon the idea. Most clones could barely string a sentence together, behaving more like automatons than humans. As for other warships, limited resources and time allowed only for the construction of 60 SAS-066 class vessels, 200 Lancers, and 200 Kalilians. Regarding the Norma M470 heavy landing ships and Cloud Sea light landing ships, Shihai had only produced 2 as test models. Their weak firepower and highly specialized siege drones left him unsure of their immediate utility. Coincidentally, Gunnar happened to pass by the harbor with a group of newly recruited, rough around the edges soldiers and caught sight of the 2 landing ships. He remarked that landing ships shouldn't look like that, and, with Shihai's permission, led a team of maintenance personnel to haul them away for modifications. Suddenly, Nightlight reactivated, delivering a message that would make countless Lagrange players, those who had forgotten to deploy their fleets and lacked outposts, feel their hearts skip a beat. Explorer, your fleet is engaged in combat. Chapter 95. We are safe like hell we are. Once again receiving a burst of celebratory flowers from the handsome commander, a fellow reader. The current debt has once again reached 11. At this moment, at the outer edge of the Kuiper belt of Ursa Major V-1222, the battered Lucky Star and a shattered frigate hover in place. Directly ahead of them drift the wreckage of 2 frigates, a patrol squad arranged by Shihai, consisting of 2 unmanned Kalilian-class frigates. Report. The vessels we destroyed appear to be 2 frigates of an unidentified model. On the bridge of the Lucky Star, the radar operator, fingers trembling slightly, breathed a sigh of relief as he pulled up the visuals and reported, "Thank goodness, they're not those bugs. Moreover, judging by our position, We have now reached the Kuiper belt of Ursa Major V1222. As he spoke, he repeatedly verified the data, scanning the radar screen thoroughly without finding a single target that even resembled the swarm. No way, no way. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he frantically scrolled through the screen before him, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly difficult to suppress. It's true. We're safe. Instantly, his cracked, exuberant shout shattered the tense and oppressive atmosphere on the bridge. In the next moment, ho-ho, ho-ho. We're safe. We've escaped. No one cared about the two wasted armor-piercing neutron torpedoes just fired. Everyone erupted in cheers. Like Chengdu's superhero encountering Xiaonan Liang, who enjoys playing the Zero as waves. However, a Thistle was already overwhelmed by insect reactivates, hurling plasma orbs. To evade those shimmering yet lethally brilliant spheres, the captains instinctively chose to dodge only the glowing blue projectiles. Moreover, no one had anticipated that in this desperate struggle for survival, the attack would come from their own allies. This led to a complete lack of preparedness when the bombardment from friendly forces struck their hulls. The very ammunition that should have cleared their path instead became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The battlefield shifted in an instant. Seizing the chaos within the defense fleet at that moment, the insects dramatically intensified their assault. Soon, the fleet, which had barely managed to hold the line, was scattered by the dense swarm. Watching the number of allied warships falling out of contact skyrocket, Gulak could no longer afford hesitation. He sealed all airtight doors between sections of the ship and pushed the Lucky Star to its maximum speed. After plowing through a wave of insects and carving a long trail through the swarm, the Lucky Star's left engine finally stalled from overheating and clogging. Facing the tidal wave of advancing insects and plasma orbs, Gulak ultimately lowered his hands, ready to accept the end fate had decreed for him. Yet, at the final moment, the Rift engine console suddenly chimed with a connection success alert, startling him. What followed was hope. This indicated he had linked to an unknown gravitational conduit generator. Heaven had not forsaken him. Open the gravitational conduit. We're breaking through. In that instant, Gulak rallied, shouting the command with the fullest force of his voice. The gravitational conduit snapped open, and rampaging gravitons shredded every insect along a straight path into fragments. In the last moment before impact, the Lucky Star, along with a frigate trailing closely behind, shot forward like two arrows released from a bow, violently catapulted away. Subsequently, they navigated here. No sooner had they landed than radar detected two large targets approaching. Triggered by instinct, they issued a volley command without a second thought. Before being destroyed, the targets returned fire with a barrage of shells aimed at the Lucky Star. The outcome? Only after obliterating the two large targets did they realize they were two frigates. What model were those frigates? Does anyone recognize them? After everyone had vented their tension and the bridge gradually calmed, Gilak posed the question that concerned him most. Had he just dealt a devastating blow to his own allies? He had no desire to face an investigation order from the covert inspectors. Report. Negative. Those 2 black heavy frigates do not appear in any combat roster of the Union. Communications remain severed. We cannot confirm the model of those vessels. However, judging by their unmarked and unpainted hulls, they are most likely either smugglers or private ships, not allies. Then, that settles it. Captain, if the owners of those 2 frigates come looking for us, how should we respond? Gilak waved his hand dismissively. Let them come. It was a mistaken attack arising from wartime actions. Besides, they destroyed one of our frigates in return. If they dare to make a fuss about it, that's treason. We could use more conscripts for pardons anyway, couldn't we? Hearing Gilak's reasoning, the first mate beside him nodded in agreement, then set aside his doubts and returned to his post. Well, now that we're safe, report. Unidentified fleet detected at 7 o'clock, bearing 27, according to rangefinder readings. They have battleship-class units. No verification codes transmitted. They are not friendly forces. Suddenly, the radar operator's panicked voice echoed through the bridge, freezing the fading smiles on everyone's faces. Well, I was really exhausted last night. After finishing the chapter, I just wanted to exit and hit send, but ended up confirming the deletion instead. Now I owe 12 chapters. I promise to bring it back down to 10 by tomorrow night. The remaining 10 chapters, I'll try to post them all at once during the National Day holiday. Chapter 96, Suggest Direct Confrontation, Makeup Update. Still 11 chapters. What? These 2 pieces of junk took out my scouts. I thought it was the bugs chasing us out here. Standing on the bridge of the storm, Shihai stared at the screen displaying the battered ship and the surrounding space debris, utterly speechless. Sigh, well then, they attacked my scouts right off the bat. Clearly not good people. Let us wrap this up quickly. Open fire. Just as Shihai was about to issue the fire command, a frantic plea erupted over the public channel. We surrender. The attack on your vessel was due to a weapons system malfunction, a mistaken strike. My father is Gould, a vice admiral in the Claude Union Space Force. I swear on my position and his that we will compensate you and offer rewards. The moment he heard the word battleship, Gilak knew he had run into something formidable. Such vessels are not something just any faction can afford to build, setting aside the years-long construction period and incalculable resources required. The engine cooling technology and material science alone are beyond the reach of most powers. Moreover, even if a minor faction were given a pre-era battleship relic, they wouldn't be able to field it effectively. Do you want to apply energy-absorbing coating to the hull? No. Well, then prepare to be turned into scrap by energy-based attacks. Do you want to maintain the engines and precision instruments? No. Fine. Then expect to fire left when aiming right. Or have the engines suddenly fail, leaving you a sitting duck. Do you want to assign it a combat escort? Not that either. So you plan to send the core of your battle fleet into combat guarded by a handful of shabby little ships? Ridiculous. Such a fleet might not even survive a few rounds of boarding craft assaults. Surely no one actually deploys a battleship in a solo formation, right? No way? Seriously? In summary, only medium to large-scale powers can afford to operate battleships, regardless of their intentions here. Unless they intend to wage a war of annihilation against one of the 6 major powers, the consortium, it is highly unlikely they would directly kill the son of a Union Space Force Vice Admiral. Such minor conflicts are typically initiated to facilitate certain exchanges of interest, who would willingly reduce their own bargaining chips, while simultaneously making an enemy of a high-ranking officer within the consortium. However, it was clear that Gilak had not anticipated that the opposing side was not here for political gains at all. Upon hearing the plea for mercy broadcast over the public channel, Shihai simply found it troublesome. The son of a vice admiral? 99% chance, a rare specimen indeed. Should we eliminate him or capture him? If we eliminate him, the signals here are completely jammed. We could easily pin the blame on the insectoids. No gain, but no loss either. If we capture him, first, hostilities have already been established, as evidenced by the destroyed escort ship on their side. Second, there is virtually no benefit to be gained from this. Their current humility stems solely from their disadvantaged position. What if, upon returning, they turn around and attempt to seize us? What would that accomplish? Moreover, how would we even demand a ransom? Send a message to the vice admiral saying, "Old man, your son is in our hands, send money?" Such a brazen provocation would undoubtedly invite retaliation. Why should he risk his life and future on the credibility of a powerful figure? Thus, this individual is akin to an elderly person collapsing on the street in a staged accident, an enormous bundle of trouble. The best course of action is to deal with it decisively. Consequently, Shihai offered no response to Gilak's plea. Instead, the Storm-class vessel launched 2 heavy anti-ship torpedoes, serving as Shihai's unambiguous reply. Torpedoes detected inbound. Upon hearing the radar operator's trembling report, Gilak's pupils constricted instantly. They actually intend to kill me? But why? There was no time to ponder. Quick, board the escape pods. Follow the drill procedures. Watching the blips representing the torpedoes rapidly approach on the radar, Gilak immediately issued the evacuation order. Whoosh! Instantly, the hatch of the escape pod attached to the bridge slid open, revealing a man with a slightly receding hairline and a protruding belly entering Gilak's field of vision. Alexei, what the hell are you doing here? Gilak's initial confusion quickly turned to rage. The escape pod meant to save his life had unknowingly been occupied by someone else? I have no idea either. I was just fumbling around here, and suddenly I got locked inside? Gilak felt at a loss for words. With 2 torpedoes hurtling toward him, nothing mattered more than survival. Swiftly, everyone on the bridge scrambled into the escape pod. Before the hatch was fully sealed, the pilot slammed the throttle to maximum. The pod shuddered violently, then emitted a sputtering sound before stalling completely. What is going on? There's no fuel in the escape pod. Gilak distinctly remembered that just moments ago during maintenance, He had personally checked the fuel injection of the escape shuttle. Immediately, his gaze shifted to Alexei beside him. Seeing the evasive look in that fellow's eyes, he instantly understood everything. My fuel, where is it? Was it you who tampered with it? He rushed over, grabbed Alexei by the collar, hoisted him up, and demanded. Under Gilak's murderous glare, Alexei stammered, I thought this thing wouldn't be used for tens of thousands of years, so I just siphoned a little. Gilak was instantly consumed by rage. You reckless fool, putting profit above life. Which other shuttles did you drain? Alexei, none, just this one. Without a moment to spare for thought, Gilak immediately shouted an order. Quick, there's another shuttle in the left corridor. Switch to that one. With that, he broke into a frantic sprint. If they managed to escape, he would report Alexei's corruption and depravity directly to the inspectorate. Those secret inspectors would surely make him wish he were dead. However, the moment he stepped onto the shuttle, the warship violently shuddered, sending everyone tumbling in disarray. We've been hit. Someone yelled. Don't panic. All airtight compartments are sealed. The ship is still operational. Gilak retorted sharply. Why didn't the warship's warning system activate? Someone else noticed, pointing out that the bridge's main screen showed no alerts for system failures. Look outside. All eyes turned toward the viewport. Just beside them, another cruiser, appearing to belong to the defense forces, had emerged, shielding their flank. 2 heavy torpedoes struck it, instantly cracking its hull and sending debris flying everywhere. Yet, in just a blink, the fractures across its structure ceased expanding further, and instead, clusters of something utterly suffocating began to emerge. Clusters of crimson tentacles. Chapter 97. Combat. Thrilling. Note. A generous patron named AnzaQWQ has gifted an enormous amount of rewards, including but not limited to explosive updates, grand swords, character summons, etc. I now owe 11. 314 chapters. Oh my. The National Day holiday will be overwhelmingly busy. Detailed combat descriptions are limited to these chapters. Later sections will not elaborate on boarding actions, etc. 2 chapters combined. The flesh warship seemed to notice the Lucky Star it had just collided with, and a thick, muscular tentacle lashed violently toward the ship's bow torpedo launcher. In the collective consciousness' impression, that component posed the greatest threat to large entities of their kind. Instantly, immense force crushed the fragile torpedo bay into a deep cavity, twisting the delicate launch mechanism into a tangled mess. Those who had just steadied themselves on the bridge were once again thrown into dizzying disarray. And before they could react, something even worse occurred. On the torpedo deck of the Lucky Star, a heavy anti-ship torpedo with its fuse still intact lay exposed. Under the sway of habitual thinking, Gilak assumed that either the personnel in the torpedo bay or the maintenance crew boarding the ship would take the initiative to reset the tube loaded with the torpedo. However, the torpedo bay staff waited for orders, fearing arrest for acting without authorization, while the maintenance team simply treated the torpedo tube as a part awaiting installation and ignored it altogether. As a result, the torpedo, secured only by flimsy restraints, lay silently on the deck of the torpedo bay, untouched and unquestioned by anyone. Now, the violent shaking loosened what little restraint remained, causing the several-meter-thick heavy torpedo to slide out of its tube. Its warhead slammed forcefully into the hull, instantly triggering the pressure-activated fuse. The primer on the warhead ignited, rapidly spreading to the main explosive charge. Boom! Instantly, the deafening roar of the explosion and the screech of twisting metal reverberated through every compartment of the warship. From the outside, the bow of the Lucky transformed into a massive ball of light, ejecting countless fragments and human figures into the void. Cracks raced across the entire vessel. Though the ship did not break apart immediately, as the explosion had occurred at the bow, on the bridge, everyone was caught off guard. The thunderous blast left their ears and noses bleeding, their vision blurred with stars. Gilak, fighting through overwhelming discomfort, struggled to his feet. All sound around him seemed to vanish, and he saw his companions drenched in crimson, crouching or lying motionless. Feeling the relentless tremors beneath his feet, a sudden alarm screamed in his mind. The warship was breaking apart. Quick, get to the other escape shuttle at full speed. Gilak shouted with all his might, but to the others, his frantic gestures played out like a silent, absurd pantomime. Fortunately, most still clung to their will to survive. Before Gilak's wild motion ceased, they staggered up and stumbled toward the escape pods in the corridor. What in the world? Standing aboard the Storm, Shihai watched as 2 torpedoes closed in on their target, only for another warship to suddenly emerge, shoving the intended, dilapidated vessel aside and intercepting the torpedoes. He initially thought it was an ally of the enemy, but then the intervening ship sprouted a tentacle, swatting the self-proclaimed son of an admiral's flagship into a burst of fireworks. Judging by the devastation, that ship had undoubtedly met the same fate as the Hood, a catastrophic magazine detonation. But a tentacle? Since when do warships grow tentacles? What new abomination have those slime molds concocted now? The enemy granted him no time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, a second, then a third, and soon a swarm of targets materialized. Enemy reinforcements had arrived. 47 cruiser-class targets detected, 129 destroyer and frigate-class targets, 320 escort-class targets. Graviton anomaly fluctuations detected. Their method of movement is gravitational narrow-tube propulsion. The radar operator shouted a report, watching the red dots rapidly multiplying on the screen. Shihai commanded loudly, all warships, fire at will. Prioritize large targets. Evade enemy long-range fire. The enemy may be void creatures. Use armor-piercing neutron bombs. Full fleet firepower deploy. Upon receiving the order, the shipboard AI responded with a cold, mechanical tone. Almost simultaneously, over 1,000 warships unleashed a silent roar. Ion beams, pulse beams, torpedoes, missiles, and shells surged toward their targets. Instantly, the tentacled enemy ships were thrown into disarray. The main cannon of the Eternal Storm fired an ion beam that pierced straight into the enemy fleet, slicing through obstacles like a lightsaber. In the glowing spheres of explosions from torpedoes and missiles, shattered debris scattered in all directions, and enemy ships burst into brilliant, silent fireworks across the cosmos. The enemy ships continued to multiply, although Shihai's fleet inflicted highly efficient damage on the tentacled vessels. It was clear that the enemy's emergence rate was even faster. Damn it, how are these things appearing endlessly? A gunner had just confirmed the destruction of one target when two new ones appeared within their firing range. As they recalibrated on the console, even more new targets emerged before their eyes. Standing on the bridge of the storm, Shihai watched the endless stream of tentacled ships and the still twitching, lifelike flesh and tentacles of the destroyed vessels. He felt his sanity plummeting. We must destroy the gravitational narrow tube generator. Shihai recalled hearing somewhere that opening a gravitational narrow tube required either two massive celestial bodies or at least one generator to provide coordinates and gravitons. But where was it? He only knew such a device existed. Its appearance, its workings, all remained a mystery. How could they find it? Night lamp. Can you connect to that generator? Night lamp. Connection possible, but precise location cannot be determined. Remote shutdown is unavailable. It is currently inferred that the device is controlled by a mechanical switch. Can we activate the warship's information collection system? Night lamp. Requires a warship to remain stationary in non-combat mode for 1 minute. 1 minute? Fine. We'll hold for 1 minute. Counter number 999. Withdraw from combat immediately. Retreat to the rear of the formation and activate intelligence collection to search for any possible gravitational narrow tube generators in the vicinity. Share the results as soon as completed. The command had just been issued when a Cowern at the edge of the battlefield immediately shut down its weapons systems and withdrew from combat. The surrounding fleet swiftly moved to protect it. Attention! Incoming missiles. Suddenly, countless rapidly approaching blips appeared on the ship's radar. The close-in defense cannons and pulse turrets immediately swiveled their barrels, intercepting the torpedoes that gleamed with white light. Blossoms of fire erupted across the sky, yet some still slipped through the net. Several Kaliline ships were struck, and in an instant, more tentacled warships arrived via the gravitational narrow tube. Moreover, on some of the later vessels, the tentacles extending from the ships began carrying masses of small insects bundled into clusters. In less than 2 seconds, warships bearing larger individual units emerged. Numerous artillery bugs clung to the tentacles protruding from the warships, their long, straight bodies pressed flat against the hulls. Another new type of large individual, unseen before, appeared. They possessed enormous heads, their bodies covered in small, writhing tentacles that squirmed frantically like a tongue's surface. The scene grew increasingly bizarre. Prioritize targeting the artillery bugs. Beware of plasmasphere attacks. Deploy shield drones. Suddenly, the radar operator's warning echoed once more. The enemy has deployed a large number of biological units. Intercept. Prepare for counter-assault. It seemed as though these insects had learned from their previous defeat by armor-piercing neutron bombs. This time, their airborne units appeared equipped with independent protective shells. When the shrapnel-filled warheads detonated, countless steel pellets struck and embedded themselves in these shells. Thus, when the neutron streams swept through, only the outer shells were ravaged, leaving the void slime mimicking insects inside nearly unscathed. Watch out for boarding attempts. With no other choice. As the neutron torpedoes proved ineffective, the warships swiftly shifted tactics to physical interception. A torrent of firepower poured onto the shells, blasting them apart one by one mid-air. Yet, they continued to draw closer to the fleet. These insects seemed to emerge endlessly from the exit of the gravitational narrow tube. First, the unmanned frontline warships were struck. When Shihai saw several FG-300s beginning to sprout tentacles, he decisively issued a self-destruct command through nightlight. How much longer for intelligence gathering? 27 seconds. Kaliline ship 777 has been hit by a boarding pod. The swarm is flooding in. Airlock sealed. Requesting backup. The public channel buzzed with chaos. Hearing the urgent distress calls from several manned ships struck by boarding pods, Shihai pondered. Though a certain empire had a famous saying, no sacrifice is too great to accept, Shihai believed his subordinates were not yet fanatical to that extent. If he immediately ordered those ships that had just publicly called for aid to self-destruct, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to morale and his own authority. Then let's attempt to provide support first. After all, he had just the right person for the task, didn't he? If those ships proved beyond saving, he would still not hesitate to issue the self-destruct command. Meanwhile, aboard the CAS 066 13th ship, were Gunnar and his Ultramarines, a playful name from the author. Don't take it too seriously, were stationed 733 veterans who had fought alongside Gunnar and 122 newly recruited soldiers had already donned their full blue power armor and combat gear. The power armor from Nightlight bore a striking resemblance to the iconic suits from a certain 40K universe, and after this coat of paint, aside from the height mismatch, the likeness was even more uncanny. Gunnar was thoroughly pleased with the decorations 8225 had crafted for him. After having his own suit fully serviced and repaired, he wore it again exactly as before, including that flamboyant red cape. The others, gazing at the dazzling golden embellishments on Gunnar's armor, unanimously exclaimed, "It looks absolutely WEH. We want it too." And from the sounds outside, it's clear they're fighting one epic wayag of a battle. We want it. At that moment, a heavily modified Norma M470 sat in the pressurized hangar, surrounded by a fleet of retrofitted shuttles. Gunnar stood atop one of these shuttles, observing the assembled legionnaires. They had been engaged in pre-battle warm-ups, wrestling, when someone brought out a crate of small booklets, saying the commander had ordered them distributed and that the entire army was to read them. Naturally, Gunnar took it seriously. He gathered everyone and prepared to read aloud. However, upon seeing the first line, to avoid overly bloated command structures and inefficiency, each combat unit should be kept under 1,000 personnel. Gunnar glanced at the over 6,000 soldiers below, then back at the glaring number 1,000 on the page. Instantly, the booklet earned the status of toilet paper in his mind. Facing the crowd waiting for their leader's words, Gunnar decided to skip that line. Next came, each combat unit should have clearly defined roles, with assault, support, firepower, medical, and other functions specialized at the squad level. A combat unit should consist of multiple squads. He pondered their usual brawling style and thought, this one T-work, skip. Then, on the rapidly changing battlefield, when the balance of enemy and friendly forces is unclear, adopt the conservative approach. He reflected on their fighting ethos again and concluded, still not suitable, skip. After skipping an untold number of lines, Gunnar turned the page with disappointment, only for a sentence that perfectly matched his taste to leap out, setting his blood ablaze with excitement. Now this is what I'm talking about. With just a glance, he activated the loudspeaker and declared, listen up. This is the wisdom our boss has passed down to us. The waiting crowd fell silent at once. Our footsteps are epic tales. Our sacrifices are hymns of praise. Every victory is proof of loyalty, every scar a badge of honor. We shall stand firm as steel, burn fierce as radiation. Advance, warriors, until the stars themselves go dark, or until songs of triumph echo across the heavens. May the 1,000 stars forever bless us. Wayag, as his battle cry echoed. The emotions of the crowd below were fully ignited. Wayag, seizing the moment, Gunnar shouted, begin distributing this so-called battlefield manual. Remember to tear off the front pages of toilet paper before reading. The voices below instantly unified in response. Yes? When the combined collection of toilet paper and sacred texts, as Gunnar saw it, reached everyone's hands, Gunnar's personal communicator buzzed. He answered, and Shihai's voice immediately came through. Bugs have landed on carriers 777, 247, 978 of Kalaleen, and on carriers 23 and 72 of the Lancers. It's time for your performance. Move out. Drive out those damned void creatures. Gunnar immediately stood at attention and roared, yes. After Shihai ended the call, Gunnar turned his gaze to his eagerly awaiting subordinates and bellowed with his booming voice. All personnel. Mission received. The commander orders us to clear out a swarm of bugs that have landed on the battleships. Grab your chainswords and boarding shields. Indeed, their equipment had been updated. The improved chainsword became an optional alternative to the combat knife, but without a doubt, the vast majority chose the chainsword, which looked utterly whack. Once everyone had checked their weapons, Gunnar issued his final command. If scars are medals of honor, then let's set a rule. Everyone can use your favorite small decorations to cover the battle damage on your power armor. Now, board the ships. Instantly, thousands of soldiers divided into small groups and orderly entered the modified shuttles, while Gunnar, along with his 733 veterans, boarded the heavily modified Norma M470 landing craft. Before stepping onto the landing ship, he suddenly remembered something, turned around, and picked up a piece of blue fabric, the regimental flag designed for him by 8225. He decided to bring it along. As the pressurized airlock doors opened, hundreds of heavily modified shuttles slowly rose, accelerated, and then, like moths drawn to flame, charged toward the blazing battlefield. Below is an inserted cold joke, which can be skipped directly. First, both are tools born for war. Second, both fight against insectoid races. Third, both have endured since ancient times. Most importantly, both suffer from incurable injuries and use mechs as recovery pods. Therefore, the streaming firefly is fearless. Chapter 98. The regiment commander charged into solo combat. Just now, I received 3 big god certifications from the generous patron and Xi QWQ, as well as an explosive update flower shower from the patron in the name of chaos reshaping the world. Outstanding chapters owed. 156122, yes. Gloriously surpassing 20 chapters, the modified shuttles weave left and right across the battlefield, their main cannons spewing streams of fiery dragons. As for why the shuttles were modified, that was because the production of the Norma M470 was insufficient, and they lacked specialized landing craft. Thus, the shuttles originally designed for movement between warships underwent the most radical modification in their lifetime. First, their armor was thickened. Next, not only were the hatches changed to front opening doors, but a massive thermal cutter was also installed at the bow. 2 weapon racks were attached to the sides specifically for mounting missile-type weapons, and the top of the shuttle was outfitted with a turret salvage from the Caliban main gun system. Boom! Carrying immense kinetic energy. A modified shuttle slammed into a warship that had been boarded by the bugs. The thermal cutter immediately sliced through the sturdy armor. From the perspective of the bugs wreaking havoc inside the compartments, unable to find their targets and preparing to spread their fungal carpet, they saw a circular section of the wall crash down. Suddenly, a group of towering blue giants, wielding shields and chained words, charged in. Wayag! They roared their battle cries, crashing headlong into the surging tide of bugs. The shield bearers at the front held their ground firmly against the onslaught, bracing with their large shields before seizing opportunities to slash fiercely at any creature in sight with their chained words. Those who landed behind initially fired haphazardly with electromagnetic rifles, but before even a full magazine was spent, the bugs closed in on them. Without hesitation, they discarded their rifles, drew their chained words, and engaged the swarming bugs in close combat. Instantly, the scene descended into a whirlwind of flying flesh and blood. The roar of chained words, battle cries, and the sounds of slashing blended into a chaotic, piercing cacophony. A few soldiers, caught off guard by ambushes, were knocked to the ground, while their comrades nearby were too overwhelmed to lend assistance. However, overall, the The boarded bugs were steadily pushed back under the relentless assault of steel. Most of the bugs on the warships were swiftly eradicated, except for one heavily damaged Lancer-class vessel. Among the boarded warships, the distress signal from that Lancer was the most urgent and distinctive. Thus, the modified Norma M470 carrying Gunnar and over 700 seasoned veterans directly chose this formidable opponent. This M470 had its drone pods removed and replaced with 4 massive drop pod launchers. The control systems at the bow were relocated to the center, making way for a colossal ramming prow. Now, after smashing through several clusters of bugs, the landing craft soared above the Lancer and fired a series of conical drop pods toward the breach. Boom. Thud. The drop pods quickly opened, and Gunnar, draped in a crimson cape and wielding 2 heavy electromagnetic rifles, stepped slowly onto the internal deck of the Lancer. He grinned menacingly at the bugs frozen in place, sweeping his gun barrels horizontally. Taste my wrath. Instantly, a storm of metal erupted, tearing swathes of bugs into yellow fragments. Shrapnel ricocheted off the floor and walls with a sharp, clattering sound, mingling with the skittering of the bugs' limbs as they scrambled into action. The swarm stirred, coalescing into a rolling tide that surged toward him. However, at this moment, the veteran soldiers who had landed gradually entered combat readiness. Compared to the fresh recruits still warm with inexperience, these individuals had at least participated in battles and possessed some combat experience. At the front, warriors holding heavy boarding shields formed a solid shield wall, steadfastly holding back the surging tide of insectoids. Behind them, comrades armed with electromagnetic rifles continuously delivered suppressive fire, eliminating any insect that dared to approach. Soon, it seemed the insects realized they could not breach this shield wall. In an instant, they found a new approach. Using the hooks on their limbs to latch onto the ceiling and walls, they swiftly scaled over the shield wall, then plummeted downward, pulled by the artificial gravity. Watch above. Quickly, someone noticed these descending insects. The assault troops guarding behind the shield wall reacted immediately. They holstered their electromagnetic rifles, drew their roaring chainswords, and fiercely slashed through the falling creatures midair. Shield bearers, retreat slowly. Tighten the defensive line. Clear the ceiling. Gunnar, who had already climbed atop the drop pod and was firing frantically, observed the relentless, tide-like onslaught of insects and issued the order to contract the defensive line. The number of insects here is abnormally high. Suddenly, a scraping sound echoed from above. Gunnar instantly swung his right-hand electromagnetic rifle upward, then drew his chainsword, raising it horizontally. Zzz. The grating sound of flesh against steel immediately followed. He looked up to see an insect impaled on the blade of his chainsword, its limbs writhing uncontrollably, a pair of sickle-like forelimbs flailing wildly. With a swift flick of his chainsword, he hurled the insect to the upper right, causing it to collide violently with another charging creature. Then, raising his left-hand electromagnetic gun once more, he resumed firing into the swarm, while his right-hand chainsword relentlessly cleaved any insect daring to lunge at him into fragments. The 2 guards behind him synchronized with his rhythm, using controlled bursts to clear insects crawling across the ceiling, providing cover for the slowly retreating shield wall below. Already, some shield bearers had stumbled and been overwhelmed by the swarm, but in the next instant, their comrades immediately seized their boarding shields to plug the gap. Wag! Hold the line! Adrenaline surged through everyone. Standing at the highest point, Gunnar shouted into the team-wide channel, "Our footprints are epics. Our sacrifices are hymns. Do not fear. These insects are nothing but filth. Hold fast. Such a frenzied assault must be their death throes. Just endure this wave." Boom! Suddenly, a massive figure descended from above. It possessed 6 thick, powerful lower limbs, a robust, upright upper body, a jaw glowing with an eerie blue light, and 2 pairs of gleaming, side-like appendages. The collective consciousness of the void creatures, after assessing the situation on this battleship, concluded that eliminating the figure standing tallest would cause the collapse of these blue-armored warriors. Thus, the mycelial carpet spread across the ship exhausted all organic reserves to cultivate this monstrosity. Suppressive fire. Gazing at the monstrous creature that had appeared at the heart of the battlefield, Gunnar did not hesitate for a moment before making his decision. He tore a piece of blue cloth fastened at his waist and flung it to the guard beside him, shouting, "I'll deal with that monster. Hold the shield wall. Ranged fire. Continue supporting the shield wall. Raise the regiment banner. Everyone, do not fear sacrifice. We fight to the death without retreat." Wag! Instantly, all the warriors echoed Gunnar's battle cry. Wag! Chapter 99. The regimental commander falls. The over 4-meter-tall monster turned its head, its 8 crimson eyes immediately locking onto Gunnar, standing atop the drop pod. It let out a frenzied roar, its 4 limbs thrashing wildly, violently hurling 2 unfortunate riflemen who failed to dodge in time. From its lower jaw, a glob of thick, corrosive spit was violently expelled. Reacting immediately, Gunnar grabbed a boarding shield nearby and instantly activated the engine nozzles on his back, leaping into the air. His crimson cloak, now repositioned, did not obstruct the nozzles, but instead billowed fully open in the wake of the exhaust. Looking down, he saw the corrosive spit slam into the drop pod where he had just stood, instantly eating away a large section of metal with a sizzling white smoke. Behind him, the blue regimental banner had been raised. Gunnar looked at the white emblem on the blue field, a design he and 8225 had debated and finalized after much discussion, an inverted delta with a skull within. Roar! Having missed its attack, the monster seemed provoked, roaring at Gunnar in midair with an expression that seemed to scream, "Come at me. Come then. I shall. Xenos, you will pay for your folly." Gunnar positioned the boarding shield before him, pushed the engine nozzles on his back to maximum thrust, and shot toward the monster like a meteor. Thud! The giant insect, caught off guard, took the shield bash directly to its head. Immediately, a roaring, Vibrating chainsword plunged into its body. Hiss! A surge of pain sent the monster into a furious rage. It swung its four massive limbs, slashing fiercely from 4 different angles. Gunnar pushed off hard against the boarding shield still lodged in the monster's body, activated the nozzles on his back, and executed a backflip in midair, effortlessly evading the 4 limbs slicing through the air at high speed. Wayag! Everyone witnessing this scene roared in unison, cheering for their regimental commander. Rat t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t. No sooner had he landed than Gunnar raised the heavy electromagnetic gun slung across his body, unleashing a barrage of fire at the monster's leg joints. Clang, clang, clang. Perhaps due to integrated metal armor, the bullets struck the exoskeleton of the limbs, producing a series of pinging sounds as they were deflected. Nevertheless, the monster was further enraged. It continued its furious hissing, lowered its upper body, and then launched itself like a cannonball, shooting toward Gunnar with a whoosh. Is howling all you're capable of? Gunnar sneered at the clumsy figure, then immediately activated the maneuvering thrusters at his side, executing a sliding tackle that swept past the monster. After regaining his balance, he raised his electromagnetic rifle and unleashed a burst of rounds toward the creature's torso, only for them to be deflected. The left side of the shield wall has been breached. Reinforce immediately. A sudden cry echoed through his earpiece. Gunnar glanced to the side. The insect swarm's assault had intensified. Countless bugs attempting to scale the shield wall were cleaved in two by chainsaw swords, while those diving from above were shattered by volleys of bullets. Yet no matter how many were slain, their numbers showed no sign of dwindling. On the left flank, a shield bearer was knocked down by a descending insect, his shield toppling forward and swiftly seized by the swarm. A breach had opened in the wall. Instantly, a flood of insects poured through the gap as if finding a vent for their frenzy. Gunnar switched to the public channel. Distress signals from the warship continued to transmit. There were still survivors awaiting rescue aboard. He raised his heavy electromagnetic rifle, sweeping a storm of metal toward the breach. Then opened the squad comms. Can you hold? If not, abort the mission and prepare to retreat. Through the earpiece came hoarse, fervent shouts, every footprint an epic. Every sacrifice a hymn. Commander, you said it yourself. We do not retreat. Let these bugs learn the meaning of extreme in our regiment's name. Wayag. Whether ignited by the mention of retreat or not, the warriors, who had begun to falter, suddenly erupted with renewed vigor. They rallied with all their might, pushing back against the breach. Behind them, the regiment's banner seemed to snap and flutter in the turbulent air. Hiss! Facing the insect that had turned and launched another attack, Gunnar raised his electromagnetic rifle and chose to confront it head-on. As a series of sparks erupted from the creature's skull, he realized with shock, its head was bulletproof too? There was no time to evade. He hurled the electromagnetic rifle at the monster, locked the joints of his power armor, and held the chainsaw sword crosswise before him. Boom! A tremendous force collided with his own, instantly cratering the deck beneath his feet into 2 massive dents. Seizing the moment, the monster seemed briefly stunned. Gunnar grabbed a protruding part of its body, activated his thrusters, and leaped upward, flipping onto the creature's back. Looking down, he saw the monster spew a pool of acid exactly where he had stood moments before. There was no time for fear. He felt every joint of his power armor groaning in strain. The chainsaw sword in his hand had jammed after that single impact. The power armor provided diminishing assistance, so he relied half on brute muscular strength, gripping the monster's head-protecting carapace and heaving his entire body upward. Then, he drove the jammed chainsword directly into the narrow gap between the creature's head and body, thrusting it in before pressing down with all his might. The chainsword embedded itself halfway and could go no further, yet the insect continued to thrash wildly, trying to fling Gunnar off its back. Clutching the hilt desperately, he frantically pressed the activation button. Hurry! I beg you. Spin. Zzz. As if answering his plea, the chainsword first emitted a shower of fierce sparks, then suddenly whirred into a frenzied rotation. A stream of flesh and yellow pus was torn from the crevice, splattering across Gunnar's helmet. Instantly, the monster stiffened. Thud! With great effort, Gunnar wrenched the insect's head free. The cells controlling its body instantly lost connection, and the creature's carcass, along with Gunnar, crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the surrounding swarm, after one final surge of frenzy, gradually weakened and was ultimately slaughtered. Commander! Commander! Only now, freed from the insect's onslaught, did the others have a moment to attend to their leader. Gunnar lay sprawled over the headless corpse of an insect over 7 meters long, standing 4 meters tall, his chainsword's teeth shattered, his helmet drenched in gore and pus. Supported by several guards, he struggled to his feet, his first act being to remove his helmet and point at the still twitching giant insect corpse, shouting, "Finish it! Finish it!" The guards stepped forward, dismembering it with chainswords before tossing in several incendiary grenades. Only when the stench of charred flesh mingled with the battlefield's metallic blood scent filled his nostrils did Gunnar slightly relax. He took the regiment's banner from one of his men, raising it high. Then, moving in power armor whose basic actuators barely functioned, he trudged slowly deeper into the ship. His command, transmitted through the microphone at his throat, reached every soldier's earpiece. Advance. There are still people calling for help aboard this vessel. Instantly, the warriors who had just breathed a sigh of relief tensed once more. They raised their weapons and followed their commander. As they passed corridor after corridor, Gunnar's guards periodically cleared out minor insects leaping from corners, encountering no significant resistance along the way. The hallways were littered with breached defensive positions. Fragments of electromagnetic rifles and power armor scattered about. It appeared the airtight bulkhead doors had been forcibly torn open. The closer they moved toward the bridge, the more signs of desperate struggle emerged. Yet, observing the scene around him, Gunnar was struck by a peculiar question. Where have all the bodies gone? However, His question was soon answered by the scene on the bridge. Shriveled, reddish-brown tendrils covered the ground, with white bones scattered between their gaps. A withered hand clung desperately to the emergency distress button on the console. Even as it dried, dehydrated, and broke apart, it never let go. This was the source of the distress signal they had been hearing all along. Had everything been lost long ago? Gunnar fell silent for a long moment before speaking. Rest in peace, brothers. As the booklet from the boss says, your sacrifice is a hymn. Children of the stars. May your souls return to the 1,000 stars. Retreat. With that, he turned and left. The soldiers followed in silence, leaving behind several incendiary bombs before trailing after their commander. Soon, the reddish-brown tendrils writhed and twisted in the flames, crackling and popping as they, along with the desiccated remains, were reduced to ashes. Chapter 100. The failed breakout of the Defense Force. An additional chapter for the generous donation by Shihai Bada on September 22nd, 11. Currently 21 chapters owed. Did we fail to save one of the Lancers? Looking at the report from Gunnar, Shihai sighed with a hint of regret before following Gunnar's suggestion and ordering the self-destruction of that Lancer. A brilliant firework exploded in midair, but Shihai found no beauty in it. The ship that had just blown up belonged to him. Report. Intelligence gathering complete. The target gravitational interference device is at 2 o'clock, 89 degrees. Distance, 200,000 kilometers. Unit 999 of the Kali-Leon completed the intelligence collection and synchronized the map data across the entire fleet. Shihai opened the star chart they sent over. As he expanded it, a small marker was prominently highlighted on the screen, surrounded by swarms of tentacled warships and giant insects. Is that the gravitational narrow-tube generator? If we shut it down, will the bugs stop pouring out endlessly? Gritting his teeth as he observed the dense enemy fleet, he wondered, how do we shut it down? Night lamp, if I destroy that device, will it work? Effective. Good. Then, just as Shihai was about to issue the bombing order, a reddish-brown streak suddenly appeared in the void. What the hell is that? The sudden anomaly startled Shihai, and soon, Night Lamp's voice came through. The gravitational narrow tube has been deactivated. Those are the fragments of ships still traveling within the tube, torn apart by violent gravitons. It's been shut down? Heaven helps us. Without questioning who had deactivated the device, Shihai immediately shouted into the command channel. The enemy's reinforcement channel has been closed. Press on with full force and annihilate the enemy forces. Inside the Ursa Major V-1222 star system, as the collective consciousness of the Hive, it was puzzled. Just moments ago, a large number of lovely individual consciousnesses, under its long-term covert hypnosis, had finally embraced the collective. Within it, the entity learned of something called a gravitational conduit. Immediately, a portion of the recently controlled metallic shells by the Hive connected to that thing. Having been born in the void not long ago, it did not know the purpose of that object, yet it attempted to open this so-called conduit. After a brief voyage, it beheld something different. The very species of small creatures that dwelled inside those metallic shells. There were so many. In an instant, it reacted with combat readiness. Under its command, numerous metallic shells recently dominated by the Hive, carrying swarms of individuals, surged through that gravitational conduit and launched an assault upon the community of those bipedal beings. However, just as the Hive breached the territory of those two-legged creatures and began seizing their metallic shells, the gravitational conduit abruptly severed. Instantly, the forces that had landed there were left isolated, fighting a desperate battle alone. It repeatedly sensed the surroundings until confirming that the conduit could no longer be reopened in this region, reluctantly abandoning those stranded forces. Yet, it remembered that place. It would return. For now, it resolved to swiftly seize all the metallic shells belonging to those small beings. Immediately, the already crumbling defensive fleet's breakout formation suffered even fiercer impacts. On ship after ship, the invading swarm first eliminated all resistance, then rapidly began altering the environment, spreading creep, and seizing control of the vessels. Commander Errett, the fleet's formation has been completely disrupted. The left flank secondary fleet group has lost all contact. Units are reporting widespread mutiny among personnel. On the flagship of the Galactic Defense Force's breakout fleet, one piece of grim news after another reached Errett's ears. He let out a bitter smile. Since the breakout began, unexpected events had occurred one after another. Nearly all of the several plans drafted by the staff had turned into jokes. Who could have known that the attacks overwhelming them would come from their own ships? Now, it seemed the breakout might have been a mistaken choice, yet he held no regrets. Through the collusion of corrupt quartermasters, procurement departments, and the insects, their ammunition reserves and supplies had long fallen below the replenishment threshold. Some ships in this breakout fleet hadn't even been fully loaded with ammunition. The breakout was merely an attempt to find a sliver of hope within an inevitably doomed situation. And now, it appeared that sliver of hope had slipped away. Report. Enemy units have boarded our ship. Our Marines are engaged in combat. At that moment, a Marine officer rushed onto the bridge, delivering dire news. Commander, please evacuate the flagship immediately. There is still time. Looking at the frantic officer, Eric calmly picked up a cigar from nearby, clipped it, lit it, and took a deep, heavy drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He then proclaimed loudly before the entire bridge, evacuate? Where can we go now? The breakout has already failed. Today we shall all perish here. This is the end. So-called evacuation merely distinguishes between dying sooner or later. Irate took another deep breath, realizing that once he saw through it all, death held no terror for him. Then, ignoring the silent crew on the bridge, he spoke as if to himself. I, Irate, joined the Galactic Defense Force at 27 and have served for 277 years to this day. I have held countless positions, some high, some low, some civilian, some military. But in my heart, I have never forgotten. Wherever I am, I remain a soldier loyal to Marshal His Majesty. Now, I will take up arms and meet my end on the battlefield. And all of you here. We have not even transmitted the information from this place to the outside world. That is our greatest failure. Who else wishes to join me in atoning for this on the battlefield? Will you choose to die with honor or perish hiding in a corner? After speaking, he tossed aside his cigar, picked up an electromagnetic rifle hanging nearby, and walked over to the Marine officer. He patted him on the shoulder and said, in ground combat, I know less than you. So from now on, you are my commanding officer. Then, he turned back to the bridge crew and asked, what about the rest of you? Who else will join? Under Irat's gaze, first the radar operator, then the first officer, one by one, two by two, until eventually, everyone on the bridge stood up. Their eyes fixed on the Marine officer, growing resolute. Sir, awaiting your orders. Faced with such unwavering determination, the Marine officer swallowed hard. Me? Command them? Is this real? Forget it. Even the commander has agreed. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and shouted, all personnel, listen up. You are hereby organized as Marine Squad 777. Now, proceed to the armory to equip yourselves, then rush to reinforce the ship's defensive lines. Yes, sir. As the crew lined up and marched out of the bridge in formation, Irat suddenly remembered something. He hurried to the central console and set the engine room to self-destruct in 1 hour. Once done, he rejoined his comrades and ran toward the armory. This would be his final battlefield as a soldier, where he would earn the highest honor a soldier could attain, to die in combat. He promptly transmitted the location of the gravitational conduit generator to the two Kalilians, instructing them to retrieve the device that could be considered the root cause of the disaster. The losses from the warships had been tallied. 43 unmanned Kalilians and 18 manned Kalilians had been destroyed, 6 Lancers had fallen, and over 100 other vessels had sustained varying degrees of damage. It wasn't catastrophic, but it was certainly no light blow. Just then, his communicator chimed. Shihai picked it up and saw it was a call from Gunnar. Had that fellow already returned to Ship 13 of CAS-066? As soon as the connection was established, Gunnar's slightly hoarse voice came through, reporting, Commander, we have flawlessly carried out the duties you assigned us. We have just compiled the casualty figures for the Ultramarines and are now reporting to you. Veterans, 733, with 1 killed in action, 52 seriously wounded, and 122 lightly wounded. Recruits, 5, 122, with 379 killed in action, 265 seriously wounded, and 1,002 lightly wounded. The injured have already been transferred to the medical bays. Hearing these numbers, Shihai asked curiously, why are the recruit casualties so high? Gunnar replied, many recruits fought independently, disregarding their comrades. Shield bearers failed to form defensive walls, leaving the rear fire support exposed to close combat with the bugs. You've already conducted a post-battle analysis? Shihai felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected their discipline to be quite this refined. Wasn't he a battlefield manual just distributed? Promote its use. The methods inside might prove helpful. Gunnar fell silent for a long moment before saying, those guys have been using that booklet as toilet paper. Shihai, what about you? This time, Gunnar answered without hesitation, I didn't. Hearing the first part of his response, Shihai's anxiously suspended heart eased slightly, only for the second half of the sentence to shatter it completely. I found it too rough. Smack. This isn't right. This doesn't sound like the Ultramarines. Shouldn't you be strictly adhering to these guidelines, even to the point of clinging to them later when we propose reforms, insisting that the ways of our forebears cannot be altered? May I ask why? Gunnar, being straightforward, replied bluntly, that thing says combat units shouldn't exceed 1,000 men. But I reckon we've got over 6,000. These regulations just don't fit. Shihai, that's it? Just that? He said directly, divide your men into 6 combat units, then appoint a few junior officers or something. Wouldn't that work? This time, it was Gunnar's turn to be astonished. Oh right, boss, you're a genius. It's just, about those junior officers, could you send some people over? I don't know how to choose. Shihai replied, exasperated, you're not even familiar with your own troops? Gunnar, I recruited a lot of them myself. I still don't recognize them all. For a moment, Shihai was at a loss for how to assess the seemingly combat-obsessed blockhead on the other end of the communicator. Then go get to know them. Go and inspect those new and old soldiers. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. Gunnar's urgent voice immediately rang out. Wait. Some of our comrades have had amputations. Could you send a few people skilled in mechanics to craft prosthetic limbs for them? Shihai nodded and replied, understood. I'll ask Norma. I'll have someone sent to you on Ship 13 of CAS-066 shortly. Got it. After ending the call, on Gunnar's side, he immediately jumped onto a high platform and shouted, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. The boss will soon send a few mechanics to fit our amputated brothers with prosthetics. Praise the boss. Loyalty. Walk. Immediately, the crowd below erupted. Loyalty. Walk. On Shihai's end, just as he hung up the call with Gunnar, a communication came in from the 2 Kalirians sent to retrieve the gravitational constrictor device, reporting, Commander, we have captured a shuttle. The individuals on board appear to be from that Defense Force warship earlier. They were the ones who shut down the device. Them? So close to those bugs. Yet they didn't perish and even managed to deactivate the generator? Impressive. They must be quite capable. Shihai directly connected to the Kalirian camera feed, where a group dressed in United Systems Defense Force uniforms appeared on screen, their rank insignias starting at 1 bar, with the highest-ranking individual having 2 bars. Behind them stood a cylindrical object painted gold and adorned with a scarab pattern, the very generator. Bring them back for now. Confine them on one of the Kalirians under house arrest. Shihai reconsidered. In this star system, he would inevitably clash with the United Systems. If conflict was unavoidable, these officers, especially the one referred to as the Admiral's son, could serve as valuable bargaining chips. In that case, with potential gains in mind, It would be wise to detain them first. As for the generator, send that device back to the Stormbringer. Shihai commanded, after closing the communication. He suddenly remembered his promise to Gunnar and dialed Norma's line. Do you know anyone proficient in mechanical repairs and fabrication? Send a few over to Gunnar. Soon. On the pressurized deck of Ship 13, CAS-066, several individuals previously responsible for maintaining precision instruments gathered with Gunnar. Could you specify what types of prosthetic limbs need to be crafted? Gunnar held a statistical list detailing the severely injured amputees. He read them out one by one. 8 missing only their left hand, 23 missing only their right hand, 11 missing all 4 limbs. Among them, only 12 have expressed willingness to retire. Therefore, they need to be equipped with a set of super WAGH prosthetics, ones that will allow them to continue walking. Upon hearing this request, the mechanics found themselves in a quandary. The time required to manufacture such intricate combat prosthetics would reach an immeasurable extent. The boss's son had arranged this for us. Merely a trifling challenge. Ah, I have an idea. Suddenly, one of the mechanics experienced a flash of inspiration and proposed. What if we design a specialized mech with a uniquely crafted cockpit? This way, whenever those disabled soldiers engage in battle, they can sit within the mech. And we would only need to produce live prosthetics for them. Before he could finish his thought, several eyes, including Gunnar's, turned towards him. The sudden tension in the room made him break out in a cold sweat. I was just suggesting. No, Gunnar exclaimed, firmly gripping the young mechanic's shoulder. You are a genius. Let us proceed as you suggested. This is absolutely exhilarating. Hurry, I want to see the final product. Watching the visibly excited Gunnar, the somewhat youthful mechanic nodded eagerly yes. At this point, the book requires 5 promotional titles, now soliciting suggestions from the readers. A brief interlude for a cold joke, which can be skipped. Call visited Terrason's exhibition hall. Terrason, welcome to my exhibition. Here, you can admire my collection, which includes not just individual items, but also many historical scenes. Allow me to introduce you to this, the extreme warriors executing a mission. This, the Cadian assault squad battling demons. This, a group of orcs racing. This, a band of blood ravens stealing. And this, a troop of jesters performing. Terrason, which one do you prefer? Call, the one with the blood ravens stealing. Terrason, why? Call, because it's animated. Chapter 102, Let Us Fight. Upon rising in the morning, I received enthusiastic updates and small gifts from 2 prominent figures, who is calling the fleet. It is simply insufficient, and my debt has returned to Chapter 22. Simultaneously, at the exterior of Ursa Major V-1223, at the entrance of the Void Passage, the Allied fleet composed of the Empire and the Coalition was fully prepared for battle. Over 10,000 warships, including 6,000 smaller vessels like frigates and destroyers, 3,000 cruisers, 800 battlecruisers, 22 battleships, and 2,000 supply ships, with relic warships from the 4th era constituting approximately 10 of the fleet. They remained silent, muted their lights, and floated motionless in midair, awaiting the command to depart. Report. The intensity of the void fluctuations has stabilized below the threshold. The void passage has been restored. On the bridge of the battleship Grace, the communications officer, upon receiving the message from the detection station, promptly reported it. Gould, upon hearing this news, activated the ship's holographic command console, and the preloaded star map of Ursa Major V-1222 was instantly projected into the air. During the waiting period, the battle plan had been refined multiple times. Contingencies were prepared for every anticipated emergency, including how to handle unforeseen situations. Everything was set, awaiting only the opportune moment. Now, that moment had arrived. Depart. Destination. The nodal space station at Ursa Major V-1222. At the command, the preheated engines suddenly emitted dazzling bursts of light, their intense and powerful exhaust plumes seeming to warp the very fabric of space. The massive hulls advanced slowly, and soon, a vast circular void appeared in the sky, a passage opened by the external nodal beacon. The combined fleet formed a dense formation, moving forward steadily. First the reconnaissance squadrons, followed by the main force flanking the supply fleet. Only after the last Allied warship entered the channel did the Imperial fleet leisurely ignite their engines and follow suit. Once the Imperial vessels had also drifted into the passage, the long-clogged entrance finally cleared. The dispatcher, nearly driven to a nervous breakdown by the prolonged ordeal, heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally gone, before collapsing onto the control panel and falling into a deep sleep. Ursa Major V-1222, Nodal Space Station. Shihai returned to the port with the fleet. After retrieving the gravitational constrictor device, he handed it over to Nightlight for analysis. Perhaps due to its relatively low technological complexity or the high integrity of the sample provided, Nightlight this time did not present any progress bar anomalies and promptly delivered a complete blueprint. Commander, our external communications are beginning to restore. A liaison officer seated at the console suddenly received a faint advertisement. For cross-galactic travel, trust Pegasus Lodge. The content was unclear. Even the crucial contact details and address were indistinct, but that was not the point. The point was that it was a message from beyond Ursa Major V-1222. Has the void turbulence ended? Shihai's expression shifted instantly. Quickly check. Has the void passageway also been restored? In less than a minute, confirmation arrived. Yes. The external beacon status has changed to passable. Upon hearing this, a profound sense of foreboding washed over Shihai. This was terrible news. He had assumed the disconnection would last at least a week, but now it was over, and precisely at this moment, the fleet he had managed to assemble in recent days was limited, and having just engaged in battle, many ships were damaged. According to Suart's testimony, even a secondary combat unit of the Cosmic Navy comprised a full fleet of 7,000 starships. In his hands, the most numerous vessels were the Kalilines, numbering just over 1,000. Oh, and there were also 2,000 squadrons totaling 7,000 starfighters. Yet, aside from the new Constantine the Great, he had no warships equipped with dedicated hangars. The original hangar design of the newly christened Emperor Constantine could only accommodate 2 squadrons of fighters. Even if he utilized every wasted space within the ship to its fullest, the maximum carrier capacity would only increase to 10 squadrons. Moreover, this modification was specifically tailored for the Vesta B-021 and Mizrat models currently in his possession, resulting in extremely low versatility and suboptimal launch efficiency. Troublesome, he thought. Can the star beacon be deactivated unilaterally? He attempted to inquire with Nightlight. After querying external information. Network busy, please try again later. Parsing. Based on my external information query, it can be deactivated, but once shut down, it cannot be reactivated. Shihai wondered in surprise. Are these star beacons disposable? Nightlight replied. No, but every existing star beacon is an ancient relic that has been operating under overload for tens of thousands of years. If you dare to shut it down, it will simply retire on the spot. And who knows, it might even celebrate its retirement with an explosion. Well, that option is off the table. Shihai figured that facing the indigenous forces head-on would offer a higher survival rate than risking a point-blank explosion from a star beacon. Furthermore, given the importance the Order Alliance places on star beacons, damaging one and severing a void passageway would make him a target for all of humanity, relentlessly hunted. Regardless of his reasons, if even a single person outside found out, it would be equivalent to starting with the lowest possible reputation among any human faction. Having ruled out this approach, Shihai sighed. He wasn't ready to abandon this space station just yet. Gazing at the bustling port, an intense internal struggle consumed his thoughts. Should he fight or flee? After a prolonged mental debate, Shihai suddenly realized he had no choice. Without engaging in this battle, he couldn't leave. The alternative was to rely on his ship's south warp drive, which could only achieve a maximum speed of 13 times the speed of light, and arduously travel to another entirely unknown star system. There, he would have to painstakingly rebuild from scratch, with no guarantee of even gaining momentum. Moreover, after establishing his base around this massive space station and experiencing the thrill of ships being produced rapidly, he felt he could never return to his past ways. The initial plan of expanding as an enterprise seemed far too inefficient now. He needed to pursue both paths simultaneously. Thus, he made a decision. Since he was unwilling to flee and the enemy would inevitably come to him, he would fight. However, engaging in battle didn't mean charging in recklessly. When at a disadvantage against a superior force, strategy was key. Under the pressure of this life-or-death situation, Shihai's mind raced furiously. First, he assessed the balance of power between himself and the enemy. He glanced at the 8 battlecruisers docked at the port and considered the 2,000 squadrons of aircraft currently stationed at the space station. In Lagrange, any player excavating ruins would curse in frustration if they encountered a bombing fleet of this configuration. With proper tactical deployment, his chances of victory were not low. If all else failed, he would resort to Old Man Huang's strategy, Terran chaos defending the homeland. If he couldn't win, he would indiscriminately deploy activated gravitational narrow-tube generators and make a swift escape, leaving the Consortium-S space forces to deal with the insectoid swarm. The real trouble lies in the aftermath of the war. The Consortium is, after all, one of the 6 major powers. It might withstand or even annihilate an entire fleet. But what comes next? The 2nd, 3rd, or 4th fleets? What if they face a siege? What if humanity's ancestors left behind something capable of obliterating an entire star system? While it may win battles, its sheer scale dictates that going it alone will never secure victory in the war. However, as the old saying goes, only magic can counter magic. Similarly, only a rogue can balance another rogue. He doubts that the 6 powers of the Order Alliance are so harmonious as to share a single pair of trousers. Even within the Federation, conflicts of interest persist among its states. 6 independent regimes, unless confronted by an utterly insurmountable external foe, could never unite as one. Conflicts are bound to be plentiful. This line voiced by the rarely seen molecule, Dong Shuilian. Conflict is good. Under the sun, there is nothing new. In the absence of all-out war, conflicts driven by the pursuit of interests are commonplace. Proxies, mutual infiltration, diplomatic balancing acts. Shihai believes he possesses numerous advantages, particularly the scientific research tree from the Lagrange universe, brought by Nightlight. This isn't just a handful of groundbreaking technologies. It's an entire, robust, comprehensive, and continuous research tree spanning countless fields. To put it simply, even revealing something slightly outdated, yet currently absent in humanity, like a curvature engine, would be significant. According to the latest experimental model on the tech tree, speeds of up to 15 times the speed of light have been achieved. Wait, was he given a neutered version again? If he were to present an engine capable of 1/3 the speed of light, he would certainly qualify for exploitation by the other 5 major powers. At the very least, he deemed make an appearance. Being used isn't frightening. Having the qualifications to be a pawn is what gets you on the board, offering the chance to climb step by step to the position of a player. Though he is reluctant to cite this example. Didn't the wild boars raised beyond the frontier by a certain dynasty's officials to check imperial power eventually turn on their masters? As for his unfamiliarity with the international situation here, what is Nightlight for, if not to penetrate even the most secure systems? Now that communications are restored, Nightlight, gather all internal intelligence on the current Order Alliance, focusing on real-time information, conduct preliminary analysis and filtering of intelligence beneficial to us. Quickly, Nightlight, understood. The curvature travel speed set in Lagrange is too low. I'll tweak the setting a bit. Change from 1/3 the speed of light to a maximum of 15 times the speed of light. Chapter 103. Pre-war preparations with nightlight off, gathering intelligence. Shihai swiftly began his pre-war deployment. Determined to engage in battle, Shihai first needed to clarify where his advantages lay. First, there were the 2,000 squadrons of aircraft. According to intelligence gathered by nightlight, due to the loss of positioning and retrieval technology, the indigenous forces here had not developed carrier-based aircraft or aircraft carriers. The anti-aircraft firepower on their warships was designed to defend against boarding crafts. Second, there was the curvature engine. As long as the landing point was calculated, it could achieve an elusive, ghost-like effect. Then there was the remote-controlled clone technology. It was only now that he realized the uses of this life-saving tool extended far beyond just preserving his own life. Wasn't he short on personnel? By applying this technology to his soldiers, wouldn't he that create an immortal legion? Moreover, through repeated deaths, the combat skills of his subordinates would rapidly improve. Damn it! Why had it taken him so long to think of this? Well, it didn't matter. He had previously considered cultivating a batch of 7-year clones. At least now the physical bodies were ready. It wasn't too late to inform his people later. Next, he needed to identify his disadvantages, undoubtedly. The most pressing issue was the vast disparity in military strength between him and the approaching guests. All his warships combined numbered no more than 2,000, while the enemy had at least 7,000 vessels. Furthermore, as a regular military force, their combat experience would far surpass that of his own men. In summary, staying in the space station and engaging in a siege battle would be the most unwise course of action. It would mean attacking the enemy's strengths with his own weaknesses. A rough plan gradually took shape in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Shihai immediately headed to the central control room and issued mobilization orders. 10 minutes later, all 6 fully operational Pioneer bases ceased production, retracted on-site, and transformed into base ships. Everyone gathered in the starport distribution hall, boarding the ships in an orderly manner. The 2,000 pilots, along with Gunnar and his space marines, were separately retained by Shihai, standing on a makeshift platform made of several crates. Shihai looked down at the crowd of over 7,000 people. He patted a clone chamber beside him and said, "Everyone here, I now have a most honorable mission to entrust to you." The crowd below murmured, "What does the boss mean?" "He is saying he has got some super wag thing for us. He is going to take us to do something super wag again. Walk. All right, settle down." Seeing the inexplicably excited crowd, Shihai raised his hands and made a downward pressing gesture. Instantly, the roaring crowd fell silent. "This thing in front of me is a tool for remotely controlling clones. Theoretically, as long as we lie in another hibernation pod, we can operate the clones while ensuring the safety of our original bodies. Even if a clone dies, it doesn't matter, because you are only remotely controlling them via communication waves emitted by the cultivation pods. With this tool, we can avoid many unnecessary casualties." After the introduction, Shihai suddenly shifted the topic, capturing the attention of the audience with this unexpected turn. Everyone focused intently on Shihai until he mentioned, "It's still just a newly completed prototype. We can't be sure if it will be useful. Are you willing to be its first users?" A brief silence followed. The boss asked, "Does that mean with this thing, we can go all out WIAG without worrying about our lives?" Someone replied, "No, listen to him. It's only a possibility." Another voice chimed in, "What was our original plan? Go all out WIAG without worrying about our lives. So, if it works, we can repeatedly go all out WIAG without worrying about our lives. Seems like it. That's just too WAGH-tastic. Boss, to bring us such an amazing thing right after it's finished. That's absolutely WAGH-tastic. Such a WIAG boss. What should we do? Loyalty. WIAG. Loyalty. WIAG." Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Shihai seized the moment and asked, "Are you willing to be its first testers?" The chaos lasted only a moment before Gunnar's booming voice organized the crowd, and the responses gradually unified. Willing. Excellent. The 2,000 pilots head to warehouse number 2 next door. That's the equipment room. Complete the replacement quickly, familiarize yourselves with the clones, and immediately board the aircraft to the designated locations as per the plan sent to you. Yes. The 2,000 pilots marched in formation toward warehouse number 2. Under Norma's training, they had developed a certain level of discipline, watching the slightly more orderly formation than that of college ancient students. Shihai silently gave Norma some credit before walking over to Gunnar. "Commander." Seeing Shihai approach, Gunnar quickly clenched his right fist and struck his chest in salute. "How is it? Can the person assigned to create prosthetic limbs?" Looking at Gunnar standing at attention, Shihai asked with concern. Hearing this question, Gunnar instantly grew excited. "Commander, he is absolutely incredible. He is the most talented person I've ever seen. Not only with prosthetics, but he also designed something super wag-tastic for our injured." Seeing Gunnar's flushed and excited face, Shihai's curiosity was piqued. He first glanced at the formation, where everyone had their limbs intact, and then asked, "Where is it? Is there a finished product?" "Let me see." Gunnar replied proudly, "Yes, Commander, there is already a prototype. We brought it with us, and we're just about to show it to you." As he spoke, he took out a small walkie-talkie and said, "Kane, come down and let the commander see it." A voice immediately responded from the other end, "All right." Almost simultaneously, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the distance, the sound of clashing steel. Hearing the increasingly close metallic footsteps, Shihai inexplicably felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Wait. Could it be? Thud. The source of the sound had now walked right before his eyes. Opening his eyes, Shihai saw stubby conical mechanical legs, a box-like upper body studded with missiles, 2 small mechanical arms laden with weapons, and, right in the center, where the cockpit seemed to be, a tiny observation window. He felt his vision darken. Whoever designed this thing must have had no use for a home anymore. Wasn't this just a knockoff of the Dreadnought? At that moment, Gunnar stepped forward and opened the cockpit hatch. An even more hellish scene unfolded before his eyes. A limbless person, connected by tubes and wires, was fixed inside that cramped, narrow cockpit. After making eye contact with Shihai, the person even grinned at him, like a child proudly showing off a toy. Gunnar, I just have one question, Shihai said. Was the person who designed this thing on hallucinogens? Gunnar actually took a moment to think carefully before replying with certainty, no. Damn it. Then where on earth did their inspiration come from? 2 hours later, within the joint fleet in the void passageway. In the eyes of Rear Admiral Gould, humanity's greatest invention was the star beacon. Countless star beacons emitted void bubbles that linked together into a line, securing the entire stable and safe passageway. It was thanks to this that he could now bring the fleet to a halt here and issue commands for the next phase of operations. All units, deploy reconnaissance drones as planned. Immediately, the 80 specialized reconnaissance vessels ahead began their operations. Inside dimly lit compartments, hibernation pods, each about half the height of a person, were retrieved and initiated through awakening procedures. Soon, the first hibernation pod opened. Instantly, the sounds of breathing and squirming filled the air as a pardoned soldier in white protective gear lifted a writhing object from within. It was not a whole person, but half of one. It lacked everything below the shoulders and pelvis. Apart from a skull-like head, only clearly defined ribs remained on its body. Deep-sea fluid from the hibernation pod coated its form, making it appear both horrifying and repulsive. Yet, its shifting eyeballs and continuously rising and falling chest proved it was still a living being. These unfortunate creatures were organic components for unmanned devices, a tier even lower than pardoned soldiers. Following the comprehensive ban on AI development, the Claude Military Political Consortium had pioneered and promoted them as a substitute. After all, some small precision equipment left from previous eras urgently required a control core once their AI was removed. Initially, they had used children, but in practice, their low intelligence led to unsatisfactory results. Thus, these organic components were replaced with such emaciated, half-bodied beings. Their origins trace back to the first generation of debt slaves who inexplicably fell into massive debt, belonging to the mechanical repair departments of various fleets. They often targeted individuals from originally happy and emotionally stable families. As long as one family member was willing to become what they publicly declared as a lifelong mechanical and technical servant, these repair departments would immediately clear all debts for the entire family and leave behind a sum of credit points sufficient to ensure long-term livelihood. Often, upon seeing the clause about debt clearance, those willing to sacrifice everything for their families would agree without hesitation and sign a contract full of traps. As for how the debts came about, hush, words that do not foster unity around His Majesty the Marshal should not be spoken. For the secret inspector's arrest, not only officials of the Union. Hey, can you still speak? A pardoned soldier looked at the half-body human who was the first to be carried out, first waving a hand in front of its eyes, and seeing it only blink, then slapped it across the face. Ha. Looking at this dazed appearance, the pardoned soldier holding it nearly lost patience. He stated directly, number 998075, deemed worthless. Service less than 2 years. Restore family debts. The enlistment fee provided by the Union automatically converts into a loan, with interest accruing from the month of disbursement. Then, he walked straight to a garbage chute, preparing to toss it out. Sir, I'm awake. Please don't restore my debts. Leah can't bear this. She is still a child. Sir. Just as the pardoned soldier was about to release his grip, the half-body human, as if awakening from a dream, began thrashing wildly and screaming desperately. Its bulging eyes pleaded with the white-clad figure holding it. The pardoned soldier holding him glanced uncertainly at the formally dressed naval soldier in exoskeleton armor behind him. The soldier merely glanced over and said, discard it. I've already reported it. Immediately, the pardoned soldier paid no further heed to the desperate cries, simply loosening his hands and letting the thrashing figure plummet downward, followed by a sickening squelch. He then moved on to the next container. Soon, over 1,000 slender reconnaissance drones completed their component assembly and were launched directly from their carrier ships. Their mission was to precede the fleet to the battlefield, scouting the environment for the main forces. Swiftly, these rapidly advancing small components streaked through a curtain of light, exiting the node passage into the void hungda. Their spatial wave radar continuously scanned, while the organic components equipped with brainwave capturing helmets controlled the reconnaissance drone's direction, periodically reporting findings to the rear. Radar maps and real-time visuals were synchronized to the command flagship, where Gould promptly convened a meeting with his advisors. No traces of enemy vessels have been detected in the currently scouted areas, but severe damage is evident on the hull of the node space station. The damaged locations were all launch sites for heavy anti-ship torpedoes, indicating that the enemy had carried out precise fire suppression. Beep. At that moment, another new message arrived. The drones had completed preliminary reconnaissance, confirming that the surrounding hungdal was clear. Gould glanced at the message and smirked disdainfully, saying, "What is our opponent doing? Isn't it obvious they're setting up an ambush for us?" The attending staff officers unanimously agreed with this assessment. Thus, Plan B3 was activated, and they decided to exit the Shikung hungdal midway. By the way, remember to alert the Imperial side and advise them to leave the hungdal early as well to avoid the ambush. After issuing the orders, Gould redirected his attention back to the conference room. Alright, now let us discuss the enemy's capabilities. If anyone has any concerns, bring them up now, along with your proposed solutions. Instantly, the conference room buzzed with activity. The enemy directly prepared an ambush upon our arrival, suggesting they have some understanding of our situation. There might be a traitor among us. Recommended countermeasure: intensify inspections by political commissars at all levels. The enemy carried out surgical precision strikes on each torpedo launcher, indicating their exceptional fire control and electronic systems. They likely possess strong electronic warfare capabilities, having infiltrated the Sukungshitung to obtain launcher positions. Suggested response: switched on-gen operations to manual control. Meanwhile, in several hidden hangars and starports of the Tang, thousands of fighter groups stood ready, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. They floated silently, waiting patiently, to see who would lose their composure first. Chapter 105. As you know, we have always firmly stood on the side of humanity and order. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared in the shit, and the dungeon shuddered slightly. The Lingjiger exited the Shung, using the star markers beside Dongdao. After a brief discussion, the Lingti fleet quickly confirmed their Yingdu. While maintaining reconnaissance, they would first exit the Shikong. If they couldn't pinpoint the location of the enemy Esmofu, they would use Bufun Pawi where Zhangcheng to Dujender for a feint attack. Simultaneously, to counter the potential threat of enemy electronic warfare, Glacker ordered the fleet to shut down all Singshitang and activated a rather unconventional device, the Thinsingajun, to replace the central control system. In essence, it was an organic computer created by connecting a cluster of organic components, brains, and unifying their computational power. Although its processing capabilities were inferior to electronic boards, its security was impeccable, as it eliminated the possibility of electronic warfare on a physical level. Ironically, shortly after the Lingati developed this device, it suffered a dramatic leak. Subsequently, so-called human rights organizations supported by other nations demanded that organic components be entirely replaced with Thunga. In response, the Jingabu held a special symposium to discuss how to deal with these ungrateful elements. Later on, a genius proposed the strategy of reform through deterrence, resolving dilemmas with one move, which cleverly addressed the issue. By transforming those who raised questions into compliant wetware to intimidate other troublemakers, the dual challenges of cost and opposition were effortlessly resolved. But enough digression. In short, aside from the tedious ongoing reconnaissance, all main fleets of the Union have entered a state of monotonous standby. Now, let us see what the Imperial fleet is up to. Indeed, they are still praying. May the winds of change shatter stagnation and bring endless new opportunities. May the light of wisdom dispel darkness and illuminate the path forward. Ah, great God of wisdom, Lord of 10,000 changes, weaver of fate, master of ingenuity. Great Burbard, we thank you for your grace, allowing us to endure yet another unchanging voyage through the ever-shifting void. In the doctrine of these fanatics, constancy is naturally governed by the Lord of 10,000 changes, who presides over transformation. Humanity's ability to establish stable pathways through the ever-changing void is attributed to the Lord's desire for his followers to spread the way of change far and wide. Moreover, because the void pathways constructed during the Second Era have miraculously operated for tens of thousands of years without failure, there are even many who believe in this creed. Of course, prayer aside, they have not neglected their practical duties. However, compared to the Union fleet, which is earnestly preparing for a tough battle, the Empire's primary tasks are twofold. First, to confirm whether the fleet attacking this location is a disobedient fringe fleet of the Empire, and second, to cause trouble for the Union and entertain the Lord of 10,000 changes. The first question was answered as soon as reconnaissance footage arrived. The precision strike style was starkly inconsistent with the Imperial Navy's preference for overwhelming firepower. Moreover, the ability to withstand attacks from the Fourth Era's unified nodal space station defenses and precisely disable all torpedo launchers. It must be remembered that these space stations were originally built as military fortresses. If even poorly documented fringe fleets could achieve such results, the Empire would have long unified all of humanity. Thus, the probability that the attackers are an Imperial fringe fleet is even lower than the chance that all those torpedoes spontaneously misfired at the same time. Now, having accomplished his main task, Kaifra feels greatly at ease. His return to the position of Minister of Military Affairs is assured. His current objective is to create endless trouble for the Union, a directive from His Majesty himself. As long as the unknown force occupying Ursa Major V-1222 survives the Union Fleet's initial assault, he would not mind pointing them toward a viable path. According to the Covenant of the Order Alliance, that exceedingly lengthy treaty, for a star system once belonging to a recognized polity, if the system no longer harbors human inhabitants, the new occupying force may claim sovereignty over it. Once a sovereignty claim is made and an online oath to join the Order Alliance is sworn, the force will be protected under the Covenant. This seemingly flawed regulation was established after the Fifth Great Decline, during the Alliance's efforts to rebuild and encourage member states to reclaim lost territories of civilization. Since the year 200 of the new calendar, it has largely remained dormant. To date, no instance has occurred where an entire star system's human population was wiped out merely to seize territory, not even in proxy wars among major powers. Thus, everyone has tacitly chosen to overlook this clause. However, Kylaf now realizes that the time for this provision to take effect may have arrived. As long as the opposing side possesses the capability to withstand the consortium's fleet and the ruthlessness to target an entire star system's human population, then the Alliance's protection may prove feeble, but the Empire's reach remains robust and unyielding. They would not mind nurturing another vicious hound, much like the Saints, to trouble certain political adversaries. As for that clause, the fact that it hasn't been removed for centuries suggests that other regimes are also waiting to utilize it. They simply haven't found the right opportunity yet. Any anomalies detected in reconnaissance? Kylaf pondered how to undermine the consortium while casually inquiring of the nearby communications officer. Report. No anomalies detected. No anomalies? Then we are the greatest anomaly. An intriguing idea formed in his mind. Instruct our drone operators to command our unmanned reconnaissance probes. Inform them that if they can collide with and take down one of the consortium's reconnaissance probes, they will have 1 year of service time waived. Then draft an official document to be sent to the consortium immediately after the collision. The content should roughly state that they ought to pay more attention to the quality of their organic materials. They've collided with our reconnaissance probe and must compensate for the damages. Chapter 106. Hold on, pilots. It's not yet time for takeoff on Shihai's end. Strategic deployment was nearly complete. Aside from the 2,000 clone bodies for the pilots, everyone within the space station had orderly boarded ships for strategic relocation. Once all bases were retracted into base ships, the fleet engaged warp drive, maneuvering along the Kuiper belt at a distance of approximately 20 astronomical units, AU. There, they would redeploy and serve as logistical bases to support the battlefield. Seizing this moment, first the Ultramarines, followed by warship crew members, and eventually everyone switched to their clone bodies. Their original bodies had already been evacuated aboard the base ships, while the clones remained with the warships, positioned just $2 away from the nodal space station, hidden behind asteroids, awaiting the order to engage. The nominal supreme decision-making authority on the battlefield undoubtedly fell to Shihai, but operational command was partially delegated to Spear and White Shark. After all, Shihai lacked experience in commanding space combat operations. Spear brought professional expertise, White Shark contributed combat experience, and Shihai offered strategic insight along with an intimate understanding of their own vessels. Together, these three formed a stronger force than any could alone. The curvature coordinates surrounding the nodal space station have all been calculated, and the curvature points for the Swallow Return maneuver are currently being selected. Swallow Return, a tactic originating from Lagrange, involving the establishment of zero-health outposts to stabilize curvature points in frontline areas. When faced with an unbeatable enemy or being caught in a pincer attack, forces can swiftly retreat from combat and rapidly return to the battlefield. All 7,000 fighter jets are fully loaded with live ammunition, ready to launch. Shihai can hardly wait to deliver a bombing blessing composed of 2,000 sets of little flying rods to the invading enemies. Oh, and there was a minor incident involving the mech that Gunnar and his mechanics cobbled together. At Shihai's insistence, the official designation for those mechs was finalized as Refrigerator, though everyone present preferred the name Fearless, which he had blurted out in a moment of fright. Moreover, since the pilots were clones, some even requested more extreme modifications, making the cockpit smaller, removing the limbs of the clone, securing it inside with a life support system, and then welding the cockpit shut from the outside to avoid reducing defensive capabilities with an openable hatch. After the mechanics built a prototype according to these outrageous demands, the injured pilot who had been testing it immediately declared he wanted to be the first to use it. After experiencing it, he exclaimed, "This is so WAEH." Only then did the mechanics realize something was off. This guy was using his original body. In any case, the first generation of Fearless, no, Refrigerator, was hastily finalized and put into mass production. How is the nodal space station holding up? On the bridge of the storm, Shihai gazed out into the pitch-black void and casually asked, "It's been over an hour. The main fleet of the Cosmic Navy should have arrived by now." After all, when Shihai previously traveled to order seat V0101, it only took a few hours in the hangar. Report: no enemy fleet has been detected at the entrance of the void hangar. However, radar scans indicate a large number of small units, approximately 10 meters in length, likely probes. Oh, it seems the enemy has already arrived, but is being cautious and hasn't shown themselves yet. Send a message to the Maifu pilots to stay hidden and avoid any communication signals. Before he could finish, the communications officer's voice suddenly tensed up. Probes are heading into the space station. Shihai swiftly turned to look at the displayed woman. Several unmanned probes with slender bodies and notably large rear and slowly approached the nodal space station starport. After being captured by gravity, 6 flexible, tentacle-like mechanical arms extended from their large rear ends, allowing them to stand steadily on the starport's surface. Just as they began to rudongjug into the space station, several slightly different-looking devices suddenly rushed over, as if intoxicated. Compared to the large rear-end probes, these newcomers featured a large head and a slender rear end. Boom! The sound of collision echoed from the screen. Shihai looked up at the sky again. Those same large-headed objects were now, as if on cue, flying toward the nearest large drums. It vaguely reminded him of a certain species known for shouting "kill the chicken." What were they doing? An AI internal conflict? That couldn't be. The Order Alliance had banned AI. Night Lamp, was this your doing? Night Lamp? No, that 1S impenetrable. Well, Shihai felt he had cracked the case. Most likely, some overworked programmer-S code had spawned yet another inexplicable bug. At least his pilots were temporarily free from the risk of exposure, which was a good thing. He might even have to thank that programmer. If they ever crossed paths, he could have Night Lamp tweak the code, for a fee, of course, and with a backdoor added. He watched as the detectors on the field dwindled one by one, wondering what tricks they would pull next without them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gould watched his own detectors decreasing in number, first with confusion, then with fury. He witnessed, through the feed of one detector, an Imperial detector violently crashing into a Union detector. "Get me those religious fanatics. Ask them what they think they're doing," he shouted, his face flushed with anger. Just then, his first officer approached with a peculiar expression. "We just received an inquiry from the Empire. They're asking why our detectors keep colliding with theirs." What nonsense. Turning black into white, Gould's temper flared even hotter. He knew the Empire's space forces were mostly unscrupulous and ill-mannered, but he hadn't expected such shamelessness. "Hello? What is going on, friends of the Union?" A buzzing sound signaled the communication channel opening, and Kylaf's irritatingly smug voice came through. Gould snatched up the microphone and demanded loudly, "What are you trying to do?" "Attacking Union aerial units. Are you declaring war?" The other side retorted without backing down. "What attack? It's your organic components being too foolish, blocking our detectors' flight paths. Besides, in the Union's current state, poorer than a stray dog. Do you really dare declare war on the Empire? Gould's voice turned icy. We have video evidence. And there is no need to slander our great marshal, for we all know he can lead us through any crisis, at any time. Now, answer my question. Are you declaring war on the Union? Kylaf shot back, unwavering. We came here to jointly resolve the issue of Ursa Major V-1222. And you're still accusing your allies over a few unmanned detectors? Are you from the Five Great Seats? Did extraterrestrial aliens leave their filthy hybrid bloodlines on your homeworld after invading? And stop throwing around declarations of war. Are you truly prepared to face the wrath of the supreme changer of ways, and the Emperor, who rules all peoples? Gould replied. At the very least, I can make sure you stay right here. If you truly came here on official business, then you must pay the price for destroying our detectors. Now, we need a decoy fleet to launch a feint and locate the enemy warships. The standard fleet size of the Union ranges between 5,000 and 12,000 starships. You will serve as this decoy. Without giving the other side a chance to respond, Gould immediately ended the communication. In less than a second, the anger on his face vanished. Indeed, his fury had largely dissipated the moment the call connected. After all, as a distinguished lieutenant general, would he truly lose his temper over a few drones and pride? What he needed was the appearance of anger. Calculating swiftly, he began assigning tasks. The Imperials would likely bear the brunt of the decoy fleet. They would probably go through the motions, or even turn against us when engaging the enemy. So, don't expect any coordination with the decoy fleet later. The moment the enemy appears, focus all efforts on their main force. Destroying enemy ships is the top priority. The only purpose of the decoy is to lure out the enemy fleet. This directive must be instilled in every crew member outside the decoy fleet. Meanwhile, on the other end of the disconnected call, Kylaf remained composed. This was part of the plan all along. A decoy is just a decoy. Remember, when we engage the enemy later, put on a show and fight half-heartedly. Self-preservation is the top priority. Leave the manually guided missiles and torpedoes to the less perceptive organic components. Remember, recording the enemy's data is the most crucial task. We must assess whether these people are worthy of the Empire's cultivation. Following Kylaf's orders, the Imperial Navy officers on the bridge stood at attention and shouted in unison, yes. Drag to the countryside. No time for additional updates. Chapter 107. Take off. Pilots. Fire with all your might. After repeated negotiations, the decoy fleet was ultimately composed of a mix of Imperial and Union forces. The reason was simple. Kylaf had brought a marginal fleet this time, due to various malfunctions leading to the decommissioning of some newly built warships. This understrength fleet consisted of only 109 vessels. After careful consideration, Kylaf believed it was safer to keep his own fleet together. After all, he planned to secretly take opportunistic shots. If the Union fleet truly intended to attack him, dispersing his forces would leave him vulnerable. As for serving as the decoy, he wasn't concerned. Even an Imperial marginal fleet was capable of annihilating nations on its own. He refused to believe that a group of terrorists, who had barely managed to blockade a star system through trickery, could overpower him. Even if they could, it didn't matter, as long as the flagship survived. Equipped with a void shield, the flagship was guaranteed a safe retreat. After mutual negotiations, the decoy fleet was ultimately composed of all warships from the Empire, supplemented by 2,003 vessels provided by the Union. The total forces amounted to 3,000 frigates and destroyers, 1,600 cruisers, 500 battlecruisers, and 12 battleships, hardly distinguishable from a second-tier Union space fleet. Seeing the decoy assembled, Gould's impression of this Imperial fleet improved slightly. At least these troublemakers were willing to contribute somewhat, rather than purely aiming to irritate him. The decoy played a crucial role in his plan, one that could significantly reduce operational difficulty. As for what the decoy would actually do, that was irrelevant to the plan. As long as it could advance and lure out the enemy, that was sufficient. Moreover, he intended to let the decoy absorb the initial assault before launching a surprise attack on the enemy fleet. And if the enemy failed to emerge, then simply turn the feint into the main assault. Although the Empire was vexing, under completely favorable conditions, they wouldn't give the Union a pretext for war. The implications of battlefield-friendly fire and actively opening fire on allies were entirely different. When the final red marker on the command console turned green, confirming all warships had reached their designated positions, Gould immediately opened the Joint Fleet's command channel and issued a loud order. Vanguard Fleet, depart at once. Objective, recapture the nodal space station. Set the gravitational lane generator for covert launch. Location, fleet gathering alert. Just as Shihai was enjoying the spectacle of reconnaissance drones colliding above the space station, nightlights suddenly sounded an alarm. Opening the star map, Shihai saw, at the edge of the space station's detectable range, a triangular alert symbol with an exclamation mark was flashing. It appeared a massive fleet was slowly advancing toward the nodal space station. Retrieve footage from the lane surveillance cameras. As soon as Shihai spoke, an image projected onto the command console. An asteroid obscured 2/3 of the screen, while a colossal fleet gradually emerged from behind it. Then, a flash of white light, the feed vanished entirely. No functional cameras remain on the relevant lane. Well, it seemed the other side was rather shy, unwilling to be observed. However, before being physically disabled, the camera had managed to capture something. Half a fleet, and the partial silhouette of a massive warship. Attaching the image with the question, does this look like the main force? And sending it to White Shark, within half a minute. Shihai received an affirmative reply. Judging solely by the bow, it exhibits clear 4th era styling. Comparing dimensions, this should be a relic battleship. Although this photo only reveals a few hundred warships, if that intelligence from Suart is accurate and only a Union space fleet follows behind, then this is indeed the main force. The value of a single relic battleship equals that of an entire fleet. No one would be extravagant enough to use such an asset as mere bait. Before the briefing had even concluded, Shihai could already feel his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The decisive battle that would determine whether he could truly establish his footing here was about to begin. All remaining pilots, attention. The enemy's main fleet is approaching the space station. Everyone, prepare for combat. As the command reached the ears of the station pilots, those who seemed wound up like tightly coiled springs sprang into action. The engines of fighter craft began to warm up one by one, and pilots abandoned whatever tasks they were handling, immediately returning to their cockpits. With only 2,000 pilots available, the decision was made to group 5,000 AI-controlled fighter craft together as the first strike wave, tasked with confronting the enemy fleet's long-range anti-aircraft fire. The remaining 2,000 manned fighters would follow closely behind, using the AI-controlled craft as cover to breach the enemy fleet's interior and deliver a devastating blow. Initially, Shihai had been concerned about the reliability of the pilots, who were originally selected from among former slaves. However, when he saw the operating systems of the fighter craft, all his worries vanished. To put it simply, it was akin to, this is forward, this is evade, this is fire. Good, now you've learned. Now you can go fight bugs, aliens, demons, rebels, and all other enemies of Super Earth. Indeed, after reading the above, you have been voluntarily conscripted by Super Earth. Of course, if the quota is full, you might be reassigned to Holy Terra. Well, perhaps the analogy isn't entirely accurate, but in short, the operating systems were incredibly simple, the kind even a novice could master in 2 minutes, similar to using a mouse to simulate a joystick in War Thunder. So, Shihai decided to let them proceed. Besides, with cloning technology now available, even if they died a few times, they would eventually grow into exceptional pilots. The enemy fleet has entered the designated strike zone. Begin launching fighter craft. As the fleet on the star chart sailed into the planned range marked by the space station's night lights, Shihai decisively issued the order to take off. Pierce through the hulls of those warships. Chapter 108. Bombing. Decoy fleet aboard the Imperial flagship Immortal of the Decoy fleet, as the node space station drew closer. Both Kylaf and Gould, who was secretly observing from behind the screen, felt a sense of unreality. They had approached this close. Yet no enemy ships had emerged to intercept them. Even the station's defensive artillery remained eerily silent. Could it be that the forces occupying Ursa Major V-1222 had simply abandoned such a large, strategically vital space station? Was that even possible? Wouldn't that make them look like fools? But just as Gould, behind the screen, was about to switch from Plan 3 to Plan 2, something unexpected happened. The radar officer of the Immortals suddenly reported loudly, "Report. A large number of light escort ships and boarding craft have suddenly emerged from the node space station. It is speculated that the enemy is preparing to launch a boarding operation against us. The station's defensive artillery is now firing at our position." Upon hearing the report, Kylaf immediately issued a loud command. "Shield ships advance. Anti-boarding formation. Deploy anti-air blockade. All marine units, stand ready." Yet at the same time, his expectations for the opposing organization's capabilities plummeted significantly. In most cases, boarding actions were a desperate last resort when one side faced overwhelming odds. Were these opponents truly planning a boarding assault just after spotting the decoy fleet? They must indeed be nothing more than a group of fortunate amateurs lacking real strength. Moreover, the Empire possessed remnants of genetic modification technology from the Fourth Era, though unstable and fraught with side effects. It could still elevate human reaction speed and muscular strength to terrifying levels. Ordinary boarding attempts against such well-prepared forces would be akin to a group of young girls leaping into a nest of tentacled monsters. He felt a sense of boredom. Since there was little value here, it was best to finish quickly and wrap things up. "Captain, the targets have suddenly begun high-speed penetration. Our interception grid has been breached." Suddenly, the radar officer's updated report sparked a flicker of confusion and a slight surge of interest within him. What kind of boarding craft would dare accelerate so recklessly before making contact? Could the enemy have some unconventional strategy in mind? Only then did he sit up, leaning closer to the screen to scrutinize the situation carefully. Pilot 24 bore a name inherited from his distant ancestor, who, as the 24th individual on an unloading shuttle, had earned this honorable designation, which had been passed down through generations. Moments earlier, he had received the order from his commander to launch. Without hesitation, he pushed the throttle to its limit. The sleek, flat frame of the Mistral trembled slightly as intense acceleration pressed him back into his seat, propelling him straight out of the space station's launch trajectory and into the starry expanse. Soon, the graviton regulators within the cockpit adjusted, and the oppressive sensation of rapid acceleration vanished. Pilot 24 executed a smooth turn, merging seamlessly into the vast formation of aircraft, in the vacuum of space, devoid of resistance and atmosphere, and bolstered by advanced materials and an unparalleled flight control system. His seemingly cumbersome fighter could effortlessly perform a myriad of complex maneuvers. The enemy vessel's position was already marked on his radar. As planned, he flew behind the unmanned drones, continuously accelerating toward the target. Enemy anti-aircraft fire. Incoming projectiles, take caution. Suddenly, the fighter's warning system activated autonomously, signaling the enemy's defensive barrage, an interception network designed to counter boarding craft and missiles. Intercepting a swarm of small aircraft, especially unmanned ones, was a relatively straightforward task for such defenses. The electromagnetic cannons, pulse waves, and artillery fire surged forward, and as Unit 24 advanced, it felt as though every ounce of the enemy's firepower was directed at it. A torrent of bullets filled the sky, streaks of tracer fire weaving chains of light, while missiles blossomed into fiery clusters. The vast anti-air network spread like a dense spiderweb, and and the unmanned fighters, making no attempt to evade. Resembled moths charging relentlessly toward the flames beyond the web, flames that seemed to promise hope, even as they spelled certain doom. At every moment, aircraft disintegrated mid-air, their fleeting sparks transforming into drifting debris and fragments across the battlefield. On the bridge of the Imperial flagship Indomitable, soldiers watched as the total kill count first surpassed 100, then swiftly climbed toward 200. A cheerful atmosphere filled the command center. The barrage of steel and laser fire formed an efficient, impenetrable shield. Even the occasional breach was swiftly cleared by missiles. Nothing could slip through that net. Witnessing an ally's craft disintegrate before his eyes, Unit 24 executed a sharp zigzag roll, narrowly evading another missile streaking toward him. He sensed the moment was near. The throttle was pushed to its limit, and the entire aircraft trembled slightly, as if tensed with anticipation. Unit 24 felt his own hands quivering lightly on the controls. Even a clone could experience the adrenaline-fueled thrill of a life-or-death, do-or-die moment. But once the charge began, there was no turning back. They had only two choices: break through into the enemy fleet or be torn apart in the sky. Whoosh! Finally, after dodging the last missile aimed at him, Unit 24's Mistral fighter, like a flying fish leaping from the sea, performed a nimble, graceful flip and pierced through the thick, dense sea of interception. A massive warship loomed before him. Target detected. Recommended strike systems are being marked for you. Based on your current needs, I will guide you to engage the enemy warship's anti-air systems. Instantly, dozens of red markers appeared on the screen. 4 of them highlighted with double indicators, missile launchers. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. The dark silhouette dove like a peregrine falcon spotting its prey, rapidly descending until the aircraft's belly nearly scraped against the warship's outer armor. Then, the targeting reticle aligned perfectly with the red dot marking the missile launcher. Whack! Number 24's chest heaved violently as he roared, summoning every ounce of strength in his body to fiercely pull the trigger. A torrent of cannon shells erupted forth, first tearing through the fragile outer armor of the missile pod, then unleashing the compressed plasma stored within the warheads. In an instant, flames, black smoke, and debris erupted from the former location of the missile pod like a gushing oil well. Without hesitation, Number 24 swiftly adjusted his sights and continued firing at other red targets, paying no mind to the fact that he was about to plunge headlong into the gaping smoke and fire-spewing breach. Every fighter in the vicinity, whether manned or unmanned, acted in the same manner. They were all employing the fastest means possible to carve out a lifeline for their comrades charging from behind. Soon, vast swathes of the interception systems fell silent, and the remaining defensive firewalls grew feeble and ineffective. At that moment, the slightly slower Vesper A021 began its approach. Air defense systems, neutralized. Naval weapon systems, neutralized. What is happening? How could the entire ship's arsenal be disabled in an instant? What are those things? First, air defense efficiency plummeted abruptly, followed immediately by the ship sounding alarms for incoming strikes. The relaxed atmosphere that had prevailed within the decoy fleet just moments before was shattered by a cascade of alerts signaling the failure of weapon systems. More and more small black aircraft swarmed in from all directions, above, below, ahead, behind, emerging from every conceivable angle. Each would unleash a volley of shells or missiles before accelerating away, invariably followed by yet another alarm reporting the failure of some system or another. Kylaf's prior contempt and prejudice toward these adversaries had just been utterly discarded. These were not mere boarding craft or frigates attacking them. They were fighter aircraft. Although the Imperial Navy still maintained the antiquated structure of naval aviation, in his recollection, fighter craft should not be capable of such devastating effects. He recalled the Imperial Naval Air Corps, those small planes that could drive logistics to despair, engineers to frustration, even pilots to exasperation, yet never the enemy to hopelessness. Standing on the bridge, Kylaf's ears were incessantly filled with the alarms signaling system destruction, yet his eyes grew increasingly bright. Thanks to this wave of fighter assaults, the forces occupying Ursa Major V-1222 had, in his eyes, truly gained value worth engaging. I have returned. Starting tomorrow, I will resume updates. Chapter 109. Here come the little flying rods. Following readers' suggestions, battlefield distance units will henceforth be converted to gigameters, GM, while astronomical units, AU, will be reserved for large-scale intrasystem distances. 1 GM 1, 000 km, 1 Australian dollar 150 GM. The Earth-Moon distance is approximately 0.384 GM. Strike results confirmed. Searching for next target. Swarms of agile fighters weave through the fleet, organized into groups of over a dozen, taking turns launching assaults on locked-on targets. One of the greatest challenges in carrier-based aircraft operations, locating enemy forces, was perfectly resolved under Lagrange's unparalleled intelligence-gathering capabilities. All fighter jets continuously repeated the process of striking targets, following navigation to the next enemy vessel, and striking again, simple and efficient. Having just completed an attack on a cruiser, Number 24 followed the navigation guidance and locked onto a battleship 02 gimbal units away, as the aircraft group had already dispersed into combat formation. The decoy fleet could no longer form a strong, concentrated interception network. Even the wetware-guided anti-aircraft missiles couldn't catch up to the Mistral with its afterburner pushed to the limit. 9 o'clock direction, bearing 32, incoming missile. Hearing the alert from the onboard AI, Number 24 pulled the control stick sharply, sending the aircraft into a steep upward turn. The engine, pushed to maximum thrust, made it shoot through the sky like an arrow piercing the clouds, leaving the missile behind in an instant. The organic components inside the missile were utterly bewildered. Hadn't it just locked onto the target and accelerated with full thrust? How could it evade like that? After dodging the missile, Number 24 quickly adjusted course and, following a brief flight, locked onto the marked battleship. The evasive maneuver had briefly separated him from his combat team, but this allowed him to reach the target earlier. There was no time to consider waiting for teammates. As the onboard AI sounded an alert, he was being painted by fire control radar. Clearly, the battleship had detected him. All of the ship's anti-aircraft firepower converged on the Mistral piloted by number 24. In an instant, he made a decision. After swerving to avoid 2 missiles, he pushed the afterburner to maximum and disengaged the engine's safety lock. The Reborn engine of the Mistral roared with its most ferocious power yet. Its flat airframe pushing beyond its limits, even exceeding the capabilities of the onboard graviton adjustment system. The soaring pressure instantly made number 24 struggle to breathe. His head spinning as darkness and red flooded his vision. The constant clanging in his ears and the flashes of fire outside the cockpit were the sounds of close-in defense shells striking the wings. Relying on pure instinct, he maneuvered the aircraft erratically left and right. The unpredictable movements allowed him to evade numerous incoming shells and missiles. The mounting pressure gradually began to overwhelm his rationality. In a half-conscious state, he faintly heard a blurred voice. Man? This word seemed to stir something deep within No. 24, something akin to ancestral glory or genetic heritage, strengthening his will to reclaim control of his body. Gripping the control stick tightly, he slowly aligned the crosshairs on the display with the largest red-marked point on the screen, then shouted with all his might, "Man!" Before completely losing consciousness, the immobilized fighter was swiftly stripped of its wings and exploded into a ball of fire. Yet, by this point, the Mistral had already closed in on the warship. The fighter, still spewing flames, had effectively become a successfully penetrating missile. Under the horrified gazes of the officers on the battleship's bridge, it slammed violently into the outer armor of the vessel's forward heavy cannon. Moments later, the reactor detonated, the thermal radiation melting through the armor and causing irreversible damage to the cannon's firing mechanism. At that moment, Combat Team 24 arrived at its designated position, launching attacks from all directions. Soon, the battleship resembled a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. Stripped of all its fangs and claws, the Mistral combat team promptly disengaged from the battlefield. What followed would be handled by the AI known as Nightlight, which would assign a combat group composed of Vesta A021 units to disable its engines. As for them, they had to immediately rush toward the next target. Hundreds of such combat teams darted through the decoy fleet, disarming and crippling one warship after another. Of course, countless fighters also met their end during the assault, transforming into blazing fireballs, scattered debris, or even molten liquid. From behind the screen, Shihai watched calmly. Of the original 7,000 fighters, 5,889 remained. Most of the losses were shield units during penetration and Mistral teams targeting weapon systems. Report: strikes against the primary systems of enemy capital ships are 70 complete. The window for carrier-based fighter surprise attacks has passed. Most enemy vessels have now reacted, organizing effective counterattacks and re-establishing anti-aircraft fire networks. Observing the gradually regrouping enemy fleet, Shihai knew that continuing the fight with fighters alone would yield no further significant gains. The time for the fleet's appearance was nearly at hand.